fate plays its tricks, leading to misunderstandings and estrangement. Chenghan harbors a deep-seated hatred for Ruoli, which intensifies after their marriage, subjecting her to relentless torment. Unbeknownst to him, she suffers from a rare poison, with her days numbered. Chenghan, do you know I have never betrayed you? Do you know that the poison has seeped into my bones? Your relentless cruelty has left me feeling as though I am being torn apart, and in the end, I sacrificed my heart for your beloved. When they meet again, Chenghan asks her, "What must I endure to win back your affections?" Ruoli responds with a light laugh, "Unless you suffer the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing your heart, perhaps I might consider granting you another chance." Chapter 1. The poison is irremediable. In the dead of night, at the Duke's residence, a maid named Ping'an's voice can be heard outside. Ruoli curls up in bed, her body racked with pain as if her bones were being crushed. The cold light of dawn illuminates her pale face, casting a ghostly pallor. As the footsteps fade, Ruoli suddenly gathers her courage, staggering to the door with all her strength, managing to push it open. "My lord," she calls softly, her voice barely audible against the chilling wind. Chenghan halts, turning to regard her, his handsome features cloaked in frost, colder than the deep autumn air. "My lord, you have returned? Have you had your dinner?" She cautiously seeks to please him, fearful that a misplaced word might provoke his ire. Chenghan seems to ignore her, stepping away. A gust of cold wind sweeps through her, intensifying the agony coursing through her bones. Desperately, she rushes to Chenghan, grasping his sleeve. She fights against the pain, but her vision begins to darken. "Let go." Chenghan's gaze is frigid. Her fingers tremble as she reluctantly loosens her grip. "My lord, I am in pain." Ruoli's eyes glaze over with desperation. "Could you allow me to see the doctor?" If not for the servant's watchful eyes, she would not dare to seek his help. "What kind of pain?" Chenghan's brow furrows. Ruoli's voice fades. "My entire body aches, my bones hurt." Chenghan surveys her with a mocking smile, coldly deriding, "Ruoli, what game are you playing? Do you think feigning illness will earn you my pity?" With a flick of his wrist, he yanks his sleeve from her grasp, causing her to stumble forward. Chenghan looks down at her from his lofty position. "Since the day you betrayed me, I vowed never to forgive you in this lifetime." His voice is as chilling as a whisper from the underworld. "Even if you die," Ruoli trembles on the icy stone floor, struggling to differentiate between the excruciating pain from the poison and the heartbreak inflicted by Chenghan. The embroidered robe, patterned with cloud motifs, sweeps past her like a fleeting dream. Once Chenghan departs, the servants, previously silent, dare to look up. One notices the pale-faced princess, trembling, and realizes that this time, something is truly amiss. "Go, quickly fetch the royal physician." Outside, Chenghan pauses, then continues on his way, seemingly unfazed. Have they learned to manipulate the servants for their own ends? It appears they are aware of Shirlong's imprisonment in the capital's court, fearing repercussions. After all, when he was wrongfully imprisoned, she had swiftly aligned herself with the son of the prime minister to secure her own escape. "Your Highness, you have been poisoned, and I cannot prescribe an antidote. I fear your time is limited." "What did you say?" Ruoli shudders. "Your Highness, I am powerless." The physician kneels, despairing. Ruoli, disregarding her pain, takes her maid and heads to the secluded courtyard of the palace. It is the apothecary of her trusted aide, Feiyun. She bursts into the apothecary, her expression one of helplessness. "Feiyun, the physician says I have been poisoned and have little time left." Feiyun drops the mortar in shock, tears welling in her eyes as she pleads. "The physician claims he cannot provide an antidote." "Could he be deceiving me? Please take another look." Feiyun is a rare master of poison. In terms of identifying toxins, the physician is no match for her. 2 hours later, Feiyun's voice is heavy with sorrow. "It is the bone-cutting fragrance. There has never been a cure. How much time do I have left?" Ruoli stares blankly at her, as if her soul has been drawn from her body. Seeing her in such despair, Feiyun grits her teeth and says, "Do not be afraid. I will find a way to detoxify you." "It is incurable. You just said it was incurable." Ruoli's gaze drifts, tears rolling down her cheeks as she bitterly laments, "Just like my marriage. Entangled as it is, it too is beyond remedy." Chapter 2. Let us part ways. Dark clouds obscure the moon. Ruoli leans against a pillar in the courtyard, the darkness enveloping her as no lamps are lit. Footsteps approach from outside. The creaking door reveals a young servant carrying a lantern, its faint glow illuminating a tall, imposing figure. Chenghan does not glance at the main room, heading straight for his study. "My lord." A faint voice calls from the shadows, but Chenghan appears not to hear. The sound of his boots echoes in Ruoli's heart. She steadies herself against the cold pillar, rising slowly, and calls out before he enters the study. "My lord, let us part ways." At last, Chenghan halts, standing on the steps leading to the study, glancing back at her. Just then, the clouds part, allowing the cold moonlight to spill down, illuminating the icy emptiness in his eyes. "What trickery are you attempting now?" Chenghan questions with disdain. "Do you not wish to part ways?" Ruoli forces a smile, more painful than tears. She gazes longingly at Chenghan, having poured all her love into him, yet her heart lies shattered in the wake of his cruelty. Enough is enough. Ruoli turns to retrieve the prepared paper and pen from her room. As she spots the vial of medicine from Feiyun on the table, her gaze falters, but she quickly exits with the paper and pen in hand. The poison within her stirs restlessly. With each step, it feels as if she is traversing a mountain of knives, cold sweat trickling down her temples, disappearing into her collar. She stands at the foot of the study steps, tilting her head back, trembling hands presenting the paper and pen to Chenghan. Chenghan regards her coldly, silent as ever. "My lord has long harbored feelings for Princess Zhaoyuan." Ruoli pauses, her heart aching as if it were being violently torn. With great effort, she manages to utter the latter half of her statement in a quivering voice. "I voluntarily request to leave, allowing the lovers to unite." His long, strong hand reaches out, taking the paper from her grasp. Ruoli feels the weight lift from her palms, a significant portion of her strength drained. Chenghan's voice, laced with mockery, pierces her ears. "Shirlang truly has a wonderful daughter. With a single letter of divorce, how much assistance do you expect me to offer your family?" "I never thought of that," Ruoli stammers, dazed, shaking her head in confusion at his words. Initially, she had yearned to marry Chenghan, believing they were mutually enamored. Yet after their union, she realized he had affections for another. She had become a stumbling block for the true lovers. Crash. The paper and pen are flung to the ground. Just like Ruoli's sincere heart, discarded and trampled upon. Chenghan looks down at her from his elevated position, his eyes filled with cold disdain. "This matter between me and Zhaoyuan is not for you to dictate." In the past, when he was wrongfully imprisoned, he had worried for her safety and well-being. Upon being exonerated, he realized how foolish he had been. The entire capital knew that Shirlang's daughter had been traveling with the Prime Minister's son. The day they set out was the same day he was cast into the dungeons. And it was Prime Minister Qin who orchestrated his downfall. Had it not been for his mother's dying wish for him to marry, he would never have wed such a power-hungry, fickle woman. Chenghan turns away, unwilling to engage further. Ruoli calls out urgently, "If you part with me, you may wed Zhaoyuan. I shall ensure that Zhaoyuan is splendidly married," Chenghan declared, his gaze piercing and resolute. "At that time, you ought not to be within the estate." No sooner had he spoken than he strode into the study. In the enveloping darkness, Chenghan grasped the rugged paperweight on the table, his palm pricking with droplets of blood. Ruoli stood in the courtyard as her maid hurried in, breathless with urgency. "Miss, a message from home. Father has been imprisoned in the heavenly prison for corruption." The weight of Chenghan's words lingered in her mind, prompting her to reflect on the sacrifices she had made for the Yen family. So, it was true. He had known of the Yen family's troubles from the very start. Fate plays cruel tricks, and misunderstandings breed estrangement. Chenghan harbors an intense hatred for Ruoli that runs deep within his bones. After their marriage, his disdain for her escalates to the point of tormenting her in every conceivable way. Little does he know, she is afflicted by a rare poison, with her days numbered. Chenghan, do you realize I have never betrayed you? Are you aware that this peculiar poison has seeped into my very bones? Your relentless torment feels like 1,000 blades tearing through me, and in the end, I sacrifice my heart for the one you cherish. When they meet again, Chenghan asks her, "What must I endure to win back your affection?" Ruoli chuckles softly, "Unless you experience the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing your heart, the excruciating pain of 1,000 bones being pierced, I might consider granting you one chance." Chapter 1. The Unsolvable Poison. In the dead of night, at the Duke's residence, a maid's voice carries through the air. "I pay my respects to the prince." Yen Ruoli curls up on her bed, her entire body racked with pain as if her bones have been crushed. The cold light of dawn falls upon her pale face, casting a haunting stillness. As the footsteps recede, Yen Ruoli suddenly gathers her courage, stumbling towards the door with the last of her strength, pushing it open. "Your Highness," she calls out softly, her voice so weak that it is nearly swept away by the chilling breeze. Chenghan halts, turning to face her, his handsome features cloaked in frost, colder than the deep autumn air. "Your Highness, you have returned? Have you had your dinner?" she asks cautiously, fearful that her words may provoke his ire. Chenghan seems to disregard her entirely, striding away. The cold wind pierces through her, intensifying the pain throughout her body. She stumbles after him, clutching his sleeve, fighting against the pain that courses through her. Her vision begins to blur. "Let go." Chenghan's eyes glint with malice. Yen Ruoli's fingers tremble, shifting to gently grasp a scrap of fabric. "Your Highness, I am in pain." Yen Ruoli's gaze wanders, filled with desperation. "Could you, perhaps, allow me to see the physician?" Were it not for the servants watching her every move, she would not dare to seek his help. "What kind of pain?" Chenghan furrows his brow. Yen Ruoli's voice grows faint. "My entire body aches, my bones hurt." Chenghan regards her with a sardonic smile, coldly taunting. "Yen Ruoli, what trickery are you playing? Do you think feigning illness will earn you even a morsel of my pity?" With a flick of his wrist, he yanks his sleeve from her grasp, causing her to stumble forward. Chenghan looks down upon her from his towering height. "From the moment you betrayed me, I vowed never to forgive you in this lifetime." His voice, icy and unforgiving, seems to echo from the depths of hell. "Even if you die." Yen Ruoli collapses onto the cold stone floor, trembling, unable to discern whether the excruciating pain from her very marrow or the heartbreak inflicted by Chenghan is more unbearable. The embroidered robe brushed past her like a fleeting cloud she could never grasp. Once he departed, the once muted servants dared to raise their heads. One of them noticed the pale visage of the princess, her body convulsing, finally realizing that something was indeed amiss. "Go! Quickly summon the imperial physician." Outside, Chenghan paused briefly before continuing his indifferent stride. Have they learned to conspire with the servants for the charade? It seems they are already aware that Yan Shangshu has been imprisoned in the Dali Temple, fearing repercussions. After all, when he was wrongfully accused of treason and imprisoned, she had swiftly aligned herself with the son of the prime minister to carve out her own escape. "Princess, you are afflicted by a rare poison, and I am unable to devise an antidote. I fear your days are numbered." "What did you say?" Yen Ruoli's body trembles. "Your Highness, I am truly powerless." The physician kneels before her with a thud. Ignoring her pain, Yen Ruoli, accompanied by her maid, hastens to a remote courtyard of the Duke's residence. That was the apothecary of her trusted confidant, Feiyun. She barges into the apothecary, her expression desperate. "Feiyun, the physician says I am poisoned with a rare toxin, and my time is short." Feiyun drops a pestle in shock, tears brimming in her eyes as she clings to the last vestige of hope. "The physician claims he cannot produce an antidote. Is he lying to me? Could you take another look?" Feiyun, a rare talent in the art of poison, is unmatched in identifying toxins, far surpassing the physician. 2 hours later, Feiyun's voice is strained. It is bone-cutting fragrance. This poison has never been solved. "How much time do I have left?" Yen Ruoli stares blankly at him, as if her soul has been drawn out. Unable to bear her state, Feiyun clenches her teeth. "Do not fear. I will find a way to detoxify you." "It is unsolvable." "You just said it is unsolvable." Yen Ruoli's gaze empties, tears rolling down her cheeks as she mournfully states, "Just like my marriage. Entangled as it is, remains unsolvable." Chapter 2. Let us divorce. Clouds shroud the moon. Yen Ruoli leans against a pillar in front of the main hall, the courtyard enveloped in darkness, with no lights lit. Footsteps can be heard approaching from outside. Creak, the courtyard door opens, revealing a servant holding a lantern, the faint light illuminating a tall silhouette. Chenghan does not glance at the main hall, heading straight for the study. "Your Highness," a feeble voice emerges from the darkness, but Chenghan seems oblivious. The sound of his boots echoes in Yen Ruoli's heart as she steadies herself against the cold pillar and slowly rises, calling out to him before he enters the study. "Your Highness, let us divorce." Chenghan's steps finally halt. He stands at the threshold of the study, turning his head slightly. The clouds part at that moment, revealing the cold moonlight that falls upon his ice-cold gaze, devoid of warmth. What trickery are you up to now? Si Chenghan queries with disdain. Do you not wish to divorce, your highness? Ruoli forces a smile, one that is more sorrowful than a cry. She gazes longingly at Si Chenghan's face. She has poured all her love into this man, only to have her heartfelt devotion shattered by him. So be it. It shall be as such. Ruoli turns to fetch the prepared paper and ink from her room. On the table, she spots the medicine bottle obtained from Feiyun, her gaze flickering as she takes the paper and ink and steps outside. The poison within her stirs uneasily. Each step Ruoli takes feels like walking over a mountain of blades, cold sweat trickling down her temples and disappearing into her collar. She stands at the base of the study steps, tilting her head back, trembling hands presenting the paper and ink to Si Chenghan. Si Chenghan watches her coldly, saying nothing. Your Highness has long admired Princess Yaoyuan. Ruoli hesitates, her heart aching as if someone is forcefully tearing at it. With every ounce of strength, she manages to utter the next line in a quivering voice. I voluntarily seek a divorce, allowing the lovers to unite. His long, powerful hand reaches out, taking the paper and ink from her grasp. Ruoli's hands fall empty, her strength waning significantly. Si Chenghan's voice, laced with scornful mirth, pierces her ears. Yan Shangshu truly has a fine daughter. How much effort do you think a divorce decree will earn me for the Yan family? I never considered such things. Ruoli is taken aback, her mind hazy as she shakes her head, bewildered by his words. Initially, she had believed that her marriage to Si Chenghan was a union of mutual affection. However, after their wedding, she realized he had affections for another. She became an obstacle for the true lovers. Crash. The paper and ink fall to the ground. Just as Ruoli's heartfelt sincerity was discarded, Si Chenghan towers over her, his gaze frigid. This matter between me and Zhao Yuan is not for you to dictate. In the past, when he was wrongfully imprisoned, he had worried about whether she would be affected. Only when the charges were trivial did he realize how foolish he was. All of the capital knew that the daughter of Yan Shangshu was seen traveling with the son of the Prime Minister. The day they departed was the very day he was imprisoned, and Prime Minister Qin was the one behind his wrongful imprisonment. Had it not been for his mother compelling him to marry before her death, he would never have wed such a power-hungry, fickle woman. Si Chenghan turns away, unwilling to engage further with her. Ruoli calls out urgently, by divorcing me, you can wed Zhao Yuan. I shall ensure that Zhao Yuan is given a grand marriage, Si Chenghan declared with a steely gaze. By then, you certainly should not be within the residence. Before his words had fully settled, he had already entered the study. In the darkness, Si Chenghan grasped the stubborn stone paperweight on the desk, his palm pricking with droplets of blood. Ruoli stood in the courtyard when a maidservant rushed in. Miss, there is news from home. The master has been thrown into the dungeon for corruption. Si Chenghan's words echoed in her ears, prompting her to ponder the extent of her own sacrifices for the Yan family. So it was true. He had known of the Yan family's misfortune from the very beginning. Chapter 3. Trading your life for another. Ruoli hurried back just before curfew, only to be enveloped in her mother's tearful embrace upon entering the door. There. You have finally returned. Quickly, plead with the prince to rescue your father. Ruoli wriggled free from her mother's grasp, a bitter smile gracing her lips. He would rather see me perish. How could he possibly save my father? Madame Yan's tears ceased, her expression morphing into one of grim determination, devoid of any maternal warmth. Then you shall die in your father's stead, and the prince will save him. The biting cold pierced through Ruoli's bones, sending shivers coursing through her body as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. When Si Chenghan was suddenly imprisoned, she had sought divine intervention in vain, wishing fervently to share his fate in the dungeons. The son of the Prime Minister, Qin Mingyu, delivered a message, claiming he could overturn Si Chenghan's sentence. Hesitant, she acquiesced, only to discover that Qin Mingyu had led her to witness her mother in a compromising situation. To protect her mother and save Si Chenghan, she agreed to keep the secret from her mother, subsequently disregarding her reputation and boldly accompanying Qin Mingyu to Jiangnan. Upon returning to the capital, Si Chenghan was indeed unharmed. Yet he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. She believed there was no possibility for them in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, Si Chenghan's mother summoned her to the palace on her deathbed, compelling him to marry her. Even before Si Chenghan consented, his mother had already sent tokens of engagement to the minister's residence, leaving her no room for retreat. At that time, her parents, disregarding previous events, approached Si Chenghan with the engagement tokens, urging him to marry her promptly. She became his wife, an ornament he found most displeasing within the royal household. Yen Ruoli staggered out of the minister's residence, leaning against the entrance as she retrieved a vial of medicine from her pocket and swallowed 2 pills whole. Before the gate stood a striking young woman clad in emerald garments, accompanied by 4 palace maids and several royal guards. Princess Zhao Yuan, the only daughter of the general of the state. She was also the object of Si Chenghan's current affections. Miss Yen, the princess greeted with a radiant smile. Yen Ruoli lowered her gaze. Princess Zhao Yuan, what brings you here at such a late hour? With a playful smile, the princess replied, I merely wished to witness the downfall of the minister's residence. Yen Ruoli clenched her fists and turned to leave. Halt! The princess commanded sharply. Your father has been imprisoned for corruption. How can you still cling to the title of princess consort? Yen Ruoli's expression remained cold as she replied with a subtle smile. If you desire the title of princess consort, you ought to approach Si Chenghan and request a divorce. The princess's brows furrowed momentarily before a more brazen smile spread across her face. Do you truly believe Si Chenghan has not divorced you because he cannot bear to part with you? Enduring solitude in the royal residence, neglected and belittled by even the servants, surely that is no pleasant experience. Today, with Yan's imprisonment, it was Si Chenghan who submitted the petition. Before returning to the palace, he even accompanied me to the Lantern Festival to drink and celebrate. The princess laughed derisively, her eyes filled with contempt. All that you have painstakingly obtained is merely the suffering Si Chenghan wishes for you to endure. Yen Ruoli felt a lump in her throat, biting her tongue until it bled, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. The princess stepped closer, grasping her arm and whispering in her ear. A woman who can be shared by many. Si Chenghan says he would rather not sully his eyes by seeing you. Get away. Yen Ruoli could no longer contain her fury and attempted to pull away, but unexpectedly, Princess Zhao Yuan stumbled down the steps. A figure rushed over like the wind, catching the princess and cradling her protectively. Yen Ruoli met Si Chenghan's cold, unyielding gaze, her heart plummeting. Chapter 4. Betrayal. Princess Zhao Yuan had previously sustained severe injuries while rescuing Si Chenghan, leaving her spine remarkably fragile. This fall exacerbated her old injuries, rendering her unable to rise from her bed. In the dead of night, Si Chenghan stormed into the minister's residence, heading straight for Yen Ruoli's chamber, unimpeded by anyone. He kicked the door open, dragging Yen Ruoli from her bed and throwing her harshly onto the unforgiving floor. If Zhao Yuan is harmed, you shall accompany her in death. He had once been pursued by both the imperial guards and assassins, and it was Zhao Yuan who had recklessly risked everything to save his life. During that encounter, she had suffered the injury that left her incapable of martial arts. Accompany her in death? Yen Ruoli sat on the floor, her face as pale as a ghost, her voice barely a whisper. Si Chenghan, you might as well kill me now and make room for her. She laughed despairingly, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have never wronged you, nor have I ever been unfaithful. The excruciating pain coursed through her body, and she groped blindly for the vial of pills Yun Fei had given her. Si Chenghan, illuminated by the moonlight, noticed the tear stains on her face, his heart swelling with rage. Qin Mingyu, a frequenter of brothels, treated you with courtesy? Yen Ruoli had never imagined Si Chenghan would conflate her with courtesans. She gasped in shock, her body racked with agony. Let go of me. Si Chenghan seized her chin, his voice cruel. A mere wanton, and you dare to play the part of a virtuous woman before me? In that moment, Yen Ruoli felt dazed. The poison coursing through her was indeed potent. No longer could she bear the physical pain. Her heart felt equally as tormented. Si Chenghan tossed her onto the bed and violently tore at her pristine garments. What are you doing? Yen Ruoli exclaimed in alarm. Did you not say I was innocent? Si Chenghan sneered. I must verify whether you are deceiving me once more. Please. Si Chenghan, let me go. Tears streamed down her face as she writhed in pain, her body convulsing as she leaned over the bed, dry heaving. In a fleeting moment of distraction, she managed to grasp the vial from beneath the pillow. Yet, Si Chenghan snatched it away. What is this? Yen Ruoli's vision blurred, her mind foggy, completely unable to respond to his inquiry. Si Chenghan's expression turned severe as he forcefully held her hand and shouted, Where are the maids? Get in here. The frightened maid timidly entered, and upon seeing Yen Ruoli's dire state, rushed over in panic. My lord, please show mercy. The princess consort has been poisoned by a rare toxin with no antidote. Only this medicine can alleviate her suffering. Si Chenghan's gaze fell upon the jade vial before shifting back to Yan Ruoli's drenched face. After a moment, he scoffed, hurling the vial onto the bed. Do you think that feigning suffering will elicit my pity? The royal palace was impenetrable. Who could possibly poison her? Who would dare to poison the princess consort? He cupped her face, lowering his voice in a warning. Do not attempt to act. I will not spare you. Si Chenghan cast a cold glance at the maid, summoning the guards. This nonsense. Cursing the princess consort. Take her out and execute her. Si Chenghan departed amidst the maid's cries of despair. Yan Ruoli summoned the last of her strength to open the vial, swallowing 2 pills. Time passed, and the screams outside faded. Yan Ruoli lay motionless on the bed, a bitter smile gracing her tear-streaked face. Chapter 5. Retrial. The door creaked open, yet Yan Ruoli lacked the strength to discern who had entered. The prince was just here. Did you plead with him to save your father? Madam, Yan rushed into the room, noticing her daughter drenched in sweat and lying there, her expression shifting to one of hope. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruoli mustered the strength to sit up, her gaze dim. I will not beg him. Then go plead with Qin Mingyu. Madam, Yan tugged at her daughter, entirely losing her composure, shouting like a shrew. He is most fond of you. Beg him to help. Do you not wish to save your father? The pain she had just managed to suppress began to surge anew. Yan Ruoli glared at her distraught mother, her lips devoid of color, yet curling into a thin smile. Mother, you and father truly share an inseparable bond. Madam, Yan was taken aback. Her lips pressed together as she stared at her daughter. Yan Ruoli withdrew her hand, taking a few deep breaths before finally managing to speak. The image of the man she had encountered with Qin Mingyu flashing in her mind. Gao Wenzhong. Those 3 seemingly light words struck Madam Yan like a thunderclap, sending her fleeing in terror. Returning to the Wangfu, Yan Ruoli once again visited Yunfei's pharmacy to procure medicine. Yunfei urged her to stay at the pharmacy for further research on the antidote, but Yan Ruoli declined. Upon her return to the Wangfu, before she could even step inside, she encountered Si Chenghan hurriedly leaving, brushing past her without so much as a glance. Perhaps he was entirely unaware of her presence. It was only after overhearing a few words from the servants that she learned the news. Princess Zhao Yuan had been diagnosed with a heart ailment, and Si Chenghan was rushing to visit her. The condition of Princess Zhao Yuan required a fated person to offer their heart for her salvation. With the handmaiden who accompanied her having been executed, Yan Ruoli left the Wangfu and made her way to the Imperial Medical Institute. There, she observed Si Chenghan closely following physician Jiang, diligently inquiring about the intricacies of heart transplants, even deigning to serve Jiang a cup of tea. Meanwhile, he appeared haggard, his lips dry and cracked, dark circles under his eyes revealing he had not rested for a considerable time. Having once received Si Chenghan's devoted affection, Yan Ruoli now clearly understood that he truly held Princess Zhao Yuan in the highest regard. She concealed herself in the shadows, waiting for Si Chenghan to depart before approaching physician Jiang. She had only vaguely heard that the heart transplant method was not feasible for everyone, and given her current state, poisoned by an unusual toxin, she was uncertain if her own heart would even be viable. You have been poisoned by the bone-deep fragrance. Physician Jiang exclaimed in shock. Even Yan Ruoli was taken aback. The person afflicted by the bone-deep fragrance was precisely the most suitable candidate to offer their heart. This poison could lead to her demise, but it could also grant life to Zhao Yuan. As she departed the Imperial Medical Institute, a smile graced Yan Ruoli's face. Her life was already fleeting. Saving Zhao Yuan and allowing Si Chenghan to find a companion for life was a good outcome, after all. Lear. The voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, chilling Yan Ruoli to her core. In disbelief, she turned to see Qin Mingyu dismounting, his movements fluid and swift. A scar marred his earlobe, a remnant from when she had fought fiercely against him in Jiangnan, leaving a piece of flesh bitten off. Her heart was occupied by Si Chenghan, and she would not yield to him. Qin Mingyu tossed the reins to his subordinate and approached her. His features were striking, imbued with a flirtatious charm. Yet upon seeing him, Yan Ruoli felt a surge of trepidation. Now closer, she noticed a scar on Qin Mingyu's jaw, evidence of Si Chenghan's handiwork. Qin Mingyu leaned in, smiling as he asked, "What do you think I should return to him?" Yan Ruoli's fingers trembled, the shadows of her past fears rushing back to her mind. He had once posed a similar question when they were in the prison, asking her how she would arrange Si Chenghan's demise. She had witnessed the torturous treatment inflicted upon Si Chenghan, once a proud prince of noble bearing, now reduced to a wraith-like figure by his tormentors. The only way for the Prime Minister to eradicate him was through Qin Mingyu, who could steal evidence from his father's grasp to turn the tide. Chapter 6. You may take it. A smile curved Yan Ruoli's lips. Qin Mingyu, you brought this upon yourself. Do you think Si Chenghan acted against me for your sake? Qin Mingyu's fingers grazed her hair, twisting a strand around his fingertip, yet I hear he shares a close bond with your intimate friend, Princess Zhao Yuan. Yan Ruoli's gaze darkened as she brushed his hand aside and turned to leave. The poison surged within her, causing her legs to buckle, and she collapsed to the ground. At the Duke of Gong's residence, the servants moved about with trepidation, minimizing all noise. In the main hall, Si Chenghan rested his forehead on one hand, even in slumber, his brows forming a sharp line. The steward rushed in, announcing, "My lord, a message has arrived from the general's residence. Princess Zhao Yuan has awakened and wishes to see you." Si Chenghan opened his bloodshot eyes, not pausing for an instant, and hastened outside. Upon reaching the entrance, a luxurious carriage blocked the way, preventing anyone from exiting. Seeing Qin Mingyu disembark from the carriage, Si Chenghan furrowed his brow. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" he scoffed. "I am here today to play the Good Samaritan," Qin Mingyu replied with a sly smile, lifting the carriage curtain. Yan Ruoli was nestled inside, seemingly lost in deep slumber. The servants of the Duke of Gong were utterly astonished. The rumors of the affair between the princess and Qin Mingyu were well known throughout the capital. Si Chenghan pressed his lips together, his gaze turning somber. He instructed the servants to move the carriage aside. Qin Mingyu raised an eyebrow, his smile revealing a roguish charm. "What? Are you abandoning your princess? If you desire her, then take her," Si Chenghan replied indifferently, urging him not to obstruct the path any longer. Inside the carriage, Yan Ruoli's fingers trembled, tears spilling from her eyes. Qin Mingyu chuckled meaningfully, gesturing to the coachman to clear the way for Si Chenghan. Once Si Chenghan's carriage departed, Qin Mingyu returned to his own. Yan Ruoli had awakened, her expression vacant and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lear, come back with me to the Prime Minister's residence. If he does not want you, I shall have you," Qin Mingyu promised gently, grasping her fingertips. Yan Ruoli suddenly regained her senses, pushing his hand away as she attempted to exit the carriage. The coachman, fearing the young master's displeasure, did not dare to lower the footstool for her. Yan Ruoli bore no ill will toward the coachman, instead opting to leap from the carriage herself. "Lear!" Qin Mingyu's usual jovial demeanor vanished, and he called after her retreating figure, "I will seek out renowned physicians to cure your poison, while he will only be frantic in his search for a way to save Zhao Yuan. With nothing pressing in court today, he is surely on his way to see her. Qin Gongzi, please take your leave," Yan Ruoli stated resolutely as she stood beneath the grand entrance of the Duke of Gong's residence, then entered without hesitation. Qin Mingyu struck the carriage with his fist, his expression darkening, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. At the Imperial Medical Institute, Princess Zhao Yuan lay languishing in bed. Upon seeing Si Chenghan, she managed to force a smile through her tear-stained eyes. Yet, the facade crumbled, and tears began to fall. "The physician says I have an internal injury that has left me with lingering ailments, which was overlooked due to the severity of my spinal injury." Leaning against Si Chenghan, she sobbed, "Chenghan, I fear I cannot hold on much longer." Si Chenghan silently embraced her tighter. 3 years prior, Zhao Yuan had shielded him from an assassin's blade, saving his life, yet it had also brought her misfortune. "You will recover," Si Chenghan murmured softly. Princess Zhao Yuan buried her face in her hands, weeping. The physician said, "Those who can save me are 1 in a million." In the dead of night, Yan Ruoli's sleep was restless. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling her awake. She opened her mouth to cry out, only to be pinned to the bed by a man reeking of alcohol. Moonlight flooded the room through the open door, illuminating the man's face. Chapter 7. Why is it not you who is dying?
Chenghan.
Yan Ruoli gazed at Si Chenghan's face, her eyes tracing the contours of his features longingly. Her undergarment lay discarded on the floor, and Si Chenghan's breath warmed her ear. Hesitantly, she placed her hand on his waist, which he did not reject. She embraced him tighter, drawing closer to him.
Yan Ruoli.
Si Chenghan's voice, deep and husky, resonated in her ears. "I am here," she replied softly. As their bodies intertwined, Yan Ruoli cherished the moment, pressing her face against Si Chenghan's chest, listening to the rapid beat of his heart. He was the love of her life, the husband for whom she would willingly sacrifice everything. Si Chenghan tenderly caressed her face, his thumb brushing away a tear from the corner of her eye, his dark, profound gaze locking with hers in the moonlight. She could see the coldness lurking in his eyes, creating an intense dissonance with their current actions.
Ruoli.
He called her name once more, his tone steady as he questioned, "Why is it not you?" Chenghan's words were deliberate, each syllable a weighty inquiry. "Why is the one who is dying not you?" His voice was devoid of warmth. Not a trace of anger could be found, let alone hatred. Love breeds hatred, yet for Ruoli, Chenghan was now stripped of even resentment. She felt as though she were submerged in an endless abyss of sorrow, bone-chilling and all-consuming. She did not respond, though she too was a dying person. After a long silence, Chenghan finally succumbed to slumber. Ruoli leaned against the inner side of the couch, racked with pain. Her undergarments soaked with cold sweat. She had not taken any medicine. Physician Jiang had warned that Princess Zhaoyuan could not wait. Her treatment would delay the onset of the deadly poison, making it impossible to perform the heart exchange. As dawn broke, Chenghan awoke to find Ruoli's presence absent. His long fingers pressed against his temples, and fragmented images danced in his mind, causing him to feel unsettled. He glanced at the bedding on the couch, which seemed different from what he remembered. Rising, he walked into the courtyard, where he discovered Ruoli washing the sheets in cold water. Her maidservant had been executed by him, and no one in the Wangfu would attend to her. Upon seeing him, Ruoli's gaze faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Chenghan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Last night, after I returned, the prince was drunk and made quite a mess of the room." Ruoli responded softly with concern, "You should drink less in the future. It is harmful to your health." He had looked down on her, considering her a loose woman. How could she dare to let him know what transpired between them that night? She feared it would disgust him and further cement his belief that she was seducing him. With her time limited, how could she afford to squander the remaining moments nurturing his disdain for her? Chenghan frowned, speechless, as her words did not align with his memories. If what she said was true, then had he, in his drunken state, indeed dreamed of this woman? The absurdity of it was laughable. Ruoli stood up, her legs unsteady, and Chenghan instinctively caught her waist before quickly releasing her, as if fearing contamination. She swallowed the bitterness in her throat and asked with a forced smile, "Shall I have someone prepare breakfast?" Chenghan raised his hand to stop her, saying, "No need. I will go to the Thai hospital to see Princess Zhaoyuan." Watching his tall figure depart, Ruoli's smile turned sorrowful. No sooner had Chenghan left than a maid from the estate delivered a letter to Ruoli. She handed the maid a piece of broken silver, opened the letter, and immediately rushed back to her room to retrieve a jade pendant, desperately chasing after Chenghan. "Prince." Chenghan halted, somewhat impatient. "What is it?" "This jade pendant." Ruoli held it out with both hands, anxious yet hopeful. "Will you accept it?" Chenghan lowered his gaze to examine the pendant, crafted from pure white jade. Exquisitely carved and undeniably exquisite. "I have no need for such trinkets," he replied coldly. Ruoli, unusually persistent before him, insisted, "You should keep it. It is better than leaving it aside." This pendant was one he purchased before entering the prison, and she feared that if she did not give it now, she would never have another chance. Chapter 8. Heart exchange. The emperor ordered the re-establishment of the territorial map, mandating Chenghan to lead a team to carry out the task. He stayed in the palace every night, barely managing to steal a moment to visit Princess Zhaoyuan in the Thai hospital. Physician Jiang informed him that they had found someone capable of providing a heart for Princess Zhaoyuan. Chenghan intended to offer this person a generous reward, benefiting their family. However, the physician mentioned that this individual was a solitary figure, nearing death, who neither needed a reward nor wished to meet with nobility. Upon leaving the Thai hospital, a subordinate rushed to report, "My lord, Minister Yen was released from prison yesterday, but he is gravely injured and may not last much longer." Chenghan frowned, asking, "Has a physician been summoned?" The subordinate bowed cautiously, replying, "The Yen family is in disarray, and with unclear charges, physicians are reluctant to visit." "In my name, send a few physicians to properly attend to Lord Yen," he commanded. "As you wish." With the territorial map matter on track, Chenghan was granted a few days off to return to the estate. He entered the courtyard, heading to the study as usual. However, once seated on the soft couch in the study, he sensed something was amiss. Why was Ruoli not waiting for him at the door? No servants had been sent to serve him tea, nor had anyone inquired about his meal. Si Chenghan summoned someone to ask, "Where is the princess?" The servant respectfully replied, "The princess has contracted typhus and is resting in her chamber." "Is it serious?" Si Chenghan inquired casually. The servant, lacking knowledge due to their negligence towards the princess, could only awkwardly say, "It's not too serious. She is merely fatigued and does not wish to go out." "How precious she is," Si Chenghan scoffed coldly. Rising to head to the main room, he pushed the door but could not open it. "My lord, typhus is contagious," a voice, somewhat hoarse, yet unmistakably Ruoli's, cautioned. Si Chenghan inexplicably felt relieved and instructed the servant to take good care of the princess before heading back to the Thai hospital. 3 days later, Physician Jiang set the date for the heart exchange for Princess Yaoyuan, with a heart donor brought into the palace by the general of the state. Si Chenghan once again expressed his desire to meet the donor, informing them that he would ensure a grand burial for them. However, upon arriving at the donor's residence, they were halted by Jiang's young apprentice. "Please forgive me, my lord, but this person is gravely poisoned, weak, and cannot meet or converse with you." Gravely poisoned. The word struck Si Chenghan with a heavy thud in his chest. He recalled Ruoli, and her maid had mentioned that she, too, was afflicted with a strange poison. Suppressing the discomfort rising within him, he told the apprentice, "The princess has recently contracted a chill, and it seems to be serious. When your master is free, have him visit the Wangfu." The apprentice bowed his head respectfully in agreement. Inside, Physician Jiang looked at the ailing Ruoli, who bore a smile on her face, seemingly satisfied just to hear Si Chenghan express concern. Jiang's heart ached at the sight, and he called out, "My lord, I fear I cannot leave. When you return to the estate tomorrow, please bring some medicine for the princess." Outside, Si Chenghan recalled Ruoli's hoarse voice and did not refuse. "Very well." Within, Ruoli smiled through her tears, listening to Si Chenghan instruct Jiang. "Inquire thoroughly about her symptoms and prescribe a gentler remedy. Her body is weak and cannot endure harsh medicines." After saying this, he departed. Jiang sighed deeply. "Princess, the deadly poison may not be without a solution. In fact, you might." "Physician Jiang," Ruoli interrupted gently, her eyes warm. "I have made up my mind. It is a pity." She would not see Si Chenghan return to bring her medicine the next day. Si Chenghan worked through official business overnight, and as dawn broke, he stepped out of the palace, treading on the cold dew. Halfway, the young apprentice caught up with him, reporting, "My lord, the heart donor is dying. Physician Jiang will perform the heart exchange for Princess Yaoyuan today." Chapter 9. The princess has died. Si Chenghan glanced at the medicine his subordinate was carrying. This was the remedy he had instructed Jiang to prepare specifically for Ruoli. Weighing the urgency of the chill against the heart exchange, Si Chenghan remained clear-headed. He suppressed the impulse to return to the estate and instructed the guards to take the medicine back for the princess. He had already sent word to inform Ruoli not to take the old prescription that morning. If he were to break his word, who knew how that woman would suffer through her illness, only to appear before him in a guise of pity. In the Thai hospital, Si Chenghan made his way through the drying area of the front courtyard, following the young apprentice to Jiang's pharmacy. 2 eunuchs were carrying a stretcher towards the side door, covered with a white cloth, evidently bearing a deceased individual. A gust of wind lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a delicate, small foot, pale as death. The sight pierced Si Chenghan's heart, causing his pupils to constrict. He instinctively took a couple of steps forward, wishing to see who lay upon the stretcher. The young apprentice, startled, knelt before him, blocking his path. "My lord, you must not approach." The sunlight was blinding, and Si Chenghan felt his vision blur with white spots, making it difficult to see clearly or recall the scene he had just witnessed. He took several breaths to calm himself, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. He must have lost his mind to think that the person on the stretcher was Ruoli. In his youth, he had gifted Ruoli a gem anklet from the western regions, which she had worn faithfully. In her daily skirts, no one knew of this little secret. How could it possibly be Ruoli's bare ankle? She was clearly recuperating peacefully at the prince's residence, merely suffering from a slight chill. Yet she could afford the luxury of seclusion, refusing to see anyone. Under the sunlight, Si Chenghan's complexion was notably grim, marked by a pallor that suggested excessive fright. Although calm, there was a subtle, ominous weight pressing upon him. "Your Highness?" The young medic dared not raise his voice, cautiously calling out. Si Chenghan closed his eyes briefly and coldly commanded, "Lead the way." "Yes." Princess Yaoyuan, after her heart transplant, remained weak and had yet to awaken. Chenghan had kept vigil at the Imperial Medical Bureau for quite some time. Upon the return of a guard dispatched to deliver medicine to the prince's residence, it was reported that the princess had returned to her family home. The gates of the Yen family were tightly shut, and the guard had not seen the princess. Frowning, Chenghan ordered someone to keep watch over Princess Zhaoyuan while he made his way to the Yen residence. Throughout the journey, an indescribable unease plagued Chenghan. Even with 3 times the usual amount of calming incense burning in the carriage, he could not suppress the feeling. In the back courtyard of the Yen family, a thin coffin was carried in through a small door. Lady Yen stood at a distance, her face etched with misfortune. Yen Ruoli's wet nurse, supporting the coffin, wept inconsolably. "Why are you crying?" Lady Yen snapped, her anger boiling over. "If you continue lamenting, you might as well accompany her in death." Today had truly brought her to the brink of despair. What sin had she committed in her past life to be cursed with such a foolish and useless daughter? Instead of being a dignified princess, she chose to become a corpse. Let her die, but I cannot fathom what disgraceful deeds she may have committed. To not even have her funeral held at the prince's residence, and instead have her ashes delivered here. The Yen family was no longer the illustrious minister's household. After returning the embezzled silver, they were now powerless and penniless, with her husband hanging by a thread. How could this daughter of hers be so disappointing? What would they do in the future? Who died? Lady Yen looked up to see Chenghan's ashen face, her heart racing with suspicion. "Your Highness, it is Ruoli. She has passed away." You didn't know? Could it be that there was more to the story? Had Yen Ruoli been harmed? Perhaps she could exploit this situation to gain some advantage from Chenghan. Chenghan approached, fixing an intense gaze on Lady Yen. "Say it again, who died?" "It is Ruoli, Yen Ruoli. She is dead." Lady Yen stammered, her voice trembling. Chapter 10. This prince will not allow it the audacity of the Yen family to curse the Princess of Gong. Chenghan did not even glance at the coffin, his eyes flaring crimson with wrath directed entirely at Lady Yen. Trembling, she dared not respond. Once she marries into the Gong residence, she cannot simply leave. Chenghan swept his sleeve and turned. Without needing anyone to guide him, he followed his memory to Yen Ruoli's boudoir before her marriage. How could Yen Ruoli possibly be dead? She was so enamored with power and wealth. She would abandon him in an instant to cling to Qin Mingyu for her own survival. How could someone like her willingly choose death? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Yet his steps quickened, forcing Lady Yen to follow in a hurried pace. Upon reaching Yen Ruoli's boudoir, Chenghan ascended to the second floor in a few strides. "Yen Ruoli." He raised his hand to knock on the door, but halted just before his fingers fell, opting instead to gently tap twice. "Come out. Stop your little tricks." His tone, though typically impatient, trembled with suppressed emotion. "Yen Ruoli, I never said you could leave. You cannot escape." Chenghan pressed against the door, leaning forward as if bearing a heavy burden. "Open the door. Come back with me." Lady Yen and the wet nurse ascended the stairs, stopping behind Chenghan. She gently pushed the door, which swung open. The room was tidy and empty. "Your Highness." The only time Ruoli returned home after her marriage was on the day her father had an accident. Even during her 3 visits after marriage, she never came back. Lady Yen retrieved a white jade urn from the wet nurse's arms to show Chenghan clearly. Someone had a little beggar deliver a note saying Ruoli had died. When I rushed to collect her body, it had already been cremated. The person who burned her said her body was incomplete, missing her heart.
Chenghan staggered.
Disbelief washing over him. It was impossible. The Yen family truly spoke naught but lies. Princess Zhaoyuan had only just undergone a heart transplant today, and they were already claiming Yen Ruoli was dead and that her heart had been taken.
How could that be?
Yen Ruoli's greatest resentment should be against the one who took away his Zhaoyuan. How could she possibly sacrifice herself for Zhaoyuan? Since the Yen family refused to hand over the body, he would investigate it himself. Seal the city gates, conduct a thorough search, and find Yen Ruoli for me. Chenghan issued his orders, swiftly departing from the empty boudoir. His gaze never lingered on the white jade urn. For the first time since his marriage, Chenghan entered directly into the main quarters of Yen Ruoli's residence. Everything in the room remained as it had always been, save for the absence of a mistress. His gaze swept across the room, suddenly fixating on the couch. A string of jeweled anklets lay perfectly centered on the pillow. The servants following behind, sensing the prince's gaze, reported with quivering hearts. When the princess left, she placed that string of anklets there. We dared not touch it, maintaining its original position during daily cleaning. Even an uncherished princess, the servants would not dare to steal such precious jewels. If a commotion arose, the punishment could lead to death, even implicating their families. Chenghan dismissed the servants, grasping the string of anklets tightly in his hand. After their marriage, Ruoli had once wanted to gift him a ring made of Western region gems. He had refused to wear it. Did she truly consider herself the mistress of the residence? The things you have touched, I find tainted. That ring, he recalled, he had smashed on the spot. Ruoli had wept for a long time over it, her eyes swollen the next morning. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Why should she, after betraying him, be able to deceive his ailing mother and force her way into the prince's residence, usurping the position of his legitimate wife? After some time, Chenghan emerged from the room. One of his subordinates saluted and reported, "Your Highness, no trace of the princess has been found in the city as of yet." "Continue searching," Chenghan replied coldly. "Where is Qin Mingyu?" After a moment of hesitation, the subordinate finally answered, "He has gone to the Yen residence." Chapter 11. Heart-wrenching, your account has been temporarily suspended due to exceeding the maximum device limit for VIP accounts and excessive access speed. Please try again in 59 seconds or visit the user backend to activate SVIP, allowing for up to 5 devices to be linked. Unblock time, December 1st, 2025, 6:32:32. Your access speed is too fast. The number of VIP devices has been exceeded, 21, and you are currently in speed-limited mode, 10 times in 10 seconds. Already accessed 11 times. Please remove excess devices in account management to restore unlimited access. Chapter 13. Pierced by 10,000 arrows, your account has been temporarily suspended due to exceeding the maximum device limit for VIP accounts and excessive access speed. Please try again in 1 minute or visit the user backend to activate SVIP, allowing for up to 5 devices to be linked. Unblock time, December 1st, 2025, 6:55:52. Chapter 14. A son will not marry, your account has been temporarily suspended due to exceeding the maximum device limit for VIP accounts and excessive access speed. Please try again in 59 seconds or visit the user backend to activate SVIP, allowing for up to 5 devices to be linked. Unblock time, December 1st, 2025, 6:32:32. Chapter 21. Let us not meet again. Chenghan was knocked to the ground, a spear piercing through his chest. Ruoli felt her breath catch. She could not bear to watch Chenghan die before her eyes. The spear was withdrawn, blood instantly staining Chenghan's battle robe. At that moment, his heart felt utterly hollow. It was as if the entirety of his being had been consumed by thoughts of Ruoli, rendering him blind to her presence. As Yun Fei prepared to strike another blow at Chenghan, Ruoli swiftly signaled him with a glance. Yun Fei retracted his sword, his gaze capable of inflicting a slow death upon Chenghan. The one he longed to cherish lay grievously wounded by Chenghan's hand. Considering the time spent in the kingdom of Xilan and the debt of saving his wife, he decided to spare him for now. After uttering these words, he cast another glance at Ruoli. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a cold stare directed at Chenghan. Underestimating the enemy was a cardinal sin in warfare. With that, Ruoli dismounted and stood before Chenghan. "I am not some Lier. I am Yun Wangchen." Yun Fei looped his arm through Ruoli's, forcefully thrusting his spear into the ground. The earth erupted, dirt flying up and landing on Chenghan's face and lips. "Take your men and leave, or I shall not hesitate to flatten Xilan with the might of the entire nation," Yun Fei declared coldly. With that, he soared into the air, seizing the battle flag from a commander and proclaiming, "Retreat."
Chenghan stood in a daze,
watching Yun Fei and his departing figure until he could no longer maintain his composure, slowly closing his eyes. Later, due to Chenghan's severe injuries, his army opted to return to the capital. Upon their arrival in the kingdom of Xilan, having successfully reclaimed the borders lost to neighboring nations, Mingyue issued a decree to reward the troops. Meanwhile, Chenghan lay injured on the bed in the royal palace. When he awoke, he gazed at the ceiling and then turned to see Yuning standing at the bedside. "Yuning, the Ruoli I encountered on the battlefield," he murmured. Yuning approached, checking Chenghan's forehead, lowering his voice. "Your Highness, you do not have a fever. Why speak such nonsense?" Just as Chenghan was about to respond, Yun Yan entered to report, "Your Highness, Princess Zhao Yuan has arrived." At this, Chenghan let out a light snort and closed his eyes again. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhao Yuan reached Si Chenghan's bedside, she exclaimed eagerly, "Brother Chenghan, how are you? I miss you so much." Noticing Si Chenghan's indifference, she recalled hearing his voice just outside the door moments earlier. "Brother Han, please open your eyes to see me. I defied my father's orders to come here." At her words, Si Chenghan opened his eyes. The memory of Yan Ruoli's cold gaze on the battlefield stirred a deep loathing within him. "What orders?" Zhao Yuan, sensing Si Chenghan's icy demeanor, looked somewhat pitiful. "Father said you are too reckless in battle and worry that I might become a widow." As she spoke, her voice trailed off. A faint smile crossed Si Chenghan's lips, but a shadow of sorrow flashed in his eyes. "Then why have you come to see me?" Zhao Yuan gazed intently at Si Chenghan, her voice suddenly softening. "I came to ask when you will take me as your wife. Then father will have no objections." Si Chenghan turned away, his back to her. "In that case, Zhao Yuan, you should return to avoid tarnishing your reputation." Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's hands twisted together tightly. Why has everything changed since her return from the front lines? However, she concealed her feelings, lowering her head, and spoke with great grievance, "Brother Han, I defied my father's orders to see you. Why do you treat me this way?" Her voice grew softer, tinged with sobs. Upon hearing her cry, Si Chenghan felt no tenderness. Instead, he was filled with irritation. "Yuning, escort the princess back," he commanded sternly, his face clouded with frost. Understanding his master's lingering thoughts of the princess, Yuning knew that prolonging Zhao Yuan's stay would only heighten the discomfort, and thus clasped his hands. "Princess, please return. Brother Han, I will come to see you again once you are healed," Zhao Yuan cried, her tears streaming down, reluctantly departing. Before Si Chenghan could issue further orders, Yunyan silently followed her. Once she left, Si Chenghan finally found peace and closed his eyes, recalling the woman he had seen on the battlefield. Just as Yuning was about to depart, Si Chenghan suddenly called out to him, "Yuning, make arrangements." "What is it, your highness?" Yuning turned to face him. "Send men to gather intelligence near the kingdom of Muyun. That person must be Yan Ruoli." Si Chenghan sat up abruptly, his icy gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Yuning reached out to check his temperature, but was swiftly brushed aside. "Hurry." Si Chenghan's expression darkened, fixating his cold stare upon Yuning. Only then did Yuning bow and depart. After leaving the duke's residence, Zhao Yuan's weeping grew fainter. Upon entering her carriage, she wiped her tears with a handkerchief, her expression shifting to one of fierce determination. "That wretched woman is dead and gone. Why must she linger?" she cursed, nearly grinding her teeth in fury. "Someone, find out what happened on the battlefield that has left him so attached to that wretched woman." "Understood." A shadowy figure outside the carriage bowed and leapt away swiftly. Although her voice was low, Yunyan caught the words from a distance. "The princess's demeanor is quite different from usual," he mused, brow furrowing, a strange and unpleasant feeling stirring in his heart. Whom did the prince encounter on the battlefield? He wondered, his suspicions growing as he gazed after Zhao Yuan's departing carriage. Soon, a year passed, and new reports from the kingdom of Muyun emerged continuously. This time, soldiers from Muyun under the command of a female general had captured 3 cities from neighboring nations within a month, rising to fame in a single battle. Upon hearing the news, the surrounding kingdoms quickly bolstered their defenses. Historically, the renowned generals of Muyun had always been men, yet this female general seemed to emerge from nowhere, shining like a meteor across the sky. Upon receiving this news, Yan Ruoli's frosty visage immediately surfaced in Si Chenghan's mind. He was convinced that the celebrated female general was none other than Yan Ruoli. "Yuning, I believe that the famed general is indeed Yan Ruoli," Si Chenghan declared to Yuning just before the morning court session began, having just donned his official robes. "Your Highness, the princess does not possess martial skills," Yuning replied coolly, bowing slightly. Silence. "It must be her,"
Si Chenghan insisted coldly.
Resolute in his belief that the woman he encountered on the battlefield, now a celebrated general, was Yan Ruoli. He had resolved to head north to meet her. Chapter 23. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Dressed in a deep black court robe, Si Chenghan entered the grand hall. The morning court was about to commence, with ministers paying their respects as Si Mingyue sat high upon the bright yellow dragon throne. "Father, I have a matter to report." Once all the civil and military officials had completed their salutations, Si Chenghan stepped forward, bowing deeply. Observing Si Chenghan at the lower end of the hall, Si Mingyue maintained an indifferent expression, rendering his emotions inscrutable. What is it? Father, the kingdom of Muyun has been frequently mobilizing troops. To enhance our border defenses and prepare for contingencies, I request permission to lead an expedition. Si Chenghan's voice resonated throughout the hall. The ministers were momentarily taken aback by his unexpected prudence. For the past year, Si Chenghan had been preoccupied with locating Ruoli, seemingly indifferent to court affairs. Why had he suddenly changed his disposition? Si Mingyue regarded Si Chenghan with a neutral gaze. After a long pause, he replied, "Given the recent disturbances at the borders, since the Duke of Honor is concerned, let him lead the troops northward to fortify our defenses." With the kingdom of Muyun frequently attacking neighboring states, Si Mingyue could not afford to be complacent. Though Si Chenghan had been consumed by thoughts of Ruoli, his martial talent was evident to all. Thus, after Si Mingyue made his decision, the court officials raised no objections. "Thank you, father." Si Chenghan bowed again, maintaining an air of icy composure. Though a fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in his narrow, phoenix-like eyes, momentarily illuminating his countenance. After the court session, Si Chenghan immediately began gathering troops for the northern expedition. "Your Highness, Princess Zhao Yuan has arrived," Yunying reported softly as she appeared suddenly. "Stop her. Just tell her that I am not at home." Upon hearing her name, Si Chenghan's demeanor turned icy in an instant. "Your Highness." Before Yunying could finish her words, Princess Zhao Yuan herself barged in. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yuan, retreating to the side, while Si Chenghan remained frosty, refusing even to look at her. "Brother Chenghan." Zhao Yuan stepped forward, her voice gentle. "I heard you are leading troops to battle and I was worried, so I came to see you." She gazed at the cold Si Chenghan, her words laced with affection. "We are not closely related. Why should you concern yourself with me?" Si Chenghan's tone was devoid of warmth, his words cold and indifferent. "Brother Chenghan, I defied my father's orders to come see you. Why are you so unfeeling?" Zhao Yuan's voice trembled as tears glistened in her eyes. Si Chenghan let out a cold laugh, his gaze tainted with blatant mockery. If he remembered correctly, this was the second time she had mentioned defying orders. What was her aim in emphasizing her sacrifice and determination? Did she intend to replace Ruoli and marry into the Duke's residence as his rightful consort? Si Chenghan's icy glare swept over her, and he spoke without reservation. "If that is the case, you should return at once, lest General Zhen would think I have led his daughter astray." Brother Chenghan, seeing that he was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, Zhao Yuan felt a flicker of panic, but quickly composed herself. With grace, she performed a slight bow and said softly, "Brother Chenghan, I understand you are troubled by the dangers at the border. Please take care of yourself." With that, she turned and left. To an outsider, she appeared dignified and gentle, a good girl indeed. However, Si Chenghan snorted coldly, turning his head away as if he wished to avoid looking at her any longer. After Zhao Yuan's departure, Si Chenghan promptly ordered his troops northward. Throughout the journey, his army maintained strict discipline, earning considerable praise from the populace. Soon, they arrived at the border between the kingdoms of Shilan and Muyuan. Orders were issued to set up camp and allow the troops to rest. Si Chenghan chose a defensible location for the encampment. "Your Highness, we are but a few miles from the kingdom of Muyun. Is this not too risky?" Yunyan queried quietly. "Not at all. I wish to test the strength of Muyun," Si Chenghan replied, his steely gaze fixed upon the distant silhouette of the kingdom. "Yunyan, ensure that you gather intelligence. The moment you discover Ruoli's whereabouts, report back to me immediately," Si Chenghan commanded in a deep voice. "Understood." Yunyan bowed and quickly took her leave. As night fell, the camp was heavily guarded, shrouded in solemnity. In the distance, a troop of soldiers, clad in armor and bearing weapons, arranged themselves methodically. At the forefront was a general, draped in a crimson cloak, wielding a long spear while mounted on a magnificent white steed. Her features were obscured by a golden mask, making her identity unclear. Yet, her demeanor exuded a chilling authority, akin to a sword forged in the fires of war. "General, the enemy camp is silent. The enemy troops have fallen asleep." A messenger galloped forth, delivering the news in a hushed tone. "Order the troops to advance and strike the enemy camp," the general commanded coldly, her voice unmistakably feminine. "Yes." The messenger complied, and the female general led the charge, galloping straight towards Si Chenghan's encampment. Her cavalry followed suit, charging valiantly into the night. As the hooves thundered along the mountain path, Dust billowed into the air. Under the cover of darkness, the female general and her cavalry launched a night raid on the enemy camp.
Si Chenghan,
Having stationed his forces with the intent to probe, had deliberately created an illusion of tranquility. Hearing the commotion from the enemy, he swiftly prepared his troops for battle. Who dares to raid my camp? Si Chenghan's silver armor glimmered coldly in the moonlight, enhancing his formidable presence. The Duke speaks boldly. Alas! Victory and defeat shall depend on true skill. The female general retorted with a mocking tone. As her words fell, her spear lunged forward, its red tassels fluttering, carving a striking arc through the night.
attack.
The cavalry behind her surged towards the camp, their battle cries echoing like thunder. Why does her voice resemble Ruoli's? Confusion flooded Si Chenghan's mind as he thrust his spear toward the female general. The clash of their weapons ensued, and for a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. In the midst of their fierce combat, the pale moonlight illuminated the golden mask on the general's face. Who are you? Si Chenghan demanded icily, his voice as frigid as the air around him. Who I am is of no concern to you, she replied, her tone as chilling as the frost of winter. Although her techniques lacked the sheer brutality of Si Chenghan's, they were agile and unpredictable, often unleashing formidable power from unexpected angles. Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall ensure your demise today. Si Chenghan's expression hardened, and he thrust his spear with a force that split the air, aiming directly at the female general. As the two warriors clashed, the battlefield erupted into chaos around them, the sounds of battle reverberating through the night. The female general leapt onto her mount, standing tall upon its back. Si Chenghan's lethal strike drew near, yet she remained resolute, her gaze fixed on the spear heading towards her. With a fierce determination, she unleashed her own spear, meeting Si Chenghan's strike with a thunderous force. Just at that critical moment, Si Chenghan suddenly retracted his strength, diverting his spear to the side, narrowly avoiding her. The general momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained her composure, deflecting Si Chenghan's weapon with a deft maneuver that forced him to retreat. Si Chenghan's icy gaze remained fixed upon her, pondering in silence. This female general bore an uncanny resemblance to Ruoli. Yet, Ruoli lacked martial prowess. How could she possibly be the same person? Si Chenghan had initially believed that this general could not be her. Yet, in that fleeting moment of their deadly encounter, he found himself inexplicably unable to strike her down, instinctively diverting his weapon at the last moment. Inside, turmoil brewed, a tempest of thoughts racing uncontrollably. But the female general offered him no respite. Observing that their forces remained evenly matched after prolonged combat, she signaled a retreat with a sharp whistle. Upon hearing the signal, her cavalry disengaged, retreating swiftly from the battlefield. Do not let them escape. Si Chenghan snapped back to reality, urging his horse to pursue. However, the female general's steed was remarkably swift, and soon she had put considerable distance between them. The cavalry, skilled in their art, vanished from sight in mere moments. It is said that His Highness the Duke possesses divine might, undefeated in battle. Yet, I see him as nothing extraordinary. The female general taunted as she escaped, her laughter echoing through the mountains. Seeking death, Si Chenghan glared at the vanishing enemy in the night, his spear driven deep into the ground, embedding itself several inches. Your Highness? The deputy commander, noticing Si Chenghan's absence from the camp, hastened to catch up. What is it?
Si Chenghan replied coldly.
Your Highness, after this battle, there are wounded among the troops. What are your orders? The deputy commander inquired anxiously. Si Chenghan's forces were known for their discipline and valor, rarely encountering defeat. Yet today, they had been thoroughly bested by a female general. Si Chenghan's countenance was grim, his icy demeanor palpable. Issue orders for the wounded to rest, and those uninjured must remain vigilant, he instructed in a somber tone.
Yes.
I will make the arrangements immediately. The deputy commander complied. As Si Chenghan returned to his tent, the figure of the female general lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade from his mind. In the kingdom of Mu Yun, the female general, accompanied by a multitude of cavalry, galloped swiftly back to the military camp. Wang Chen stood straight in front of the command tent, observing her with a faint smile gracing his lips. The female general dismounted gracefully, handing the reins to the stableman before striding towards the main tent. She removed her golden silk mask, revealing her cold yet exquisite features, none other than Ruoli. Wang Chen, how was the battle? Were you injured? Yun Fei inquired as they entered the main tent together. I sustained no injuries, Ruoli replied as she seated herself and took a sip of tea. However, the battle ended in a stalemate, with neither side claiming victory. Indeed, it was Chenghan who led the troops. Yun Fei pressed further. Yes. Ruoli affirmed with a nod, her expression becoming serious. It is precisely him, Yun Fei remarked, his demeanor darkening. Yun Fei, do not underestimate Chenghan. If we aim to seize the city of Shilan, we may suffer significant losses among our troops, Ruoli analyzed with icy calmness. Let us hold our positions for now and devise a strategy, Yun Fei finally resolved, acknowledging the truth in her words. Ruoli excused herself and returned to her own tent. Over the past year, she had fought valiantly on the battlefield alongside Yun Fei's master, gaining profound experience and insight. Additionally, the essence of the aromatic fragrance within her had repeatedly awakened her latent potential during fierce combat, enhancing her martial abilities at an astonishing rate. In just 1 year, she had honed formidable skills. Recently, due to her association with Yun Fei, she had been granted the title of Princess of Mu Yun, elevating her status. Upon returning to her tent, thoughts of the close-quarters combat against Chenghan left her feeling cold. In this confrontation, where two armies stood against one another, he had inexplicably diverted his spear at a critical moment. Ruoli scoffed, pushing the memories of him from her mind. Wang Chun, forget the past.
To you?
He is as good as dead. The following day, as dawn broke, an army approached the borders of Mu Yun. The invading force, bearing the dark flag of the Xianhe army, displayed a powerful character for respect. It was indeed Chenghan's troops. Ruoli descended from the watchtower, her voice cold as ice, her brow set in determination. Since he has taken the initiative, we must prepare accordingly. General Guan, Yun Fei called out, his voice ringing clear as he summoned his deputy, Guan Jioling. At your service. Guan Jioling promptly stepped forward, his voice booming.
Hold on.
Just as Yun Fei was about to speak, Ruoli stepped forward decisively. What does she intend to do? Guan Jioling and the other military officers exchanged puzzled glances. Your Highness, I wish to lead the troops against the enemy. Ruoli declared resolutely, her tone unwavering. In front of the military officers, she still referred to Yun Fei as Your Highness, but in private, she would call him by name. Her bold declaration momentarily stunned Guan Jioling. In the past year, he had heard numerous rumors about Ruoli, but he had never believed that such a delicate woman could grow into a competent general in such a short time. Witnessing her composed and commanding demeanor now, he was taken aback by her evident prowess. Initially wary of her presence beside Yun Fei, he had even led the charge against her. However, seeing her step forward with confidence, his perception of her began to shift. Wang Chun, Chenghan commands a vast number of soldiers. The vanguard requires a fierce warrior. Yun Fei frowned, reluctant to let Ruoli take such a risk. Your Highness, Gu Qian interjected anxiously, hastening forward. General Yun is the only female general in our ranks. Allowing her to lead the vanguard could yield extraordinary results. Bowing respectfully, yet with a glint of malice in his eyes, Gu Qian thought to himself, since she has taken it upon herself to volunteer, I shall give her a nudge into the fray. Let her meet her end on the battlefield. Your Highness, I wish to lead the troops against the enemy. Ruoli pressed on, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Yun Fei. Seeing her determination, Yun Fei ultimately relented, assigning her additional elite troops to command. Ruoli donned her golden silk mask, mounted her steed, and her scarlet cloak swept through the air like a fierce arc. Soon, the sound of hooves echoed as thousands of soldiers surged forth under her leadership to confront the enemy. Upon catching sight of the familiar scarlet figure among the Mu Yun troops, Chenghan's heart raced uncontrollably. That silhouette was so familiar. Why was she obscured by a mask? As he pondered this, a wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. He yearned to unveil her face, to see her true self. Armed with a long spear, Chenghan galloped forth to engage in battle. After leading her troops out, Ruoli surveyed the advancing forces of Shilan, her expression remaining cold and composed. When she spotted Chenghan charging towards her, she did not hesitate to confront him directly. Armed with a red tassel spear, its tip quivering like a striking flower amidst the chaos of combat, she prepared for the clash. Chenghan's spear glinted menacingly, its crescent blades reflecting cold light, exuding a palpable aura of death. The clash of steel rang out as the two engaged in battle, exchanging several fierce strikes in mere moments. Suddenly, Ruoli feigned a retreat, appearing to withdraw to her camp. For a brief moment of hesitation, Chenghan spurred his horse to pursue her. Trying to escape?
Not so easily.
This sentiment, seemingly directed at the opposing general, was also a reflection of his feelings toward his own princess. He could not believe that Ruoli was truly gone. Chasing after her, Chenghan was taken aback when she abruptly turned, her spear slicing through the air with fierce precision aimed at him. Returning spear, Chenghan realized her retreat was a ruse. He sidestepped, his spear lunging forward to force her back. Seeing that Chenghan had not been injured, Ruoli charged again, her spear cutting through the air with renewed vigor. Just then, an arrow suddenly flew from Chenghan's ranks, aimed directly at Ruoli's back. Chenghan, faster than her, spotted it first. He leapt towards her, catching the arrow barehanded before it could strike. The battlefield fell silent as both armies paused, bewildered by Chenghan's act of saving an enemy general. After catching the arrowhead grazed his hand, blood seeping into the yellow sand below. He fixed his cold, deep gaze upon Ruoli, a storm of complex emotions swirling behind his eyes. Retreat, he commanded loudly, turning his horse back to camp. Ruoli watched in surprise. The battle had not concluded, yet he had ordered a withdrawal? However, Chenghan had already issued his command, hastening back to the camp of Xilan. With only half of Xilan's forces remaining behind Ruoli, she had no intention of pursuing. Your Highness, why the sudden retreat? A deputy immediately approached Chenghan upon his return, questioning him.
Who loosed that arrow?
Chenghan asked, his voice cold and frosty. It was I who commanded it, the deputy replied, loyal yet trembling in fear at the icy aura emanating from Chenghan. Should you act independently again, you will face military law. Chenghan warned, his demeanor severe. Yes, I understand, and I shall not defy your orders, the deputy replied, fearful of the consequences.
Meanwhile,
Ruoli had returned to her camp. Upon her arrival, Yunfei summoned her to the main tent for a discussion. Though it was termed a meeting in reality, only the two of them occupied the tent. The situation on the battlefield had long been reported to Yunfei, who was truly reluctant to allow her to interact with Chenghan again. Forget him. Allow me to handle Chenghan while you lead the troops to reclaim the territories occupied by the neighboring nation, Yunfei said earnestly as he regarded her with a serious expression. Why such an arrangement? Ruoli inquired coolly. Engaging with him will only evoke memories of the past. Adding to your troubles, Yunfei replied, sipping his tea. Ruoli fell into a moment of silence. The prospect of encountering Chenghan again indeed stirred turmoil within her heart. The grievances he had inflicted upon her had morphed into a profound hatred, deeply embedded within her, which could not be easily forgotten. Yet, she maintained a facade of calmness. Yunfei, I shall follow your arrangement. Very well, Yunfei responded, offering her a faint smile. Soon, Ruoli led her troops westward to reclaim the lost territories. Through a year of rigorous training, she had mastered military strategies and wielded them with ease. Within less than a month, she had successfully recaptured 2 cities, once again astonishing the realms with the reputation of the female general from Mu Yun Kingdom. Upon her return to Mu Yun, she discovered that Chenghan had already returned to the capital. Chenghan has retreated? She inquired of Yunfei upon entering the palace. Indeed, Yunfei confirmed, observing her expression closely. The Emperor of Xilan has summoned him back for a grand court assembly. It is fortuitous. Otherwise, we would remain on high alert at the borders. Ruoli's tone was indifferent as she spoke before departing. At the very moment Ruoli returned to Mu Yun, Chenghan was en route to the capital. Initially displeased by the imperial edict summoning him back, he sat in his tent, enveloped in a chill. However, when he learned from Yunyan that the crown prince of Mu Yun would also attend the grand assembly, his cold demeanor softened somewhat. After several days of marching, the army finally reached the capital of Xilan. Chenghan, meticulously arranging his troops, led a well-ordered army through the gaze of the populace. The citizens stood along the thoroughfare, welcoming the returning army, with numerous young maidens secretly slipping out to catch a glimpse of Chenghan's handsome visage. The Prince of Gong truly possesses remarkable looks. Some spirited young women whispered. Lower your voices. I've heard the prince has a fierce temperament. The princess was driven to her demise by him. Another voice echoed softly. Chenghan, with his formidable martial prowess and profound inner strength, caught the whispered remarks despite their subtlety. At their utterance, a pang of pain struck his heart. Following that, his expression hardened as he turned to glare at the group of women, his piercing gaze silencing them instantly. Not dwelling on the incident, he continued to ride forward with his multitude of soldiers. Suddenly, a familiar figure flitted past a stall selling swords on the western side of the road. Though slender, the figure stood straight, and it vaguely resembled Ruoli's silhouette.
Lia.
Chenghan's heart stirred, and disregarding everything else, he leapt down from his horse and chased after the figure.
Lia.
He called out as he pursued, leaving his bewildered soldiers behind. The sudden turn of events astonished the onlooking citizens, who witnessed the esteemed Prince of Gong abandon his army to chase after a woman. Yet, at that moment, Chenghan was oblivious to everything but the woman before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Ruoli. He could not let her slip away. Swift as the wind, he closed the distance and finally caught up to her.
Lia.
The woman turned, her indifferent gaze fixed upon him, yet her features were markedly different from Ruoli's. Chenghan was taken aback. Why was this figure, so similar in silhouette, not her? What business do you have, young sir? The woman asked coldly, her demeanor as detached as that of a stranger. Chenghan scrutinized her for a moment before responding, I am here for no particular reason. After this unexpected encounter, Chenghan returned to his previous position and resumed leading his army forward. Meanwhile, the surrounding citizens buzzed with gossip. Chenghan maintained a stern and icy countenance, ignoring the chatter as he entered the palace to report. The events that transpired on the street had already been conveyed to Mingyue. Other princes had their informants, and as soon as the incident was discovered, they were promptly informed. Given that Chenghan had successfully defended the borders without allowing Mu Yun to seize any cities, he was expected to earn accolades. However, upon his return to the capital, the other princes, who had been on high alert, feared that Mingyue would take note of Chenghan and reward him. To their amusement, Chenghan's public pursuit of a woman, abandoning his army, quickly became a topic of ridicule among the citizens. How laughable! The other princes secretly mocked him, their lips curling into faint smirks. Chenghan's folly was a boon for them. Otherwise, with his cunning and martial skill, he would pose a significant threat in the battle for the throne. Your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Chenghan knelt in the Chenghan Hall, where Mingyue was deliberating affairs of state. Mingyue seemed not to notice him, engrossed in reviewing memorials, while Chenghan remained silent, kneeling rigidly. After a while, the third prince, noticing Mingyue's lack of response, feigned a brotherly demeanor to intercede on Chenghan's behalf. Father Emperor, the sixth brother is merely infatuated. He should not be held accountable for this. The other princes quickly chimed in, feigning concern while secretly reveling in the situation. They hoped Chenghan would further embarrass himself, thus reducing the number of rivals for the throne. Upon hearing the pleas from his other sons, Mingyue finally cast a glance at the somber-faced Chenghan. He was aware of Chenghan's recent poor mental state, and seeing him commit such a disgraceful act, although angered, he did not erupt in fury. Moreover, with his other sons speaking up, Mingyue's ire lessened somewhat. Rise, he said coldly. Chenghan stood upright, not uttering a word of thanks. Return to your residence and reflect for a few days. The royal family's dignity cannot withstand such disgrace, Mingyue admonished before resuming his review of the memorials. Chenghan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. The other princes were even more delighted by his apparent rudeness before their father. After exiting the Chenghan Hall, Chenghan hurried back to the Prince of Gong's residence to investigate the woman he had encountered on the street. As Chenghan began his investigation, the woman whose silhouette had so closely resembled Ruoli entered the undesignated for foreign envoys. Wang Chun, she called as she entered, and Yunfei immediately recognized her. It turned out that the woman was indeed Ruoli. The Grand Assembly in Shilon had drawn representatives from various nations, and as the Crown Prince of Mu Yun, Yunfei had attended alongside Ruoli. However, she had altered her appearance before their departure, which had led Chenghan to fail to recognize her. She had not anticipated that a mere fleeting glimpse on the street would prompt Chenghan to pursue her. Grateful for her disguise, she felt a tumult of emotions. As even after a year away from the Prince of Gong's residence, seeing him again stirred unease within her heart. The memories of Chenghan's past actions against her still sent shivers down her spine, yet amidst the pain, a thread of lingering sentiment remained hidden within her. To avoid revealing her identity and inner turmoil, she maintained an air of indifference towards Chenghan. Wang Chun, did you encounter him on the street? Yunfei asked, approaching her. Indeed, it was he, Ruoli replied coolly, turning to retreat to her room for rest. However, just as she turned, Yunfei called out to her. Are you so afraid to see him, because you still harbor feelings for him? Yunfei asked casually. Ruoli paused momentarily before articulating. The term forgetting the dust signifies the intention of relinquishing the past. The one who loved him dearly has long since perished. She spoke with an air of solemnity. Yet at this juncture, an inexplicable pang of anguish gripped her heart. Once, she had adored him profoundly. Now, in this present moment, I love no one. Ruoli declared with unwavering conviction, yet her heart ached rhythmically, haunted by the visage of Si Chenghan's noble features. After uttering her words, she turned and retreated to her chamber, leaving Yunfei standing in place, contemplatively observing her departing silhouette. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Court Assembly was swiftly approaching. Ruoli altered her appearance, presenting herself as the princess of the Mu Yun kingdom, accompanying Yunfei to the palace. As they sat within the carriage, they arrived at the royal residence, which had been adorned with opulence and festivity for the occasion. Within the grand hall, where emissaries from various nations were to be entertained, numerous palace maidens and attendants busily attended to their duties with admirable efficiency. Your Highness, Princess, please follow this humble servant. An elder attendant beckoned respectfully. We are grateful, esteemed sir, Yunfei replied, following the attendant's lead. The attendant guided them to seats at the high table on the left side. Just as they settled in, Si Chenghan, clad in dark garments, made his entrance into the grand hall. Upon catching sight of Ruoli, he paused momentarily, rooted to the spot, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her, concealing a tempest of unspoken emotions within his profound eyes. Ruoli glanced at him briefly before turning her head away. Receiving no response, Si Chenghan returned to his designated seat. The memories of their previous encounters at the prince's residence surfaced in her mind, causing a sharp pain in her heart. She downed her drink in one gulp, maintaining a facade of composure and detachment. At that moment, several emissaries from smaller nations entered the grand hall. They bore distinctive braids characteristic of their tribal origins, their expressions fierce, exuding an aura of palpable aggression. For reasons unknown, Ruoli sensed something amiss the moment they appeared. A primal instinct honed from her experiences on the battlefield. Consequently, she discreetly heightened her vigilance towards them. His Majesty has arrived, announced the attendant with a resonant call. As Si Mingyue, clad in lavish ceremonial robes, strode into the hall, Ruoli and Yunfei rose to pay their respects. Following the formalities exchanged among the emissaries, the grand assembly commenced. Nations gather to demonstrate harmony. This pleases me greatly, Si Mingyue proclaimed, lifting his goblet, his voice resonant yet warm. I invite the emissaries to partake in this toast. He drank deeply from his cup. May the nations coexist peacefully, free from strife, he concluded, prompting the foreign emissaries to echo his sentiment, raising their cups in unison. Prior to the assembly's commencement, Ruoli had tested the wine with a silver hairpin. Discerning no foul play, after sipping her wine, she remained poised in her seat, discreetly observing the suspicious emissaries from the grassland tribes. As her gaze flitted about, she noticed Si Chengyue was also attentively scrutinizing them. Si Chengyue evidently recognized her, his gaze directed towards her. Aware of his scrutiny, Ruoli chose to ignore him, redirecting her attention elsewhere. After a few rounds of toasting, the emissaries from the grassland tribes discreetly made their exit, seeking an opportunity to act. Are they about to move? Ruoli scoffed quietly, preparing to follow. Where are you going, Wang Chun? Yunfei's attention was drawn to her swift movements. I'm merely going to observe those individuals. Their behavior is suspicious, Ruoli whispered in his ear. Although Yunfei intended to dissuade her and send subordinates to investigate, Ruoli had already risen from her seat. She stealthily navigated through the palace corridors, soon trailing the emissaries from the grasslands. They conversed in their native tongue, their voices faintly audible. Yet Ruoli could not comprehend their words. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. Startled, she instinctively kicked backward, only to discover that the figure approaching her was not an assassin, but Si Chenghan. He deftly evaded her strike, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. It became clear that he too harbored concerns regarding the emissaries and had come to observe them covertly. Casting a dispassionate glance at him, Ruoli refrained from speaking and continued to monitor the suspicious emissaries. Their whispers reached Si Chenghan's ears, and his expression grew increasingly grave. After concluding their discussion, The emissaries scanned their surroundings cautiously, and upon finding the area quiet, they returned to the grand hall with a sense of relief. Once they departed, Ruoli said nothing and promptly turned to leave. Chenghan, unwilling to let her go, called out in a low, resonant voice. Your silhouette closely resembles that of my princess. The mention of princess struck Ruoli's heart like a knife, causing her to halt in her tracks, overwhelmed by emotions that had lingered for a year. After regaining her composure, she faced him, coldly retorting, Prince Gong, mind your own affairs and cease to disturb me. Chenghan watched helplessly as the figure that resembled Ruoli vanished from view, his heart torn between despair and longing. The two returned silently to the grand hall, where the revelers continued their merriment, oblivious to the undercurrents of tension. As a dance concluded, one of the grassland emissaries rose and, addressing the emperor in the language of the Central Plains, proclaimed, Your Majesty, I have a modest proficiency in sword dance and wish to perform for you. Before Chenghan could respond, Mingyue nodded in assent. I shall now present my humble performance, the emissary declared, drawing his sword and, in harmony with the rhythm of drums, began to dance in the center of the hall. Ruoli gripped her goblet tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Simultaneously, Chenghan, noticing the tension in her grip, feigned nonchalance while secretly preparing himself. The drumbeats intensified, mirroring the escalating ferocity of the emissary's swordsmanship. Suddenly, he leaped toward Mingyue's throne, his blade aimed menacingly at the emperor's throat. In that critical moment, Ruoli and Chenghan exchanged a glance, both springing into action simultaneously. With lightning speed, Ruoli hurled her goblet, infused with internal energy, towards the assassin's hand, striking with thunderous force. The assassin winced in pain, his sword clattering to the ground, the sound echoing sharply in the hushed hall. In the same instant, Chenghan leapt protectively in front of Mingyue. Following the loss of his sword, the assassin quickly drew a dagger from his boot, recklessly lunging at the emperor. Simultaneously, a cadre of black-clad assassins burst into the hall, brandishing curved blades and charging towards the sovereign. Chenghan engaged the dancing assassin, while Ruoli deftly maneuvered to intercept the swarm of black-clad attackers. The grand hall erupted into a cacophony of clashing weapons. The guards outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to defend the emperor. In the meantime, Ruoli had disarmed the black-clad assassins, who lay in desperate struggle on the ground. The guards swiftly apprehended them. The assassin who had initially performed the dance, though weakened, continued to resist under Chenghan's assault. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, he fought with reckless abandon, wielding his dagger with lethal intent. Mingyue remained seated upon his throne, his eyes dark and contemplative, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Surrender now, and perhaps you may yet preserve your life. Chenghan coldly addressed the assassin. I refuse. The assassin spat defiantly. Your kingdom bullies the weak. I, of the Chang tribe, will never yield. Realizing that prolonging the struggle would lead to his capture, the assassin swiftly reversed the blade and plunged it towards his own neck. Chenghan had long been prepared. So just as the edge of his blade was about to slice into his own throat, he deftly tilted his sword and sent the assassin's weapon flying from his grasp. In that fleeting moment when the assassin lost his knife, Ruoli sprang into action, her fingers dancing with precision, swiftly sealing the assassin's acupoint. Once the assassin was subdued, tranquility returned to the grand hall, albeit with the attendees' hearts pounding in anxiety. Had it not been for the seamless collaboration between Ruoli and Chenghan, the assassin would have surely succeeded, transforming the Grand Court Assembly into a national tragedy for the Shilin Kingdom. After capturing the assassin, Ruoli handed him over to Chenghan, her expression impassive as she returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Yun Fei observed their harmonious partnership with a hint of peculiar emotion stirring within him. Upon her return, Ruoli maintained a calm demeanor. With the assassin apprehended, it was now the Chang envoy who began to fidget uneasily. The assassin was one of their own, and he had cried out the name of the Chang before taking his own life. The head of the Chang envoy appeared visibly distressed. He hurried to the center of the hall, bowing respectfully, and declared, Your Majesty, the Chang people wish to foster goodwill with the Shilin Kingdom, and there is no reason for us to assassinate Your Majesty. This individual, masquerading as a Chang envoy, has committed treachery and cast aspersions upon our people. His intentions are surely malevolent. We sincerely hope Your Majesty can see through this deception. The elder Chong envoy spoke with clarity and sincerity.
Si Minjue.
Sitting in a position of authority, naturally discerned the intricacies of the situation. However, lacking evidence, and with the assassin claiming vengeance for the Chong, the matter became rather convoluted. Yen Ruoli remained silent, her gaze discreetly assessing the Liang envoy seated to the left of the Chong. It was evident that a Liang envoy had communicated with the assassin in secret. Chapter 33. Interrogation. Si Chenghan appeared to have arrived at the same conclusion as Yen Ruoli. Casting a subtle glance towards the Liang envoy, the immobilized assassin searched frantically with his eyes, as if seeking something, his complexion growing increasingly pale, resembling that of a poisoned man. Suddenly, Yen Ruoli devised a plan and rose, stating, "Your Majesty, the mastermind behind this plot must be known to the assassin. Might I be allowed to interrogate him?" As her words echoed through the hall, all eyes turned toward her. Had it not been for her display of martial prowess and seamless cooperation with Si Chenghan moments prior, such a bold statement would have drawn scorn. Yet, the glances directed at her were not of reproach, but rather curiosity. Si Mingyue appraised her with a neutral expression. "Father, I humbly request your permission for me and Princess Yin to conduct the interrogation." Si Chenghan stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority throughout the hall. After a moment of contemplation, Si Mingyue nodded in agreement. The two of them took the assassin to a side hall for questioning, and soon, the piercing screams of the assassin could be heard, causing the envoys from various nations to shudder in trepidation. Known as a god of war, Si Chenghan's ruthless methods were not surprising to the onlookers. However, they were taken aback by the decisiveness exhibited by Yen Ruoli, the seemingly aloof princess of Muyun. After a brief interval, Yen Ruoli and Si Chenghan returned to the main hall. The Chong envoy scrutinized their expressions, his worry palpable. The Chong was a small tribe, dependent on the powerful Shilin kingdom for their peaceful existence on the northern grasslands, a situation that deterred ordinary tribes from encroaching upon them. The consequences of antagonizing the Chong would be dire indeed. Si Chenghan remained cold and imposing, while Yen Ruoli's demeanor was equally composed. From their faces, the outcome of the interrogation was inscrutable. "Father, I have uncovered the identity of the perpetrator," Si Chenghan announced, standing tall in the hall as his voice thundered over the seemingly placid atmosphere. "Your Majesty, the assassin has confessed. The mastermind behind this plot is none other than the Grand Shaman of the Liang," Yen Ruoli declared, her piercing gaze directed at the Liang envoy. Seated upon the dragon throne, Si Mingyue remained silent, his expression inscrutable. The Grand Shaman of the Liang stood, his eyes glinting with hidden schemes. "How did the prince and princess come to know this?" he inquired slowly. Yen Ruoli smirked coldly as she produced a dagger, the very weapon the assassin had drawn from his boot during the attack. "Surely, the Grand Shaman recognizes this blade," she proclaimed, raising the dagger high in the center of the hall. "This dagger is forged from refined steel. It is well known that the Chong's blacksmiths lack the skill to create such a fine weapon. Furthermore, the blade bears the emblem of the Liang." Upon finishing her statement, Yen Ruoli's gaze bore into the Grand Shaman's as she asserted, "Grand Shaman, it is difficult to believe this dagger does not originate from Liang. Even so, this dagger could have been stolen by the Chong," the Grand Shaman retorted dismissively. The Chong envoy, now flushed with anger, coughed repeatedly. Chapter 34. The performance. The children of the Chong, act with integrity and would never resort to such despicable acts," the Chong envoy proclaimed, his voice reverberating through the hall. The Grand Shaman of the Liang, however, wore a haughty expression. Yen Ruoli exchanged a glance with Si Chenghan, a profound understanding passing between them. Si Chenghan then bellowed, "All soldiers, heed my command. The Grand Shaman of the Liang has attempted to assassinate your Majesty. He deserves the utmost punishment. Seize him." "Yes," came the unified response. A thunderous chorus that was soon accompanied by a host of armored palace guards. This sudden turn of events shocked not only the Grand Shaman but the other envoys as well. While the situation was indeed dubious, and the Grand Shaman's attitude infuriating, the mere dagger lacked sufficient evidence to definitively link him to the assassination. The assembly was taken aback by Si Chenghan's direct use of force, and as they beheld the glinting blades in the guards' hands, silence fell over the hall. "Your Highness, this matter may be clarified with time." Though Si Chenghan's actions favored the Chong, their envoy still urged caution. "Please, my lord, return to your seat."
Si Chenghan replied coolly.
"I believe it is best if you take a seat." He then turned his icy gaze towards the Grand Shaman, preparing to apprehend him.
Si Minjue.
seated upon the dragon throne, observed with a neutral expression, not uttering a word. With a swift motion, Chenghan drew his sword, pointing it at the Grand Shaman.
Stop him.
The Grand Shaman shouted in alarm, his face paling as his earlier arrogance evaporated. Several of the Grand Shaman's personal guards drew their swords in defense. But with a swift movement, Ruoli evaded and immobilized each of them in an instant. Chenghan smirked coldly, his sword poised at the Grand Shaman's throat. Father, this man harbors ill intentions. I shall deal with him on your behalf. Without a flicker of hesitation, he swung his sword towards the Grand Shaman's head. How can I confess when I have already been poisoned? The Grand Shaman cried out in desperation, his voice quaking with fear. Chenghan regarded him with a smirk, halting the blade mere inches from his neck. Father, I have successfully pressured him into revealing the truth. I implore you to take action. After sheathing his sword, Chenghan bowed respectfully and returned to his seat, and the guards withdrew. Upon returning to his seat, he glanced at Ruoli, who had also resumed her place, sipping her drink with an air of composure. It was at this moment that the assembly realized Chenghan's display of force was merely a ruse to elicit the truth from the Grand Shaman. The solitary dagger was indeed insufficient to conclusively identify the true mastermind behind the plot. However, the words uttered by the Grand Sorcerer in a state of sheer terror amounted to an admission. The murderer was indeed his pawn, silenced by the poison he had administered. Had it not been for the tacit understanding between Chenghan and Ruoli in staging this drama, the truth would have been obscured forever after the assassin's demise. The envoy from the Chang tribe expressed gratitude to Chenghan and Ruoli with a bow, while the Grand Sorcerer was promptly detained. In truth, the moment Ruoli perceived the assassin's pallor, she suspected he had been poisoned. In her desperation, she insisted on interrogating him herself, and Chenghan, understanding her intent at once, requested to join her in the inquiry. However, upon entering the side hall, they did not question the assassin. He had already succumbed to the poison, screaming in agony as he was brought in. Chapter 35. Unrelenting spirits. Others assumed that the harrowing screams were the result of the assassin's inability to withstand torture. Yet the Grand Sorcerer was aware that the assassin was beyond revealing any information. The assassin soon perished, and it was only then that Chenghan and Ruoli returned to the main hall, performing a well-rehearsed act that compelled the Grand Sorcerer to divulge the truth. The court assembly resumed as usual, though throughout the proceedings, Chenghan's gaze remained fixed upon Ruoli. From the initial vigilance towards the assassin to their eventual collaboration, there existed an indescribable synergy between them. He had resolved that the woman before him was none other than his wife, Ruoli. Yet, Ruoli appeared indifferent to him, embodying the demeanor befitting a princess of the Muyu nation, poised and mature. This left Chenghan feeling as though he had plunged into a soft cloud, rendered helpless and frustrated. Reflecting on his past actions towards her within the royal palace, his heart ached with regret and resentment. After the assembly, Mingwei conferred rewards upon both Chenghan and Ruoli. Upon receiving her accolades, Ruoli remained composed and departed the palace alongside Yun Feishan. Just as their carriage exited the palace gates, Chenghan pursued them. Your Highness, this is the princess of the Muyu nation, Yun Wangchen, and not the deceased consort you wrongfully implicated. Should you continue to entangle yourself in this matter, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yun Feishan abruptly lifted the carriage curtain, coldly warning Chenghan. Inside the carriage, Ruoli averted her gaze, seemingly uninterested in the man outside.
Lear.
Where did you learn such martial prowess?
Lear.
I will definitely find you. Chenghan called out to the carriage, undeterred by the onlookers. Meanwhile, Yun Feishan lowered the curtain and commanded the driver to depart immediately. Watching her resolute departure, Chenghan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He was certain that Yun Wangchen was indeed Ruoli, yet he could not fathom when she had acquired such formidable skills. The silent understanding they shared while capturing the assassin had brought him joy. Yet he sensed that the current Ruoli was independent and strong enough to require neither his assistance nor companionship. This left him feeling increasingly unsettled. After the carriage left, Ruoli felt a lingering pain deep within her heart. The incident in which the Duke of Gong, Chenghan, mistook the princess of the Muyu nation for his consort soon spread throughout the capital. The court and the populace dismissed it as another episode of Chenghan's madness, laughing it off. However, when the rumors reached the general of Zhenyuan's residence, it caused Zhao Yuan to become acutely alert. That wretched woman, she truly does not relent. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yuan nearly ground her teeth in fury, slamming the jade pendant in her hand to the ground with a resounding crash. The pendant shattered, startling the maids in attendance, who trembled and stammered, "Please, my lady, quell your anger. I must leave the residence and reclaim my brother Han." Zhao Yuan thought fiercely, her face ablaze with malice, her eyes glinting with cunning schemes. "My lady, but the general disapproves of your leaving," a maid whispered cautiously. "Silence." Zhao Yuan barked, then threatened, "If anyone dares to mention this again, I shall have them dragged out and given 20 lashes." The maids, most of whom were mere young girls, quaked in fear, knowing that 20 lashes could prove fatal. "Go, prepare my carriage," Zhao Yuan commanded with a stern countenance. Although the maids realized that preparing the carriage would incur the general's wrath, none dared to voice their objections given the circumstances. They quietly arranged for the carriage, and the splendidly attired Zhao Yuan gracefully stepped inside. "Whoever dares to inform my father shall face my wrath," Zhao Yuan thought darkly, her expression filled with resentment. Subsequently, the carriage made its way toward the Duke of Gong's residence. Chapter 36. Do not harm her. Zhao Yuan's carriage soon arrived at the Duke of Gong's estate. Upon alighting, she made her way directly to the ancestral hall. The guards of the estate recognized her and did not dare to stop her. She was aware that since Ruoli's demise, the place where Chenghan spent the most time was the ancestral hall. The thought of this filled Zhao Yuan with a burning hatred, wishing she could obliterate Ruoli. She hastened into the hall and found Chenghan there, as expected. "Brother Han, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly." Her tones suddenly softened, and she leaned against him, appearing delicate and fragile. Hearing her voice, Chenghan felt a chill run down his spine and coldly replied, "What do you want?" "Brother Han, I heard that there was an assassination attempt on His Majesty at the court assembly, but thankfully you were there to apprehend the assassin in time," Zhao Yuan said, maintaining an elegant smile. "What brings you here?" Chenghan's expression remained frosty, his thoughts consumed by Ruoli. "Brother Han, my father forbade me from leaving the house. Yet I long to see you," Zhao Yuan said softly, feigning a hint of grievance. Noticing Chenghan's continued indifference, she placed her delicate hand on her chest and pretended to cough. Chenghan took a deep breath, initially intending to dismiss her, but suddenly recalled that her heart was the same as Ruoli's. Realizing this, the frost on Chenghan's face softened. To safeguard Ruoli's heart, he chose to endure, saying gently, "Zhao Yuan, if you are unwell, you ought to summon a physician. Do not endanger Lear's heart." Chenghan silently concluded. Seeing his response, Zhao Yuan felt a mix of joy and resentment, yet her face remained adorned with an elegant smile. "Rest assured, Brother Han, I will. But it is simply because I miss you that I hurried here." The mere fact that he cared for Ruoli's heart incited Zhao Yuan's growing animosity. Alas, now that this heart resided within her, he would have to concern himself with her as well. A cold smile crept onto her lips as she thought this. "Yuning, escort the lady back to the residence and summon a physician for her," Chenghan called out to the outside of the hall. The tall and composed Yuning appeared in an instant. "As you command," he replied, gesturing for Zhao Yuan to follow him. Looking at Chenghan, Zhao Yuan offered a faint smile and said softly, "Thank you, Brother Han." She then ceased her pursuit and followed Yuning out of the hall. Now that she understood Chenghan's weakness, she was confident she could hold on to him. As she settled into the carriage, she gently pressed her hand against her chest and smiled sinisterly. The carriage departed the Duke of Gong's estate, heading toward the General of Jinyuan's residence. Coincidentally, Ruoli was out in the market purchasing weapons when she caught sight of Zhao Yuan's luxurious carriage alongside Yunying's steed. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly averted her gaze. "Wangchen, look at this sword." Yun Feishan sidestepped to block the carriage and spoke softly. Ruoli took the exquisite sword and drew it with a resounding sound. The blade gleamed brightly, emanating a cold light. It was indeed a fine sword. "A marvelous sword," Ruoli praised. "I have already purchased it for you," Yun Feishan replied with a smile, his expression filled with delight. "Thank you," Ruoli spoke softly, executing a graceful sword flourish before sheathing her blade. At that moment, seated in the carriage, Zhao Yuan caught a glimpse of Ruoli just as the curtain fluttered in the breeze. Chapter 37. The Viper. Upon seeing Ruoli, Zhao Yuan's expression hardened. Though her appearance differed from that wretched woman, her figure and silhouette bore a striking resemblance. Zhao Yuan mused, her hands twisting the silk handkerchief in agitation. She had inquired, and it was this very person who had compelled Chenghan to abandon his army in pursuit. The thought deepened the malice in Zhao Yuan's gaze. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhao Yuan promptly sent Yuning away, for she had more pressing matters to attend to.
Come fort.
Zhao Yuan commanded, and 4 dark-clad shadow guards appeared in response. Yun Wangchen, today I shall ruin your beauty and see if Chenghan will still treasure you. Zhao Yuan's lips curled slightly as she whispered instructions to the 4 shadow guards. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement and vanished without a trace. After purchasing an iron sword with Yun Fei in the market, Ruoli returned to the inn. The grand court meeting had concluded, and the remaining time would be filled with visits from envoys and officials from various nations, matters that Yun Fei would attend to, leaving her free from worry. Thus, upon returning to her chamber, she lay down to rest. Yet, the imposing figure of Chenghan surfaced in her mind, causing a dull ache in her heart. She turned away, unwilling to dwell on him. At that moment, she heard a faint, unusual sound, soft, almost imperceptible. Having honed her senses on the battlefield, she quickly sprang up, sword in hand, and stealthily approached the door. She poked a hole in the window paper and peered out, finding the night deep and eerily silent. The inn was heavily guarded, making it improbable for an ordinary assassin to infiltrate, yet from whence had that sound originated? She pondered, gripping her sword tightly. Suddenly, a hissing sound grew closer. Ruoli turned to find a snake slithering toward her from the shadows. With a swift motion, she swung her sword, creating a lethal barrier that severed the viper into segments, which fell to the ground. At that moment, 4 cloaked assassins burst through the window. They bore bags and wore specially designed poison-proof gloves, clearly prepared to use the snake to poison Ruoli. Ruoli glanced at the segments of the snake at her feet, her heart sinking as she recognized the vibrant hues of a deadly serpent. Such a nefarious scheme. She positioned her sword defensively, vigilant. The inn was heavily guarded, yet these 4 assassins had managed to infiltrate silently, showcasing their exceptional skills. Surveying the room, she suddenly leapt into action, tearing down the pale yellow gauze drapes from her bed. With this fabric, she could more effectively deal with the venomous snakes. Meanwhile, the assassins relentlessly hurled snakes from their bags at her. Ruoli flung the gauze outward. Though thin, it ensnared all the snakes, allowing her to evade close contact with them. Before long, the snakes were exhausted. The assassins, clearly unprepared for Ruoli's exceptional martial prowess, exchanged glances before leaping out the window in retreat. However, Ruoli would not permit their escape so easily.
Stop.
She commanded coldly, pursuing them with her sword, which surged with a thunderous force as it aimed at the assassins. With no choice, the 4 assassins turned to defend themselves. The guards of the Mu Yun kingdom, alerted by the commotion, quickly arrived to assist. Chapter 38. Into the palace, seize them all. Yun Fei soon arrived, issuing a stern order. The 4 assassins were swiftly captured, while Ruoli examined the snakes.
Wangchen.
Do not touch them. Yun Fei suddenly halted her. This is a type of viper from the north. Those poisons suffer skin decay and facial disfigurement. Despite her battlefield experience, Ruoli's heart trembled at his words. Who would employ such a cruel poison against her? At that moment, Yun Fei had the dead snakes removed and buried far away. Just as Ruoli prepared to interrogate the assassins for their master, the 4 of them suddenly convulsed, blood oozing from their orifices, and perished in the blink of an eye. Such ruthless methods. Yun Fei's countenance darkened as he spoke softly. Ruoli regarded the fallen assassins with a cold gaze, a sense of wariness blooming within her. Following this ordeal, Yun Fei arranged for additional guards in her courtyard. Ruoli retreated to her room to rest. The next day, intending to investigate the origins of the snakes, Ruoli was unexpectedly summoned to the palace by Mingyue. An attendant arrived to convey the message, having prepared a carriage to take her to the palace. Princess Yun, His Majesty awaits your presence in the palace, the attendant announced with a sharp voice. Unable to decipher Mingyue's intentions, Ruoli complied and entered the palace with the attendant. The carriage moved slowly, eventually arriving at the imperial garden. Within the spacious white stone pavilion, a number of individuals had already gathered. As Ruoli surveyed the scene, it became evident that most were young nobles of the royal family, indicating that Mingyue was arranging a marriage for his son. She strolled into the jade pavilion, greeted Si Mingyue, and chose a quiet corner to sit and sip tea. Upon her arrival, Si Chenghan's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached her. Ruoli turned away, maintaining an air of indifference as she busied herself with pastries.
Lear.
I knew it was you. Only you could resonate with me so profoundly, Si Chenghan declared confidently as he seated himself beside her. Those nearby, aware of the prince's illness, hastily shifted to a different position. Your Highness, I am Princess Yun of the Mu Yun Kingdom, Yun Wangchen. I have already stated this matter, Ruoli replied coolly. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions. Forget him, Ruoli, she reminded herself internally.
Lear.
Si Chenghan attempted to speak again when suddenly a graceful figure flitted over and nestled beside him. Brother Han, so this is where you are. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yuan. Upon hearing her voice, Ruoli was reminded of her heartache, turning to glance at Zhao Yuan but remaining silent. In Ruoli's eyes, Zhao Yuan seemed to sense something familiar in her indifferent gaze. This look bore a striking resemblance to Ruoli's, evoking both fear and resentment in Zhao Yuan. Yet, before Si Chenghan, she maintained an air of elegance and poise. She curtsied gracefully. Zhao Yuan pays her respects to Princess Yun. The princess is too kind, Ruoli replied coolly, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Brother Han, I have recovered quite well, but I still experience some chest tightness and palpitations, she said, placing a hand over her heart as she sat beside Si Chenghan. Initially inclined to dismiss her, Si Chenghan, recalling that her heart was Ruoli's, tempered his impatience and asked in a low voice, have you consulted the physician? Chapter 39. Inextricable entanglement. Si Chenghan's concern, as perceived by Ruoli, was evident. Noticing his reaction, Zhao Yuan seized the opportunity. Brother Han, accompany me to see the physician. After she spoke, she covertly observed Ruoli's reaction, only to find her still seated alone with a detached expression. After a moment of silence, considering Ruoli's heart, Si Chenghan ultimately stood up to accompany Zhao Yuan. As they departed, Ruoli cast a glance at their matching silhouettes. His tenderness toward Zhao Yuan was unmistakable. Her heart sank as she thought how chilling. A self-deprecating smile crept onto her lips. Once, when she was ensnared by a love potion, Si Chenghan had doubted her. Ruoli inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her tumultuous feelings, her expression returning to its usual cool detachment. It seemed that since her demise, his myriad attempts to seek her had merely been a futile effort to reclaim what he had lost. The world often asserts that what is lost is the most precious, and I am not deceived. Ruoli mused to herself, a cold smile gracing her lips as she lifted the wine from the table and drank it in one gulp. Following the conclusion of the banquet at Baisher Pavilion, Yun Fei had personally come to escort her. After consuming a modest amount of wine, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling two blooming red clouds, adding an alluring charm to her demeanor. Observing her thus, Yun Fei felt a glimmer of brightness in his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. Let us return, Yun Fei, Ruoli stated softly as she approached the carriage.
Lear.
A deep, magnetic voice called out. Drawing near, it was none other than Si Chenghan. Prince Gong, I shall reiterate, this is the esteemed princess of Mu Yun Kingdom and bears no connection to your consort. Should you persist in this entanglement, we shall settle the matter before the Qingzheng Hall. Yun Fei's expression darkened as he stood resolutely in front of the carriage. Despite the pang of pain in her heart upon witnessing Si Chenghan's concern for Zhao Yuan, Ruoli remained stoic. She lifted the carriage curtain, her brows frosted with an icy demeanor, and coldly declared, Prince Gong, return at once, and cease your pursuit. During their cooperation to apprehend the assassin in the Grand Hall, although she had been indifferent towards Si Chenghan, she had never displayed such frigidness. What has transpired? Si Chenghan watched her carriage retreat, a resounding echo of loss resonating within him. After the banquet at Baisher Pavilion, Si Chenghan had made several attempts to approach Ruoli, only to be met with closed doors. It was not until Si Mingyue hosted a banquet to entertain the Chang emissaries to alleviate the misunderstandings faced at the Great Court that Ruoli made her reappearance. Si Chenghan had awaited her outside the post station from early morning. As the emissaries streamed out, they quietly dispersed upon seeing Si Chenghan, whispering amongst themselves. It is said that His Highness Prince Gong is formidable in battle, yet alas, he has succumbed to madness, one emissary murmured with a smirk.
Indeed.
Who would abandon their army to chase after a woman? Clearly, he is not in his right mind, a younger emissary chimed in. I have heard that his obsession is with the princess of Muyun Kingdom, interjected another emissary from a different nation. The group, pondering these revelations, nodded in understanding. No wonder their cooperation in the Grand Hall was so seamless. It seems there exists a hidden connection. They continued to revel in the misfortune of Si Chenghan's madness. Currently, with the kingdom of Shilon's robust strength, the neighboring smaller nations, while too fearful to act out, sincerely hoped for the incompetence and folly of Shilon's prince. Thus, they could unite and seize the territory of Shilon. Gradually, the emissaries drifted away, leaving only Si Chenghan standing alone before the post station. Just then, Ruoli and Yun Fei emerged from the post station's grand doors. Yun Fei cast a glance at him, his expression somber, while Ruoli chose not to look his way, directly approaching the carriage. The driver, receiving her cue, cracked the whip. After all, since Qin Yu and Li Weiwei's arrival, he had retreated to the background, not uttering another word. Since you have spoken thus, so be it, Jiang Ning shrugged, having already alerted the examiner. If they would not heed his warning, they must be prepared for the consequences. Liu Yong gently flicked his blade, blood spraying from its surface. Zhang Yang was once again caught off guard, perhaps having exerted too much energy or perhaps waiting in a tense, silent strength for Liu Yang. The melodious notification of a payment echoed once more from his phone, and Zhang Yang glanced to see 30,000 received. Due to the global temperature rise in varying degrees, the glaciers in the polar regions and high mountains exhibited slight melting, leading to rising sea levels in certain areas. The neighboring island nation had already been submerged by over half. In contrast, Lu Xueqian had reached level 11 in just 4 days. It was uncertain when she would achieve level 12. Madame Yang had spent the first half of her life managing the family for old Master Yang, proving to be quite perceptive about state affairs. Certainly, although the Martial Arts Alliance and the National Defense Ministry maintained a close relationship, Zhou Xiong's status precluded the alliance from exerting undue pressure upon him. This was the power of level 16 equipment, perfectly suited to his level, enabling him to unleash his utmost strength. Long Yinxian resumed his prior indifferent demeanor, lifted a filled cup, and drained it in one go before refilling it from the nearby wine jug, continuing this ritual for 3 cups before finally pausing. Yi Xiaoya had resolved all the high school examination materials she had gathered, having memorized every knowledge point thoroughly. Layers of black geometric material appeared before Lu Li, absorbing the blade's energy, dissipating its might, before his form suddenly exploded apart, transforming into countless black crows. This time it was 120,000, while Su Jiao had reached 130,000, setting a new half-day sales record. Yesterday, she had indeed engaged in an affair related to Hua Yunliang, yet she had employed hired hands to malign him. How could it be that, according to Zhang Jie, she had aided Hua Yunliang in achieving fame? Currently, the trio's team was methodically establishing short positions, albeit at a slow pace, solely to create more short orders. At this moment, a lake appeared, with a bridge spanning across it, leading to 2 large courtyards on either side, both shrouded in darkness and silence, reminiscent of a mortuary, exuding an eerie chill. Here, mountains of bones lay scattered, with myriad vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts emerging from the magma, unleashing terrifying howls, indistinguishable from hell itself. Defeating you? Are you certain you wish to proceed? Wu Shi inquired, observing the lion spirit's oddly expressive countenance. Since she had acted initially, she must bear a certain responsibility.
Now.
She seemed not only unreflective but also came to question her motives. Uncle! Yi Bingshi exclaimed, her keen eyes unable to suppress her emotions. Jian Quan noticed that the newcomer wielded a heavily rusted great sword, none other than the renowned wine immortal sword saint, Yi Jixian. Yet this was not the end. The Zhuke immediately unleashed 2 streaks of blazing fire, each aimed not at the person but calculated to strike precisely at their landing points, rendering Jian Quan and the West Sea Sword Immortal's predictions ineffective. Perhaps this was their final moments together. How could she remain in her room, wallowing in self-pity? Failing to cherish the limited time she had with him, she resolved to run forward with determination. Chapter 41. The Proton. Upon hearing these words, the icy exterior enveloping Ruoli began to show signs of thawing. Did he not favor Zhao Yuan? Why then was he so kind to me? Ruoli pondered, her emotions swirling chaotically, impossible to untangle. Lear, during your time in the capital, I shall protect you from the shadows. Do not worry, Si Chenghan assured, seemingly unaware of how he had inadvertently stepped into a more profound connection. The chirping of birds around him grew increasingly familiar. For instance, the chief strategist's tactics were on point, and the players' defensive and offensive coordination demonstrated to the world that the Shenhua team had not fallen. And Li Hao's decisions were indeed correct. Both the Ming and Jin factions were acutely aware of the significance of their impending clash, as this battle would determine the future claims over Liaodong. Thus, both sides exercised restraint, diligently stockpiling resources and mobilizing troops for the final preparations. His lips brushed against her palm before intertwining their fingers once more. "It's nothing," he replied nonchalantly. In truth, as long as she remained with him, he would refrain from voicing his thoughts. However, he wished for that day never to arrive. Such a gaze rendered Li Lily increasingly uncomfortable. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Gu Li, who, though silent, exhibited clear dissatisfaction on his face. By noon that day, General Wen Polu of Jizhou and General Zhao Kaishan of Guangning had arrived at the camp with their forces, where Lu Yunwei awaited alongside his generals, including Gui Yi, the captain of the Armor Division, Feng Tian, the captain of the 1st Division, Feng Xian, the captain of the 2nd Division, Bao Dusheng, the captain of the 3rd Division, Edward, the captain of the Artillery Division, and Zhu Xiyu, the captain of the Logistics Division, all positioned outside the main gate. His eyes appeared as if they were encased in ice, devoid of warmth. They bore a resemblance to Jun Jinyan's eyes, yet their expressions differed significantly, with the only commonality being an air of indifference. Consequently, a multitude of citizens flocked to Yi Xian's medical clinic, all inquiring about weight loss supplements. Everything returned to its original state, save for the absence of Zhai Shou, who regarded Yi Xian as his mentor. The driver began to speculate about the true identity of the villa's owner, pondering why so many individuals were stationed outside. Long Fengli stood in stunned silence, questioning the origins of the returning spirit dragon Halpom. When had this young master of destiny acquired such martial skills from the royal family? After the self-proclaimed Telling left envoy and his subordinates fled, the battle between the Golden Ape, Sun Yun, and the demon came to an end, with the latter retreating in defeat. Lu, with a cold gaze, scrutinized Liu Bai and Ding Mian, his murderous intent simmering despite having put his weapon down for an extended period. To the shorter individual, Lu Qianbai's proficiency appeared quite professional, unlike that of the police, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he cautiously maneuvered from behind the hostage. Regardless of their exalted status in the 3 realms, to those from another plane, they were merely livestock raised in a pasture, and even the mightiest could not contend with the pasture's owner. Those with a modicum of kindness praised O Kan's acting skills, claiming they rivaled the recently celebrated Pan Jianyan, with some even predicting that O Kan would win the Best Actor award for this film. Many martial villagers sensed a marked difference in Ji Huidao's guidance, which now possessed greater depth and nuance. Soon, the last shadow merged into Bai Miao's body, and the tent regained its initial tranquility. Subsequently, the Zhao family members fell victim to Chu Guojun's malevolent hand, and despite 5 of the Chu family being defeated, they still inflicted minimal damage on Chu Guojun. Whether he was aware of the relationship between General Sun and the Marshal's office, he likely deemed it beneath him to seek trouble with General Sunday. Chapter 42, Storytelling. Si Chenghan, clad in a dark black robe adorned with cloud patterns, gracefully mounted his horse, the hem of his garment tracing an elegant arc through the air. Following suit, Yuning mounted as well, galloping closely behind Si Chenghan. Upon reaching the Wuying Hall, the sounds of heated debates among the military generals echoed from afar. The generals, known for their forthright personalities, were more prone to temper than their civil counterparts, making disagreements likely to escalate into arguments. After sharply declaring her words, Jiera turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly halted by Harry, whose eyes glimmered with a chilling murderous intent. Who was this individual, and how did he possess such formidable power? The demon king Yaki broke into a cold sweat, withdrawing from his meditative state. Meanwhile, as Zimu and the others sought Zhu Bai, she relentlessly searched for an escape route within the nightmarish illusion. The foremost of the 5 great guilds, the Student Council, announced the recruitment of a deputy minister for the Action Department, imposing no restrictions. Only the recognition of ability was required for direct appointment. Xiao Chongkai's tone was unremarkable, lacking the buff of a school-wide announcement, yet the results were substantial. Illusion. It must be an illusion. A force foreign to this realm, Elder Qing Yun remarked in disbelief. With a swift motion, I allowed a drop of blood to fall, summoning the demonic sword from the boundless power of the magical spirit. It became evident that the dust had been deliberately created by Dari to obscure others' perception, allowing him to implant a mental seed into the mind of the fiery steed. Since the entire building was in such disarray, no one noticed the other group busy within the president's office. Under the command of Guan Yu, 3 flag-bearing messengers dashed towards the rear camp. However, this form of protection was only effective for promises, representing his sole opportunity for victory. He had witnessed nearly all of Xiao Chongkai's skills, yet Xiao Chongkai had not seen any of his. Following the events of today, she finally understood the cryptic exchange between Bai Li Wuchen and Helian Hongjin. The two had intended to entrust the governance of the Jiuzhou continent entirely to Xianyuan Han. Upon descending the stairs, the grand shrine came into view. As he stepped inside, he encountered an elderly woman dressed in a kimono, leisurely walking by with her hands clasped behind her back. The knight dismounted and spoke, yet Zhu Da and Zhou Qingyun did not react immediately. Those in the group displayed expressions of excitement and pride, a feeling of reverence that was new to them. Xing Tianyu had mentally prepared himself for a bloody rampage, as he had learned numerous combat spells, which were undoubtedly for the purpose of fighting. If he had not cheated, it suggested that his luck was exceptionally fortuitous, coupled with remarkable gaming skills that allowed him to grasp the core content of a game in a remarkably short time. Thus, he found himself in a dire predicament. While it might be described as panic, Qin Xiaocai's words were quite coherent. Zheng Jiao, responsible for street security, was momentarily taken aback by Qin Chuan's statement. Unable to respond immediately, Xing Tianyu nodded, instructing Zavia to take the magical crystal coffin away first while he proceeded with Aurora and several elders towards an unknown direction. The group traversed a long corridor, descending a spiraling staircase as they ventured deeper underground. Enough, enough, Master Yuan interjected. We have never considered ourselves exceptional. With your remarkable abilities, we shall diligently learn without resorting to dishonorable tactics, Zhu De gasped. As you wish, I shall take my leave for class, C2 Xian remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The beliefs of the masses resembled an omnipresent sun, casting colors in every direction. While the theatrical dreams lay like a pile of kindling waiting to ignite, only an exceedingly fierce sun could set it ablaze. An occurrence that was utterly implausible given the brief accumulation of water and wood. Chapter 43. The condition is you Prince Chuan, please enter, Si Mingyue commanded, then bent his head to continue reviewing memorials. Si Chenghan, attired in court robes, entered the Qingjing Hall with a solemn expression. Your son pays his respects to your majesty, Si Chenghan stated, bowing respectfully. Si Mingyue scrutinized his son, noticing something unusual about him today. His etiquette seemed more meticulous than usual. Madame Gu's life or death was of little concern to her, but matters pertaining to her own status could not be ignored. You have treated me in such a manner. How could I not be impolite? Gu Sheng refused to leave, having lingered there for half a day, unwilling to depart until the end of her shift. 17 rubbed her sore eyes, feeling disappointment over Linglong's malicious tactics against her and Yong'er. Linglong's jealousy ran deep, a fact she had been oblivious to. In the brief silence, it was unclear whether the aroma of pastries suddenly filled the restaurant or some other reason, but the entire place was suffused with a sweet scent that was rather cloying. Isn't this something everyone is well aware of? Gao Xiang remarked, raising an eyebrow at Xiaoyu, seemingly unaware of why she would mention this matter at such a time. Hadn't Xiaoyu been fully aware of what transpired between her and Xiao in the previous night? Just when Mu Susu felt compelled to give up, a string of numbers suddenly crossed her mind. This was Lu Chenxi's number. Once she believed that bidding farewell to the past would be arduous. Now, having experienced it firsthand, she realized that the difficulty lay solely in whether one could truly let go. Wu Zilin pondered that they would not go so far as to prevent him from listening, refusing to engage in such self-destructive behavior. Brother, is this acceptable? Lan Mei inquired nervously, adjusting her high heels and shifting her skirt to the side, fearful of tripping over it in her anxiety. Thus, it was only moments ago that Chu Zixin adamantly declared that the child within her was not his. After a slight tremor, I found myself moved by the mechanical arm into the launch channel, after the gate closed. It was merely a matter of waiting for the road to be cleared. Ding Yang's forehead and the veins on his hand bulged. Enough. I can no longer endure this. In order to protect the reputation of the Ding family, he had no choice but to shield Feng Fei, yet he was not devoid of frustration. At that moment, how could he endure the words of Mo Suifeng and Xue Muxia? Mo Suifeng widened his eyes in disbelief. Prince Qin, You actually intend to shield your son. He tugged at young Master Qian's sleeve to wipe his face, exclaiming, "Is this not pushing me to my death? Very well, if I must perish, I shall do so within the Qin residence." With that, he stormed into the hall of the Qin family, seizing the long sword displayed there and drawing it forth. Long Fei invited Liu Bei to meet Lu Xia and Jiaxia, curious to observe how this grandfather and grandson became uncle and nephew. The complexity of their familial relationships made Long Fei chuckle softly, while Liu Bei, perplexed by the humor, felt a rising anxiety within. The ritual incantation was punctuated by forced laughter, the cover shimmering intermittently and emitting crackling sounds. Hesitant, Zhao Hongfei, Su Muba, and Lin Ziyue dared not kneel in reverence. Otherwise, they would be compelling their young sect master to do the same. When Chen Feng spoke, he realized his consciousness had been drawn back to his soul, which remained enveloped in a blue energy. As for the Empress Dowager, what could one do but feel trepidation? It was merely due to Qian Tianyu, Shui Muxia, and Prince Jin's intention to marry her that the Empress Dowager and the Empress viewed her as a thorn in their side, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Enough of the grievances. Everyone must focus on their respective positions. The battle had only just begun. With that, Chu Jun ended the communication. Chapter 44. Li Yunfei swiftly entered the Qingjing Hall, bowing deeply in respect. "Your Majesty, the seventh brother was delayed en route, but I have dispatched someone to assist him. He shall soon arrive at Xilan." Standing tall, Yunfei declared clearly. "Crown Prince, I have another method in mind," Si Minghua said with a grin that did not reach his eyes. The conference room was so silent that one could hear the sound of an ant being crushed. The air conditioning was functioning perfectly, and the chill washed over his heated heart like a plunge into icy waters. "Sir, Madam, young master has returned," a servant reported. The chatter in the living room ceased as everyone turned their attention to the two young men who had just entered. The path had been arduous, and it was only upon marrying into the Jin Prince's estate that Ren Yuhua truly felt its weight. Yi Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. This was the so-called surprise of Yi Ji, indeed impressive, yet excessively ostentatious and arrogant. Just as Zhang Dai was about to retort against Lin Hao, he paused, meticulously pondering Lin Hao's words. The slaughter unfolded with no resistance. Those at the Golden Immortal Realm fell within seconds, while those at the Yuan Immortal Realm could barely resist. And even those at the Harmonious Immortal Realm could only ineffectively defend against the might of the old ancestor of the Overlord Dragon. The unicorn bull was thoroughly enraged. In its eyes, Yi Xiao was but an insignificant insect, yet this insect had dared to injure it and now launched an offensive. Upon hearing they had ventured to Huaxia, Zhuo Yu instructed them to temporarily abandon their mission, to await further news. Had she spoken candidly, Jun Yao and the others would undoubtedly have been incensed. If danger arose, she would charge to the front, and all she could do was offer that assurance. At that moment, Guang Yiwangqing raised the flame sword, unleashing a blaze that struck between the spectre and Zhang Zhongzhong, causing the spectre to retreat a step, too wary to confront the fiery sword's glow. And after evading the attack, it continued its assault on Zhang Zhongzhong. The shadow, helpless, swiftly formed seals to utilize the thunder clone, only to be kicked apart by Long Fei, the original body nowhere to be found. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Tonight's events truly embodied that sentiment. During this time, Peng hided down several times, with Lei Guang barely managing to twist his body to evade, though not every attempt was successful. And he bore numerous wounds. "What does it have to do with you? You shall never possess my heart. Rather, he has my affection," Lu Yaqi pointed at Wu Fan. Recognizing her master's good intentions, Miju leaned against him, allowing tears to flow freely, not concealing her sorrow for Tian Xuanzu. While the serene and affectionate master held his dearest disciple, silently closing his eyes, beneath the moonlight, they appeared as ethereal fairies, draped in a silvery glow. It was said that after the main forces of the Jin army retreated from Jiangnan to the north, they stationed themselves in Hunan. And he certainly would not allow so many troops to remain in Shizhou. An attack was inevitable. "Lulu Meng, do you think any modifications are necessary?" The god of light pointed to a dimensional model. Moreover, the awakening ability acquired by Yao Hu at level 5 was also a significant factor. The warhorses below were exhaling white vapor, their brown coats damp against their necks. Whether from dew or sweat was uncertain. After conversing for a while, the two noble young men kept their discussion centered on their aunt, their tones filled with respect. Earlier, the performance in the guest room, leveraging his own vocal mimicry, had indeed captured the attention of the inept informants in the room, and it was through this opportunity that Wang Baoyuo finally managed to extricate himself. Chapter 45. Gemstone. Why the sudden inquiry into him? Yun Fei remarked, maintaining a calm facade, though internally he was quite invested in Yen Ruoli's response. There was an oddity regarding the proton matter, he mused. Yen Ruoli, deep in thought, echoed his sentiments. Her reminder prompted Yun Fei to realize the strangeness of the situation. However, he had pressing matters at hand, and as Emperor Jingkong recalled the incident of competing with Li Huanyang for someone, he found it hard to believe he had acted so impulsively. A chuckle escaped him. Although her abilities were formidable, guests regarded her merely as a sister, never contemplating marriage. Clarify for me, which tribe has perished? The questioner's eyes glimmered with hope, only for the subsequent words to shatter that hope entirely. They first inquired about the location of the carriage rental, boarded a carriage, and promptly left the city, heading southeast. Inside the carriage, Su Molin leaned against the wall, remaining tense, peering quietly outside while her hand rested on her chest, lost in contemplation. Seeing Mo Enian, who was oblivious to her antics, brought both amusement and exasperation to Jiujio, though she felt more warmth than anything. Mother, this is the first time this semester you've come to pick us up? Wanwan affectionately nudged her mother's arm. Of course, with Yu Qing present, his life was not lacking in comfort. Yet, when Xiangyu feared he would be led astray by wealth, thus strictly controlling his lifestyle, little did she know. She was unaware of when the other party had taken their action. Gu Qingming's expression darkened. This time, to ensure safety, Qin Ge had temporarily dispatched him to the land of the setting sun, yet unexpectedly, something had gone awry in his possession.
Huh?
Shun Yanshao looked at the unusually resolute Mingyi, feeling utterly unable to grasp the logic of this unfortunate child. In truth, she could have reported the incident, but the principal's troubled expression softened her heart momentarily, leading her to agree to an internal investigation. She wondered how the principal's inquiries were progressing. Li Yun found himself suspended in midair, falling toward the ground, where two wind techniques intersected. His claws landed on the lotus platform where the golden Buddha sat, pecking at the Buddha's ear. Was that long earlobe also made of gold? What? How is this possible? That ancient cultivator must have perished long ago. Zisun shook her head, still disbelieving Hao Bai's words. Similarly, as a summoned entity, excessive damage would result in self-cancellation of the summon. Even if the summoned entity were killed, it was impossible within the realm. Even if this time's summon were indeed killed, it would not affect the next summoning. The benefits are immense. Half an hour later, the temporal law converged behind Qinqi, resulting in the emergence of a transparent new Dao fruit, imbued with the essence of time, rising gracefully amidst 12 luminous orbs of law surrounding the back of Qinqi's head. Bai Xian was suspended in midair. Although she could not see the events unfolding above, she could hear the murmurs echoing from above. You must truly be tired of living, thinking that the gun in my hand is merely for show. The man adorned with a gold necklace did not expect Qin Tian to be so audacious, and his fury ignited, directing the gun's muzzle at Qin Tian. With one arm absorbing the impact of Osvic's strike, his other hand swiftly climbed, shifting his weight backward and yanking Osvic down from the air, crashing him heavily to the ground. After such a lengthy period of interaction, the relationship between him and her had deteriorated to its lowest point, marked by the infrequency of their conversations. Hao Bai maintained a serene countenance, neither servile nor arrogant, comporting himself with grace, garnering the admiration of those around him. After the banquet, Hao Bai accompanied the members of Chonglu back to their abode. Let us summon the alliance leader for another round. Do not miss this opportunity. Who knows, I might shamelessly change my mind in a few days. Chapter 46. No More Sales. Si Chenghan turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than Qin Mingyu. What brings you here? Si Chenghan's expression darkened, and he spoke with cold severity. The young apprentice suddenly recognized the illustrious figure before him, the renowned Duke Gong, and was struck with a mixture of reverence and fear. Standing aside with bated breath, hesitant to speak. The presence of Duke Gong here was pivotal. Should he succeed in manifestation, the obstacles at Luofeng Slope would dissipate, allowing him to reclaim or suppress the remaining forces within the next 7 days with confidence. Once all the dishes were introduced, only the bamboo tube rice and plain porridge remained, which required no further explanation. After expelling Fa Hai, Zhang Ling bid farewell to Su Xian, knowing he had come to ensure Su Xian would reject Fahai's invitation. If Su Xian were to truly retreat into the Buddhist fold, the trajectory of Bai Suzhen's fate would be irrevocably altered, leaving Zhang Ling with nothing to pursue. Qin Jia paused momentarily, turning to glance at Li Hong, who was quietly consuming her meal. Though everyone referred to her as Aunt Hong, she was self-aware and refrained from interjecting during conversations, especially during disputes. Despite her exquisite beauty, both in form and visage, she was indeed a rare gem among mortals. As Ren Fei entered the room, he set down his basket and cheerfully declared, "I am Ren." Leading a band of valiant men against the invaders nearby, it seems fate has brought us together. Indeed, Wang Ying had delivered over 20 consecutive crescent waves of energy, but fatigue soon overtook him, causing him to plummet from the sky. Upon their arrival at the Prime Minister's residence, Cao Cao promptly received them and conveyed the news that Liu Bei had taken control of Xuzhou. Awakened from his stupor, Su Hao turned off the alarm clock placed on the bedside table, feeling a slight headache as he sat up. The ordinary spells unleashed by Zhang Ling could not inflict any harm upon his opponent, rendering much of his talismanic abilities ineffective. Although his magical artifacts had transformed into talismanic treasures through his refinements, they could only penetrate the skin of his adversary, causing minimal injury. However, beneath the spirit-gathering array, she felt an endless flow of spiritual energy, filling her heart with joy. The tremendous leap in power astonished Ran Deng, as he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him. This was not the end. His strength continued to ascend until it gradually dissipated at the mid-stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm, the resplendent purple-gold light vanishing without a trace. The previous occurrences at Yuntai Cave and his elder cousin were similar. Little did they know that fortunes shift. As the saying goes, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. This year it is my turn. Upon seeing the numbers on the machine, Zhang Zhihao wore a dazed expression, unable to believe his eyes. It was as if all memories of the day had been forcefully erased, perhaps by that temple youth who had just claimed to be a relative of Zhang Qiner. After being struck several times, Lu Yuanqiao felt no pain at all. Instead, he laughed. Well, I am indeed a rascal, the biggest rascal. He spoke thus. Yet in his heart, he pondered whether he had truly committed any misdeeds. Lu Yanmei was also taken aback, recalling that Jin Yuanbao had previously acted in a similar manner. But this time, there was no flash of lightning. Had he truly unleashed his ultimate move? The card that fell before Qian Yulu was neither a spade nor a 10 of spades, but an 8 of spades. The resentful spirit, seen by Jiao Kuei and the others, bore no trace of murderous intent, for she was none other than Ai Li, at the side of Chu Haotian. At this moment, upon realizing that Yu Ying had already uncovered the truth, Chu Haotian chose not to escalate the matter further. In the following days, Lin Songhai roamed the various sales departments of the Fong Million Company, diligently fulfilling his managerial duties, which earned him heightened recognition from Fong Million. Whenever his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by praises of him being an outstanding young man. Chapter 47. Princess Yun. A guard dressed in the attire of the Mu Yun Kingdom entered the post house, moving swiftly toward Yan Ruoli's quarters. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent me to deliver a message. He stood at the entrance, speaking respectfully. Hearing his voice, Yan Ruoli felt a tinge of confusion. Yun Fei had long since led a group of followers northward. Why, clearly, Chen Hao did not regard the Lien Tian Miao village with any seriousness, which was quite normal, as even a fortified Lien Tian Miao village could not contend with the apex forces of the martial arts world, especially with several major powers collaborating this time. Dragon Charge. Han Peng suddenly declared, a rule announced before the start of the competition, yet both parties had engaged in conversation, neither initiating an attack. Lu Qing remained silent. Yang Wang was still unaware, only knowing that the formidable Yinglong was named Feng Shuangyun, while the Thunder Prison Bat Dragon was called Zhu Wuchen. That is good. That is good. Dream Wuyue's face revealed a look of relief upon hearing the confident words of the evil spirit, calling out repeatedly. Although the reasons were unclear, being the trusted confidants of the clan leader, they would unhesitatingly execute any command given. This was the common oath shared among the three at the inception of their brotherhood, a pledge that had propelled them to the pinnacle of the game, truly becoming the finest in the realm of gaming. At this moment, Yang Wang's pursuit of the Dragon Clan had reached the surface of the sea. It was only across the waters that Yang Wang could return to Lioli Island. Midnight was always the liveliest time in the game, with every team filled with a cacophony of voices. Leonard, do you need something? Luna on the screen remained as enchanting as ever, her voice sweet and melodious. As Dragon Ling emitted a faint starlight, a powerful aura also radiated from him. Remarkably gentle, yet concealing a lethal intent. Your inquiries regarding Chao Ge and Jian Wei carry a sharp undertone, he mused, as the purpose of his questions began to surface. No need to look further. This space is so solid that it will not collapse. If you wish to reminisce, you are welcome to return whenever you desire. Long Fei remarked with a smile. Li Jinger, however, was rather bored and decided to take out her phone to play a game, discovering a text message waiting for her. After paying nearly 300 merits for maintenance fees, the repair drones and robots quickly surrounded the two ship bodies, commencing their maintenance work. Yet, whether the invading force was the blood-sucking demon clan or not, why was it that the Future Technology Group was the one to defeat them, rather than Fei Insect? On the road to Songhua, Chao Ji's expression darkened. He did not have to come here, but he had never been disappointed in Yu Yun's capabilities. However, this time, he wished to handle matters personally and present this place to her. But who would have known that the other party would overturn the table first? There was no turning back now. Since civility was no longer an option, they would each go their separate ways. The distance between the two sides of the street is merely 100 meters, making it quite feasible to exploit any gaps to disable the machine guns. Xiao Fei elaborated that the art of crosstalk is entirely fictitious, having undergone artistic embellishment and must not be taken literally. Wan Yunbua, now the head of the Tianqiao Theater, holds an executive position within the company, earning a substantial income of approximately 50 to 60,000 a month. However, Ho Yi has indeed taken action. He communicates with Barry through a whisper, for even the most formidable pope would struggle to comprehend such an enigmatic Eastern technique. Ho Yi remains oblivious to the connection between this metal and Meng Yi. Should Meng Yi retreat now, he has no intention of complicating matters for it. After all, every creature has its reason for existence, and as long as it does not obstruct him, he does not wish to exterminate it entirely. Chapter 48. External objects. Qin Mingyu vaguely recognized that the figure before him was Yun Yan from Si Chenghan's residence. His expression turned grave as he commanded, "Retreat." Aware of Yun Yan's formidable martial prowess, he understood that if Yun Yan were to intervene, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate Yan Ruoli today. Therefore, he refrained from further engagement and retreated immediately. By the time Yun Yan arrived, Qin Mingyu and his companions had already vanished without a trace. Upon hearing his sect leader's words, Chu Tua quickly shook his head, pondering how he, at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm, could possibly compare to someone at the peak of the Spirit Master stage. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Some individuals place their faith in power, and thus I shall engage them in discussions about authority, which they are eager to believe. This statement incited a wave of indignation from Feng Yuansu, her delicate features suffused with disdain. Very well, Gu Tong said cheerfully, leaning against the doorframe, quietly gazing at the sky over the eastern district, feeling an immense sense of comfort within. If he were to incite rumors, he could use them to tarnish Yu Li's reputation. Yet, given that Feng Yueli is the princess consort of Rong Jingchen, shouldn't this matter be discreetly concealed? On the street, an increasing number of individuals joined the ranks of the black-clad figures for the decapitation operation. No one expected these ordinary people to kill, as their presence primarily served to restrict any potential escapees. Should the operation fail, these individuals could act as a buffer, facilitating an escape. To speak frankly, the White Snake Immortal has encountered numerous beings capable of actively absorbing natural energy, among them humans, snakes, frogs, and slugs, to name a few. No need. Tong Jumo remarked to Mo Chijua. If Wan Qing learns that you are on site, it would complicate matters further. If she requests a hug, should I oblige or not? Blood poured forth as Elder Chi's fist was punctured directly by a pair of chopsticks, which penetrated through his arm and embedded into the wall behind him. Qin Huairu has now come to appreciate the advantages of having powerful allies. More accurately, she is one who enjoys the benefits of such connections. In the realm of Bong Changsheng, certain exceptionally gifted cultivators possess innate special physiques, each of which aids in cultivation, combat, alchemy, forging, and various other functions. The Qin people have been present for over a day without any action, indicating that the situation is markedly different from our prior expectations. Let us observe and see what unfolds next, Qin Yi suggested. As a result, Ren Zixian directly informed her of his intention to part ways with Lin Qingsong, and while she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt a twinge of sympathy. Very well, I entrust this matter to you, my dear sister. There is no rush on my end. It would be best to wait until after the 15th. Before that, I must make a trip to Baocheng to clear up some matters, He Dacheng stated succinctly. Upon waking, rejuvenated, he spent a little silver to procure a new set of heroic attire. Jian 12 pierced through Zhu's chest, flying back into Ningning's hands. She furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the unscathed Yu Zhu, her mind filled with expletives. The moment Sima laid eyes on Hiyu, she resembled a protective hen, her feathers bristling as she prepared to confront him. Gu Baju hastily propped herself up against the back of the sofa, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, the streaks reflecting the harsh light and leaving a trail of bright, damp marks. The clattering of several items shattered the lingering silence, ringing the death knell for this place's continued existence, an outcome as dreary as ever. It is said that Song Bingjue, who has never uttered a word since birth, holds a significant place in his father's heart. Once she finished washing up, preparing to return to bed, she suddenly caught sight of an alarming patch of black at the corner of her eye. It's all this Song's fault. Why sing about outings?
Millie,
Now in a playful mood despite her inner turmoil, managed to persuade Lu Qifeng to acquiesce. Chapter 49. The Princess Mansion. Through extensive inquiries, Yunyan finally procured a ring adorned with exquisite gemstones. The white jade gem, with its delicate texture, radiated a warm glow in the sunlight. Chenghan carefully accepted the gem ring, placing it meticulously within his sleeve before returning to the Gongwang mansion. Nevertheless, the news of Chenghan ostentatiously gifting a present to Yun Wangchen quickly spread throughout the city. Naturally, among the nobility, a few outliers existed, such as the armed eunuch Tongguan, who, as the leader of the second generation of armed eunuchs, shared his master Li Xian's disdain for the lavish lifestyle of the capital, preferring to mingle with soldiers on the frontier. With such peculiar preferences, one cannot apply ordinary reasoning to assess him.
Buzz.
The sharp tip of Sirlin soared into the heavens, plunging the scene into silence as everyone stared at Li Muyang in awe, perplexed as to how this individual could unleash such potent magic. Wang Jiqiang dared not prolong the conversation, hastily declaring, I heard it said that this boss Ma met his demise due to a vendetta. His tone was shrouded in mystery, as if he possessed intimate knowledge of the underlying truths. Yet, his words struck a chord of alarm within Yi Jinyu's heart. The formation they constructed bore resemblance to the continent of Alasia, albeit one devoid of nations or racial barriers. Moreover, he wished to assess the stress resistance of various companies within Xingqi, as well as their existing potential and limits. As the group commenced their revelry, they suddenly heard faint sobs from the neighboring room. Lu Da immediately furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the presence of his superior son, he would have likely erupted in fury, overturning the table. Yi Jinyu mused that the spaceship itself possessed propulsion, thus, eliminating the sails would align better with aerodynamics, making it more intuitive to operate. However, one must ponder, if the river god were not amiably wielding a golden soap bar, or, a golden axe, inquiring about their identity, what then? A massive shield came crashing down upon his head, but the crown prince nimbly dodged this peril, the curved blade soaring once more, the ensuing scream confirming his success. Lan Ji is indeed my cousin, Li Shi interjected, but as a concubine, she dared not offend the young master, leaving her words unspoken. Simultaneously, the city's guards have grown increasingly stringent, with patrols frequently passing through, rendering the streets nearly deserted, thus drawing even more attention to Han Zhao and his companions. Upon spotting the demon King Li Hong, it seems that the others have likely been captured, Shi Yanyu conjectured.
What are you looking at?
A handsome man in a white robe turned to gaze at Tu Jingsha, and he perceived a slight twitch at the corner of the latter's mouth, piquing his curiosity. It is indeed commendable that Cao Cao would arrive to fetch Pan Lu at such a moment, underscoring his loyalty. Scales fell away in large patches, exposing bloodied, white flesh. As intense pain surged through him, yet it could not suppress the overwhelming sense of helplessness gnawing at his soul, the dread of impending disappearance. He mused that this was likely akin to what Lu Qianshan had done for Prince Shi last time. Now that she was absent, all he could do was this. Jiu Luo returned to her rightful position, her demeanor turning serious as she called out the names of Donghua, the peach blossom demon, and the white-haired monkey. As for the shimmering light, it was merely due to the thinness of the shoe brocade. Even with a layer of paper lining it, it could not fully obstruct the light. Sunlight continued to penetrate through the shoe brocade, naturally forming a halo. From a distance, The sunlight streaming from behind indeed resembled the figure of Qiyu enveloped in a vibrant glow. The sentiment expressed is remarkably magnanimous, granting Li Cheng due respect while simultaneously showcasing the demeanor of the royal family. It is, by all accounts, a flawless statement. Zhi Zhai is the courtesy name of Hishin, who is well aware that Pan Lu is no mere dilettante, hence his earlier authoritative demeanor. Chapter 50. The window frames of the study have yet to be installed and await the princess's inspection, the craftsman replied. Yen Ruoli scrutinized him, taking in his stature. Though diminutive, the exposed forearms displayed considerable strength, indicating that he might be a martial artist. Yen Ruoli felt a heightened sense of caution as she entered the study alongside the craftsman. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would observe that amidst the starlit expanse, a serpentine river coincidentally forms the ancient character for life, with the waters surging through it in a ceaseless cycle. In summary, our army must capture the city of Zaragoza by the 20th, fulfilling the emperor's trust. Chief of Staff Mondel ultimately concluded his lengthy oration, marked by an ebb and flow of rhetoric. She felt a surge of joy, as this brought her closer to him in spirit. Finally, after Li Lin completed his massacre, the host-like figure screamed as if he had seen a ghost, his cry akin to a switch, unleashing the terror buried within humanity, prompting the onlookers to scream in horror. However, ensconced within the teleportation array, Lu Yensong was unable to discern his surroundings, perceiving only an abyss of darkness, devoid of any clarity. Vyshinsky remained silent for a considerable time before bursting into laughter, leaving Kosciuszko bewildered. Wherever he went, whatever he did, Alexander I aspired to present himself as a savior to the public, sincerely wishing for greater openness and freedom within Russian society. Though this vision clashed starkly with the prevailing reality, nonetheless, Enoch, favored by Athena, proved to be a divine warrior. Despite enduring such profound agony, he once again summoned the prowess of a divine warrior as the layer of blood and light representative of war and victory erupted forth. Chun, she clenched his fingers tightly, enveloping them in unmatched purple-gold radiance, striking fiercely at the encroaching arm. The clash of two extraordinary weapons ignited a dazzling brilliance, shaking the very fabric of reality. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi and his companions pushed, creating a gap in the wooden door. At that moment, more individuals glimpsed the situation inside, inciting the sports class members' ire as they found themselves locked out after laboriously retrieving blankets. In truth, the Tunglong Immortal Mansion had also participated, with Ru Lingzhuang representing it. Albeit few were aware of this. Haha, you are not mistaken. However, take another look. Does your company still hold shares? Truly foolish. Yu Jie remarked with a sudden cold smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Peng eagerly climbed onto the back of the mutated pig. The creature, sensing the movement, attempted to bite him, but Li Yi intervened just in time. Yi Shi, a core disciple of the Hehuan sect, was later designated by Elder Hong Fei as the future sect master after an incident with Hua, thus her skills in disguise were unparalleled. It is worth noting that the position of market director remains unfilled. Thus, aside from the taciturn Xincheng, the more than 10 managers in the marketing department gazed at Li Zhaoxiang, who had recently been promoted to a secondary market manager. However, the Seoul Group was backed by right-wing factions from the island nation, having amassed considerable wealth in Huaxia over the years, making it quite challenging to suppress the opposition. Damn it, thought the middle-aged man furiously. He was none other than Kitata Taro, the very person Xiao Fei was seeking. You intervened? Ling Tian asked, intrigued but saying nothing further as he ascended to the 12th floor, entering a room with Wang Yeyun. Chapter 51. The Secret Passage Guided by Instinct. As the two approached each other closely, Yen Ruoli attacked the other person in the secret passage with the sword sheath. Given the unknown identity of the individual, Yen Ruoli aimed to incapacitate rather than kill, utilizing the sheath. The other person, equally alert, discerned the sound and skillfully evaded the strike. After trading several blows, Yen Ruoli concentrated her inner strength and delivered a palm strike, forcing the individual back. Chen, are you truly resolved to return? Meng Dai inquired, surprised, as she knew Lin Chen would never abandon a task unfinished. At that moment, not only the cultivators, but even the realm lord-level powers regretted their decisions. You know I won't. Wu Qiu shook her head, forcing a smile, though a tear escaped the corner of her eye. Lin Yifeng, stepping out from the back hall, found himself in an expansive courtyard adorned with ancient pines. The flamboyant man was startled when Lu Shirsand made his move, intending to retreat, but felt a chill at his feet, discovering that a shroud of mist enveloped him. Lin Yifeng discarded his knife, having extinguished the blood raven. Now, only his fists could unleash the true power of the Huayong Dao body. Zhang Zixuan, noticing Lin Yifeng's intention to escape, grasped his arm tightly, guiding him back into the school. Qin Kai turned to gather the other boys, directing them towards a more distant area. Haha, I had no intention of fleeing. Lin Yifeng chuckled at Shenlong's last remark. Replacing his wine cup on the table, Lin Yifeng gazed out the window, realizing that the sky had darkened considerably. He found it perplexing that, despite the current age of decline in magical practices, rendering humanity incapable of cultivation, merely able to adjust their approach to martial arts, this seemingly ordinary master could still cultivate, unlike the typical martial artists of Huaxia. Lu Lang calculated that he currently possessed 1.3 million, projecting it would reach 1.5 million in 3 months, with a 30-fold leverage translating to 45 million. Though it seemed insufficient, it would at least resolve his immediate concerns. Wang Feng's sweat dripped like large beads as the sky darkened. He needed to observe the wound closely. Yi Xingguo retaliated, hurling his last grenade, the shrapnel striking the shoulder of the close combat fighter from Class 8 hiding behind a tree. Take me home? No need, sister. I'm out with friends. I'll return later, Lin Bingjie said, abruptly ending the call. Jiang Tiandao understood that words were futile. So he exited the vehicle and used the sentry's phone to call old Neo inside. Could she have taken contraceptive pills and stealthily descended to eat while he was asleep? Yet, even weapons of superior quality could not sever the resilient living thorns, and flimsy leather armor could offer no protection against their vicious tearing and sucking. You dare to scheme against me? Mingyi abruptly stood from the 12th grade flaming red lotus, sensing the 5 celestial instruments forming a luminous barrier that served both to protect the heart of the wilderness and to ensnare him within. Uncle Feng, I am but 18. And you are over 40. If you were 18 yourself, I doubt it would be a problem, Chen Fengyan laughed. On this terrace, a row of memorial portraits was displayed, some already toppled, with Bai Kai diligently propping them back up. The ground at Kaishirko was slick with mud and filth, fingers pressed against it, chilled and damp. A light flick of the fingertip produced a few discordant musical notes, with a stench seeping from beneath the nails. However, Xie Shurong and Bai Xian had expended considerable skills in their pursuit of Qin Mo, and upon his departure, both were left with merely 60 units of energy, a condition that offered no advantage against the formidable black mage duo of the Wind Color team. Chapter 52. Whispered conversations upon exiting the secret passage. Ruoli discovered the exit was indeed just outside the gates of the royal palace. It appears that this secret passage was indeed constructed under the orders of Si Mingyue, with its exit strategically located at the palace gate. This arrangement not only facilitates the dispatch of aid to Ruoli during her moment of peril, but also ensures that she cannot escape the city through the passage. As Ruoli contemplated this, she surveyed the exit of the secret passage. Lin Zi's heroic act garnered widespread admiration and support throughout the nation, with the border citizens even setting off firecrackers in celebration. Rather than perusing news articles, he directly opened Weibo and accessed Su Meng's profile. What extraordinary fortune had befallen that fool to encounter such a remarkable imperial sister-in-law? Surely, he must have saved an entire continent in his past life. As their leisurely outing continued into the evening, they arrived at the final round, where Hua Yueling and her companions faced off in a decisive battle. Once Qin who entered, the 4 elders above ceased their luminous activities, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. This was a contemplation she had pondered for quite some time. Since Zhang Yiyan lacked a sense of security, she resolved to provide him with ample reassurance. It was also her duty to make amends for her previous statements. Just then, Ning Huan suddenly sprang up from the ground, seizing Hu Yuan and transforming into a beam of light, soaring towards Shengyuan City. Under the relentless pressure of being scorned for years, Bai Xiaojun had become increasingly cunning and ruthless. September, let us make a pact. The Fumu people are indeed quite admirable. There are benefits to recognizing him as a brother. Why not swear an oath of brotherhood today? Proposed Nangong Zhe. Although Li Yong always appeared carefree and domineering, Chen Yuan could envision the countless brushes with death he had endured for all of this. All right, I shall call the leopard and have him assign you to Team 1. The security team was responsible for the safety of the Lin Group's senior executives, and transferring Chu Yang there would draw little attention and bring him closer to Lin Shi. Wuya, close the door and see if we've overlooked anything. Xiang's was signaled Duan Wuya to shut the door and check the room for any remaining individuals. while Chu Yang stood guard at the entrance. When the fifth row of archers had finished their volley, the first row of Liangshan ruffians had already drawn their bows. Commencing another round, and after shooting their arrows, they returned to their original positions. Following the spring plowing, Li Zixiao found himself with free time once more and departed from the White Snake Village, heading towards the White Tiger Village. Li Zhu oversaw the governor's yamen, observing the enraged citizens and reflecting on how Liangshan had won the people's hearts. Indeed, the Snake King is correct. We must have faith in our elder brother and continue our preparations. Dragon Clan's third, Ao Shuang, nodded vigorously, gesturing for everyone to expedite their tasks. Gunfire erupted incessantly, a torrent of projectiles raining down upon the advancing soldiers clad in black, decimating them in droves. The soldiers, already weary from their arduous journeys, reluctantly complied with Zhang Duta's commands, moving forward in a disheveled and dispirited manner. Although she could not yet fully ascertain the character of the individual before her, this sister, with her mind as meticulously calculated as a computer, had already formed a rough impression of He Jingshuan's integrity. Let us depart, Brother Zhu. It is getting late. We should rest early, urged Lu Ji, observing Zhu Qingyu still dazed after lighting incense. Dr. Jiang and Ling Huaduo went to fetch breakfast, while Qiao Yunran remained in the hall, guarding their belongings. She noticed several unfamiliar faces, but paid them little mind. Upon returning to Li Lifei's residence, a brief discussion led to a split in their group. Meng Yuanyun would set off for Hang City with Dai Mingdao's gaming helmet, accompanied by Mu Xiaodai as her guardian. The others would return to the spaceship, with Dai Mingdao to conduct business with the Super Energy faction. This water-floating route is something that Devazar pledged to us. We must return it in a few days. Why are you so excited? You are considering forcibly seizing someone else's treasure, are you?
Li Lifei dampened Dai Mingdao's enthusiasm.
Chapter 53. The Secret Passage. As Yan Ruoli listened, she found herself puzzled. Indeed, she had heard that the secret passage had even posed a risk of collapse. Yet Prince Gong had recklessly ventured inside. The murmurs of the populace were incessant, and Yan Ruoli momentarily froze, her heart racing, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. How could Si Chenghan, who had once treated her so poorly, now exhibit such concern for her, even risking his life? Chun Mu reiterated his previous narrative, insisting on the amnesia trope. Believe it or not, it was the same old story. Why are you so anxious? Aren't you usually fearless? The members of the 39th Division were eagerly rubbing their hands together, urging the two to proceed. If he found himself unable to act, then Lei Linger too would have to accept her fate, life or death. They would face it together. You just shared a story, now let me share mine. Wei Qing ignored her father, instead tugging at Shisheng's sleeve and gazing up at him. Brother, why are you crying? You looked at Wang Su, who was clutching a large pancake, and asked with confusion. Even Ru revealed a look of concern. The red mask hesitated for a moment, but did not underestimate Chen Mu's 3-hit combo. Instead, he prudently removed his weapon to defend himself. Yaoyang cast a deep glance at Long Juanza, who held Belan's hand, then turned his gaze to Belan. That glance, as he departed on his sword, held an abundance of unspoken sentiments. At least, Belan did not fully comprehend its depth. At that moment, I had no inkling that the journey to Osaka involved not only Rick Kai and Hyodai. Upon realizing this, Huang Ming glanced at Xinglai, from whom resentment occasionally emanated, making it easy to deduce where the vanished malevolent spirit had gone. The waiter approached with a tin kettle, personally opening the lid of the flour wine jar and pouring the wine into the kettle, then filling a large bowl with hot water and placing the kettle within it before withdrawing from the private room. Fu Shihan glanced back and forth between Zhao Yang and Qi Xingqian, internally scoffing. Were they truly smitten? Humph. A Heng's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Gu Erden, causing the latter to instinctively retreat 2 steps. How dare you mock him, Nan Xiang? You must be tired of living. Hua Zhongzi's expression soured. He had resigned himself to his fate, lying down, and no longer sought to prove himself, as it would be futile. No one would heed his words. Qin Kexia, sister. I have finished filming. Tang Hua's bright voice rang through the phone, dispelling much of Qin Kexia's gloom. She felt heartbroken, gasping for breath, yet He Ziyuan showed no mercy, threatening her before turning away. The additional 10 were assigned to Long Yuxian. In Yang Luo's view, perhaps without Long Yuxian, there would be no South Autumn Distillery as it stood today. This was her rightful share. Thankfully, the government was vigorously promoting poverty alleviation initiatives, breathing some life back into the villagers' livelihoods. Earlier, She had complained about Hua Qingyao's reluctance to leave the hospital, but in recent days, she was genuinely grateful he had not returned. Otherwise, she would have felt too ashamed to face him in her current state. Yu Wanwan shot him a glare, and then, ignoring him, hopped onto the bumper car, tossing her proud head back in defiance. They were not here to engage in a theatrical performance. Su Xian and his companions had come to slay the Crow King and procure the Black Dragon Egg. Naturally, they would not choose to quietly listen to Mr. Lu converse with the Crow King. Long Tian and Wang Zihan, along with Zhao Mingqi, had caused a commotion until the early hours. Yet Long Tian had not laid a finger on them. His words were merely empty threats, and he had no connection with Wang Zihan in his past life. Thus, he resolved to refrain from actions toward either for the time being. The sight left Long Tian parched, and the two figures quivered incessantly, fueling a fire within him. Chapter 54. Nothing to gain at that moment. A guard supplemented, "Your Highness, upon receiving the princess's letter, the Crown Prince has written a national missive to Shilan, requesting they take good care of the princess." Ruoli then realized that Yun Fei had informed Si Mingyue of the assassination attempt on Qin Ming. No wonder Si Mingyue had been furious, urgently summoning Prime Minister Qin. A few days after receiving this letter, the Su family welcomed an unexpected visitor, Qin, the wife of Lian Xiyu. Though the trees on the mountain were not particularly tall, they were dense, and combined with the steep terrain and lack of paths, it was somewhat challenging for Feng Qian to reach the summit. It took him an entire incense stick's time to ascend the several hundred zhang high peak. Noticing her furrowed brow, Gong Yue offered an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon. I was concerned you might suddenly struggle and fall, hence I exerted a bit more force." However, his apology lacked genuine sincerity. Were it not for the urgent quest for the Xianbing fruit, Feng Qian would have surely ventured into the Yuosi for exploration and training. However, due to Tong Ling's condition, he had to abandon that thought. After a brief pause, he activated his teleportation again. Many had not pondered for long when a thunderous explosion akin to a heavenly roar jolted them back to reality. "Well, trouble is imminent. Wait, I need to regain my strength. Today's child seems a bit unruly, constantly kicking. Gong Moli has hardly slept well these past few days, and he could no longer endure it." After striving for over 30 years, he felt less accomplished than two mere children, leaving him with an unresolvable knot in his heart. Although he had recently maintained a good relationship with the Deng family, it was merely a transformation stemming from his twisted character. Feng Qian's remarkable progress was undoubtedly linked to his rigorous training, but the potions concocted by Qiao Lao also played a significant role. Why doesn't Goner like Chenghan? Initially, Gong Moli intended for them to cultivate their relationship, but it seemed Feng Qian had inadvertently offended Goner. The aged man in the purple robe descended before the stone tablet, his face devoid of expression, his voice emerging stiff and numb. Sensing the change in Chu Ji's demeanor, Song Baijia scratched his head, smiling in a somewhat relieved manner. Much like the Holy Venerable's comprehension of the heavenly sound divine art, one could rely solely on oneself without any assistance. Knowing oneself and one's adversary, Wei Wuji was confident that within the span of 2 quarters, he could unravel the chaos orb upon entering the gourd fairyland. Driven by a primal instinct, the man clad in red leather brandished his spear, shattering the sword to his left. At that moment, another black tang knife unexpectedly appeared from above his left, piercing down to impale his weapon-bearing arm to the ground. "Big Bear, are you ready?" Yan Yin suddenly halted as Ling Yun had entered the shooting range, and it was time for him to assist. No one paid attention. Everyone was engrossed in conversation. The Nine Heavens challenge to the Qi refining realm was unprecedented, never before seen or even heard of within the sect, marking a path untraveled by any. The dust from the wall cascaded down as Ling Yun firmly clamped the lonely star sword between his feet, hanging in midair like a medieval vampire. Indeed, the swiftly approaching array spirit suddenly paused in the void, momentarily caught in a stupor. After a breath, several clones emerged from the form of the array spirit, chasing after the phantoms that had transformed. Yan Yin realized the match was not over, but with Ling Yin losing the support of Gao Tianya, he would soon find himself in a passive position. The leaders of the Ancient Cliff Sect, the Heavenly Water Sect, and the 10,000 Peaks Valley all pointed towards the master of the Tianqing Alliance seated on the high platform. The two turned to see Fu Quan battered and bruised, disheveled, limping with torn clothes, and his hat nowhere to be found, as he weakly climbed onto the horse. Chapter 55. Poisoned. In the residence of the Duke of Gong. In the study, Si Chenghan changed into a clean outfit, seated himself, and awaited news from Yun Yan. After emerging from the secret passage, Si Chenghan instructed Yun Yan to disseminate news of the explosion at the princess residence, where Princess Yun had nearly perished in the secret passage. Thus, without Si Chenghan needing to take action, upon catching wind of the incident, Si Mingyue would initiate an investigation and deal with the relevant individuals. A whisper reached Fu Dihai's ear, and from his sleeve, he produced an item to hand over to Fu Dihai. Yen Shisan retreated repeatedly until he found himself hovering over a vast abyss, once an ocean, now pierced by the Tao Ancestor and Tao Emperor. With the power of the great Tao pervading endlessly, preventing even the dark rays of the death zone from descending. Song Lianyu would undoubtedly discover that Nyonyo had gone missing by morning. He would tighten security here and harbor greater suspicions towards you. If you do not come with me this time, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to find another opportunity to return and see you or take you away. Chu Huandong's voice carried urgency. She cherished the refreshing scent of nature, which brought tranquility, free from the burdens of worry. Reflecting on the past, Wang Zhongzhu's chubby apple-like face, with dimples appearing and disappearing with her smiles, contrasted starkly with the pale, weary visage of Wang Zhongzhu now, causing Su Yanqi's heart to ache. The ghostly fire demon felt a rare thrill at Luo Chong's invitation to accompany him to Berlin, though Luo Chong was puzzled by his excitement. Upon inquiry, he learned that the creature had set its sights on challenging German masters. The intricacies of this matter could hardly be conveyed in mere words. Jing Kuan could not help but sigh softly. Li Ro and Wu Hui embraced, knowing that a year ago, Wu Hui had already made her decision. Yen Shisan continued to drift, while those secretly observing him maintained their distance, watching him for several days without approaching. The Shanhai Black Tide, it turns out, is indeed real. The purple-clad Zhang Ziyun of Ziyang Temple paled and muttered. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Jinyu, indeed. Upon exiting the forest, the view brightened. Gazing into the distance, one felt liberated. The Chili Lake, also known as the Bali Lake, unfolded before them. The scene of the sun setting over the river etched into memory. The herbs in the mountains withered, and the green pines and bamboos revealed their true colors. Within this ethereal realm, many legacies remained. Some claimed they were established by the ancestors of the Void Academy, left for future generations, while others contended they had always existed. A stunning inheritance passed down, with the veterans of the Void Academy merely having fortuitously acquired it.
Fool.
Are you seeking death? Upon discovering that AI Mei had dashed into the array's range, Liang could only curse in frustration. Initially, his encounter with AI Mei was merely coincidental. Naturally, he would not sacrifice his life to save her ungrateful friend. Just moments ago, Xianyuan Hongda announced that the Xianyuan family was under martial law, prohibiting anyone from freely entering or exiting the estate. Even Huang Bingyun was detained. What could Xianyuan Hongda's bizarre actions possibly signify? Next was Wu Ming, who, with overwhelming force, crushed the formidable Qitian. Conversely, the Xianyuan twin stars, once highly regarded, encountered difficulties against the Ice King, while Wu Ming remained low profile, disappearing almost immediately after the contest concluded. Besides rivers, lakes, oceans, and glaciers, where else could vast water sources be found? Suddenly, a sharp, bird-like cry echoed from the passage, causing the three outside to pause and halt in their tracks. Xiao Yong smiled. These individuals were spurred into action by his ascension to the Divine Emperor, eager to advance by slaying foreign beings. Chapter 56. Impaired Mobility.
Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan.
Si Chenghan's heart trembled, crying out for help. Someone, quickly fetch the imperial physician. The word's heartache rendered Si Chenghan immensely anxious. This heart belonged to Lear, and no matter what, he must protect it. The primary issue was that the fellow was exceedingly bothersome, always tugging at his emotions. Several times he considered blocking him, but he still needed his assistance for research matters. Having witnessed the entire match, Feng Nan concealed his previous disdain, now looking at Lin Wanxia with a glimmer of something different in his eyes. Criticizing Yang Ying merely opened the discussion. Subsequently, the focus shifted to which actor was more fitting for their role. Jim had merely seen a name but had already internally concluded that this was a science fiction film. In the back row sat a collection of actors and celebrities, their distance obscuring the view, rendering it impossible to perceive the actions of the two individuals. Lin Wanxia delighted in the sensation of being cared for by him, tilting her head obediently as he busied himself. Suddenly, She felt the warm breath of a man brush past her, and upon turning her head, she collided with the gentle, affectionate gaze of Hua Xingyuan. As they reached the mid-slope of Mount Huashan, Murongji followed the remnants of his memory towards a nameless palace temple. After perusing the email sent by Alice, Chen Dong rubbed his temples and drew out a sheet of paper to organize his subsequent itinerary.
Murongji glanced upward.
Observing the night sky, which was a deep void, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed endless dark clouds. Amidst the storm, accompanied by howling winds, the atmosphere grew increasingly desolate. Sun Zixing's sincere eyes met hers directly, brimming with an indescribable passion, radiating a fervent love for scientific research and a heartfelt desire to serve his country. Zhuo Lengchan acknowledged with a nod before turning to exit, summoning his junior disciples Ding Mian, Lu Bai, Fei Bin, Zhong Zhen, Tang Yingyi, Le Ho, and a dozen others to accompany him. Jiang Wannian felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, instinctively yearning to retort, yet her wrist was suddenly grasped tightly by Shen Wang, who then pulled her forcefully. Not only did they rob the caravans of valuables, but the most shocking incident involved the skinning of a bodyguard and hanging it on a tree by the roadside, instilling fear in many merchants who dared not trade in Dongxing County thereafter. The process was excruciating, yet my willpower remained steadfast, regardless of how outrageous the actions. I could maintain my principles. As for why it was not the formidable Doflamingo who commanded an army and had taken the throne of Dressrosa, that was a question left unaddressed. After Zhao Jun departed, Zhang Jun continued to assume a horse stance, and after a morning's effort, he had begun to grasp the essentials. At this moment, he found it much less taxing than before. Shun Yanxi furrowed his brow, fixating on the words Uncle Shin for a long time, until finally, he pressed it down with a glass on the bar. This statement bore a hint of moral coercion. Su Rand understood perfectly well that Zhou Yi spoke only what old Master Lu wanted her to hear. Shortly thereafter, the resounding voice of Yunyang, accompanied by laughter, filled the air as a hand brushed her arm away. Du Zhong reiterated that only shareholders with a stake of 10 or greater had the right to participate in the vote on significant decisions. Lu Zhe and Su Ran raised their hands first, while Lu Jingxing, glancing at Elder Chen, also lifted his hand. Indeed, this was precisely the unique quality of this wine.
Wait.
Did you say you merely sensed a faint metallic taste?
Chu Tianxiang suddenly inquired.
Xiang Yi managed a bitter smile, shaking his head. After a night of drinking with Yu Fanjun, he felt somewhat clearer, now convinced that he had traversed time, landing in the tumultuous era of the late Qin dynasty over 2,000 years ago. Waves of azure light flickered around the blurred figures, powerful energies converging towards the innate Tao embryo nestled in the abdomen. Chapter 57. The annihilation of Xianmen Si Chenghan, maintaining a calm demeanor, nonchalantly shook her hand away, stating, "Since you are physically weak, it is best for you to recuperate here." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out with purpose. In truth, had it not been for his concern for the heart within her, Si Chenghan would not have been so attentive. Zhao Yuan settled into the prince's residence in this manner. Aside from that, Xiao Tai did not dwell on the 3 inferior-grade weapons, for compared to swords, he could hardly recall the appearance of other weapons, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters. No worries, it's just a minor injury. The vital areas are still functioning normally. Chun Ling chuckled. Still not convinced? Do you know why didn't he stop that middle-aged man when he was taken away? That man was detestable, but his crimes were not necessarily deserving of death. Even if he survives, he likely won't fare much better, Su Yang retorted coldly. The entity, known as Yuqi, transformed into a towering magma beast, its surface not resembling the scales of the Yuhuang nor the gray-black skin of the ancient magma lizard, but instead covered in veins of exposed crimson lava, seemingly seeping from within, unstoppable. Lu Tianyu sensed something unusual about the flower chain today. In the past, although she had been cold and indifferent to others, she would never have spoken in such a tone or manner. Suddenly recalling, the moment she arrived in this city on a giant eagle that morning, Lu Tianyu had inquired why it was called Giant City, but at that time, she had been irked and did not respond. As a medical student, not only did you fail to find a way to treat influenza patients, but you also took advantage of your position to steal nutritional supplements. You truly are inhumane. Meng Tianxue stormed over, a desire to eliminate Chen Ling immediately consuming her. Third brother, it seems your son harbors many secrets. Su Lawu shook his head and entered Anqi's room. Su Shuifeng nodded, seemingly lost in thought, before departing. He drew his spear, infusing it with spiritual energy, transforming the golden spear into a fiery red, with sparks flickering across its surface. Thor, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement. Although Asgard was his home, he had a beloved girl on Earth. In the throes of romance, even a day apart felt like 3 autumns. Who knew when the Rainbow Bridge would be repaired, making it all the more desirable to catch a ride. During that time, although Honger and Hwyer were present, they were unaware of the events unfolding on the continent. Xiao Ran was acutely aware that her cultivation had no limits, and she could break through to the heavenly tier at any moment. Even if someone bore responsibility, it was still herself who would suffer. A broken phone was hardly worth lamenting, Hua Chenyu quietly remarked to Ma Buqian. After clearing the banana peel, the liquid did not launch a headlong attack, but instead turned and returned to the mid-lane, preparing to assault the A-zone. Others may say that one cannot choose their origins, but someone like a Chong, emerging from a mountain valley, was inherently at a disadvantage. Rong Zhen remained silent for a moment, then withdrew a somewhat cool oil cake from his sleeve and handed it to Ouyang Rong. Upon mentioning the great Yen Kingdom's envoy, Wang Min's icy demeanor visibly softened. The two, having undergone tempering through true energy, possessed bodies of extraordinary hardness. Each encounter was a clash of strength, with mysterious energies swirling on the high platform, raising clouds of dust. Cease this at once. Do you even consider your own status? Are you worthy of my disciple? The mysterious elder of the Jiang family scoffed mockingly. I bellowed, come on then. Lowering my body, I slipped past the blade and advanced, delivering a punch to the wolf's heart. The wolf, suppressing a mouthful of blood, crashed against my shoulder, and before I could feel the pain, the wolf had already swung a blade at me. Chapter 58. Poisoning Chenghan found himself entangled with 3 assassins, momentarily unable to prevent the 3 from rushing towards the room. The trio burst through the door. At that moment, a flash of sword light illuminated the room as a long sword sliced towards the wrists of the 3 assassins. To evade this swift assault, the 3 assassins retreated a few steps. Ruoli seized the moment to emerge from the room. Just prior to the stab, had the 5 divisions in Fuzhou City encountered further mishaps, the Japanese forces would truly struggle to cope. The war had barely begun, and already 10 standing divisions had been lost. Could Japan continue? Just days ago, Luo Wanmei had spoken with him over the phone. Of the remaining 4 medicinal herbs, 2 had been located, and there were leads on the others but no concrete information yet. The suited men seemed not to harbor any suspicions. They had prepared a lavish banquet to express gratitude to the bald men for their assistance. Yet the underlying intent was palpable enough for Lu Yu to sense the malice and hostility. Bai Qianmao clearly did not expect Lin Bixiao to possess such a side. Feeling both surprised and somewhat helpless, alongside the 20 modified destroyers and 40 standard destroyers drawn from the defensive fleet, the number of destroyers available for the decisive battle had reached 248. Li Yalan was certainly not deceiving Beixiang Zhongxiang. In fact, if he so desired, the military goddess could thrive without much difficulty. However, such growth necessitates a gradual process, advancing step by step, establishing a solid foundation, which is paramount. Subsequently, Lin Daxin gazed at the remaining 56 grams of multicolored jade essence and commanded the traversing ring to continue utilizing silver and gold to incubate bioengineered soldiers. As the ink artist made his way to the dormitory, he was captivated by a white BMW parked by the roadside. While BMWs are not particularly rare, what astonished him was the massive heart-shaped bouquet adorning the vehicle's front. When the gentle whisper of the breeze continued to resonate, Huang Xiao felt a stir within his heart. As he had already made a decision, Pan Guocheng was momentarily taken aback. His opponent had knelt halfway and was probing the space below his waist. Su Tongyuan was the best exemplar. Every time he visited Chenan, a pack of hunting dogs had never shown him any courtesy. However, when Luo Yuxian caught a glimpse of Du Shi's unusual expression, her originally furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Upon hearing the words, Du Shi's eyes lit up. The master of the Dao Gate? This was indeed a person one could only hope to encounter. With such assistance, finding Jiang Yan should be within reach. Why did Gu Yimeng, after just seizing Lu Qingye, inexplicably find herself with a baby who insisted on calling the complexly related Wan Qi Qianni father? As dusk fell, the golden sunset bathed the mountain gorge, creating a distinct boundary with the still unmelted snow on the shaded side. To be frank, this old house consisted merely of earthen walls riddled with rat holes and some decayed timber. Our Beidou sword sect shall never permit you to insult the Beidou divine art. The Beidou sword king's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity, piercing like a sharp sword into Beiziho's eyes. Nearby, Gu Hanyan's expression revealed disdain. Wasn't Luo Yuxian's act merely an attempt to leave a good impression on Jiang Yan? The phrase body fallen, path extinguished underscores the complete annihilation of both form and spirit. Yet this body retained its entirety. Perhaps not due to its inherent strength but rather because of the life-sustaining blood nutrients provided by the perennial Ascension Conference held in Linya County. Upon noticing Kong Ming's pallor, the dean comprehended that this matter was no longer negotiable and had to step out to contact their families. Is the strength still adequate? The other party seemed to harbor concerns and softly inquired, their tone gentle. Chapter 59. Losses. The man in black atop the loft, clad entirely in dark garments, wore a conical hat pulled low, obscuring his features. After leaving the loft, he navigated through a maze of turns before entering the residence of Prime Minister Qin. Approaching the mansion, a young servant respectfully led him to the room of Qin Mingyu. How is the situation? As the man in black entered, the merchant pretended to offer solutions, yet was actually indicating the multitude of issues that were insurmountable. Meanwhile, the three from the turbid world were downstairs, wiping bloodstains off the counter while tallying the medicines present on the first floor. Consequently, Su Su bound him and tossed him onto a chair in the watchtower. Upon seeing that Qingyue had safely secured the child in her arms, she hurriedly climbed the watchtower. Feeling reassured enough to turn back and continue watching the carnivorous flowers devour maggots, along with the special forces battling the second mutation of the face pupa. Initially, Su Su had intended to wait until her parents finished before offering them some comforting words, but while leaning on the balcony on the second floor, the warmth of the heating made her yawn. Blood Knight Tian stared at the grand array he had painstakingly arranged through Yi Su Di Luo, now frozen, and could not help but erupt in fury. In truth, a bold thought had briefly crossed Chu Jianghe's mind, but upon further reflection, it seemed improbable otherwise. This matter could be far more significant than he anticipated. It was impossible for Yin not to be moved. Throughout her life, she had never been cared for in such a manner.
Bang!
It was precisely because of that fleeting moment of hesitation that Asuka ultimately claimed victory in the duel. After being attacked, this super soldier immediately turned towards Inu. Yet, before it could raise its weapon, it collapsed, having lost its power supply. Ima pressed on, and as he neared the patrolling enemies, he abruptly leapt onto the adjacent roof, advancing across the rooftop. Since the city was constructed of stone, Ima maintained his speed while running atop the open buildings, deftly circumventing the foes below. However, the colossal Luoxue Xiang undoubtedly required a vast amount of sustenance. There was a high likelihood it was herbivorous, making it challenging to find food along the way. O Yanling could no longer endure, swiftly turning her head aside to vomit. The two children, however, were oblivious to how much time had passed, merely retching without expelling much. Meanwhile, the nearest fire brigade set out at 1:30 a.m., winding through the mountains, finally arriving at Lyre Village by 4 a.m. Although Ima and Vivian held a strong disdain for the institution of slavery, it was undeniable that such a system indeed enhanced the soldiers' zeal for combat. Hence, Ima employed this method to reward his soldiers. And this estate was chosen by Vivian as their future residence. Upon opening the door, Martha indeed found him seated, motionless. Had it not been for the slight movement of his eyes, one might have mistaken him for a meticulously crafted wax figure. My current status is different. Will it be inconvenient for you to bring Kerr to see me? Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao was quite moved, naturally. She was concerned about her yet-to-be-met grandson, and wished to see him. Zheng Shi let out a cold snort, and the source energy beneath his feet surged forth, propelling the source vessel like an arrow slicing through the sky towards Jinling. The man in the green robe, Wu Tsong, flickered and appeared midair, wielding a black divine weapon, the pinnacle artifact, Wooding Rod, measuring approximately 10 feet in length. Of course, it is true, uncle. I am not deceiving you. I genuinely mean it. Your chess skills have indeed improved significantly, Zhang Hao stated. Chapter 60. The Secret Envoy. Brother Han, are you alright? Zhao Yuan took light steps, her expression anxious as she approached him, her eyes filled with concern. I am fine. You should return to your room and rest well, Chenghan replied indifferently, halting his steps. Having heard about an assassin's attempt on Brother Han's life, Zhao Yuan was genuinely worried about Lin Anmu being with Shan Yanyan, something the teacher was aware of, as she witnessed them coming from Class F. With a sharp reprimand, A door nearby swung open, and a figure stepped out gracefully. Clad in purple resembling crimson, her beauty as pure as jade. She met Yan Jingshuan's sincere gaze, and with a sigh in her heart, she thought that if one day he were to discover the truth and could not accept it, she would simply leave then. The guards and the military executioners displayed their experience. One raised a riding whip, striking wildly at the sides, which indeed proved effective, clearing a path. This gave Zhao Lei a peculiar illusion, but when he looked towards the sky, the door had already closed, gradually vanishing from his view, and that space reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Nan Shuang's mind was consumed with thoughts of Quan Tang, while her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the phone resting on the dining table. The shopkeeper, already pale with fright, hearing such fierce and menacing shouts, and realizing they were official troops, dared not delay and hurriedly opened the door. Upon hearing this, the originally indignant cultivators quieted down, their expressions still somewhat unwilling. Yet they dispersed nonetheless. Tang Feng first took Xiao Xiao to a nearby bank, where the counter attendant politely stated that business had ceased. Tang Feng smiled and expressed his desire to find the head of their credit department. The attendant made a phone call and courteously led them to an office further inside. However, what he perceived was not such a sentiment, but rather an overwhelming urge to advance and fight with fervor. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he immediately reined in his impulses and fixed his gaze upon the battlefield ahead. The heavenly decree had undoubtedly been issued, hence the door stood ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Suddenly enlightened, Lang Yu comprehended the implication. A dozen formidable primordial spirit demons stood before him. Around them, several connoisseurs donned high magnification goggles to scrutinize this exquisite piece, and they unanimously concluded that it was undoubtedly a genuine work by Wu Changshua. According to Pai Rixiu's prior optimistic assertions, the treasures hidden within the Mouse Kingdom were indeed plentiful, and it seemed there was some truth to that. Each of these 3 treasures, should they be presented to the world, would be valued at an astronomical price. Given the scale of the Southern Mouse Kingdom, everything here was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Jade Street appeared, at face value, to be a market for jade wares. Yet it was the most vibrant and bustling area in Rongqing, boasting the widest variety of jade items, and was colloquially referred to as the Jade Capital. At that moment, Bai Lu suddenly felt a sharp pain. Her once normal black hand had inexplicably transformed and subsequently been severed, now lying on the ground. Of course, she had another method at her disposal, one that required sufficient strength to decisively influence Huazin's decisions. Yes, so your true love is merely relative. Without her, your heart's desire becomes a void. Jun Maru's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the Konoha ninjas, rendering them momentarily dazed. Upon learning that Luo Yi had obtained his doctorate and would soon return to his homeland, he instinctively pressed his hand to his chest. Hinata Hizashi. What do you truly mean? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his countenance darkening. Busu did not return home. Instead, he boarded a bus, leisurely making his way to the Huayuan Road night market, arriving at Yuan House stall. Chapter 61. The enchantment drug. Though the man's origins were obscure and his appearance suspicious, if he were indeed a secret envoy sent by Yunfei, Yan Ruoli's absence would likely jeopardize significant matters. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Ruoli made her decision. She armed herself with a sword, concealed some antidotes and poisons, and set off to the Fulai restaurant accompanied by 2 guards. The Fulai restaurant was bustling with activity, alive with a vibrant atmosphere. Sure, you smiled, of course. As long as you clarify with them how much liquid can be extracted from a precious herb, that figure remains fixed and the fire spirits will be more than willing to assist. As long as a little surplus is obtained from each precious herb, it will accumulate into a substantial amount of valuable resources. I believe both fire spirits will be quite pleased. The once searing cave gradually lost its previous warmth. When Shui Qing noticed Ling Yan's hostile demeanor and prepared to act, the cave began to tremble, as if the entire mountain were shaking. Thus, the general possessed such audacity. Had the Matsubara residence been set ablaze, he surely would not have remained so composed. At that time, he was reprimanding soldiers within the recruitment office, his mood exceedingly grim, his expression equally unpleasant. What is the Tianshan flying horse? Is it related to the heavens or the mountains? Can it truly fly? Yu Ruo found herself increasingly perplexed. In that moment, Guofu felt a wave of humiliation and pain wash over her, causing her entire body to tremble involuntarily. Sure, Yu and her companion felt their hairs stand on end. They had not noticed someone had approached them. What does it matter if Xin Fei is both loyal and treacherous, seeming genuine yet insincere? Ming Xin remained bewildered, her mind being the purest. Thus her comprehension, the most limited. Chun Chuxing's voice remained calm. Aside from the variations in his guitar's melody, he seemed to transform into a lyrical bard. Yu Ruo discreetly cast a glance, locking eyes with another man who smiled at her, an expression that made her feel distinctly uncomfortable. Chu Yunxi voiced her concerns, pondering if perhaps only her maternal figure could assist her in resolving this dilemma. Suddenly, the atmosphere, once awkward, ignited with even greater intensity than before. Li Yaxian lifted a wine jug, filling a cup carved from a single piece of jade, then slowly set the jug down, reverting to a silent puppet. A smile crept across his lips as he couldn't help but lick the cracked corners of his mouth. "Stand down," she exclaimed sharply, her brows furrowing as Han Tang's neck was just a breath away from spewing blood. Initially, the two clans had progressed in opposing directions. The Witch clan had occupied a significant portion of the eastern region, while the Demon clan claimed the southern area. Ha ha ha, Lu Yanan laughed heartily, defying imagination as she donned her floral fairy garb, her exquisite features betraying such audacity. As the familiar scent of lemon filled her nostrils once more, Lu Jinyu's mind went blank, her face involuntarily flushing. Truly captivating, she mused. Yi Qinlan, still enraptured by the beautiful scenery, replied dreamily. Wild yam, a rather commonplace herb, had become a staple for refugees fleeing the turmoil and natural disasters, yet in many cities, wild yam barely qualified as a vegetable, with the affluent only interested in exquisite dishes and beautiful women. Logically, Keane should have already departed Manchester United. However, his physical condition remained robust. Despite having berated Fletcher as useless and criticized Ronaldo for not passing, he remained with the team, still a captain. Liang Jun's formidable prowess exhibited at this moment completely altered the crowd's expectations of victory. The savior vanished into the dark cosmos, buoyed by the blessings of all Martians, bearing the hopes of an entire planet. Chapter 62, consumed by desire. Chenghan burst in. "Lear, what troubles you?" His voice carried a hint of urgency. Ruoli remained silent, her complexion growing increasingly flushed. Prior to Chenghan's entrance, muffled sounds of a struggle could be heard outside the elegant chamber. Yet Ruoli remained oblivious. He approached Ruoli, who suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Xiao Yuan believed in Nalan Chuchu's martial prowess. Yet she did not think it adequate for her protection. As a royal princess, no matter whom she sparred with, others would yield to her. Who would dare harm a precious blossom? Such martial training yielded little to no benefit. Nevertheless, possessing some martial skill might suffice for an escape. Yi Zifan struggled in vain to persuade Mai Zi to relocate, understanding his stubborn nature would not easily yield. Huang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Yet the sorrow and pain in her eyes could never be concealed. Due to the allegiance of the likes of Black Mountain Old Demon, the city of Feiyun in another realm became an additional stronghold for Jifeng City. Su Chinga stood frozen, the sound sending chills down her spine. She dared not turn away, only casting a pleading glance at Luo Qinghan. Zhou Jijia finally managed to articulate. Wu Peng placed second in the third group of the preliminaries. His performance was exceptional. He has advanced to tomorrow's finals. Given the limited number of participants in the men's 400-meter individual medley, totaling only 4 groups, second place secured a spot in the final. By now, it was early summer. The midday sun beat down fiercely, and the tea shed was already populated with numerous travelers and merchants. In the void lies substance. And in substance, the void, it is as dreamlike as it is illusory, concealing the universe's secrets. Xiao Yuan retrieved the jade flute she had kept close to her heart, opened her eyes, and prepared to venture forth. Lu Ling spoke softly, observing Ruo gradually approach him, adopting a welcoming posture as they converged. How could this be? Yili's thoughts were wholly consumed by Qin Lang's earlier response. The warmth of the car thawed her frozen mind, compelling her to ponder uncontrollably. Qin Lang had returned. And considering how close their families were, why had he never sought out Xia Han? Lin Shui retrieved a golden token from her storage pouch, infusing it with the power of the underworld. In an instant, the two found themselves at the very spot where Lin Feng had first entered the military camp. What? 3 7th-grade transformation pills? The elder of the underworld, lying on the ground, suddenly narrowed his eyes. In the black corner domain, high-level storage rings are rare treasures, practically priceless. Moreover, These advanced rings possess a protective function, with some even capable of rebounding an opponent's mental force, making them unimaginable treasures. Having awakened from slumber and initiated conversation, the poison flame serpent emperor surveyed the surroundings, noticing a commonality in the causes of death among many beings, prompting him to voice his curiosities. With the most challenging Miao Xiangjun dealt with and the support of Su Tong, only Li Liangkai remained to confront. Provided no unforeseen events occur, I should be able to assist the proprietress in reclaiming that 15 million. Should they fail to alleviate the situation, the repercussions will undoubtedly yield an even more threatening scenario. Brother Lin Feng, you have seen for yourself, my brother harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. It is unlikely that we can part on amicable terms today. Can you lend me a helping hand to escape? I will repay you handsomely. Swearing an oath as the lord of the underworld, Long Ming continued to communicate telepathically. The most visceral sensation was that every being within the champion city seemed to exist under the reflected shadows of their souls. Fan Lao's face turned ashen as his gaze shifted to the medicine emperor Han Feng, his eyes radiating a plea for help. It appeared only the medicine emperor could save him now. Ming Zhu remarked, in recent days, His Majesty has almost failed to prepare for the Empress's affairs. I shall immediately prevent His Majesty from proceeding. With that, she hurriedly scurried out. In the elegant chambers of the Fu Lai restaurant, Ruoli and Chenghan were entwined, their skin touching, bodies locked together. The aphrodisiac coursing through Ruoli was potent. Forcibly suppressing her desires could ultimately harm her health. Just then, Chenghan stumbled in, rendered dazed by Ruoli's charms, perfectly serving as her antidote. As autumn's chill enveloped the air, Gu Mengmeng found herself at a loss for words, unaware of her own hesitance. A colossal steel serpent emerged on the grass, its immense weight shaking the ground beneath. I forgot to mention yesterday, I lost track of time while singing and drinking with friends and stayed at a hotel last night. I changed into the clothes I bought this morning. Yi Shanyu felt somewhat out of place in the suit, which was far from his style. As the sudden approach occurred, He Lao was uncertain of the intent behind it. However, it was clear that He Senja dared not harm him here. Yet, despite this certainty, he could not suppress his worries, closing in on He Senja, feeling a sense of unease. Looking at the large, immobile pig lying on the ground, one had to wonder if it could still serve any purpose. Thus, Chan Hao had resolved from the outset that Lin Feng must be included in the Running Man project, even willing to postpone filming if necessary. Simply put, Lin Feng's presence was indispensable. The fallen knights emitted the sound of bones grinding as the knight blocking Yi Shanyu was engulfed in flames. This Qin Tian is no simple foe. We are still quite far from the island. How did he detect us? Menard pondered. Upon hearing the figure mentioned, Lin Feng briefly recalled and confirmed it matched his memory, nodding in satisfaction. The room was a double occupancy. After taking a shower, Tang San emerged from the bathroom clad in a hotel bathrobe, only to find Wu Bin lying there, gazing blankly at the ceiling. As for Fei Ying, now serving as Jing and Ping's shadow guard, she should have been following for protection. Yet, she could not resist her father's command and was brought home instead. The thin layer of black silk on her feet was difficult to define as either socks or soft-soled shoes, leaving Lu Mingfei unable to discern it. Not to mention 10, 100, even thousands would have no impact on Lu Xuanning. Stop him. Kaczynski's face changed dramatically upon seeing this and rushed forward to grab the new recruit. However, the father of Ultra wished to say more but fell silent under Belial's piercing gaze. I instructed you two to converse, not to speak ill of me. I can hear you through this door. Luo Jun's furious roar echoed from the treatment room. Everyone remained in the vehicle, as the task was not urgent, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. In contrast, they were far nobler than the despicable black ants or foolish stone ants due to their considerable wisdom. This preserved both the tender charm of human offspring and the robust physique and cleverness of demons. Sisu's technique was rather unrefined, clearly indicating a lack of experience in bandaging. Although there was no grave harm, her somewhat rough method caused Chu Feng to emit a soft gasp of pain. Bai Yuntao opened his eyes, the black and white swirling within, a terrifying sword aura suddenly emanating from his gaze. What? This is considered cute? It would surely frighten anyone outside. Zhang Jianguo exclaimed incredulously. Not killing you? I'm afraid there is currently no antidote for this virus, so for the sake of others, you must. Long Zhan coldly smirked, raising his palm as he spoke. Chapter 64. Why is it a woman's voice? Through the faintly discernible veil. Zhao Yuan glimpsed Si Chenghan's exposed, powerful arms. He cradled a woman in his embrace, her long hair damp, her delicate features partially obscured, reminiscent of Ruoli. A discerning observer would immediately recognize what had transpired between the two. Witnessing such a scene, Zhao Yuan was both shocked and surprised. As 3 seconds elapsed, Lung Feng, without hesitation, charged at Xiao Lei. In the face of Xiao Lei's terrified expression, he hoisted him up and unleashed a flurry of blows. The fox spirit gazed at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought for a moment before finally deciding it was time to occupy itself with some task. The striped dragon towered approximately 15 meters high, yet it exuded an intimidating presence surpassing that of the 30-meter-long Lianglong, its sharp fangs and robust forelimbs proclaiming its identity as a carnivore. Su Ke finally understood why she had found herself in the tree at that moment. She had simply returned to sleep, completely disregarding the presence of Li Taisher. Such arrogance and self-importance must stem from an abundance of familial indulgence. I shall reveal a secret to you. Yan Jiang leaned closer to Lin Chun, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. She deleted a plethora of unfinished compositions stored on her computer. Not out of modesty. You truly are worthless. However, he also recognized that he was no match for Lin Chun and could not remain there any longer, lest he risk his life. The three departed without encountering any peculiar events along the way, yet all sensed the eerie emptiness of the city. Prepare to meet your end. Jin Hao bellowed, his figure radiating a brilliant golden light, coalescing into a palpable force within his palm. After all, the nobles of various nations behaved in this manner. Naturally, the scholars from these lands would think likewise. Based on my understanding from the records, I have roughly pinpointed the location of that Gushi Han. It should be around here. During the Han and Tang dynasties, the Central Plains dynasties managed that area, yet now our dynasty is so unfamiliar with it. Alas! Yang Gai remarked, lamenting the situation. Their purpose of existence was to swiftly respond at the museum in the event of an incident, controlling the scene. Sun Yuman had initially walked this way but, upon hearing the hefty man's words, returned to his bed and no longer cast a glance outside the prison at those people. Where? Wang Junwei instinctively smiled and waved his hand, but when he realized the implications of Mu Nianxue's words, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. The 6th Division deployed 2 regiments, supported by the aircraft of the 1st Air Corps, and despite a relentless afternoon of assault, they were unable to conquer Duckbull Mountain. Furthermore, they incurred significant losses, leading Kandamasa Kazu to feel somewhat despondent. He faintly sensed that the battle for Changsha would not be easily won. Would the esteemed masters, perched high in their lofty positions, descend to guide a rejected apprentice? Thus, at this nascent stage, diligence alone could not remedy the inadequacies of an ordinary apprentice, as they often lacked abundant resources and were unlikely to encounter a mentor like Thompson. As the proprietor spoke, he and his wife proceeded to the kitchen, while the young maid tidied up the remnants left by Xiao Chu. With ample strength and vigor, engaging in a tough battle seemed inconsequential. This was a method worth pursuing for long-term gain. Although she hailed from the Sunfire tribe, who could truly predict the intricacies of their internal affairs, the last words of the Demon King seemed to employ some arcane force, embedding themselves in my mind, echoing incessantly. It was precisely due to the commotion that day that the news spread throughout the capital. At that moment, Lu Xingyu's identity was revealed to the world. It turned out he was the long-lost 5th prince. Chapter 65. The proposal. Si Chenghan remained in a deep slumber within his chamber, vaguely sensing that Ruoli was nearby, accompanying him. Upon awakening, he found himself back at the duke's residence. By the side of the bed stood Yuning, her expression composed yet tinged with an air of peculiarity. What transpired? Where is Li Er? Is she safe? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Pilisai concluded that the most effective strategy would be to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. He quietly gathered a heap of dry branches from the vicinity and piled them against the side of the low monastery building. Once satisfied with the height of the pile, he ignited it with a laser from his fingertip. At that moment, a demon ant returned, lingering at the cave entrance momentarily before departing once more. A massive fish from the heavenly river, witnessing Lu Yang gliding along the water's surface, erupted from the depths, revealing its blood-red maw filled with menacing teeth.
Looming at Liu Yang.
The creatures of the mountain were startled by the clash between the two, scattering in fear of becoming collateral damage. A middle-aged man from the Ning clan, representing Yang Jianhui, stoked the flames of discord by suggesting the capabilities of the duke's household. Ziyue was indeed a bit anxious, feeling overshadowed by the present bamboo cloud. Meanwhile, Tong Yuqing clenched her fist tightly. Did bamboo cloud's words serve as a reminder to curb any misguided intentions? Another day passed, and as the number of disaster victims increased, leading to public safety concerns, Changli Town dispatched the city guards, a contingent of 9,000, including 3,000 under the command of General Zhou. The bustling sounds of life and the throngs of people painted a vibrant tableau. Anyone who arrived here would be irresistibly drawn to immerse themselves in the lively atmosphere. Upon the completion of the locking process, the characters would initiate a unique sacrificial ceremony aimed at either obliterating the designated target or neutralizing any threat or discomfort it posed. The entire city of Zhouchuan spanned tens of thousands of miles, nestled between mountains and rivers, making it easy to defend yet challenging to assault. The Taoist temple was situated at this pivotal junction, its walls towering over 30 feet, constructed from massive green stones measuring 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, each as unyielding as iron. As soon as I stepped outside, the blizzard howled fiercely, and Yi Dian felt the wind whistle past his ears. He was unaware of how long he had walked, only sensing the presence of the old village chief without catching a glimpse of him. After traversing several snow-capped mountains, Yi Dian finally halted in terror. Those tasks fell within the purview of the princess, so why should I seek another maid to perform them? Jun did not avert his gaze, fixating intently on Xia Jiuzheng. Dongfang Yinan had long contemplated this, much like the Zhou group, worried that his own business might attract unwarranted difficulties due to his rising reputation, especially with the influence of the Wu-Yi alliance. Zhang Shangjin quietly stood behind Shan Yusin, listening to her phone conversation, occasionally catching the voice of a man on the other end. It was not until Li Qiushui pointed at him, berating, "You scoundrel! After all these years of marriage to you, I never saw your true colors. I must have been blind." As she spoke, she lifted her head, shook it, and poured herself another glass of wine from the bottle on the table. She then reminisced about Grandma Li, who was once a skilled embroiderer, sought after for many brides' gowns, but lamented how high prices and low wages had taken a toll on her eyesight. "I had no choice. Life was tough back then, and I had to endure to survive." Li Tianhao, witnessing her confident smile, was immediately swayed. Having tasted her culinary skills, he nodded in agreement, indicating his approval. Chapter 66. The bestowal of marriage. Logically, Si Chenghan's actions, which had become the talk of the town, should have brought disgrace to the royal family and warranted reprimand. However, he was not entangled with an ordinary woman but rather the princess of the Mu-Yun kingdom. Should this union be realized, it would be mutually beneficial for both Shi Lan and Mu-Yun. Thus, although Si Mingyue felt anger simmering within, he refrained from chastising Si Chenghan. The rain began to fall, droplets pattering against his back, soaking his garments. A chill jolted him back to reality. "Hey, Yi Nink. I still don't know what your job is," Qian Yu asked with growing curiosity, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After old Wang completed his rounds, he hurriedly returned to his quarters, opened his computer, and began reviewing the material. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ruofeng encountered an early double team, under aggressive defense. He found himself unable to even call for a pick. Yet, when he finally set about transcribing the script, he discovered the story was rather captivating. Thus, despite having less than 200,000 remaining in his account, he continued to think of money in terms of billions. The streets bustled with merchants from various regions of eastern Rome, peddling an array of goods. After numerous collaborations, the tacit understanding between me and Lan Linfeng had reached a level where I could grasp his intentions almost instantaneously. I navigated the streets, recalling the path from my childhood, leading Lan Linfeng to our former home. After speaking, I lay down half a meter away from Yi Yao, and shortly thereafter, soft snores emerged. The opposing party did not halt. However, Wu Di was confident he could catch up and launch an attack within 2 minutes. "Yi Feiyang, is that you?" Upon hearing her name called, Yi Feiyang paused, gently placing the child down but not releasing her grasp. "I believe this proposal truly represents my feelings for you. The extravagant weddings are partly for show. Therefore, I wish to craft a heartfelt proposal, solely for you." Zhong Hao gazed deeply at Xia Zijing, who was already in tears. "Teacher, I hope you can grant me this request. I must go out today," I asserted with unwavering determination. The lake mirrored the sky, undisturbed by ripples, with the shadows of reeds reflected in the water, appearing even more beautiful. In high school, we drifted apart. Yet he remained attentive, believing that one day we would be together, which is why he applied to university after learning I had too. Little did I know I would end up with someone else. However, this vice commander held a significant position in this village. That was sufficient. How could I let this opportunity slip away? Without the assistance of Captain Zhang, this battle would still need to be fought. Slowly opening my eyes, I gazed at the man with damp, dark pupils, as if inquiring, what is a father's home? No way, I thought. Earlier, it was one half, now. 2/3 of the path was obstructed, rendering passage impossible. Boss, let's talk if there's something to discuss. I'm just next door, Gong Yongyu stated before entering the room, and silence followed. I am, in essence, delicate and sensitive. I have long perceived Zhang Qingrui's intentions. However, I've been unwilling to acknowledge them verbally. Particularly after acquiring the ancient tome, my conviction in this regard has only strengthened. Suddenly, a remarkable surge of violent energy erupted, accompanied by a subtle cracking sound that resonated within Mu Feng's rapidly constricting pupils. The two figures appeared simultaneously. Yangzi recognized them at a glance as the Tong brothers who had previously been taken away by Su Xinyu, though only two emerged, the third, along with the bodies of the unfeeling brothers, remained unaccounted for. Yet, I have observed in television and film that many illicit transactions transpire aboard luxury cruise liners. Xiang Shui looked on with uncertainty. Chapter 67. Re-entering the palace, however, Ruoli's demeanor faltered as she received the decree, hastily instructing her subordinates to escort Sun Yi away. In truth, when Sun Yi invoked the name of the concubine of Gong Wang, an icy chill spread throughout Ruoli's limbs and core.
Subsequently,
recalling that Zhao Yuan still resided within the Gong Wang mansion, she felt an intensified aversion towards Chenghan. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Tianlong's expression darkened. He understood that Linga was searching for Bai Xiaoheng and recognized that her earlier remarks implied Bai Xiaoheng would claim the top spot. As Karen tightened his grip, Michael rolled his eyes in distress, his feet flailing helplessly, utterly devoid of any means to resist due to the vast disparity in their ranks. Wang Zhen smirked coldly, having awaited this moment. As he spoke, crackling electricity enveloped him, his hair standing on end, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Hua Jiamel realized that Wang Zhen was exerting his full strength, deploying his signature technique, the five thunder seizing the soul, and quickly evaded, fearing that the might of the lightning would overwhelm and consume her. The leader glanced at Wu Feng, taking a few steps forward. Although he was not incited to anger by those around him, his tone lacked warmth. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoheng was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indignation rising within him. In his previous life, the Huang family had stripped him of his qualification for the assessment, but in this life, their actions were even more egregious, treating him as a mere joke to be shared with others. The crowd exhibited a mix of approving nods and bewildered expressions, though the majority wore looks of confusion. He turned away, continuing to drive into town to post missing person notices while secretly plotting the next phase of action. However, presently disadvantaged, they had no choice but to proceed cautiously, step by step. Boss Niu, unable to restrain himself, called out to Xiong Lao Lu to keep an eye on Gong Senqing, and he rushed forward alongside Zhu Laoer. Meanwhile, those who overheard their conversation could not help but change their expressions, particularly He Qian, who, already feeling discomfort towards Su Yuan, now harbored an even greater disdain. Shui Luo found herself at a loss for words regarding this violent man, who persistently ambushed her when she least expected it. Not only did he kiss her with such fervor that it left her dazed, but he also filled her mouth with his probing tongue, leaving her with no means to resist, slowly succumbing to his overwhelming presence. Muzi, are you there? Someone is looking for you. Suddenly, a loud shout at the classroom door jolted Muzi from her harrowing memories. She turned her head, puzzled, to look outside, only to find that the person seeking her was none other than her classmate Xia Jinyu, who had shared an unforgettable night with her. Only one day remained until the anticipated opening of the sinkhole, as predicted by Mu Feng and others. The resplendent, colorful light above the sinkhole had diminished significantly over the past 6 months, now teetering on the brink of extinction, with only occasional ripples appearing in the sky. They had initially believed that the Mo Ko Divine sect, having lingered in hiding for so long, would inflict some damage on the Divine Martial Bank, and even Princess Luo Fu might be destined for demise. Unbeknownst to the exhilarated MOU, a faint aura of murderous intent was silently encroaching from the shadows. Oblivious, he lay quietly upon his opulent bed, excitement still coursing through him as he gazed at the lavish ceiling, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting Lin Feng. The Rookie Challenge competition was set to feature a first-year team composed of last year's draft picks facing off against a second-year team formed by this year's new draftees. Moreover, the rookies would select their challenges against star players from various clubs, embodying the fearless spirit of youth. Chu Haoran, feeling bored, flipped through the options, contemplating the various personalities. Suddenly, he found that the traits he previously favored had lost their appeal, and after perusing the entire list, he could not identify a single aspect worthy of alteration. Chapter 68. Choosing a fortuitous day after delivering a forceful strike that repelled Si Chenghan, Ruoli refrained from further aggression and turned to head towards the palace. Si Chenghan wished to say more, but followed her nonetheless. Just as the two became entangled, Sun Yi arrived in haste, accompanied by two young attendants. Understanding their quarrel, Sun Yi felt an inner clarity, and the smile on her lips took on a deeper significance. At that poignant moment of melancholia, a sudden chill on her forehead jolted Ling Che from Isaro. Mixed rice, also known as a hodgepodge meal, consists of various side dishes and cereals cooked together in a broth, providing a hearty and economical option. The Imperial Guards did not resort to murder. Yet their presence was more fearsome than any slaughter. Many trapped individuals believed the palace was awash in blood. Countless incantations cascaded like a torrential downpour. At that moment, that Ko gazed upward, as though penetrating the barriers of the earth and locking eyes with air. In an instant, air burst into bubbles, disintegrating and enveloping Sang Ruo, who in a heartbeat materialized beside that Ko, transcending the confines of space. Or perhaps the ship had lost its way entirely. The river's surface eerily devoid of any fishing vessels. During the contemplation of Jedi and Junti, Hong Jun observed the 6 individuals with varying glances, some foreboding. Soaring into the sky, the clone landed, followed by 2 more clones emerging simultaneously from the cave, joining it on the ground. I apologize, old sir, but I have no intention of selling this jade pendant. It was a gift from a friend, Huang Sueki expressed regretfully, bowing in apology. Moreover, Air's voice vaguely reminded Sang Ruo of the siren encountered at sea, imbued with a similarly seductive essence, reminiscent of a lover's intoxicating whispers. The intent was to retrieve the 5th princess, but in reality, the edicts of the Empress Dowager and the Dowager Empress were conveyed, each presenting tributes to the 4th concubine. Olinara, what brings you here? Who permitted your arrival? Ming Lu glared at Ming Fan, his irritation palpable. He should not have come, especially with another madman, Wang Fei, present. Ming Fan had effectively walked into danger. Lan Yu felt compelled to investigate these clues further. Indeed, all instances of murder and smuggling thus far had been orchestrated by Ding Zhen. Lan Yu needed time to unravel the connections among the various factions. However, in terms of military power and resources, it was exceedingly difficult for the Ba Kingdom to engage simultaneously in warfare against both Chu and Shu and emerge victorious. This reality weighed heavily on Ba Dong'an, the future sovereign, as he contemplated with clarity. By the following morning, Shen Tong had already departed the city, utilizing the alias Wang Yang to board a flight to Southeast Asia. Xiang Mei rose to offer a formal greeting, retrieving a bamboo slip depicting a tiger grasping an elephant. Sent from Huan Palace. A sudden impact rattled Su Jun's head, causing a buzzing sensation as she gradually lost consciousness. As for you, Uncle Yu, if you have matters to attend to, inquire in this vicinity and mention that I, Yizhen, will assist you at my company, Yizhen replied, reverting to his usual demeanor as if nothing had occurred, smiling as he departed. The day Mu Yichen commenced school coincided with the engagement of Wu Yuan and Xu Ming, as well as the 100-day celebration of Xue Zheni Asun. Mu Yichen chose not to return home, instead sending Jason and Yang to represent him. Ivan suggested, let us aim to scout the area early, and we can catch up on sleep later. Lan Yu responded succinctly, fully prepared to set forth. You are indeed Wang Baka. Are you not? The first-grade representative donned a blue school uniform, standing before Moby, who wore the same attire. Stepping forward, he steadied his stance. Originally poised for a backhand stroke, Anshi seamlessly transitioned to a forehand, his grip sliding down the handle by 3 centimeters. With his left hand supporting the throat of the racket and his right hand firmly grasping the handle, his gaze fixated on the speeding tennis ball. Chapter 69. She has long since passed away. Your Majesty, I take my leave, Ruoli bowed before withdrawing. After her departure, Sima Yue's expression turned stern as he regarded Si Chenghan. Yun Wangchen, the princess of the Muyun kingdom, deserved utmost care upon her arrival at the royal residence. Si Mingyue spoke gravely, warning that any negative rumors could jeopardize the diplomatic relations between the two nations. Su Chu and Zhang Fei, one a subordinate of Cao Cao and the other of Liu Bei, would undoubtedly clash if they ever met. Typically clad in a cloak, her true visage was obscured from the world, yet now her countenance revealed the essence of a leisurely yet benevolent healer. Regardless of how the world perceived Zhu Jingxian, even he himself might have gone mad rather than remain alive. Subsequently, Lin He recounted the recent events to Chu Nan, deeming them too peculiar to ignore, even for someone as scatterbrained as he. At that time, the funds injected into Liu Yaoqing's company were, in fact, from the Liu family. Upon discovering this, Liu Yaoqing was furious and contemplated dissolving the company entirely. Eileen, upon learning of this, implored him not to destroy the fruits of his labor. "Dad, he said it himself. So I can't be blamed," Wu Qianqian remarked with a hint of pride. Moreover, it is natural for individuals to navigate the ebbs and flows of life. After several decades, how could Jiang Ruo bear the weight of disdain from the masses? Moments earlier, the beaten server harbored a torrent of anger within, channeling it all towards Chu Nan. Could it have already been annihilated by a black hole? Yi Chenghan felt a foreboding sensation, realizing that if the sun-extinguishing bow could be found, even the resurrection of the 9 great sages would elicit trepidation regarding this formidable weapon. An elderly gentleman, previously encountered in the depths of the mountains, now stood here as the Academy's headmaster. He evidently recalled their prior encounter, his gaze drifting between Qiu Wui and Fan Lingyu, accompanied by a warm smile. Qiu Wui feigned attentiveness, scanning the surroundings with mild surprise. Report. The 5,000 troops of the Hachiho family are advancing towards Hu City. The commander is Hachiho Shijunabu. A messenger hurriedly entered the evaluation chamber of Hu City to deliver his news before departing in haste. Though he often appeared carefree and shameless, his heart was perceptive. He understood much, albeit from a divergent perspective. A soft sigh emanated from Yi Chenghan's consciousness, resonating with a sense of age and sorrow. This sound was distinct from the imperial weapon's voice, unique and earth-shattering, causing the heavens to weep as torrents of rain poured down. Li Yu's initial hypothesis was thus refuted, yet he did not deem his thoughts erroneous. Linglong's presence in G-Man's era suggested that others from the ancient clan could also arrive, perhaps bringing allies along with her. I await your discovery of the spatial passage, but do not let me find it first, for if that happens, you shall learn the consequences of opposing me. With that, Feng Yiyang disregarded Long Xingyu and continued his search for the spatial passage. The designated meeting place with the Rennie New Society was here. In truth, the extensive underground passages had resulted in minimal losses for the society. The surrounding scene, however, differed entirely from the time of unconsciousness. No decaying flesh, no meatballs, nor the divine blades, only an all-encompassing darkness. Upon seeing Li Tian, Zhang Chunxiao instinctively furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him while pondering his true identity. Chapter 70. Disappearance. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Si Chenghan received alarming news. Princess Yun had been ambushed after leaving the palace and was now missing. Even Eunuch Sun, who had escorted her back to the relay station, was gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Si Chenghan's demeanor transformed sharply, becoming cold and formidable. Reflecting on Qin Mingyu's odd behavior upon leaving the palace, he felt a tremor in his heart and demanded, "Qingqing may inadvertently offend you next. Please do not take offense." Ling Tian, retracting the profound mysteries of his heart, gently addressed Qingqing. "What? He was injured?" Emperor Siemu exclaimed, nearly dropping the state affairs documents he held. As Ling Tian turned to leave, Xiao, seated, leaned towards Yi Huan and whispered a few words. "No, she claimed to have accidentally entered this world from another, constantly searching for a way back. Now, I am uncertain if she has returned," Zhomi stated. "Understood. By the way, when the other officials arrive, inform them that I will take the night shift." This gentleman, facing the fresh morning air, inhaled deeply before addressing the guard. A tremendous force struck the oblivious Liu Yu, as if seeking to obliterate everything, creating a thunderous sound within the prison. Since Feng Qing and his companions had awaited their arrival, the entire process of Zhang Kuei and his group emerging from the Supreme Night Club to wreak havoc was meticulously documented. Even though Zhang Kuei, with his cunning, did not return to the Supreme Night Club, he could not evade responsibility.
Yifeng.
Yi Long gazed at his brother, Realizing that he had only caught a glimpse of Yi Feng's speed, he might not even be a match for him. Those familiar with Fei Jie could only shake their heads in resignation. Zheng Wanfei had earned a reputation for being nearly invulnerable, and anyone who had crossed swords with her knew the challenge she posed. Evidently, these individuals were the formidable figures who had vanished after the battle between the demon sect and the myriad worlds. He had lost count of how many days had passed without a bath, the stench of blood clinging to him. And the ragged cloth draped around his waist was a disheveled mess, releasing a foul wind with every movement. Soaring skyward, Nero conjured a blood-red curved blade. Gripping its hilt in reverse, the crescent-shaped blade facing outward, positioned slightly to the right of his right hand. Although uncertain of the efficacy of this concoction, it remained the only option available at present. A frail silhouette traversed the forest amidst the rain, undeterred by the heavy darkness and obscured vision, steadfastly following his path. From the dimensions of time and space to the cycles of cause and effect, all tangible and intangible elements had solidified, with death becoming the singular theme surrounding him. The Tower of Death rested quietly in a specific location, refraining from participating in the skirmish between the half-beasts, demonic beasts, and the vanguard of the Xinhuan people in Kuei Ba City, seemingly in search of something. Huang Xian vented his frustrations towards Chenghan, who also found the situation puzzling. Indeed, the absence of news was conspicuous. Otherwise, he would not have only learned about it upon arriving in Lujing, and even then, it was through Zhou Lan's words. "Oh, dear," a pirate shouted as the sea beneath him erupted, sending a massive column of water skyward, propelling him into the heavens, where he vanished from sight. Zhang Kuan gritted his teeth, retrieving his Qingkuan bag, and after borrowing some funds, he gathered enough to reach 1 million, glancing at Li Mu. They were well aware of Mu Bai's recent mysterious software project, yet whenever they inquired, he merely smiled in silence, leaving them perplexed. Little did they expect that the completed product would be so unremarkable. These serrated sharks could battle in restricted zones and even amid storms. The upgraded lattice furnace bestowed formidable power, achieving level 8, rendering it unafraid even when facing a level 9 void dragon. In contrast, the Order of the Divine's fleet hiding within was the true menace, with the void dragon and its supreme leader posing significant threats. Chapter 71. Framing Zhao Yuan secretly made her decision and then sat down on the sandalwood chair, lost in thought. Despite the traces of tears on her face, her gaze transformed from one of pitiful innocence to one of sinister cunning. Though she had not sent anyone to assassinate Ruoli, the assassins had employed the techniques of the Luo family, indicating a deeper plot at play. Who could be behind this act? The village elder, an archaic term reminiscent of A.U.S. congressman, held the authority to deliberate on significant matters of the village. If the elders collectively decided on an issue, even the village chief could not oppose it. "All right, you may go in now. I shall take my leave," a dong said before departing. Miao Shou gazed at the ominous house, swallowed hard, and steeled herself to enter. At that moment, Li Tianqi and Xiao Shulua observed the battlefield at the cliff's edge, shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring any view of the unfolding events. The smoke continued to billow from the ground, enveloping the entire area. A magnificent spread of delicacies adorned the table, with the establishment serving only the fruit wine brewed by Zhang Donghai's family. However, contrary to his expectations, just as he endeavored to maintain calm and silence, his phone rang unexpectedly. With a sudden burst of laughter, Lin Yumei was unable to contain herself. 30,000 low-grade spiritual source stones were indeed excessive. It was worth noting that the cost of the detoxification pill was at most a few hundred taels of silver, and she had gathered the herbs herself, spending not a single tael. Regardless, she believed that he could not escape her grasp. Qi Xinyang, appearing like a gentle lamb, was merely prey to her watchful eyes, and she, the ravenous wolf, was destined to ensnare him. Yet he likely would not care. Now ignorant of everything, he lay eternally beneath the earth, leaving his family to mourn him, while he himself felt nothing of it. After returning from the dungeon, Mo Fan's heart, already restless, became increasingly impatient. He sensed that his departure was imminent. Mama and repeatedly cautioned Yiru about various matters before reluctantly ending the call. On the same day that Zhuangsun and Lu Jiuqing left Deqian, Qinghuan Palace also saw the departure of two individuals, Song Chanyun and an elderly woman by her side, both heading towards the direction of Eastern Shu. After a brief absence, Jiu Shuang returned, cradling an ancient zither in her arms. She gracefully took her seat and resumed playing a beautiful melody. The music, still serene, seemed to reflect a shift in the player's emotional state as the tune became notably softer, lacking the previous fervor and tumult. The master's character had always been such. True concerns were concealed deep within his heart. As Zhuang Sun felt the powerful energy surging through him, he could not contain his joy upon opening his eyes. He had finally reached the mid-stage, drawing closer to the realm of the Heavenly King. What does that uncle mean? Ho Xiaoqing found Lin Jingnan's words increasingly incredible. So be it. We are mere strangers, fleetingly converging and parting. Debts of this life will be repaid in the next. Such thoughts arose inexplicably in his mind. I trust my brothers. They are the finest hunters, not easily deceived by their prey, Su Mo remarked, gazing upward with a hint of melancholy. Zhuang Sun felt a twinge of regret, for in such cultivation, he could distinctly sense his own strength, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch or shaking the seas with a mere palm. Who is it? Shang Yulua was taken aback. For many years, those who dared to approach the evil insect had always instigated conflict directly, yet here was someone exhibiting such courtesy. As starlight cascaded down, he gently raised his arm, encircling her in an embrace. She gazed into the void, suddenly bursting into laughter. With a peculiar smile, she tilted her chin upward, arms outstretched wide. Chapter 72. Severely wounded father. The individuals I dispatched are all disguised as members of the National General's mansion. Even if they investigate, they will find no trace leading back to us, Qin Ming assured with conviction. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai's expression softened somewhat, inquiring further, what of Yun Wangqin's whereabouts? Qin Ming paused for a moment before responding. I allowed her to escape. Xiao Fui was not the type to be indifferent as long as her family was well. Perhaps for a period, driven by rage and hatred, she had thought so. Yet when calm returned, she was the sort to consider her own interests. After being forcefully pushed back, Su Ling and Ba Qiu regained their composure and surged forward once more. With her hand raised high, Xinyu signaled for silence,
assuring that she would cease speaking.
Let us focus on dinner. It is more important that we prepare it properly. The bearded man shook his head in anger. With my attacking power, if he were to hold on for just a second longer, at the moment my blade descends, he would indeed become a corpse. His elder brother's implication was clear. Zhang Dama's enthusiasm was merely a passion for matchmaking. Fu Ziling's already sullen face grew even darker upon hearing the last remark, his expression as dark as ink. In terms of spiritual power, his strength was equivalent to that of a mid-level third-tier practitioner. And he was nearing the threshold of high-level third-tier energy, making it feasible to concoct high-level third-tier pills. The others were unaware of the exact form of the being, only knowing that it was immense, wrapped in a mass of blood as it soared away from the scene. Within its soul, the 5 thunder deities intertwined with the mysterious parts of its internal organs, transmitting sensations of spiritual energy from the 5 organs throughout the body. Seated on a chair, Rome Tang maintained an upright posture. Despite the fragrant air and plush cushions of the room, he exuded an aura of sharpness, as if ready to inflict harm at any moment. Having spoken, Guan Qihong strode towards the door, glancing back one last time at Lian Rong, who was reluctant to part from Ling Shi, offering a wry smile before turning away. Ning Yuanlan unclenched his fist, knowing that someone was targeting him. This was merely his father-in-law's initial strike. Good night, brother Pei Yu, she hastily uttered, retreating to her room in a flurry. The nearby village lay 20 miles away, and Lumu had not brought any guards, only 4 skilled warriors. With them by her side, the likelihood of danger was minimal unless ambushed by troops. Sima Du released Lin Feng's hand, saying, Lin Feng, your situation is indeed peculiar, but fret not. After all, your master possesses exceptional skills in the Tao. Sima Du emphasized the term master, clearly indicating superiority over Qing Su Daoist. After the palace maid sent the report, Qiao Mama, who had been quietly attending beside her, stepped forward to replace the cold tea beside the Empress with a fresh cup, softly advising her. A similar phrase had been enshrined as a classic in the Bureau of Creation. Materials possess distinct qualities based on their characteristics. Xiaoling, let me bring you some water. Ling Er kissed his forehead and turned to leave. Regardless of the time, she would always inquire about the one question that mattered most to her, whether he loved her. The hangover left Yan Jingxi with a splitting headache. Sitting upright, he became aware of his body as stiffness. The previous night's chaos had been thoroughly cleaned, And if not for the lingering effects of a hangover, he might have doubted that he had consumed bottle after bottle of strong liquor recklessly. Chapter 73. Notifying the abbot, perhaps due to the multitude of worshippers, the temple's masters were busy in the main hall. Ruoli knocked for a while but received no response. The wound on her left arm continued to bleed as dusk approached. If she could not find a place to hide and tend to her injuries, she feared she would soon be found by the assassins. Gritting her teeth, she leaped over the wall. Upon entering the temple's backyard, she found it indeed deserted. The three moose lagged behind, having come to a halt, and when they set off to feast on their favorite plants, the rest of their companions were nowhere to be seen. However, it was clear to those present that Yang Jiao excelled in weaponry. The Yang family's marksmanship was renowned both on the battlefield and in martial arts. Yang Jiao's current abstention from using weapons was considered a concession. After venting her emotions, He Mu-wan slowly lowered her hands, realizing she had exerted considerable force moments earlier. Yun Qi observed Yun Chenghan, tightening her grip discreetly beneath the draping sleeves of her attire, hidden from the view of Yun Chenghan and Yun Chuan. Indeed, Luan Yiqiu drew forth the short sword from her waist, its hilt intricately carved with a lifelike butterfly. Exhausted and perspiring, the trainees in the brisk, cool autumn woods began to take their instructor's words more seriously. The shout continued for a considerable time, only ceasing when the next group of competitors took the stage. Years ago, when she was rescued by Luo Yan, she had thought their bond was profound, transcending the ordinary. Yet, in retrospect, it was hardly that simple. In the subsequent minutes of the first half of the match, neither side made any further gains, maintaining a score of 2-0 until halftime, with Chelsea leading by 2 goals as they returned to the locker room first. Mo Fei had risen early to prepare, having selected her outfit the previous night. However, a comment from Chiu, he highlighted that with her father away, she required her stepmother's permission to go out. Fortunately, the dark area remained eerily silent, the bloodied figure pressed against the wall showing no signs of movement. The head of the Kuei family nodded thoughtfully, pondering the implications of the Ming sect. He was wary of what Bu Qianhui might intend after an ancestor of the Kuei family had killed an undercover agent, fearing it might involve the pursuit agency, which would indeed pose a problem. Soon and unleashed his dark energy, attempting to assimilate the molten lava into his dark domain. But a surge of overwhelming energy crashed down from above, causing him to be forcefully knocked down. Wei Shengdun swiftly dialed 120 for an ambulance, but, to his astonishment, shortly after his call, a heavy thud echoed behind him. Upon confirming, Yushin found himself uncontrollably drawn to the table, his heart racing as he bent down to search. Regaining his mobility. Hearing this, Ji Ziming's face paled, allowing the rain to wash over his eyelids without flinching, merely shaking his head in reluctance. Complaints arose from the opposite side, suggesting that Lu Yan had heard threats regarding financial deductions. One day, shortly after returning from outside, He turned to her and unexpectedly inquired about something. He glanced outside with confusion, his lips twitching slightly, silently mocking Meng in his heart. His uncle often visited during his free time, bringing a dragon and phoenix wine jug and a set of cups. Thus, regarding the famed Wuling Marquis Yun Chao of the previous dynasty, his grandfather held a rather unfavorable opinion, believing that he had chosen poorly even in his allies, considering him unworthy of the Yun family's distinguished lineage. Had he known of the matter concerning his clan uncle, similar sentiments would likely have been expressed. Chapter 74. Longquan Temple women hurriedly departed, and soon after, a kind-faced monk entered. Ruoli recognized him as the abbot, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, abbot." "No need for excessive formalities, young lady," the abbot replied warmly and amicably. He then turned to the middle-aged woman and remarked, even with his cultivation level, entering the sacred realm, there remains no sensation whatsoever. Given the current capabilities exhibited by those with divine powers, they lacked the means to monitor aerial objects beyond the atmosphere, and intercepting nuclear weapons was beyond possibility. Thus, all evaluations indicated a success rate exceeding 95 for this attack. When the primordial True Qi had yet to evolve into the Grand Luo True Qi, its healing abilities already surpassed those of various other elemental energies. Encountering 2 armed spacecraft, the data was meticulously analyzed by the photon computer, projecting a 3-dimensional image in the hall, while she received a submachine gun tossed to her by Maya. Astonished by the data analysis, with a roar, the crystal-toothed elephant king bellowed furiously, its ornate robe swelling, on the verge of bursting. Longing gestured for Sun Feng to proceed, leading the way. When resolving the issue with Sun Wu, he discovered that the source of the so-called Mother Planet's life force and strength was the collective power. Thus, he understood how to deplete the life force of the collective without allowing it to escape. Just as water transforms into ice, forming ice elements, the dark elemental domain was also dispelled by Chu Linfeng, and the pressure upon him vanished without a trace. The palace maids cherished the red osmanthus as a treasure, emulating the style of my Luo skirt, crafting osmanthus palace skirts. They dared not overstep, thus the colors were predominantly pink, merely mirroring the red osmanthus pattern. In the countryside, tofu makers not only participated in markets, but also sold their goods while strolling about. As the weather warmed, fearing spoilage from prolonged exposure, they sought buyers unwilling to travel far, hence they pushed their carts through the villages, calling out their wares, enjoying decent business. The Mei family ordered 5 bundles, which was not insignificant, considering their household consisted of only 2, with Jiang Jun not returning until noon. Just as Lin Xian Han was preparing to leave, she seemed to hear someone calling her name, and in confusion, she approached those confined in cages.
Now,
The Qianyuan kingdom had released the word that should they attempt an offensive, they would be the first to eliminate Hu Yanliang for the sacrificial rites. Gu Lingzhe sat at the bedside, employing the method he had used to guide Jean and the others to help Jun Ho disperse the spiritual energy within. Song Jiying, clad in fluffy winter pajamas, nestled on the couch, while Qin Shi across from her typed away, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone, his brow furrowed, indicating that the other party was a challenging character. Without further ado, let us hasten to treat his injuries. Tang, who remarked, naturally oblivious to other matters. After a prolonged stupor, Zhao Chuantai suddenly regained clarity, suggesting only one possibility. Kara had just finished handling the mutant affairs and, having hardly rested, was summoned by Nick Fury to run errands in England, which she promptly refused. The left side of his painting was commendable, yet he struggled with the right, being obstinate. He insisted on painting until satisfaction was achieved, allowing no margin for error. As the celestial beings convened to discuss matters, Zhong Hao remained unaware. And upon realizing the plight of the 3 from Ci Hang, he could not help but sigh. Silently contemplating for a moment before instructing Yang Jiao and the recently arrived Antarctic immortal to guard the Divine Mist Jade Palace while he mounted his Kuei Nyo and headed west. This thunder and lightning were not of the ordinary variety, but represented a unique form of energy, having developed consciousness over countless years. Their existence could be likened to spiritual veins, tentatively termed as thunder sources. Chapter 75. The mundane world. The footsteps grew increasingly audible. Yen Ruoli held her breath, gripping her sword tightly. The door creaked open, and at that moment, as the door swung ajar, Yen Ruoli's sword struck out. Yet, just as the blade aimed at the figure, she discerned his face, deep-set eyes, handsome features. It was Si Chenghan. He too was taken aback. As the king of Yu erupted in fury, causing Liao Si to stumble back 3 steps before regaining his footing. Indeed, this elder possessed a remarkable background. His name was Ku Mulong, the second in command of the Holy See, the first cardinal under the Pope, adept in sacred healing arts, and highly respected within the church. Duanmu Xiu wore a grim expression as he approached the bedside, not sparing a glance at Pei Wei, but instead lifting Qingjin from Jima's arms. Ma Fuxing and Han Jiangxue were taken aback by the content smile on her face. They wondered how she could be so joyful after Su Xianglin and Yiming had performed a rite for her. Yet, as long as she was happy, they paid no mind to her actions. Their parents had been wearied by the persistent persuasion of the Duanmu family's emissaries, which bore a striking resemblance to the way her sister had relentlessly pursued Duanmu Hao, and indeed, her sister's behavior had been even more excessive. Zhang Yunshu halted, raising an eyebrow at him, as if to convey that he was truly foolish to speak of bullying his sister in front of her own brother. With that, he sealed the pit once more, 5 massive stones returning to their original positions before sinking underground. Nengong Xuan then re-established the sealing array atop it, restoring the enormous cavity. Simu Ji, without uttering a word, angrily leapt from the bed and retreated to the bathroom to gather his thoughts, transforming in mere moments into a 10-meter giant resembling a vast fortress. In the mirror, 2 men locked eyes. Gu Linen gazed steadily, accepting the other's congratulations. It was not that Xiangyu sought to kill them, but rather that Liu Bong had turned a blind eye to their peril, leaving one to ponder what grounds he had to refuse. Yan Shiwei proved to be a true political player, compared to Yan Shitue's unguarded emotional expression. His words were imbued with remarkable finesse. In any case, she felt like malleable clay, unable to show her reluctance, for it was evident that Yizhuo would not depart. And thus Fengzi understood, she would not be leaving that night. Zhong Dahai, initially well-intentioned with a hint of selfishness, found himself chuckling when Zhang Xinping remained unfazed. Realizing that everyone desired to savor fine wine, especially this cherished brew brought back by Liu Haowei, tasting it was an opportunity not to be missed. The Jiutian Songleitang had the potential to become an ageless divine medicine, yet it was still not a true elixir, its years still few. After remaining in the hospital until 9:30, when the nurse arrived to check Gu Guozhen's temperature and reminded the elderly man to rest, Gu Linen took Shiwan and departed. Before dawn, looking down from the gate, all was cloaked in darkness, discernible only by the number of figures, yet unable to identify whether they were Yuan Xiu and Guijia. After all, each discipline has its expertise. They were not adept in the cultivation of the spirit or the arcane arts pertaining to it, possessing little understanding of the spiritual cultivation system. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xu mused that Chunan should be resting today, regretting not having taken a leave. She sighed once more. Chunan opened his eyes, blinking as he first glanced at Ling Zixuan, then at the outside of the bedroom, before finally succumbing to the weariness of his body. What then? Zhuang Buffan's tone turned somewhat urgent, having thought he had found a viable solution, only to find himself confronted with such a situation. Glancing at his empty palms, he then looked at his sister, who was eating skewers with a fierce glare directed at Wang Hui. To Song Zhixiao. Acquiring resources for that popular variety show was already a tremendous blessing, especially since she had signed with Dream, which signified a grand opportunity. Chapter 76. Missing the present Lier. You are still recovering from your injuries. I shall escort you home. Chenghan spoke in a markedly gentler tone to Ruoli. However, Ruoli merely replied coolly, There is no need for your highness to trouble yourself. I shall return on my own. Her thoughts lingered on the abbot's earlier words, to forget the past. He had arranged for her to have a stepmother, believing that Li Mu was a decent woman, and Li Tsongyue was also from a single-parent household. Si Jingma would typically return her smiles, while Hua Yubai shyly averted her gaze. Such a counterargument. You, an old Taoist, cannot discern which of your words are truth and which are falsehood. Chen Xuanqi found it amusing to watch An Yunqing enjoying the aroma and sipping his wine. As Feng Mu approached her direction, just 2 steps away from the door, her heart tightened. She bit her lip and, in a moment of defiance, decided to go all out. My lady, this is my bed, my room. You are also my wife. Where would I go? Feng Jinyan, once taciturn, had learned to articulate himself quite fluently under Chu Yunqing's influence. Kuga ordered lamb skewers and honey-glazed chicken wings along with several vegetarian dishes, paid the bill, and awaited Wang Zai outside the shop. Although Zhou Lia was aware of Chen Xuanqi's background, he understood that there was a significant gap between the innate stage and the solidifying stage. If Chen Xuanqi were at the peak of the innate stage, he might have believed it. He had never seen someone in the mid-innate stage defeat a solidifying stage practitioner without holding back. After calling out many times to the room without receiving a response, he knocked on the door, sensing that there was no one inside. Yet, he could not convince himself. If fear were the sole reason, she could easily call for the emperor. However, she had affectionately called out to him, regardless of the circumstances. He refused to believe it was a deception. She aimed to conquer Si Jingma, to control him, thereby manipulating the entire realm at her will. In the face of Ding Yan's ferocious assault, Long Fei did not merely evade. Seizing the moment during Ding Yan's attack, he retaliated with a punch. The Zhao King was supporting this half-brother, and if the crown prince were to lend his support, the chances of Han Wang taking over this matter would be quite high. Yang Hao who exclaimed with excitement, for he understood that with Long Fei's current strength, as long as he could defeat an opponent of the same rank at the year-end conference, not only could he advance to B-level membership, but he might also replace Tiango and become the new leader of the stronghold. According to that adventurer's account, the day was drawing to a close, and his family awaited his return. Just then, Muya had also driven the carriage over. He had just realized something was amiss, but because he was unfamiliar with the route, he had taken longer to arrive. Although he had traversed into this underground city world with the intention of enhancing Li Yalin's strength, it also served as a base prepared for him by Tsai Tsai and Tuanshuan. I looked at the old man, and he met my gaze. Yet, we both remained still, even as Wei Yao was caught by me. The old man seemed to have anticipated it, remaining silent while his expression grew increasingly complex. I have failed to train adequately. Please punish me, Your Highness. Hua Xiong's face flushed with shame. Though the 4th Brigade had held its ground during the battle that day, their poor performance left him utterly humiliated. You! Wu Hao was rendered speechless by Lin Feng's retort. He had not expected Lin Feng to speak so sharply, either remaining silent or delivering words laced with barbs. The former Zhuge dynasty had a spatial gate, yet it was far from sufficient. Qin Yuan's plan was to construct large spatial gates across the 4 continents to facilitate military mobilization. Chapter 77. The best among men. Upon seeing Suani arrive with medicine, Ruoli felt warmth in her heart and said, "Thank you, Suan Gonggong. My injuries are nearly healed, so please keep this ginseng for yourself. Your Highness is too kind. Had it not been for you that day, my life would have been forfeit," Suani replied, placing the small box containing ginseng on the table. He opened his arms wide, and countless strands of demonic energy instantly coalesced into a gigantic prison that descended from the heavens, enveloping Qitian Dashing Suan Wukong, Zhuolian Dajiang Sha Wujing, and Zixia Xianzi. Facing the howling demons from Jilei Mountain, Chen Fan humorously touched his lips, displaying no fear whatsoever. With a whoosh, the Yoming sword sliced through the bodies of 2 wild wolves. One was wounded in the belly, while the other was cleaved in half from behind. Both wolves meeting their demise instantly. "What did you say? A disciple from Huolian Valley? Where is he?" The man's tone was urgent, his voice raised, causing the attendant to flinch. "I observed that the soil here might be poor due to the presence of minerals underground, which could explain the lackluster crops. Perhaps in the future, dealings with the locals would be necessary." Zhao Yuan noted the occasional black substance emerging from the hillside, seemingly coal. "This year promises a bountiful harvest, as the scholar dispatched by the elder has provided invaluable guidance. The crops are flourishing splendidly, should there be no torrential rains during this period. And if the rice is adequately filled with grains, the yield will undoubtedly surpass that of previous years," remarked Su Lijiang while surveying the verdant rice fields. "There will be ample opportunities to confront Xing Luo in the future. For now, Qin Yu must focus on strategizing against the other 12 ancient emperors to avoid revealing his identity and allowing them to unite against him. Let us proceed. I have prepared what you need," declared the firewalker, leading the way, with Yi Xing hurrying to follow behind. "I am indeed a paragon of virtue," Qi Feng asserted earnestly, though inwardly he thought there would be ample time to observe later, as one night would offer more than enough opportunity. The sword immortal of the tomb and the Jiang siblings exchanged glances, promptly deciding to take action, as the current heavenly demon monarch had yet to escape, presenting a prime moment to infiltrate the source demon veins. Ma Jun continued to explain. "The salaries for cleaners in psychiatric hospitals are relatively low, leading to high turnover rates, as many cannot endure the job for long before resigning, resulting in a continual need for recruitment." However, she had given up hope, never anticipating that 20 years later, Duanzhan would indeed reach such a realm. After speaking, his eyes, now flushed with anger, bore into the Dong family, exuding an unmistakable desire for her immediate departure. At night, one could find themselves on a lush green meadow, only to awaken to a jungle or perhaps an endless desert the following day. Song Jiao suddenly recalled the system's incessant reminders. "Host, you are in an exceptionally unique era. Your entire race is quite fortunate." In the heavenly mirror, after the black-robed swordsman sheathed his blade, Li Wangyi continued to ride the winds toward his next destination, with the swordsman following closely. A Western-style kitchen knife fell from He Jia Hui's cabinet, resembling one discarded in a restaurant. As long as he ensured that his connections were well established in the county beforehand, when Chen Qi reported to the authorities, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Lidi's gaze held skepticism as she noticed her father only punishing her mother by making her kneel. However, given her father's furious state, who could say whether he had turned to strike her mother in anger? Mara had completely discerned Li Qiuyang's strength. Whether in the last encounter or this one, he could only wield that white source energy, making him one of the weakest types of cosmic drifters. Chapter 78. A malady. After being welcomed into the Marquis's residence, Ruoli settled into the beautifully adorned main chamber of the estate. Upon entering, a faint aroma of dragon's saliva wafted through the air, quite pleasant indeed. The room's decor, though simple, radiated elegance and sophistication. This chamber appeared to be personally arranged by Si Chenghan, who had always favored simplicity without sacrificing style, even in his attire. which often featured merely a basic garment embroidered with bamboo patterns. The judges were momentarily stunned by the unexpected concession, taking a while to react before exclaiming loudly. The competition time elapsed amidst the murmurs of the crowd, as the warm sunlight bathed the arena, and all participants entered one by one. Aside from the 24 who had completed their matches, today, there would be 13 bouts. Kuan Go wished to send someone to eliminate Li Feng, but reason dictated that this was not the opportune moment. The upcoming expo was of paramount importance, and he needed to ensure that the tasks assigned from above were executed flawlessly. After much deliberation, Zhao Zixian finally elucidated his intentions, leaving Lin Luo somewhat astonished. He had never expected Zhao Zixian would approach him for collaboration. Minutes later, Gray abruptly spurred his horse, advancing a distance, where he gazed into the horizon. As if seeking a vantage point for a broader view, the model had been magnified several times, with each component meticulously arranged in the order of assembly. As a prodigious youth, Gu Xueping had engaged in countless battles, yet he had never witnessed such formidable palm strength before. Huang Etian discerned from Xueqin's words her dissatisfaction with him. He understood that anyone faced with matters affecting their future would not remain indifferent. Perhaps Xueqin merely needed time to come to terms with it. The picturesque Li Xian village remained untouched by development, and transforming it would require a considerable investment of time, anywhere from 3 to 5 years, or even as long as 7 or 8 years, depending on the circumstances. Nonetheless, their discussions had yielded preliminary ideas, with the next step being how to execute them. Since finding Meng Yi proved futile, he would first seek out Cui Fengchao, who undoubtedly knew this place better than Lin Luo, and would facilitate the search. I still have some medicinal powder left. You can find an opportunity to slip it to Lei Laoda, ensuring he has no grounds for protest, Kong Yuan indicated, requesting the dwarf to assist her in holding a bowl. She freed one hand to retrieve a pouch of powdered aconite from her waist, discreetly placing it into the dwarf's belt. Wang Xuanwu's expression hardened as he sensed the arrival of a congenital martial artist. From the perspective of martial prowess, this encounter was indeed evenly matched. Bai Mu opened his eyes, shaping his fingers into a sword as he executed the simplest of slashing motions, merging it with the domineering sword intent he had comprehended, creating an impression akin to cleaving mountains and splitting earth. Since discovering that Cheng Yuan might be her cousin, she had come to refer to herself as her elder sister, indulging in the experience of sisterhood she had long been deprived of. He was acutely aware that he had indeed traversed to Mount Buzhou, and everything had transpired in reality, far from mere illusion. Bai Mu distinctly heard the opponent's words as the bamboo leaf sword pierced his body. Realizing that their intent was to indicate he would no longer be constrained by the forces of the Thunder Tribulation. Such declarations could not be mere bluster. However, Bai Mu was uncertain how they intended to suppress the overwhelming power of the Thunder Tribulation. Suddenly, a familiar aura emanated from within the scenic area, causing Bai Mu's expression to sharpen. Could it be the peak of the divine pregnancy realm? This was not a spiritual vein division. How could such a powerful cultivator exist here? Mainyang's smile radiated brilliantly, clearly delighted by the matter at hand. Similarly, Zhang Binglan and Li Haoyu shared her elation, evidently pleased with the Grandmaster's proposal. Chapter 79. A burdened Heartlier, are you in your room? Upon entering, Chenghan softly inquired once more. There was still no response. His unease intensified as he hastened into the inner chamber, where he discovered Ruoli lying on the bed, soundly asleep with her eyes tightly shut. The sight of her remaining within the Marquis's residence brought him joy. The following morning, Dongfang Xiao withdrew all 600,000 gold coins from her inventory. Recalling the astonished expressions of the staff when she requested her funds, she couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. The star map spun, with an endless flow of starry laws and luminous patterns cascading forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the 6 infernal swords, merging with their essence. Since Lays had initially set the price at 3,000 Yes coins and then swiftly adjusted it to 2,000, it gave the impression that his initial quote was inflated. However, Lays did not seem the type to make such blunders. His decision to lower the price appeared to be a fair one, prompting Tage to forego negotiations and finalize the deal. The celestial bodies in this star domain glowed a deep crimson, resembling the vast hues of a sunset, shrouded in mystery. Deep within the star domain, a more intense crimson energy orb pulsated endlessly, radiating a dazzling scarlet tempest that resembled a volcanic eruption. Spewing forth the energy of the star domain, Yi smiled faintly and tossed the wine jug toward the elder, whose palm instinctively adhered to it. The elder gazed at the jug of wine with a hint of melancholy, tilting his head back to pour its contents into his mouth. Upon arriving at the continent of Arad, the incessant dark forces did not wane. The ominous aura enveloping the eastern dawn was palpable even to the ordinary folk in the marketplace. When you inquire about such matters, it is best to refrain from questioning her. Mu Fengbai, upon hearing the query posed by the green serpent, spoke in a grave tone. Yu felt a secret delight, but was also plagued by worry, uncertain whether the two beasts lay in wait right at the threshold. Should he wish to proceed, he would inevitably have to pass through that door, and with those two monsters guarding it, there was little chance of success without vanquishing them first. The primary reason, of course, was that the civil rights across the entire Aza continent were beginning to awaken, with many nations loosening the boundaries between nobles and commoners, thus prompting Lord Ongs to question the authority of the monarchy. Wei Sheng chuckled at Murong Yien's disdain, unperturbed. Yet as he prepared to assist in dealing with Fei Ying and his companions, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The trio seemed to have coordinated perfectly, fleeing in three separate directions, just as Wei Sheng was about to intervene. In the distance, the Blood Pool clan gazed upon the crimson dragon in the sky, their faces etched with disbelief. Mo Lingfeng entered first, with the bodyguards of the princess maintaining a stoic demeanor, passing by Zhang Gongfu without a glance. The crude armor rattled against him like a tempest, and the hilt of his long blade collided without restraint, forcing him back, clutching the edict hidden in his sleeve. He leaned against a column, his face shifting through various shades, ultimately refraining from confronting them. She was acutely aware of it, yet chose to disregard it. As for her transformation, it merely required acclimatization. Those self-proclaimed scholars were all reluctant to be dispatched to the remote and impoverished regions, akin to exile, with positions such as the 7th-rank county magistrate and the 8th-rank deputy magistrate becoming coveted roles that one had to bribe to attain. Tang Ruo possessed an impeccable image and exceptional skills. In any situation, her intelligence and emotional quotient were both commendable. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intensity, remaining silent yet casting a penetrating glare that rendered the observer feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 80. The Edge of Fabric grasped Yun Ing dispatched personnel to escort the physician back to the palace, subsequently procuring herbs and enlisting trusted matrons to brew the medicine. Upon his return to report, Chenghan remained vigilantly by Yen Ruoli's bedside. "My lord, you should rest. I, along with the matrons, will safeguard the princess," Yun Ing remarked, noting the fatigue etched on Chenghan's brow. Qingyo intended to press further, but noticed Mentor Tang approaching and hastily paid her respects. "How did I find myself in the air?" a plump woman exclaimed, realizing she had ascended after pulling down her veil. Consumed by heat after ingesting 100 pills, she, in desperation, leaped into the spiritual spring river to cool down, falling into a drowsy slumber. "Oh, have you grown a longer face? Dare you glare at me?"
Bang!
5428 seized the head of the 7th and prepared to smash it against the table. Even if vigilance was necessary, with his mental perception range, if he could allow the enemy to approach without noticing, it would indicate he was utterly incapable of handling the situation. Yet after seeing you, I realized that cultivators, like ordinary individuals, also toil and labor for various matters, and you, too, are as amiable as any common grandmother, fostering an unconscious feeling within me that cultivators are not untouchable. In reality, she closed her eyes, stuffing herself with poisonous mushrooms until she could no longer consume any more. Lu Ping inquired again about the day Zhu Meng encountered danger, to which the latter briefly recounted to the three, expressing deep regret over Wang Tao and the other's misfortune. Take some for Dr. Mai's research. Captain Zhu was utterly exhausted from the recent battles with zombies, but remained keenly interested in these crystal cores. When Li San and Lin Feng returned to the Y-shaped intersection, Xie Tian and Wang Yan had long awaited their arrival. Xie Tian, noticing the prolonged absence of Li San and Lin Feng, cast a concerned glance towards Li San. One of them was known to him, being the lord of Xianbing City. The bespectacled man, though unfamiliar, was easily identified as Mei Yu Xiao among the trio of men in this episode. Situ Wanling's complexion paled at the thought of a mere 9-nether profound serpent nearly costing them their lives. Now, with two suddenly appearing, how could they contend? Despite their enhanced powers, they had little chance against such a fearsome beast. "Ziyu, my friend, could you refrain from being such a downer?" Wang Jin sighed, reluctantly sending his wife and children to dine in the inner hall while he lamented to Wu Chu. "I've made my move. What does the master intend for me?" A young man at the initial stage of the Star Master level, with a face full of mockery, gazed at Yi Xingqian and inquired with a smile. To avoid alarming the enemy, Loda decided to wait until he departed before launching an investigation. He crouched behind a pillar at the entrance, cloaked in shadows, becoming nearly invisible. That was particularly enjoyable. This time, Yi Jingxue offered no further commentary, answering Lin Xian sincerely, prompting the latter to feel a sense of completion and that it was time to return to rest, bidding farewell to the other powerful figures. Unable to resist Mu Shuyan's persistent queries, Qing Tsong disclosed all relevant information regarding Gu Fen and the fire of Burning Ring to her. The location was chosen for its proximity to the television station where Qianbing worked, facilitating her return post-meal, a decision made by Wen Xian. At this moment, the two were no longer in a relationship of scrutiny and scrutiny, but rather akin to two wolves exchanging their perspectives. However, Wen Xian did not anticipate that on the day following Mu Beichen's departure, she would encounter a familiar figure she had not seen in ages, Luoyin. Chapter 81. Caressing his lips, noticing Si Chenghan's radiant smile, Ruoli felt a momentary daze. Si Chenghan's lips curled into an enchanting arc unknowingly. Ruoli's hand reached out, gently pressing her fingertip against his thin lips. In that fleeting moment of contact, an electric current coursed through her being. Just then, Si Chenghan abruptly awakened. Upon the arrival of the colossal dragon, its immense wings came to a halt as it curiously surveyed its surroundings before extending its neck to sniff the air. It then emitted a low, resonant roar before spreading its wings, conjuring a tempest as it soared away. Even without past memories, even transformed from beast to human, even after awakening its bloodline, it still remembered her. This was destiny. The man addressed his subordinates, articulating each word with clarity. To pass up benefits is the folly of a fool. Gu Hao is no fool, smiling faintly as he nodded and accepted the bag. In the midst of the astonished Jishan, there was no time for further contemplation. With a wave of her hand, she directed her energy against the illusion, which was originally the energy of Chun Fei's 2 golden cores, countering over a dozen integrated stage cultivators. Now, wielded by this ascendant being, the illusion dissipated instantaneously. Consequently, among the gathered individuals, a number of powerful figures had already crossed the Nether Valley, reaching the banks of the Nether River. One by one, the innate martial artists ascended the stage. Whether through impure intentions or insufficient martial arts prowess, only a scarce few could withstand the blue-robed man's 3 strikes and emerge successful. Chun Fei nodded slowly, gently assisting the lightly injured, yet still dazed Bing Si as they walked toward the Ice Moon Palace with the help of Yan Tian and Yan Di. Lin Jiran, in a state of ennui, observed the 2 diligent figures on either side, Huang Yueying and Deng Ai, toiling away at municipal affairs on his behalf. However, this was not the focal point. The key lay in the enticing roasted pig being prepared, the ingredients merely serving to whet the appetite. Sister Yulian, you need not venture there. Hu Yonghua expressed a desire not to see you. Perhaps she overheard your reprimand last time. Fuxing hastily stopped Pan Yulian. The room's inadequate sound insulation allowed the cries of children to seep in, inevitably dampening the spirits of the Qing team. As the last echoes faded, Lin Peng felt a sudden flash of red before his eyes, instinctively tossing his head back and shutting his eyes tightly. Subsequently, Sierre, in excruciating pain, stumbled out of the tent, leaving everyone bewildered as to her intentions. She managed to locate Lu Fan's black cloud horse and swiftly mounted it, galloping towards a gate. Unbeknownst to them, this was the pride of the demon clan. The more crimson the sky became, the more fervent their battle spirit grew. As for Gao, his height remained indeterminate, but among those he had encountered, he was undoubtedly of above-average stature. His noble lineage, even as a bastardy, placed him firmly in the realm of the elite when standing amongst commoners. Through the gap between the tablecloth and the floor, Blake observed the elder turn towards the left wall, exploring its surface with his hands before sketching something onto it. Since the elder had his back to Blake, he could only vaguely speculate on his actions. Lin Yuan, fully aware of the events from the previous night, felt too embarrassed to meet Zheng Cheneng's gaze. The chilling aura radiating from Zheng made it even harder for Lin Yuan to lift his eyes. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the vehicle finally halted beside a towering Gothic structure. After several urgings from the group, Zhang Xinyu consented to join them for a meal, primarily due to her own hunger. Dugu Shuqin's heels flickered with lightning, and with a sound akin to thunder, she vanished once more. Chapter 82. A beauty worth a nation. The enchanting companion leaned against Qin Mingyo's embrace, who appeared unfazed, continuing to indulge in revelry. At that moment, the waiter approached briskly, announcing, "Young Master Qin, Miss Yen has arrived, and I apologize for the delay." Yen Yao, originally the star attraction of the Drunken Jade Pavilion, had been specially summoned by the Falao Tavern at Qin Mingyo's request. Just as the words left his lips, Zhu Yinfeng, regaining his strength, struggled to rise. Gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Jiang, "Master, this individual repeatedly thwarts my grand schemes. He must not be allowed to live." Tai merely scoffed, not bothering to look back, and casually tossed Zhu Yinfeng away, who crashed against the wall, blood spewing forth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The voice of the 13th prince resonated in her ears as Zhu Wei wiped her tears, looking up to see the prince dismounting and gazing steadily at her. Everything else was mere illusion, a fantasy of those without power or background. Once healed, the use of the mountain and river hidden dragon technique became increasingly elusive. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards had just opened the door when a chilling wind swept through, followed by swirling snowflakes. But upon rubbing their eyes and looking again, they found the surroundings desolate, void of anything. "Proceed as planned," Lu Mingning commanded, instantly unleashing 4 death puppets comparable to the champions of holy wars. The moment they appeared, they emanated an overwhelming aura, each wielding various weapons, swiftly engaging in combat against the surrounding undead. Meanwhile, the flames in the valley raged with increasing ferocity, accompanied by thick smoke that began to spread outward. "Let us depart. There is no need to linger here." Wang Meng glanced at the valley, feeling somewhat at a loss. Stowing the bag close to her, she flew towards the center of Tianlong Mountain. Gu Fan, being of military descent, understood the meaning of strict orders. And although currently acting as a grandfather punishing a grandchild, he refrained from interjecting further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The night remained a spring evening, dark as ink, with a sky devoid of stars and moonlight, casting a pallid and powerless hue. The oppressive solitude induced a maddening sensation. He envisioned a realm within his palm, aiming to absorb Yan Zhanfeng and the others, leaving only Yan Shilua behind. Although the words seemed entirely normal, to Dongfang Ming, they carried an entirely different connotation. Unfortunately, he had encountered misfortune. While enjoying a day out, he had been captivated by Li Bingyu, another member of a prominent cultivation family, and attempted to flirt, only to be struck down by her, resulting in his demise. "Young Master Yun, the young lady does not wish to see you. Please return." The guard at the door looked helplessly at Yun Lingrui. Director Long had spoken at length and then paused, sipping tea, to create a moment of silence. Lu Ayu sensed he was about to pose a query. "You are new here and unaware of the palace's rules. My aunt instructed me to personally guide you," Linging said, addressing Chen Xing. Lu Wei's subordinates were all at least in the early stages of martial mastery. Thus, after Lu Wei captured Su Shuyuan, they also apprehended the Su family members. Previously, he had struggled, but the appearance of a child and Yan Izhou's leniency had unlocked the chains within his heart. "You must not drink. 1 cup is sufficient." Su Sunan placed the wine pot to the side, out of Su Xuanyu's reach. However, despite his words, he would not simply watch as others attempted to harm him. He swiftly unsheathed a large blade, effortlessly deflecting the sword aimed at him by Meng Shiner. "Have any peculiar individuals appeared in your household? Or encountered any strange occurrences recently?" Upon hearing Xiao Shiling's inquiry, I promptly questioned Lu Zhini. "You must know something. Peter Li has been here for quite some time. Hasn't he arrived?" Song Xian also frowned, directing his question at Gu Yi. Chapter 83. The medicine is problematic. "Please, young lady, mix this packet of medicine into Yun Wangchen's food." Qin Mingyo's features were sharp, and his smile was both charming and chilling. Yen Yao gritted her teeth, reluctantly accepting the packet of poison under Qin Mingyo's coercion. "Rest assured, Miss Yen, as long as you perform your duties well, Qin shall not bring harm to you." Fatal Strike, utilizing a shield for a powerful blow, known as a shield bash, inflicts 200 of rebound damage upon hitting an enemy. If the strike lands on a vital area, it may cause effects such as fractures, internal injuries, or bleeding. From the solemn expression of the master of Feiyun Temple, who appeared as if facing a formidable foe, to his drenched garments, it was evident that he was beginning to feel overwhelmed, desperately resisting Li Bin's relentless onslaught, which surged like an unstoppable tide. Young Master Jiang pursued with his sword drawn. Upon encountering a boulder, he waved his hand, and with a flash of light, The rock was cleaved in two by his sword. I love Luo extended his hand forward, and the sand coalesced into a massive hemispherical prison, trapping everyone inside. Gao Jixing, seeing Su Ji leave, called out urgently, "What are you all waiting for? Go capture the assassin and retrieve the tiger talisman." Several guards hastily pursued Su Ji. In the northern frontier, the novice village is Shuj village, Danbai stated weakly, feeling utterly dejected. Half an hour later, hundreds of city guards from Wushuang City, led by Du Geming, arrived, finding Dugu Yifang sitting cross-legged on the ground with a shadowless divine needle in hand. Although fragments of blood-stained garments lay scattered, the assailant known as Huaying had vanished without a trace. The third generation possessed the ability of magnetism, rendering metal weapons ineffective. Cheetah, he merely used 2 fingers. Lu Fei firmly clutched the blade that had been swung with all its might. "Your contributions are welcomed. Please proceed to work." Qin Jigang unconsciously mimicked the words of Henglu Jinger. After speaking, he departed. There had been far too many recent events, and Luo Dongsheng felt no embarrassment, flashing a silly smile at Wu Shi before retreating to enjoy their life within the confines of the house.
Lan Yun, naturally possessing a robuste constitution,
combined with the elixirs from Wu Jingman, was now moving about with relative ease. He pulled Wang Hui along, following closely behind Helang. "I believe he will break the formation within 10 days, Li Hongyi stated. His unwavering faith in his brother remained steadfast, regardless of time or circumstance. "Do not worry too much. It may merely be due to the turmoil of conflict." Huardong glanced at Yang Jinxin's slightly pale face and gently offered her words of comfort. In early April, Lenin and her companions finally arrived at Chonghua Island. After being away from the island for nearly a year, Gongxi Wanwan felt immense joy upon her return and led the group up the mountain after disembarking. Lenin speculated for quite some time about whom they were to meet, but ultimately ceased her pondering and allowed herself to be guided to find Renyu. The servants of Yen Zhuang had already prepared Renyu, who was bathed and donned in a thin silk robe. When Lin Yin entered the room, Renyu was gazing out the window, lost in thought. When Uncle Qin entered, Anur had already awakened. He lay motionless on the bed, his head tilted as he stared wide-eyed at the wall, which appeared to be stained and yellowed from smoke exposure. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I see through your facade," the ugly girl exclaimed, gripping the chin of Shui Ren and stuffing the gathered ties into her mouth. She then changed into her own clothing, neatly folded Fong Ting's garments, and after a quick wash, rode her motorcycle towards the company, greeted by the morning sun. Shirao had been bedridden for several months. Lying there as time slipped through his fingers, another year had passed. Chapter 84. Within reach. Just as Si Chenghan was engulfed in his thoughts, a servant's voice called out, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent someone to invite you and Princess Yun to the Eastern Palace for a gathering in 3 days. Si Chenghan felt a tumult of emotions and rubbed his temples, replying, "Inform them that in 3 days. I shall certainly accompany the princess to the Eastern Palace to meet my brother, the Crown Prince." He sensed that the divine beast of fire under his control was gaining strength, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of losing grip. It soared through the sky for over 1,000 meters before crashing down, carving a deep trench several meters long into the ground. The innate Tao diagram, in its current state, bore a striking resemblance to the process by which the other shore space absorbed the sword realm in the past. The only difference was that the suppressive force transitioned from the Sun Arrow divine bow to the Confucian ruler's measure, a divine artifact of the path. The method of plundering from the other shore space shifted from external absorption to internal fusion. Overall, the foundational balance was maintained. Shun Longxian grasped a spirit stone in his hand, and when it was his turn, he promptly placed the stone into the hands of the foremost individual without waiting for the guard to speak. Beside him, Su Chu straightened his posture, embodying a fearless spirit. While Cao Cao admonished from behind, "Zhongkang, why have you not arrived yet?" Lu He took this matter seriously, and thus Cao Cao unapologetically imitated Lu He's tone. "Do not attempt to deceive me with unfalsifiable arguments. I refuse to be swayed by such tricks. Present your denial." The denial mechanism was activated, yet nothing transpired. Moreover, the 9 heavens had transformed into a shroud of black mist, tainted by the stench of decay. In this circumstance, the two found solace in each other's company during their idle moments, their relationship steadily progressing. Sui Dongyu hoped that Su Mingyang would take the initiative to speak. Yet his silence left her feeling increasingly anxious. Although they were still high school students, their financial standings were not lacking. And with the upcoming birthday of one particularly affluent individual, being overly casual would be inappropriate. After a heartfelt conversation with my mother, I had a quick meal and hurried to school. I could not neglect the promise I made to her. While others engaged in self-study post-meal, I too would join. If I do not tighten my grip now, how will I excel in next year's college entrance examination? Those blank spaces seemed deliberately erased. Qi Tianyang lamented. Oh, dear brother. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Your abilities and reputation have already garnered consensus within the realm. Zhang Zhangkue remarked. In Yunnan, I have won not just 4 or 500,000, but rather 1 to 2 million, which I still hold tightly in my grasp. I reduced the figure to avoid alarming my mother. 4 to 500,000 aligns perfectly with that fortune, neither too much nor too little. When I prepared to ignite the fire to test the point, Cao Cao interjected, Thank you, Fanga, but there is no need. I can light it myself. The large flag, measuring 8 feet square, adorned with gold lettering on a blue background, bore the embroidered characters of Jingyan Peak, crafted with golden thread. Even the flagpole, nearly 2 yards in height, was gilded. Allow me to provide you with some invaluable intelligence. I have heard that the Gulao Society fucking gang and others have sent representatives to the capital. While you may not recognize these individuals, they are all Chinese and likely harbor no ill intentions. They are mostly here to assist you, and we can facilitate your communication with them. Observe as Han Jinyong, initially in a crouched position midair, now straightened his legs, using the momentum of his descent to support himself with his palm against the horse's abdomen. Her skill was undoubtedly remarkable. I found myself tacitly approving the matter between myself and Zhong Xiangyu, cheerfully saying, if you two have matters to attend to, please do so. After all, there isn't much to carry, and the countryside isn't far from Jiangcheng. We can return by noon. Chapter 85. Ruthless Elimination. Speak quickly.
Si Chenghan commanded.
The servant, discovered lurking in the kitchen by young Master Yun, had already taken poison to end his life. The guards hurriedly explained the situation. Si Chenghan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Observing Si Chenghan's cold demeanor, the guards stood by, feeling apprehensive. If they had no backing, I believe no hotel would tolerate such behavior within their premises. Monado gazed thoughtfully at the mecha capsule for an extended period, and what he pondered remained unknown to all. That nursery rhyme. Anzi's face turned ashen, the once solid breadstick now bearing his grip S-marks. Was it due to a divine command that he refrained from intervening? Or was there another reason altogether? Yuko fell into deep contemplation until the GDM performance concluded and the lights returned to normal, allowing those from the resurrected post-mortem world to retrieve their blown-away meal tickets and proceed to dine. Whether it was sheer luck or misfortune, the first meeting between Fei Li Da and Ming had already crossed a line. Very well. Xiaomin mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. To be frank, she held a fair degree of trust in Meng Hailong's medical skills. Leon, where are you? Zhao Ran had yet to regain her composure when Aunt Tang's call connected. And in the quiet room, the voice on the other end was distinctly audible, causing Zhao Ran and Xia Yi to hold their breath simultaneously. Grandfather, please have a taste and see how it is, Yu Yao said as she offered a serving to her grandfather. Yi Minghan turned towards the sound, just as a bullet sped towards him at light speed. He feared not death. Sacrificing oneself for the nation was a sacred duty and honorable mission for every soldier. Yet, he felt a profound regret at the thought of losing her. Bai Di City, the most renowned tourist attraction in FJ County, was bustling with visitors from afar. The so-called chess disciples were merely the remnants of the chess city's legacy from the last mythical era. The first level, known as Chess Disciple, required one to win 10 consecutive matches under the watchful eyes of the chess city, with each match played using a different type of chess. If they do not wish for you, must you still force them? Nie Qing's sarcastic voice echoed from a distance. This is the inevitable calamity. No cultivator can escape it. Even those who have not harmed the world or forged enmities with other beings, or those who have secluded themselves in caves since birth, cannot evade their fate. Presently, Yi Chu's strength was indeed limited, but due to his potential, he faced no real bottleneck before reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As long as resources were sufficient, he could break through without hesitation. Captain, I know this newcomer is a favor you owe to an old friend. Team leader Jean had been discussing Shay's situation with Johnson for quite some time. Can we cultivate a bit more trust for the benefit of all? However, the bitterness on his tongue starkly reveals the absence of any trust. Sir, you have returned. Upon seeing the county magistrate and his entourage return to the city, they hurriedly stepped forward to bow and offer their greetings. Thus, A dozen celestial kings and 3 formidable yet unknown semi-emperors appeared to obstruct Su Tian's path. Yunling remained unhurried, gradually searching for his target on the wanted list, when suddenly, his hand paused. Do not rejoice too early. A fierce battle lies ahead. Zhuang Lan cautioned him. Chapter 86. Silencing witnesses, the young dark guard was still oblivious to the unfolding events, leaning closer to Zhao Yi for a careful examination before inquiring. Is the princess angry with you again? You appear rather troubled. Zhao Yi swatted away the youthful face and mumbled inarticulately, This young dark guard had been personally trained by Zhao Yi. By merely detecting the familiar fragrance, Yan Pi recognized that the vendor selling egg rolls had arrived, pushing a cart through the streets. Yet, he couldn't fathom her intentions and was reluctant to create an awkward situation with a careless response. The sight of her crouching elicited knowing glances from others, who pretended not to see and continued with their own tasks. You remain as stubborn as ever. Refusing to admit defeat, teacher Sha mocked Asano Gakuho, yet it did not perturb him in the slightest. Li Xianzhe's gaze was first drawn to an alluring trench, followed by 2 flawless curves. The creamy softness was utterly captivating. It shattered their preconceived notions that once a bullet was fired, it could only travel in straight lines. Yet now it could veer in all directions, even returning, failing to approach the target within a meter despite an entire magazine being emptied. The 2 behind them refrained from discussing work, instead engaging in casual conversation as Guo spent the day at the Roosevelt residence. I am quite inclined to believe Mr. Grubman's words, but if given a chance, wouldn't it be better to find a company that aligns with my career aspirations? Guo chuckled. At Guo Songran's command, everyone seated themselves cross-legged on the ground. Su Yang and Zhao Zhigang collaborated to lift a blackboard supported by a wooden frame. The imperial censor Gao naturally reported to the emperor that there had been recent rumors in the capital regarding strange occurrences at Di Qing's residence, leading the populace to believe it was a portent of Di Qing's ascension to the throne, thus urging the emperor to dismiss him to quell public unrest. Among the 3 corpses, Wu Tian was also a divine warrior, seemingly possessing even greater strength than him. Is that so? Suddenly, Prince Phoenix struck, unleashing a burst of golden flames that surged toward the Wolf Feng King. According to Yi Lingxi's request, it appeared that today, the favor of the spirit fairy would be usurped by Baron, which filled him with a mix of regret, envy, and resentment. If you are acting, then your performance is commendable. There is no need to tidy your attire. But if you are genuine, then you must take your leave, Xiang Wei stated coolly. Zhong Zhenlong's fury was palpable. He was a well-known figure in Sunset City and a standout among the younger generation at Flying Star Ridge, having never experienced such humiliation. Rendered speechless by mere words.
Oh.
So, before you were enlisted in the Dark Guards, you lived in the military camp, right?
How does the food there compare to mine?
Su Wanyang asked, her smile radiating warmth as she scanned the faces at the table. In the springtime village, an abundance of nameless flowers bloomed. When the wind blew, a delightful medley of fragrances wafted toward the entrance, quite enchanting. Dai Er emerged from the kitchen and, upon raising her gaze, spotted the special guard she had hired. Indulging in the fruits brought by a noble, a look of sheer bliss on their face, causing her expression to darken. A sudden explosion of crimson light startled Li Kongshui, whose complexion shifted as he clawed at the air behind him without looking back, his right foot executing an odd arc. It was clear that someone had set a trap for the lady, and since they had orchestrated the scheme, they would not easily allow her to escape. Pomegranate naturally did not believe such claims, yet no matter how she pressed, Dingguogua repeated the same phrase, leaving her no choice but to refrain from further inquiries. Chapter 87. A case for the Dali Temple. Zhao Yi abruptly turned to embrace the young dark guard, only for 2 flying daggers to pierce his body. The young dark guard narrowly escaped disaster, witnessing Zhao Yi before him spitting blood, both shocked and panicked. Boss, no. He stammered, tears streaming down his face. Yuan Hao had resided in this marketplace for over a month, finally grasping the general situation of the true spirit realm. He decided it was time to depart, heading toward the heart of Fire Cloud Prefecture, where true cultivators gathered. Wu Ji was in a state of anxious perspiration, witnessing his vitality drain like a punctured sandbag, yet feeling utterly powerless. Speak your mind. Without a compelling reason, I shall not acquiesce, he stated. Meanwhile, the other 2 demon lords of Wufeng Ridge, upon entering the Big Dipper Formation, were approached by Ma Qing. After being intimidated by Yi Tian and persuaded by Ma Qing, The two demon lords ultimately sided with Yi Tian. As this scene unfolded, Tian Lei charged forward with his knights, expanding their territory once more, while players within the passage surged forth, predominantly mages and archers. Chun Chao Piao turned to see Ling Fei Dai awkwardly placing her hands over her chest, her fair skin. The remnants of water on her face and her damp hair added an unexpected allure. With a series of crackling sounds, the classroom lights flickered ominously, a subtle yet violent aura swirling in the air. Han Chi nodded, considering that the next time he caught him, it would no longer be a mere jest. Suddenly, he found a peculiar enjoyment in teasing a wild girl, a delight that invigorated both body and mind. Perfectly fine, her eyes were reddened and glistening, as if pearls could roll forth at any moment. Be silent. Mu Rongwei gasped, her breaths quickening. She had never anticipated Ji Xia to be so lacking. What do you mean? As Mu Yili turned to leave, Zhao Yi Bai instinctively grasped her hand. Yet both were stubborn in their own right, each unwilling to yield at that moment. Mu Rongjue remained impervious to persuasion, while Qin Di held little regard for the son of his. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, uprooting a mass of red flowers that flew directly toward Mu Rongjue. During the banquet, it was a time fraught with accidents. Moreover, with so many people present, entangled grievances made it even easier to act. Wouldn't you agree? Those expelled from the gathering returned in the dead of night, only to be caught in a compromising situation, a source of embarrassment and concern over being ousted once more. She felt as if she had been battered by waves hundreds of times, utterly drained, her eyelids threatening to close, yet her body was refreshingly clean, evidently washed by a man. Ultimately, he chose not to reveal the truth to the two. Perhaps this benevolent deception would allow them to live a little longer. After all, even if Yi Zhusheng desired to see what lay ahead, there was no need to risk himself to rescue anyone. Before the child could finish a shout, he was silenced by Long Jingyu, unable to utter another word, his eyes wide with terror, tears of fright streaming down his face. Known as a waste, he had long heard of Fang Zheng's notorious reputation, yet had never encountered him in person. Just as he was about to reach for the garment, a fierce wind suddenly struck from the left, violently assaulting him. Mu Rongfu Lei raised his handgun, aiming at Ziji, while Zhuozhu observed, they are merely children. Not only did the driver think this way, but so did Meng Yanyan and Meng Jiao at that moment. That Li Xiaoyao is a fool. What abilities does he possess? However, it is merely an ambush, should he be forced to confront his enemies directly. It is certain that he would be the one to perish. Another remarked. Chapter 88. Do you refuse to believe in this king? Memories flickered through Yen Ruoli's mind like fleeting shadows. She turned her head away and replied, Dundal, Your Highness, this trivial matter does not require your intervention. Upon hearing this, Chenghan felt his heart plummet. Lear, do you not wish to believe in this king? The disciples of the immortal palace attempted to sneak away, but felt their escape thwarted by Jiang Li's celestial presence. Any thoughts of fleeing would lead to their immediate demise. Yang Min's voice echoed outside, causing Lin Feng to suddenly open his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt a surge of power within him. High above, on the suspended arena, virtual fireworks, colorful balls, and flying doves made a splendid appearance, accompanied by lively hip-hop performances, creating a truly magnificent scene. Yet, even without imperial status, possessing the starry robe would grant him a greater advantage against the martial king tribulation. He donned his coat, stepped out of the car, and steadied himself on the ground. Rubbing his sleepy visage, he picked up his phone and made a call, hanging up moments later with a mysterious smile gracing his face. However, Xu Qing's fiancé, He Lingjun, though a scion of the He family, remained enigmatic, and even inquiries from the He family yielded no information about him. Consequently, Qin Shuao and Yan Chentang were unable to reach He Lingjun, resorting to asking their elder and younger sons to explore other avenues to establish contact. An old-fashioned truck slowly drove onto the road, accelerating towards the last appearance of the dying skin. Yunlong followed Yunfeng to the kitchen, discovering that Yunfeng had taken a significant amount of spiritual beast blood. Yunlong frowned slightly, puzzled by Yunfeng's intentions. Passing through the corridor, Jill arrived in the living room, which was sparsely furnished, containing only an old table with several tattered dolls in the corner. You have always been so proud. How do you feel now? A slight smirk curved her lips, her peach blossom eyes filled with a sense of triumph. As masterfully spoke, all eyes turned to the figure resting with closed eyes. Nonsense. Such a significant matter cannot be approached so hastily. We ought to first gather intelligence on the strength of the Yutsong realm before plotting for the multiverse battlefield. The factions of war and peace clashed vehemently, not out of a desire for chaos, but rather due to their long-standing differences, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire forest seemed to tremble. A deep pit formed at the center of the attack, its edges cracking like a spider's web stretching in all directions. It could be said that once the enemy began to follow their own strategy, the outcome was already sealed. The illusory sword flickered and ascended into the void. Witnessing the devastation in the military camp, his eyes widened with anguish. The celestial beasts that had failed to evade the onslaught were completely engulfed, their cries fading into silence. Ma Teng immediately spoke. "There is a fine establishment within the city. Would my lord care to join me for a meal and arrange matters?" It was evident that Lu He did not seem in good spirits. Now that the commerce in the city is gradually under the control of the gentle Feng Qian, should we? Shihouse spoke eagerly. In contrast to the thoughts of the Wu Huan and Xianbei, who valued swiftness in warfare, Feng Mo advised Liu Bei to remain patient, as haste would only lead to failure. An unnamed immortal, witnessing the plight of humanity during the hunting process, suffered heavy losses and subsequently devised a martial arts technique for strengthening the body, which became widely known as the Najigong. "Brother Yao Ru, are the British asking us to send 500,000 troops?" As soon as Chang Ruiqing's words fell, Wu Shi quietly reminded him. Chapter 89. Disguised as a man though unable to discern Yan Ruoli's intentions at the moment, Yun Yan acquiesced. "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I shall attend to this matter immediately." Yun Yan, unbeknownst to him, had procured a white robe from somewhere, and when Yan Ruoli donned it, she appeared surprisingly scholarly and elegant. As twilight descended, Yan Ruoli, now in male attire, made her way to the Zuiyu Tower. However, before departing, she quietly instructed Yun Yan on a few matters. Ba had also been enduring his emotions for quite some time. Upon seeing the elder's cane approaching, anger surged within him, and he gently waved his arm forward. "All right, since you've all stated this, seeing as your strength is so feeble, we shall take our leave." Zhu Qi reluctantly agreed. A cold smile crept onto Zhu Qi's lips as a golden lightning bolt manifested in his palm, and 9 golden dragons roared around him as the beast lords from all directions lunged toward Zhu Qi, who showed no intention of evading, allowing them to collide with him. Li Dongyuan watched Du Yojiao with concern, remaining invested in the aftermath of the silhouette. Rocks were flung into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, with shattered stones flying in all directions. Countless rare materials were obliterated, and numerous fleeing beasts were pierced through their chests and heads. The giant moved with astonishing agility, swiftly countering Ren Xing's strike before launching a horizontal sweep towards him. The soldiers raised their weapons, gazing into the distance as another wave of new arrivals cried out and surged forward. Today, fewer people seemed to be present, likely due to many being frightened into fleeing overnight, resulting in a significantly reduced number of humans slated for slaughter. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, yet they can separate 1 soul and spirit from themselves, entrusting them to another. However, relinquishing a soul or spirit is akin to signing a contract of servitude, wherein one can never betray the entrusted individual unless they return the entrusted soul or spirit. In that case, let us compose a song first. With one hand pointing to the heavens and the other on his waist, Li Rong commanded with the authority of a captain, the stars before him representing his maritime soldiers. At this moment, Yi Mo, holding a blanket given by a middle-aged man, amicably shared half with Su Xian. The arrival of these beasts instilled hope in Jing Shi, revealing that this space was not as desolate as she had imagined, as there were indeed living beings present. This was also why she spared them. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Dao Xian stroked his long beard and cleared his throat. While speaking, he could not help but reminisce about the tragic past he shared with Jiang Yinhua. Seeing Jing Shi remain reticent about her thoughts, it refrained from sharing any information, its eyes shimmering with sorrow. This was also a limitation of the reincarnation space for large families. While benefits could be bestowed upon family descendants, significant restrictions remained, distinguishing them from ordinary disciples. Furthermore, who could fathom how much oil Ma Zheng's hometown could yield in a year? If the output was indeed meager, and little kerosene could be refined annually, would the prospect of wealth not be a deception? Although still uncertain about the true nature of Amaterasu, Qin Fan continued to shake his head and chuckle without restraint. Aside from the pioneering water shadow, Kido Mangetsu could be regarded as the most accomplished among the water shadows throughout history. Yi Qing, upon awakening his innate skills and possessing ample resources, would undoubtedly seize this seemingly rare opportunity to gain substantial rewards from the Black Iron Dungeon before the college entrance examination. Xiaonan was also perplexed by the enigmatic fox spirit. After being rescued, why did she hastily rush outside? After a year apart, his chess skills had improved significantly, yet his grandfather remained unyielding. Chapter 90. A farce. A maid named Xiao Chui hurriedly exited. On the surface, Ruoli furrowed her brow slightly, feigning dissatisfaction. Yet internally, she was fully aware that the commotion outside was orchestrated by Yun. The noise outside grew increasingly louder, and soon the door to the room was kicked open with a loud bang. Yan Yao jumped in fright as she attempted to rise from the bed. She discovered her entire body felt weak and devoid of strength. Li Xiaoming's complexion suddenly turned pale, and combined with his naturally sallow visage, it appeared rather peculiar. The entrance was not particularly deep, and as Yi Fan and Luo Ilian fell in one after the other, their eyes widened in astonishment upon landing. Their expressions were akin to those who had just encountered a rare treasure, unable to contain their elation. The thought of Gu Nianshan's eyes, brimming with hatred and despair, caused her to tremble involuntarily. Pan Chen gazed for a long time at the exhausted dragon vein, finally managing to control the flow of the heavenly aura through it. However, as the heavenly aura flowed, a fine crack unexpectedly appeared in the dragon vein, which ultimately shattered with a resounding crash, turning to ashes. Xue Qingwu spoke these words with an air of indifference, yet the content caused everyone present, including Yi Fan, to gasp in shock, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. At that moment, Sun Junli seemed to sense something, flipping over and gazing upwards. Although he was a bodyguard and had to follow Huang Lei's arrangements, the extent of his effort was ultimately up to him. Nevertheless, this event made Xia Mo realize certain truths. The notion that wishing for first place alone sufficed was a mere illusion. Upon hearing the words of the South Sea Dragon King and the West Sea Dragon King, the North Sea Dragon King prepared to address the East Sea Dragon King. Just as he was about to speak, the East Sea Dragon King directed his words to the South Sea and West Sea Dragon Kings. Upon entering the hall, Xin Sand encountered Hua Han, who was leading the troops with overwhelming force, slaughtering their way through the hall, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. For reasons unknown, in Bai Li Lan's memory, He Che was not this type of person. He seemed to have a strong aversion towards her. Why had he now changed his attitude so drastically, treating her with such respect? Dongfang Qiu's expression shifted immediately, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the table, exclaiming, "At this point, are you still pretending to be foolish?" His eyes, flushed with anger, glared at him, concealing an unspoken resilience. 3 months had passed. Yet Lu Fei remained at the bone refining stage, vastly inferior to Mu Chen, an unprecedented disparity. Additionally, Tang Bingyan had merely visited Lehigh City for a single negotiation and had not troubled you since. Do you truly believe he was intimidated by Fan Chongming? A loud clash echoed as the supreme flame blade was cleaved by the Qing Song water pattern sword, erupting into a sea of fire. The intense heat ignited the garments of the Golden Core experts in an instant. Since the mask had already been torn, what further reservations could he possibly harbor? Who in this world could rival Yiming in ruthlessness? Tang Lingshuang's confession elicited a smile from Bai Li Lan. She had never realized she possessed such virtues. Previously, her prey had perished in her hands before they could even discern her true form, and her enemies trembled in fear at the mere mention of her name. Daring not to uncover the true Bai Li Lan, Jiang Qiyuan suggested calling the old man. If she were truly frightened to the point of distress, she ought to at least allow the old man a chance to see her. After a fierce collision, the two figures crossed paths, their swords clashing with a brilliant flash, rendering Lin Wushuang dumbfounded, her eyes wide with concern.
The
speaker was Yang Yan, who had previously invited him to dinner.
Today,
Yang Yan's attire exuded an alluring charm, her low-cut gown accentuating her fair legs and voluptuous figure enticingly. Chapter 91. The broken sleeve. Yan Yao recognized him as the Prince of the Duke of War, momentarily frozen in place by his unexpected arrival. While Si Chenghan's demeanor was icy, Ruoli remained composed. "Your Highness, do we know each other?" she asked in a tone of a stranger, cautioning him to conceal his identity. After presenting their thoughts, Song Jiaran, Heidao Ren, and Hu Hanmin all fixated their eager gazes on Chen Ko. Meichuan Shangyi was a reluctant receptionist, utterly astonished to hear such significant matters upon entering. He looked quizzically at Chen Ko, bewildered as to whether he should heed this information. Bai Zijie hastily waved his hand, deciding against further idle chatter and promptly seeking out the mayor to relay the message. He hoped to avoid escalating the situation. However, the capital served as a political barometer. The mayor's arrival signaled an initiative to implement Hongxin Group's environmental technology products in the city. Even a commander as composed and dignified as Rommel would not dare to be negligent in the face of such a crisis, his expression grave as he commanded, "Sound the battle alarm. All personnel on high alert." At that time, Li Chengqian harbored no suspicions towards him. Their relationship was built solely on trust. It was precisely because of this trust that Du Rui could assist Li Chengqian time and again through numerous tribulations. In a triangular position at the altar, Kunpeng and his companions gazed upon the scene with envious expressions, particularly the King of Hell, whose face bore not only envy but also an insatiable greed. Qin Tang followed by Yi and Su Man to the laboratory, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Their words were as good as silence. They might as well have been as cryptic as Bai Yi or as reticent as Su Man. Such descendants of divine birds were as rare as the 9 golden dragons trapped by Ling Feng. It was unclear what means Ling Xian employed to tame and subjugate them. You too, surrender the Kunpeng order and submit to inspection. The leading figure among the 7 specters of the underworld fixed a cold gaze on Ling Feng and Si Gongshui. Do you wish for yourselves and your descendants to reside in such a German nation? Stupfer's fists clenched tightly as he raised his right hand, his voice resonating with a near basso profundo timbre. Indeed, young Master Yin is the young lord of Wangyue Island. Yan Rubing nodded slightly, addressing the crowd. Brother, I find you exceedingly modest, Lu Yu remarked, admiring the youth before him, wishing to forge a friendship with the lad named Zhao Weiyou. The White Bear King muttered to himself, "This reminds me of the phrase boundless seas. The journey westward is fraught with peril, yet it is merely ordinary. As long as one is not at the end of the road, there is no need for distress. I wonder how many trials one must endure to cross this hot water river." Several guild leaders stood terrified at the foot of the mountain city, gazing at Edward and Shui Er before them. Xian and Mu Yin instinctively tensed, the fire shadow sword quietly gripped in their hands. It had been a long time since she had wielded this sword, but in the Spirit Beast Forest, she intended to unleash her full power from the outset. Do not speak any more lies. You have assassins watching me. Do you think I lack assassins watching you? Electric Saw Killer chuckled triumphantly. Since returning from the Lingyu Abyss trial, she had been beset by various trivial matters, leaving her little time for focused cultivation. The Grand Assembly had already disbanded, and during their flight, military command was fully implemented, with Minister Riddle becoming the overall commander for the tens of millions of spacecraft. Naturally, everyone had no objections, standing in place, eagerly awaiting Xian Yi's next move. In the room, a sudden chorus of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and tiger howls erupted. The circular patterns on the walls began to swirl with ominous winds, forming a black vortex as a swirling portal slowly opened, unleashing a tempest of chilling winds and various cries and moans from within. Chapter 92. The Poison of Flower Awakening after a flurry of activity. Yuan Yan finally discovered a package of poison in Yan Yao's chamber. "Your Highness, this is what I found hidden quite discreetly in Yan Yao's room," Yuan Yan said, presenting the package to Yan Ruoli. Upon receiving the package and inspecting its contents, Yan Ruoli inquired, "Has a physician verified this? Who would have thought the enemy forces would crumble so easily?" The Huainan army had hardly exerted any effort, merely shooting 2 rounds of arrows, yet the Baiyuri completely collapsed, which had utterly surpassed the expectations of Li Qingding and the others. The reason for the gathering of numerous mountain spirits and other entities was that they had been alarmed by the commotion of the battle. Upon catching sight of Ren Jiaying, his gaze softened, and when he noticed Lin Yi embrace her waist, her lack of resistance ignited a fierce glint in his eyes. The clash continued, 2 opposing forces colliding relentlessly. After a considerable time, the struggle between water and fire, the sun and Mercury, seemed to reach its limit. Yan Zhan let out a long sigh. At last, he had succeeded, maintaining his ground without falling behind, resulting in a draw. Life unfolds in this manner, not merely finding joy amid suffering, but rather facing the uncertainties ahead with equanimity. It appears that unless you are knocked down, you refuse to yield, remarked the scarred-faced Wang Batian with a fierce tone. Tuoba Jie did not respond to her inquiry, but swiftly rescued the leading soldier. while Princess Jilin also intervened to save the green jade. Under the dim moonlight and starlight, a massive pit measuring 5 meters in diameter emerged on the ground. Coincidentally, taking advantage of the recent imperial sacrifices, Zhang Qing of the Taichung revealed the swap strategy employed by Princess Jilin to the emperor, embellishing the tale by suggesting it was a scheme devised by the Jiang Wang and his consort, who had sent a counterfeit Princess Jilin to the Chanyu, inciting the Chanyu's fury and prompting him to prepare an army to attack the Han dynasty. Following closely, Zhuang Yao seized the last moments to collect as many memories as possible, urging Miao Ge to capture this eternal instant with the prism stone. Even Erdan managed to steal a few frames, his naive donkey face adding a touch of humor to the scene. As his figure dashed through the vortex, a bizarre orange light swept across his vision, and suddenly, clarity returned, causing the strange phenomena around him to vanish. Under the vast starry sky, myriad races stood tall, delineating the hierarchy of life forms. Beneath the 4 supreme life forms lies the second-tier life forms, among which the starry monsters are included. Ostensibly professing to save the populace and serve as role models, they secretly engaged in unspeakable dealings. The host, with a charming smile, delivered explanations with a perfectly controlled tone and rhythm, making it a delight to listen. Following Sophia's release of the ancient transformation, the mechanical life form network in the area returned to normal levels. Due to the transformation, Sophia ensured the place became devoid of mechanical life forms and androids, preventing any accidental discovery of the transformation. Qin Xiano's enchanting gaze and exquisite visage became even more captivating, her soft pink lips parting slightly, exuding a fragrance akin to orchids. Meanwhile, Mo Shi, Lung Bingbing, and Shi Yun joined the fray, charging forth to assist Yi Tian in a frenzied assault against the venomous dragon. Thus, 2B was utterly astonished. Had it not been for the previous battle, she would have inquired about her method long ago. Arthur Look felt a profound weight pressing down on him, yet he experienced no regret. Prior to this, the entire legal realm had long since set the tone for delay, willing to postpone at any cost. In that moment, even the distant starlight, spanning countless light years, seemed to cease to exist. Infinite starlight traversed time and space, converging as if forming a colossal silver column piercing the heavens. Chapter 93. The banquet. The 3-day deadline soon arrived. Chenghan and Ruoli were ceremoniously welcomed into the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince personally greeted them at the entrance. Praising Ruoli upon seeing her, Princess Yun possesses a delicate beauty, and my 6th brother is remarkably handsome. You two truly make a fine match. Your Highness jest. Ruoli replied with a gentle smile and a slight bow. Elder sister, will you also join the cute god sect?
Bye-bye.
Calculating how to gather data from the other party, was met with Jaire's more direct inquiry. I hope you can achieve this. Lin Tianbao steeled himself, his face serene as he unleashed a sharp sword aimed directly at his brow, slicing through. The void-seeking body departed from the purple mansion, dividing into 3 souls and 7 spirits, each glancing back at Lin Xian with a smile born of paternal affection. Lu Fei, Aunt Lan, and Jin Xian seemed to suddenly realize something, prompting them to direct 5 electronic rabbits to bounce toward their direction. The hesitant onlookers among the ability users observed this scene, feeling a sense of quiet relief. This individual had indeed become an extraordinary relic since the last immeasurable calamity. Li Yi cast a surprised glance at the youth, but then felt at ease. Naturally, one would not possess lowly strength to survive in this slave market. The man momentarily appeared stunned, evidently perplexed by her words. But what did it matter? He looked down at her from a superior position. In his eyes, anything he deemed worthy belonged to him, and he only collected inanimate objects. In an instant, the soul and consciousness wandered in a sea of incense, golden smoke saturating everything. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-tall wolf was brutally frozen. Its massive claws remained raised in a sweeping motion, yet it could no longer move. Could it be that the blood blade has recognized its master? Does this imply that only one person can wield this sword? Is this the secret of the blood blade? Qiu Xiaoping seized the opportunity created by Lu Chen's severe blow to 2 formidable foes, swiftly closing the distance and, as he spoke, unleashed a sword strike, its energy cleaving through the void toward Lu Chen. At this moment, the melted snow water unexpectedly converged, strands of it gathering from all directions to one point, which was then swiftly drawn toward the ancient tree at the village entrance, enveloping the air in a sudden aridity. Presently, Qi Qi and Mu Jiuxing were quite well together. As an elder sister, she naturally wished for their safety. The previously impassive individual now appeared extremely serious and fearsome, as if about to consume someone. Yang Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was quite enough for a grown man to make such gestures. Kill, as long as I can slay Lu Chen. I shall take none of the treasures on him. After regaining his composure, Yi Fubo realized the gravity of the situation, a wave of deep fear surging within him. With a startled exclamation, Fushim truly awakened from his nightmare, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He turned to see the window flung open by the wind. A cool breeze blowing in, causing the lamp on the table to flicker perilously, on the verge of extinguishing. At that moment, the door of the tofu pudding shop swung open, and Gao Mingyuan entered, accompanied by 2 police officers. 3 days later, having gathered enough for the down payment, you signed the house purchase contract. The moment your fingerprint was affixed, your eyes grew moist. Yi Hongfei found himself at a loss with this girl, trailing behind Jiang Xiaodong as they re-entered the room. Shortly after Sheng Xiyu finished administering medicine to Nge, he received a video call. Nge quietly glanced over and noticed a subtle smile gracing his lips, a tender and indulgent smile that starkly contrasted his usual demeanor. Still in Zhang Tiany's office, Zhang Tiany appeared somewhat haggard. The monkey incident had left him in a state of anxiety, as the monkey could incapacitate him without warning, implying it could also lead to Zhang Tiany's demise without any forewarning. Chapter 94. Vintage Wine. The Crown Prince spoke, instructing someone to bring forth the fine wine. Ruoli felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively heightening her vigilance. At this moment, Yan Yao had already appeared in the Eastern Palace. This vintage wine, rich in aroma, could effectively mask the scent of numerous poisons, making it an ideal tool for poisoning. Ruoli gazed thoughtfully at the bottle of exquisite wine, while Chenghan also turned his attention toward her, remaining outwardly calm. Although Jiang Chenxi was pleased with the Bao's reliance on him, he had to go out today to find Gu Yan and could not allow a Bao to accompany him. He Qing's final words carried an unmistakable warning. He did not desire this, but Chu Tianhuang's nature was inherently unruly. Yet there were some individuals for whom she could not harbor sympathy. Severance would mean severance. With no other conclusions to be drawn, the previously panicked Xiao Wan found her mind suddenly paralyzed, her delicate face reddening as if it might bleed. Hu Wei was dead. At the very moment when he shone the brightest in his life, she departed this world with a smile. She needed to muster enough courage, for only with such fortitude could she withstand the potential storms that lay ahead. Yet it seemed he could do nothing to assist her. Even the irate Yi Haihua longed to hear Ivan's explanation of that remark, so he could flaunt it before others in the future. And Chuyin trembled all over. Her parents. This was a scar on the Yin family's heart, one that, when touched, could choke the breath from one's lungs. It became evident that even in gaming and task completion, possessing a modicum of background knowledge was essential. Zhou Heng replayed the scene in his mind. Mere seconds felt like a lifetime, where a moment's hesitation could spell disaster. With the aid of the talismans bestowed by the Celestial Master, Xia Tong successfully conjured a doppelganger infused with her essence, evading Gong Xian's perception and, upon recalling the doppelganger talisman, felt a surge of exhilaration. She was finally free to roam the world unencumbered. Ding Yu, don't you feel embarrassed carrying that banner every day? It's merely for securing first place. Take it down. Linda exclaimed as she watched Ding Yu enter the office, immediately advancing to snatch the banner from him. Your Majesty, how might we confront the calamity of the past? The Celestial Master, aware of the impending disaster, understood he would likely perish in this crisis. Yet he hoped his disciple would remain unscathed, prompting him to inquire once more. His mention of Blood Sovereign was deliberate, recalling their previous alliance against Dongyang on Zifeng Star. As Blood Sovereign was ranked 9th on the heavenly list and possessed formidable skills, the human race absorbed the essence within the alien beasts, enhancing their cultivation and rendering their flesh more pure and robust. Upon hearing this, Ding Yu fell silent, simply tossing the handgun aside before striding into the room. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, it was evident that Yan Ruyu and the military-clad youth's presence was no coincidence. Zhang Yan spoke a few words, and the voice on the other end readily agreed, providing an address, awaiting the arrival of the journalists. Soul Devourer, you are but a novice warrior. Yet you dare to provoke me, Major Wells? This is sheer folly. Wells scoffed dismissively. 3 days later, the military training at Benhai Foreign Language School officially concluded, transitioning into the genuine academic phase. due to the school's and Wennan's efforts to suppress news about Ding Yu and Wen Shanchan's matters. Very few students and teachers were aware of Ding Yu's abrupt departure during training. The more skilled the con artist, the more intricate the deception they devised, making it increasingly challenging to unveil. As Chapter 95 unfolds, the narrow carriage becomes a setting of intrigue. Moreover, Ruoli sought to extract further information from Yen Yao. After a brief pause, she stood and addressed Your Highness. Her sentence remained unfinished as Chenghan abruptly interrupted, Elder brother, this wine is exceedingly delightful. Might you bestow a few bottles upon your humble servant? Yet, many remained curious about Zhang Rumin's wealth. As Haier currently boasted two publicly listed enterprises, Qingdao Haier and Haier Electric, listed in both the mainland and Hong Kong. Yang Kan arrived at a familiar restaurant named Huangalu, distinct from the historical landmark of the previous life, yet renowned for its authentic cuisine. It was not merely a passing vehicle, it was genuinely en route to this location. And indeed, the one stepping out was Lord Yi Su. Yang Kan was taken aback, for even Yi Linsher had only reached the Hanlin level, and his ascension to the Grand Scholar rank seemed far off. Calmly, Uchiha Sasuke engaged in meticulous analysis and observation, gradually uncovering a subtle yet elusive weakness in Itachi. The space seemed notably unstable, and Itachi's Sharingan appeared somewhat dimmed. Wan Zifeng longed to curse. Yet the mocking smile of Xia Yunpeng at the ship's railing jolted him to clarity. Finally, they resolved to enter the Chinese market within the next 2 years. Only to discover it was too late. During their investigation, Taihua Supermarket had already emerged. She was utterly defeated by the simple notion of wishing to become teacher Qinghua's bride. The two individuals involved in the minor collision continued their bickering, and despite the traffic officer's mediation, no resolution was reached. Perhaps not many were purchasing car insurance yet, and the efficiency of the insurance assessors remained dismally low. Pei Xiaoxua has arrived? Chen Yuan inquired of the guard, who confirmed her entrance without reappearance. Each day, they meticulously recorded the quantity of stone used, the length of the wall constructed, and the number of bricks and tiles laid, all the labor of those few craftsmen. As time passed over half a month, nearing the year's end, the relief efforts in the disaster area were nearly complete. Chen Yuan's shop, acquired in a prime location in the capital, officially opened as a fine clothing establishment. He presumed this assembly was convened to discuss the dispatch of merchants from the Merchants and Officials Department to investigate the subservient merchants of Dingzhou Hall under the guise of tax offenses. When Fu Yi stormed into the Fu residence, Luo Ran had already returned to the Duke's residence with a child. Despite having previously made excuses for him in her past life, attributing her absence to his busyness, she now felt a complex mixture of gratitude and sorrow. It pained her to sense his diminishing need for her, yet it brought her joy to see her still capable of being a child in front of Xia Tingzhou. Gong Linglong and Liao Chihua led a group to search along the riverbank and soon spotted Su Wei's false cousin, lying in wait. Thus they were finally able to locate her. A torrent of disdainful and accusatory remarks flooded in, and Nanyang felt a discomfort in her heart after hearing just a few. What's the matter, darling? Do you dislike it? If so, we can renovate again. Gu Jing inquired anxiously. Zhang Zhao, with leisure to spare, entered the Nine Heavens illusion, finally finding time to observe it closely. Having surveyed the illusion star, he now contemplated exploring the other 8 planets. Li Gan also exhibited remarkable composure, enduring the excruciating pain of a broken egg while making a call. Such fortitude was indeed commendable. In Chapter 96, Diverting the Guards, Ruoli gazed out the window, noticing several individuals in black engaged in a fierce scuffle. They appeared to be 2 opposing factions, yet their identical attire rendered it difficult for outsiders to discern. As they struggled, they encountered Chenghan, and although they wished to flee, escape was unattainable. What is all this commotion? Zhao Ranan's face paled as she noticed a wound on her ankle, wrapped in white cloth. Yet blood seeped through. Regardless of his connections, he was not a good person, and Luo Xuxin resolved to ensure Fang Kai met a dire fate. What were these objects? And what purpose did they serve? Lin Feng felt bewildered by the vibrant phenomena surrounding him, unable to comprehend their significance, yet sensing their immense importance.
Xener.
This may be the key to unlocking the stone door. Let us try placing it, Luo Suk suggested. Despite having issued a stern warning in Donglan City, the allure of inheriting the legacy of a peak Grand Xianzun was enough to drive even the most rational individuals to madness. Zuahai made no effort to conceal his presence as he traversed a wooded area where a man in white sat leisurely. Without hesitation, Hai approached and sat beside him. In his eyes, Lin Ming, the sorcerer, and Tian Yao had all become mere pawns in his grand strategy. Ultimately, the Wolf King would belong to him, as would everything else. Only through personal endeavor can one truly appreciate the act of picking peaches, should another undertake the task. It would surely vex Xiaohan to no end. Tianrun Mall stands as a grand commercial complex in our vicinity, encompassing a myriad of offerings. The young man, wielding his blade with fervor, found his strike to be in vain, yet he pressed forward, raising his long knife to deliver another blow to Chu Jia, only to be thwarted by Feng Gang, who delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The inaugural season of this drama comprises 20 episodes. With an initial filming schedule spanning approximately 40 days, we have now reached the halfway mark. Xing Chenzi, unfettered by caution, traversed mountains and valleys, radiating brilliance as he became enveloped in starlight. His once tattered black and white robe shimmered with strands of luminous energy. Having spent considerable time in this position, his tongue had become quite adept at articulating thoughts, which, to be frank, was merely a means to brainwash a few team members. He developed a stark comparison in his mind, weighing the merits of Cheng Tian's song achieving first place against acquiring the online rights to Lin Zio's album, which held greater significance. The fog was thin, yet the sky appeared overcast and dim, with sporadic snowflakes drifting in the air. A military-registered Cherokee stood idling at the edge of the tarmac, its size slightly larger than its counterparts. The unremarkable exterior contrasted by a crimson license plate beginning with the letters A, by Ru Bing, had indulged in copious amounts of fine wine. Her complexion now a radiant red, captivating the attention of male instructors from other academies, who couldn't help but steal glances at her beauty.
Girl.
Ping Hong possesses a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Jean Xian's words, she immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Since the rumors targeted Jing and her external acquisition of medicinal herbs, should we not halt this? He Chuan's heart remained heavy with concern for Zhou Xiaoling. Until news of her reached him, he felt utterly unburdened. Only upon receiving updates about her could he take action, allowing him to proceed with a lighter heart and lessening the burden on Xiao Mo. You struck that bizarre creature, Yuan Jun exclaimed in astonishment, recalling a fleeting moment where he believed he heard a sound, as if something had been cleaved in the air, though he could discern nothing amiss. Chapter 97. Gift-giving first. Confine her to the woodshed, Lear, Si Chenghan replied, his gaze towards Yan Ruoli remaining gentle. Suddenly, Yan Ruoli stood and began pacing, exclaiming, Yuning, why don't you escort Yan Yao to my chambers? At her words, a flicker of doubt crossed Yun Ying's eyes as he glanced at Si Chenghan. Once Yi Xian and his companion had finished their grooming, they donned their luggage and exited their quarters, only to find many waiting at the entrance of the villa, organized by the tour guide for a collective ascent up the mountain. Shortly after the porridge was prepared, Zhang Shi finally returned home, weary and worn. The father and son shared a silent dinner, gradually regaining a semblance of vitality. In the instant the Lion King emerged, the air around them heated palpably. Even the wild grass beneath seemed on the verge of igniting. Their gazes flitted between the two women, and Mu Ning Shuang eventually nodded in agreement, striding into the courtyard. As her figure disappeared into the depths of the house, a Luo Lin revealed her true self.
What are you staring at?
Is there something on my face? Lin Qingqing noticed Yi Xian's intense gaze and inquired, perplexed. Who prepared the provisions for the gentleman? The steward asked, observing the bustling servants and maids. Are you referring to those clans in the royal capital? Zhang Shan, the most frequent visitor to the royal capital from the Chang'an clan, swiftly grasped the implications of Zhang Yan's words, having dealt with various clans for decades. Many who listened to the song were moved to tears, illustrating the profound impact of music, particularly as Zheng Ranran evoked memories of sorrowful pasts for numerous listeners. Wu Yiluan leaped into the air, a handful of toxic sand brushing past his feet. Before he could land, he clapped his palms, and two men in black fell to the ground in response. Hearing a shriek from behind startled him, prompting him to leap forward. Father, Mother advised us to remain low-key during this time, he thought, recalling the extravagant car event that had compelled him to adopt a more humble demeanor these past few months. Luo Tianhuan now realized that to gain entry into the aerial fleet, he must secure a position as a member of a fleet. In that era, DNA testing did not exist. To verify the identity of someone who had undergone a complete transformation would undoubtedly require considerable effort. He resented the betrayal, the treachery, and the allegiance to Wei Huan, which motivated him to use that very hand to deliver items to Jiang Yunqing. pulling him into the murky depths as an act of revenge for past grievances. Even though Tang Heng and others were shielded by him, they still felt the impact of the shockwave, causing their blood to surge and a metallic taste to fill their mouths. Upon noticing the arrival of others, he hurriedly welcomed them, indicating that both the doctor and Granny Yi appeared to be familiar with each other, exchanging greetings. Lu Yan's face turned ashen in an instant, trembling as he looked up at Jun Mo, an expression of panic evident in his eyes. Duan Wei Qi chuckled, opening his mouth as if to speak, but then swallowed his words. He rang the bell to summon the waiter to serve the dishes. Lu Gang, a prominent figure in Huishan, bore a distinctive label tied to the Zhang family. He understood Zhang Jiaoyang's intentions clearly. At this crucial juncture, he needed to align himself closely with Zhang Jiaoyang, particularly concerning the detention of Yan Wei. After a night of psychological torment, he longed to see his sister, who should have been asleep by now. He contemplated sneaking a glance, confident she would remain oblivious to his presence. Beirutine mused that had she not already vanquished numerous formidable foes with this sword, she might have been swayed by the alluring confidence reflected in your striking visage. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe harbored ulterior motives, having set his sights on Dan Luo early on, secretly preparing numerous young men on the island. After a fierce elimination round, only Han Ning and Ing Su remained for the final round of the song and dance performance. Chapter 98. Negotiating terms. At this moment, Yan Yao was concealed in the corner behind the screen, unable to utter a sound. The dark guard searched for some time, but upon finding no trace of Yan Yao, shifted his focus to the area behind the screen. Feigning sleep, Yan Ruoli listened intently as the dark guard's footsteps drew nearer, rolling over and murmuring, "Si Chenghan, Si Chenghan." The dark guard's face paled in fright. "I will assist you in warding off harm." The war god, unparalleled in might, stood firm with his shield, absorbing a portion of the damage. "Cao Ning, why do you sound just like that wretched person?" A cold voice interrupted Zhao Ning's thoughts. "My goodness, the brothers have declared they will no longer partake in such nonsense. Yet you insist on broadcasting it. What an acquired taste you have." Li Shirgao laughed until tears streamed down his face, revealing his unwavering confidence in his assumptions. Naturally, the tuition fees were also the highest in the city. However, the exceptional faculty still attracted many families of moderate means, particularly the scholarship system, which drew numerous academically gifted students from humble backgrounds, allowing Hongfei High School to achieve unparalleled admission rates. Initially wishing to suppress her inner fury, Guling Er ultimately overestimated her composure and could no longer endure the intolerable. "Since you are unafraid, I shall let you witness it." As the voice drew nearer, Bai Hao focused intently ahead. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Bai Hao turned abruptly to see the island in the sky taking shape. To his astonishment, the once withered peach blossoms began to bloom anew, and in an instant, the entire island was blanketed with vibrant peach blossoms. It felt as if I were fighting alongside him, witnessing his injury as he cried out for me to flee.
More finely sung again.
Her voice even more enchanting than before. Helian Jun-yi remarked, having heard her in the kitchen. He had ventured over, only to be pleasantly surprised by her melodious rendition, affirming he had indeed come at the right moment. The corridors of the City of the Dead were narrow, accommodating only 7 or 8 individuals side by side, extending over 10 meters in length. "Now, what shall you do to address this situation?" Su Nwan glanced at Leng Yi with a hint of schadenfreude, finding amusement in his expression, which resembled someone who had just swallowed a fly, truly a rare and comical sight. Officer Huang had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent. Seeing the suspect armed with a police firearm sent shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, Feng Qian admired Luo Ting's extraordinary luck. The first arena had seen nearly 30 matches, yet Luo Ting remained unselected. It could only be described as an unprecedented stroke of fortune. As his pupils gradually dilated, Xia Ho-yi lost the calm demeanor he had just displayed. Stirred by a few casual words from Nangong Luo Jing, Feng Qian found himself at a loss, hoping the Han family would refrain from targeting the Sidu family. Otherwise, the Sidu family would face annihilation. He had little faith that the Luo family would come to their aid, considering the distance was far too great. He recalled the jest he made about the Heavenly King being far superior to him, and the notice hanging before the county office that bore the signature of the great Nu Chenwang, Luo Su Luan Luji. Feeling the depth of her boyfriend's affection, Gulin reached out to caress Yifeng's face, her eyes revealing a hint of resolute determination. The Asian wildcat, native to Central and East Asia, possesses an indomitable spirit that makes domestication exceedingly difficult. Even the Chinese tabby, which carries some of their lineage, is known for being one of the most untamed and aloof cat breeds. Such is the nature of their genes, inescapable. An ancient proverb states that kind words warm even the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the heart in the midst of summer. At this moment, Lin Xing finally grasped the profound chill contained within this wisdom, a bone-deep cold that pierced her chest like ice, rendering her unable to articulate the pain. Chapter 99. You have finally responded, the princess jested, her noble lineage granting her words an air of authenticity. Yan Yao smiled gently, her tone softening, imbuing her words with a newfound politeness towards Yan Ruoli, who dared to poison and harm me. Upon receiving her affirmation, Yan Ruoli posed the most crucial question. The room fell silent. Shuai Lian lifted her gaze towards the towering peak at the boundary of the two houses. In the realm of ghostly fortresses, it was unremarkable. Yet the entire mountain was strikingly crimson, red soil, red rocks, and even the trees were vibrant red maples, perpetually reminiscent of autumn in the mortal realm. What is that? Long Jean, you noticed a pair of earrings quietly resting at the corner of the coffee table in the outer hall. Mao Luoyan genuinely pitied the princess. She clearly wanted to teach him a lesson, to turn the tables, only to find herself reprimanding her instead. The most vexing part was that Gan Tang's birth mother was the esteemed Xin Shufei, whose status was not insignificant, making it likely that she would only add to her aunt's troubles by reporting to the queen. Su Ru Hui had no time to discern who was at the pavilion in the lake, focusing instead on ensuring her robe was safe from the charcoal fire. Just then, a steady arm reached out to support her. Su Ru Hui inwardly chastised her own foolishness, nodded slightly, and the two of them chose to ignore any lingering reasons, resolutely departing without casting a sideways glance. This was a true test of the overall fault tolerance of BF. A single misstep caught by EBF could lead to devastating losses. Given EBF's formidable lineup, one mistake could snowball, rendering the subsequent matches unnecessary. Indeed, ordinary individuals would struggle to muster any resistance when faced with such a powerful scoundrel. Shun Yu muttered. Following this, the E-skill, Brave Charge, was directed towards a nearby sword demon, but due to Mu Jing's preemptive repositioning, BB's Brave Charge failed to pin Mu Jing's sword demon against the wall. After exchanging a few words, they turned and left, resuming their warm-up. The moment they turned their backs to each other, the smiles on their faces vanished without a trace. However, after such a prolonged pursuit, Ling Xiaoyu's anger had dissipated. All right, I'll definitely arrive on time. Just after Zhao Lei finished speaking, the other party hung up. So? I have not accepted any tasks today. You can all rest assured. Yuan Jinming discreetly scrutinized the individual, pondering which prince he might be. I do not understand your meaning, when Ting inquired, her face displaying no displeasure, only curiosity. Normally, Mrs. C wore a cheerful demeanor, yet now she exuded an impressive aura of authority, hinting at a latent fury. Even the notoriously irritable Wen Xueqi dared not utter a sound at this moment. Father, you may stay here at ease. I will handle what comes next. Chun Xian patted Chen Bin's shoulder and stepped forward. Xiong Chang's attack this time forsook all defense, aiming to resolve the matter with Qin Xian in one swift blow. Elder Lu Ying reprimanded. There are rules, yet her eyes conveyed affection and pride. These two children truly were her treasures. Upon reflection, it had indeed been a while since they last met. Fu Qing should have stabilized, allowing for their return to introduce the new members. Especially with the invocation of the 9 nether powers, it would undoubtedly make them a prime target in the eyes of the demon beasts. Of course, the personnel from the Black Infinite Gravity Group were equally unyielding, as many companies were now displeased with them. As the year drew to a close, who wouldn't want to promote themselves? Chapter 100. Foolproof. Yan Ruoli said no more, unceremoniously escorting him out and shutting the door. Meanwhile, Chenghan stood outside, waiting for the candlelight in her room to extinguish before departing. Upon returning to his chamber, Chenghan summoned Yun Yan and Yuning. Qin Ming had repeatedly harmed Yan Ruoli, and Chenghan would not let him off easily. However, Qin Hai held a high position and the Qin family. He was intently observing the crystal ball, fascinated by the adventurer's methods of clearing levels, which had become his favorite pastime, far more engaging than any television program from his previous life. As the early classes commenced the next day, several roommates rose early to prepare. In the midst of conversation, the formidable energy within the elder's body erupted, a feat unimaginable for one of the golden body realm. Seeing this second thunderstrike was unavoidable. Zhu Yu immediately extended his hand to meet the blow head-on. All right, Ma Xiaozi, need only one bullet. Ma Xiaozi appeared to have made a significant decision. While Xiao Jingchuan hurriedly dealt with the situation, he noticed a flower bed behind him and, seizing the opportunity, began to retreat while dismantling the opponent as attacks. It was indeed true. Li Biao had said those very words. Li Guorong, disregarding his own injuries, recounted the events at the hotel. This is a family heirloom. I will not sell it for less than 5. The person seemed to grow irritated. His fists clenched involuntarily, and upon receiving a glance from Yi Fan, he made an effort to suppress his anger. When the backstage display mentioned the school chairman's name, he intervened immediately. Hey, she called out several times, and the reflection mimicked her actions flawlessly, with no peculiarity. She reached out to gently touch the water surface, feeling only a slight chill. Most people could not hear his words, yet Zhou had already recognized his identity. Considering he was nearing 80 and held immense respect in America, Zhou could not pretend he had not heard. The limits of battle were not easily defined, as there would always be elements beyond comprehension. At this moment, Li Tianfeng was gathering spiritual energy in his hands, with waves of power manifesting at the sword's tip. It was none other than the second technique of the divine sword 9 styles, the shattering void slash. It was unexpected that Li Tianfeng would employ his ultimate skill at the outset, indicating his regard for the elder. The most beautiful moment was still the first goal. Utterly flawless. A spectator commented appreciatively while watching the match. Outsiders presumed the carts were filled with rice, but concealed within were soldiers of the resistance armed with sharp blades. As the rider learns to sway with the rhythm of the horse's undulations, not only does he find ease, but so too does the horse. This should not pose much of a problem. Although Suligaya's strength is merely average among the city-states, it is nonetheless a city with a millennium of history. We should have accumulated enough resources for you to strategize, Angulo remarked. Li Hui was acutely aware of the importance of time, with every moment meticulously marked on the tactical board. Zhang was in high spirits, relishing the rare opportunity to best the head of the Su family. This was indeed a unique experience. As Jiangsheng moved, a gentle energy enveloped the bodies of all present, causing the soul force within them to surge wildly into Jiangsheng's form. Tianzhong's murderous intent sent chills through Jiangxia, allowing him to truly grasp the meaning of unrestrained ferocity, realizing that only beings like Tianzhong, who defy the heavenly laws, could be the most terrifying entities in existence. In a bid to undermine Huaxia Longting network technology, 2 other major companies hastily launched their own chat applications, but to what avail? Previously, he had enjoyed a stellar reputation, leading many to believe he was an elusive genius, while others felt that Nanqing's repeated victories were merely driven by an excessive sense of ambition. Chapter 101 Rumors. Yunyan was tasked with disseminating the news of Qin Ming's poisoning. Within just a few days, the civil and military officials in the court began to catch wind of the rumors, yet out of respect for the Qin family status, they refrained from speaking out. Naturally, this gossip also reached Si Mingyue's ears. In the Qingjing Hall, the emperor's wrath rendered the attendants breathless and tense, afraid to make a sound. Si Mingyue laid the documents on the table, while Su Yanheng summoned all the city's guards and officials, who gathered within a quarter of an hour. Their expressions complex as they gazed at Su Yan seated in the center. Nangong Qi trembled violently, his eyes nearly aflame with fury, yearning to rush forward and slay Su Li, as his murderous intent erupted in an instant. Young master, we shall not allow ourselves to be provoked again. There will be no next time, declared the seasoned General Jiang, with the others nodding in agreement. Zhao Yan awkwardly patted his stomach, only then recalling that he had not eaten for quite some time. Initially, the urgency of the situation had kept his mind occupied, but now that things had calmed, he truly felt the pangs of hunger. Su Yan also sensed a difference in his right hand. Slowly raising it, he gently shook it, creating a fissure in the void. Reflecting on years of solitude and the occasional jabs from concubine Hua, Empress Gui finally resolved that even if the beautiful Lan could not wrest favor from concubine Hua, she could at least make her uncomfortable for a time. After years of exclusive favor, had it not been for her bearing the crown prince and the princess, she would have long since been supplanted. Upon entering the cabin, Simon headed straight for the bathroom to wash away the blood, changing into a plain black outfit before returning to the deck in no time. A promise? White smoke obscured Smog's vision, concealing his thoughts. The battle proceeded smoothly. Ri Buluo proved to be an adept commander, orchestrating nearly 2,000 players in a well-coordinated siege, leaving little chance for the likes of Fenglu and Guangzhan to escape, as they desperately crashed against the network, often resulting in grievous injuries. In other words, in the Misty Sea, spiritual perception is rendered nearly useless, and sight is inferior to hearing. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Xia Chuxin burst into tears, collapsing into Yu Jing's embrace. The massive Gouda, while slower than the unicorn, was now in a state of panic as it saw the unicorn nearly reach Zhang Tianxi. Cursing the unicorn's cunning while feeling utterly powerless to halt its advance, Chelsea's players quickly fell back, with Alex sprinting alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, their bodies colliding as they ran. Blackburn's defense retreated once more, tightening like a net in an attempt to ensnare Benzema, yet no one could match his pace. Little did they know what ailments afflicted the second round of patients, with over 20 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners still on stage. Lin Feng surmised that these patients' conditions were likely not complex maladies. In this moment, those who had supported Lin Feng found themselves at a loss for words, swiftly reversing their stance and launching a more vigorous denunciation against him. For 7 years, Ru Huixiang had never received a promotion. He was amongst a group that included Xia Guixiang, Hu Guozhu, and Ma Bao, while they had already attained positions of vice-general, commanding officer, and governor. Having learned of Qi Liang's reckless attempts to claim credit in the court, he was overwhelmed with gratitude that words could scarcely convey. Only those devoid of strength resort to hype. Su Xiaoyan conquered the entertainment industry and the hearts of fans through sheer talent, coupled with a heart willing to forsake all for others. Chapter 102. Covert Investigation. I have a task for you, Xi Mingyue said, his face ashen and voice grave. Please, Your Majesty, command me, Si Chenghan replied, his expression unwavering. Exhaling a deep breath, Xi Mingyue continued, You shall travel to Jianghuai. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Long stowed away the restraint stone, mounting his black-feathered golden eagle, and set off towards the next immortal cave with Xia Mengmeng and the others. How could he not understand what the title of Human King represented? How could he not be aware of the formidable power wielded by the Human King? A being on par with the Heavenly Emperor, an indomitable presence within the mortal realm, endowed with the strength of rank? Moreover, such signal flares were not something just anyone could possess. Only the direct descendants of a family could produce such a signal. Noxus is a place that inspires both love and hate. In the depths of its shadowy streets, dungeons resemble a hive, densely packed and omnipresent. Shortly thereafter, the companions of the poor soul who had been crushed to death came to their senses and rushed out in unison. Inside, fragmented voices echoed. Chu Lianqing had intended to wait for Yi Cheng's return, but with no knowledge of when that would be, impatience grew, and he eagerly approached the window. Faintly hearing their conversation, Zhang Xuelian smiled and nodded, unwilling to predict what the future would hold for this industry. Firstly, she hesitated to reveal too much of the secrets of destiny, and secondly, she did not wish to dampen the enthusiasm of the eager Gu Zhiqing. At this moment, DXIN was in the Longda Hall, filled with frustration, having previously muttered a few words to the nine-headed rooster spirit, leaving it speechless. His attire was now in disarray. A facade he maintained intentionally, showing no true desire to act. It could be said that with this goal, Lu Qiujian had already won the affection of Bayern fans. In subsequent matches, he consistently unleashed incisive breakthroughs against Bielefeld's flanks, delivering numerous high-quality crosses. The one who is dead is you. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, and in an instant, his head burst like a watermelon in midair, splattering red and white across Yi Huanxin's garments, causing her to tremble. Below, in that realm of stars, the land lay barren, drained of its vital essence. The Taoist was about to scold, but suddenly found himself unable to speak, his entire being frozen. As if chilled to the bone, he realized he had encountered a master. Chen Nua approached, ready to offer a wine cup, but in doing so, he inadvertently drew too close to Yang Feng. Indeed, Su Huang's instincts kicked in, and rather than accepting the wine, he extended his axe towards Chen Nua. I did not reject Elder Mu's kindness, merely nodding in agreement, prompting Elder Mu to say no more as he departed with measured steps. After thorough analysis, Wang Ning ultimately focused her attention on the formidable Qingyan society. From her deductions, the only force capable of concealing the Liangdong family from Wang Yang's relentless search, aside from the equally powerful Song Yuan, was not inclined to assist him. These funds had already been allocated to the Special Operations Team of the Star Division and the black-clad operatives for their salaries and various materials. The aftermath of the battle left nothing but the despair of the enemies. With a slight lift of my weapon, I dispatched an assassin intent on a deadly confrontation. I cast a glance towards the nearby coastline, where the once moored colossal vessels were now gradually retreating from the shore, heading into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 103. The car wreck. On the way back to the Prince Gong's mansion, Chenghan sat in the carriage, his expression grave. The vast expanse of the Jianghuai sky and flowing waters reminded him that if he did not take Ruoli with him, she might forget who he was by the time they returned to the capital. A cold breeze swept through, lifting the curtains of the carriage and revealing the scenery outside. He observed a towering tree, its trunk robust and reaching skyward, piercing the clouds. Witnessing his composed and adept movements, Lin Jiejia inexplicably felt that this method of brewing tea was reminiscent of something she had seen before. Ai Qiao widened her eyes, straining to see her surroundings. But the sounds mingled with the wind were indistinct. Since Zhao Wen was already involved, it was prudent to cultivate that relationship further. Returning was unnecessary. This remark plunged the space into an eerie silence, where even the fall of a needle could be heard. His slender fingers, delicate yet powerful, resembled iron pincers, leaving the restrained jade unable to move, forced into a degrading position. The sudden pain jolted my foggy mind back to clarity.
What?
The sword's spirit furrowed his brow. Puzzled by Ling Yefeng's words, what did he mean by truly resolving the matter, and how else did he expect him to resolve it? The police officer remained non-committal, continuing to inquire until they forbade us from leaving Bruin Town for the time being, sternly suggesting that if we had nowhere to stay, we might as well remain at the police station, clearly regarding us as prime suspects. Do you know, I've long desired to kiss you like this, but I feared it might frighten you. He adjusted her blanket snugly around her shoulders. He had established his residence there. The mountaintop was of no further use. So why take such unnecessary measures? Moreover, during our several visits to the Changshan Club, we had not noticed any path leading to the summit. The area beyond the halfway mark was dense with trees.
Emperor Daiyu.
These are two ancient names, the titles of the monarchs of the ancient demon clan's heavenly court. Emperor Jun was the celestial sovereign who founded the first heavenly court, while Tai Yi, the three-legged golden crow, was born alongside Emperor Jun in the Sun Star, the sovereign of the demon clan. Why mention the recently established Lily Society? Because Banbu Wawa invited Yi Hua to join. Her cousin is the president of the Lily Society, Yuan Bobi, who leveraged her influence to attain the vice presidency and possesses the authority to invite others to join. I have made my choice. It is now your turn. He indicated to Yi Hen, who, without hesitation, seized the pill. Upon hearing Xian's words, Yi Hen trembled. Dancing to witness the sunrise was a cherished memory. It seemed that although Xian had forgotten many significant events, that particular memory remained buried deep within her heart. However, Chu Xiao contemplated another matter. Since his child was on the way, it was time to select a divine lineage for the unborn. Every time plans were formulated, Yi Lei participated earnestly. At least in this regard, he did not neglect his responsibilities. He understood that only through continuous learning and time could his command skills improve. Although we had opened the Old Crow Gorge, there were now both new and old routes into the Hehuang Valley, but the snow and ice had blocked the roads, making transportation a significant issue, as Zhou Deguai scratched his head in frustration. Don't say it's nothing. With this situation, I'll escort you back to your room. Yi Hen shook his head helplessly, supporting Yuehua as they walked slowly forward, only for Yuehua to suddenly exert her strength, shaking off Yi Hen's embrace. Due to its inconspicuous location, as the saying goes, fame brings trouble. One must remain discreet in the online world. If Li Bai wished to avoid drawing attention, he had to keep a low profile. Chapter 104. The secret entry to the palace because I wish to take Li south with me, Chenghan replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He commanded the coachman to collide with the tree, having already devised a plan in his mind. Therefore, upon returning to the mansion, Chenghan immediately feigned illness and closed his doors to guests. Subsequently, he prepared to disseminate news of his need for a prolonged period of recuperation. After dinner, the diligent Feng gang swiftly cleared the dishes, while Feng Jintian brewed a pot of exquisite jasmine tea, filling the room with its fragrant aroma. Yin Feng dared not linger. Swiftly retreating, his mind was clear, knowing that this sealing sword technique could not harm the blood-refining ancestor. Otherwise, since you have delayed my important affairs, once I am free, I shall surely uncover your identity. His resolve was unwavering, and the old witch, somewhat displeased, inquired if there was no room for negotiation with Gao Lei. In the aftermath, I resolved to depart, hoping AI Fair would retract the charges and the fabricated accusations. However, as she stated, it matters little, Su Zhili shrugged. Those sent to assassinate Mo Yunshang were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Most were death warriors. And it was already remarkable to have captured one alive. He did not expect to extract information from them with mere words. Yet a more insane scene unfolded as I suddenly observed the surrounding snow-capped mountains trembling, accompanied by a thunderous sound akin to galloping horses from above. Zichen? Luo Ren stepped forward in surprise. Did Fu Zichen not say he had business with the company? Why was he at the bar? Qing'er felt both regret and anger. Had she known her Qing'er would be so disobedient, she should have applied a heavier dosage to the acupoint. I give you 3 minutes, yet you took 5 to arrive. Cold Xiao faced the wind, his hair tousled, his eyes glinting with ice. As for Qin Yu, he could discern any changes in Zhou Zhen's demeanor without needing to be present, even upon hearing from Chen Mingjing that Zhou Zhen had died. He had already surmised the situation. With this thought, Lu Yong felt considerably relieved. He figured that after a few days of commotion, things would settle down. After all, Li Zhengxian was not an extraordinarily prominent figure. He may be well known within certain circles, but to the common populace, he was virtually unknown. By then, sealing off the entire new city would eliminate any fear of interference from Xinyuxuan's people, unless they could surround the entire city, which would require at least 200 soldiers and several days of continuous effort. It was simply an impossible feat as the monster's gestures shifted constantly. The gathering malevolent spirits around him grew increasingly numerous, their ominous aura intensifying. The 3-day time frame coincided perfectly with a timeline previously deduced by Chen Mingjing based on the traces left behind. This indicated that Old Li had indeed been absent from home for approximately 3 days. Leading the way, Old Lu lifted the curtain at the back of the carriage, and the madam from Chuanxiang courtyard approached, her head peering in. She turned to Old Lu, asking, "Are you jesting with me? It's pitch black.
How can one make out anything?
Did you bring someone with a face full of pockmarks to frighten me?" With that, the madam turned to leave. However, in this realm, aside from the distinct architectural styles of each player, there were no natural landscapes, which I found unappealing. Hence, I had no desire to build a home in the land of Earth. Sima Ji's thoughts were completely misguided. King Mahong had long been a spiritual leader. Yet his loyal military presence was scant, and none had seen battle. The discord among the 3 Han tribes had never before escalated to such proportions, and it was evident that not only did King Mahong lack the capability to command a vast army, but neither did the leaders of the other tribes. Chapter 105. Rest and recuperation. As soon as Si Chenghan finished speaking, Sima Yue's expression darkened ominously. "Father, I have been injured. I implore you to decree that Li accompany me for my recovery." Undeterred by Sima Yue's ire, Si Chenghan continued, "Nonsense."
Simin Yue rebuked sharply.
And a series of excruciating sizzling sounds erupted as the azure shield was corroded, leaving dozens of deep pits. Its spiritual energy dissipated, rendering it utterly useless. Old Master Miao, standing by, discerned the implications and regarded Si Chenghan with admiration. He contemplated that if he were in a similar predicament, searching for someone in Fuhai City through a mere photograph would be an impossible task within mere minutes. It was no wonder Lin Chen claimed to be inferior to him. However, at that moment, Yi Chong chose to ignore the ordinary powerful figures around him and instead fixed his gaze upon a slightly swaying silhouette, his eyes reflecting an icy indifference. The following day of the elimination rounds saw Mu Yen compete 5 more times, each opponent agreeing not to employ their innate martial skills, while Mu Yen was required to refrain from destroying their weapons and to temper his strength to their level. With a deep sigh, he wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes as white spiritual energy enveloped him, silently infiltrating the rooms of everyone in Zuiyu Pavilion. Bai Lu's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily closed her eyes to sense the hairpin she had entrusted to Xian Yunan, but it vanished near the Arctic Ocean. Xian Yunan, sensing the unusual aura surrounding Xian Yunqing, turned back. "Brother?" Her expression was a complex mix as she regarded Yi Feng and Nan Yeshua. "Captain Xiong, I am merely remedying the situation. Trust me," Bing Qing'er declared with utmost seriousness. "Are you discussing the target? Haven't you made a decision yet?" Her gaze lingered on Su Yangyang, her bright eyes calm and unruffled. despite the scant records on cultivators, consisting of merely 15 characters. A perceptive individual could discern the underlying meaning. The madman, after pondering for a while, began to piece together some clues. As he rebounded, a massive blade, shrouded in dark energy, struck fiercely where he had just stood. Since he had distanced himself from events years prior, he had ceased to pay attention to anyone. Initially, he had intended to reclaim the throne, but his recent resolve began to waver. No, do not overreach. The matters concerning Onfing Mountain have just been resolved. And now you wish to burden me anew? Are you intent on exhausting me or forcing me to sacrifice my dignity? Wan Yotsai's words were cut short by a sharp retort from Yao Lan. Playing with guns in front of Lin Feng? These individuals are hardly worthy. At the same moment, Chun Chi and Bai Yunma swiftly advanced, subduing the ruffians under the boss's command. Upon discovering that these men were armed, Lin Feng realized they were not ordinary thugs. Yet, when all factors coalesced, along with the handling of the jade pendant, it culminated in an unparalleled, transcendent martial method. However, no matter how he searched, he could not locate his adversary's whereabouts. All signs indicated that his position had been exposed. Qiu Shuihan fixed his gaze upon the slowly approaching Qin Ruoyan, casting a glance at the attentive Chen Haotian, and replied coolly. Just as Liao Yifei was propelled away, another figure appeared before Lin Feng, who soon found himself flanked by 4 silhouettes. Liao Yifei lay on the ground for nearly half a minute before he struggled to rise, only to cough up blood. Fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. Let us address the matter at hand, she said, seated on a cushion, warming her hands by the fire. Spring was approaching, yet she remained fearful of the cold. Chapter 106. Deliberate injury upon Si Chenghan's arrival. Eunuch Sun offered a knowing smile and said, Princess, the Emperor's decree has been delivered. This old servant takes his leave. With that, he exited hastily. Once he was gone, a satisfied expression crossed Si Chenghan's face. This allowed him the opportunity to speak privately with Yan Ruoli. Simultaneously, Xing Xian, embodying the star body, let out a fierce roar, blood trickling from his brow. His entire being aglow as he struggled desperately, launching an assault against Qin Tian. Each massive stone that fell caused the onlookers to flinch, unaware of any irregularities. Nan Kurue stood beside him, gazing at him pitifully, akin to observing a fool. Had he known the truth, he might have died from indignation without Nan Kurue needing to intervene. Nearby, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Many recognized the name of the Sword Peak as the lowest tier among the outer Sex Mountains. I cannot use this medicine without the blood test results. The risk is too great. The doctor was evidently concerned about accountability. As he hesitated on how to broach the subject of the engagement, Su Fan began to mutter from the bed. Zhong Kuei's lips curled into a faint smile. He had not anticipated the situation would evolve to this extent. This was beyond his expectations. It was merely a conversational ploy, yet he was taken aback by the ghost doctor's intense reaction, which had evidently struck a nerve. The fact that he had not issued an eviction order was already commendable. At that moment, Nan Kurue was thoroughly intimidated by his master's words, staring at Mo Bingshuang as though she were a monster. You are truly insufferable, Yun Xiao exhaled deeply, gradually suppressing the rage within him. His gaze fixed on Qin Tian with fierce intensity. Before long, the drums resounded, and the soldiers fighting on the hillside turned and fled upon hearing the sound. They had no knowledge of what transpired at the command camp, and the sounding of the retreat drums suggested that something unfortunate had befallen the Khan. Without a shred of fighting spirit left, they turned their horses and fled, ignoring the wounded comrades crying out on the ground. The middle ninjas deliberated briefly and nodded in agreement, clearly understanding the assessment criteria, which focused on the ninjas' intelligence-gathering capabilities, seeking to identify those who fell short. She observed Ruoning, who was playing a game with Jian Ran, for the first time evaluating her strength as an actress. Coupled with Morong Su's overtures of goodwill, Zhou Yan felt no need to be overly courteous and promptly lifted the teacup before him, savoring the fragrant tea imbued with spiritual energy. As they manipulated the levitation spell in this spacious room, it could now be likened to a playground. Rumor had it that new bioengineered humans possessed a method to alter the genes of the older variants, effectively transforming them into new bioengineered beings. I wish to send Liner to school in Guangzhou. I believe Cold Jinxio would not object to this request, Peng Ruofei stated confidently. Thus, upon learning that the treasure was stolen by Zhu Ting, Chen Jianbai erupted in fury. hastily dispatching Chun heir to escort Zhou Yan to the Chun family based solely on Zhu Ting's one-sided account. Yuntung, how did you acquire these items? They are all highly sought after in the market. Even with wealth, one may not procure them, Lin Manyun exclaimed, astonished, as she held several cans of beef. In terms of accountability, Ruan Ying's most egregious fault lay in her harsh words, taking advantage of the situation when Ji Yao had faltered, throwing shade at her when it was Ji Yao who had instigated the confrontation with Qin Jun. Once they had sketched the appearance of the subordinate, proving the existence of the individual who had indeed visited the Du residence with Gu Buiqing, this prince would certainly exonerate Grand Historian Du from any blame.
Ye Baile inquired gravely.
Chapter 107. The onset of madness, my lord. All affairs regarding the southern expedition are prepared, Yun Yan stated solemnly, his voice low. Good. You may leave, Si Chenghan replied, his mind still occupied by the image of Yan Ruoli. Your Highness, the Jianghuai region belongs to the territory of the Prime Minister of Qin. It is imperative that you and the princess exercise utmost caution during your visit. Thunder roared and exploded in the sky, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke. Once the smoke dissipated, Feng Xiaoyan and Zhang Xingyi had vanished without a trace. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the ethereal dragon god, General Meng's instincts surged with a sense of profound peril. As if driven by madness, General Meng unleashed his sixth soul skill repeatedly. The protective shield conjured by this skill was his sole means of defense. Pei He, we shall meet again on the battlefield. Lu Chao's cold voice echoed as he receded into the distance. Zhang Sun was once again taken aback. This protective barrier was intended to safeguard Zhang Yi and would undoubtedly be recorded in history, yet it was he who was tasked with naming it. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyuan sometimes forgot about grandfather Zhang's passing, often entering his former room with tears in her eyes. Jin Zi released his first soul skill, the golden crocodile armor. Although it successfully deflected the bloodlight from the evil soul master, the armor was continuously corroded, prompting him to cancel its effect. He abruptly rose, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen from the sudden movement. His heart raced fiercely as Lin Jia extended her hands, standing on tiptoe to embrace Yusher's neck. Zhang Yi glanced once more at the information regarding the night flame, noting that creatures scorched by it would find themselves ensnared in an illusion, followed by the burning of their souls. Xu Qianchen merely smiled, his gaze fixed upon a painting of a foal on the table, which depicted a spirited white horse joyfully wagging its tail. Bai Chenghao understood that the Empress Dowager would take a moment to process the news and patiently awaited her gradual assimilation of the information. Winter clothes were about to depart. Yet before leaving, a peculiar glance was cast towards the courtyard of Lung Huaping. Thus, before Jiao could confirm whether Briade was on his left or right, or even catch sight of him, Wang Hu's reaction astonished him even more. Wang Hu, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze towards Wang Ming's left growing increasingly fierce. Su Jinxin listened to Shangguan Si Chen's words, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Originally, she had no intention of revealing this matter to her father, planning instead to conceal her injuries upon her return. Although it would be arduous, she believed she could manage it. Without the strength to handle this, do not meddle in affairs beyond your capacity. If you cannot protect yourself, how can you endanger my son? Zhao replied curtly, feeling helpless, as she could only watch in frustration. Madam Bai, will the dinner at the Shui residence still be held in the master's courtyard? Lung Huaping had visited the Shui residence on several occasions with Shui Lingling and could recall some of its customs. He had promised Mo Yen to assist in retracting the report, yet days had passed without success, and instead, its impact had only grown. By today, the entire affair had exceeded his control. No, he had misjudged the extent of its influence. On the very day the report was released, the situation had already spiraled beyond his grasp. What's wrong with you? You always use this to pressure others. Brother Lin finds it uncomfortable.
Yunye admun his head.
Instantly, both sides engaged in a rapid strategic contest that an ordinary fourth-level magician could scarcely fathom. Cough, cough, Fu Bo observed as the dog grew, increasingly animated, even intending to dredge up long-forgotten matters, prompting him to hurriedly cover his mouth and cough heavily. Chapter 108. True opponent. As for why Si Chenghan crashed into a tree, the Qin family was indifferent. What truly concerned them was where Si Chenghan would recuperate. The Qin family's shadow guards, with minimal effort, uncovered that Si Chenghan was healing in Jianghuai. This compelled Qin Hai to remain vigilant. Father, The shadow guards report that Chenghan is heading south to Zhonghua, still under His Majesty's orders to recuperate. Ever since he began practicing the Three Mysteries Soul method, the strength of his soul had been gradually enhancing. Although this improvement was exceedingly slow, it left him in awe of the wonders of the Three Mysteries Soul method. The emaciated old man stood there in a daze, unable to move or remain still, questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him or if he was merely dreaming. Perhaps, Lord, he was in a good mood and performing. Among all present, he was the one most eager to enter the Firelin Hall, as he desperately needed longevity. I can't believe this demonic bone relic has circulated for thousands of years, eventually falling into the hands of you two mid-tier sects.
Ye Chan remarqued incredulously.
Momentlate. Chun Fong opened his eyes and glanced sideways. All the alchemists had already commenced the alchemy process. The old man in the black robe also began his concoction. Yet his demeanor and movements appeared relaxed, seemingly dismissive of the alchemists on stage. Yi Fan, not hailing from a martial sage family or a prestigious lineage, nevertheless became a rare legendary martial king, garnering immense popularity among the common martial practitioners of the Zixuan Empire, with numerous supporters. This revelation stunned Yu He. From the man's reaction, he understood that Qing Li was correct. The chief examiner immediately declared, absolutely no cheating. If any examiner were to show favoritism, even slightly altering scores by 2 or 3 points, that would indeed be a possibility. Yui felt that there was much more about her worth exploring, and he sensed that following her was his most prudent choice, though it might also be his greatest regret. At that moment, he did not fully comprehend that it was merely a feeling. Due to this incident, Professor Herbert von Karajan was in a state of half-anger throughout the lecture, making him considerably stricter than usual, even when Abner attempted to intervene. Since yesterday, they had been keeping an eye on the number 1 courtyard, but the sheer number of guards surrounding it made it impossible to approach. The bell had rung all night, leaving them uncertain of what transpired within. However, it was evident to discerning eyes that in this clash, Su Hong was clearly gaining the upper hand. Lin Hanxiang, preoccupied with her mother's safety, did not notice his expression. Otherwise, she would have detected something amiss. As this matter concluded, Hua took his leave. Before Hua Chen could finish speaking, he suddenly looked up towards the direction of the Yunhuang Mountains. Characters like the City Lord propelled the demonic path's grand vessel into uncharted realms, wielding immense influence, shamelessness, insatiable greed, and a volatile temperament, all while dominating the progression of the entire game in a conspicuous manner. While she may not comprehend these matters, she could still assist them in other ways, such as ordering takeout. If all went as expected, the two demonic creatures would maintain their innocent expressions, showing no fear, sorrow, or despair, and would transform into ashes without pain, reuniting with the brave in the depths of hell. Not to mention the audacity and boldness of Aunt Qiu, who dared to leverage the Empress Dowager against the future princess consort of the Sixth. Is it unsafe on the island now? Ni Erfu understood the subtlety in his words and inquired accordingly. Chang Sheng had always perceived the esteemed Zhang Beinian as a placid mediator, yet he never anticipated that he possessed such a formidable and domineering side. Chapter 109. Setting off. As for why Chenghan crashed into a tree, the Qin family was indifferent. What truly concerned them was where Chenghan would recuperate. The Qin family shadow guards, with minimal effort, uncovered that Chenghan was healing in Zhonghua. This compelled Qin Hai to remain vigilant. Father, the shadow guards report that Chenghan is heading south to Zhonghua, still under His Majesty's orders to recuperate. Diligent officials who serve the people are always deserving of respect. Those tasked with registration should have ceased their duties at sunset and informed the remaining citizens to return the next day. Yet, they persisted. As darkness fell, they lit lamps. And when hunger struck, they snatched a piece of dry bread to stave off their hunger. And when thirst arose, they fetched a ladle of cool water to quench it. Below them lay a land shimmering with inky light, as a round, black cocoon descended towards that very ground. Ray has yet to arrive, and even Blake is experiencing an unusual restlessness, almost compelled to flee. Lanchi's heart races in tandem with Mingyi's, as the elder has finally grasped his mistakes and is likely to exploit the injuries of Wang Di to make a point. Wang Nanbei, wary of delay, promptly ignites the vehicle and maneuvers it away from the rough terrain, weaving onto a broader road. This road is quite wide and straight, devoid of any vehicles at this hour, stretching seemingly for thousands of meters. Endless flashes of lightning strike like blades upon the four, overwhelmingly powerful. The girl clad in ice blue attire is enveloped in a protective shield of ice and snow, impervious to the strikes. Yet she does not seem to be a match for Dong Yangji. Do not think of playing tricks on me. To be honest, your numbers are insufficient, Wang Nanbei remarked coldly. The aircraft descended gently at Deep Sea International Airport. Gazing out the window, Wang Nanbei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. In these years, for the first time, he found himself growing fond of a city. The guard returned during lunchtime, this time bearing more grievous wounds. Everyone was elated to have another visitor, their appetites forgotten, almost tearing apart the medical equipment in their eagerness to assist. Could it be that his cultivation has reached the level of brotherling? Suja murmured in disbelief. Upon reciting the incantation, he flung the talisman behind him, which unexpectedly ignited with a peculiar flame just before leaving his hand. Given the matter concerning the Princess Fuhui, the group fell silent, lowering their heads in deference. This was merely a formality. Thus, after the words of the water fairy, Yang Jun and Zhou Qi exchanged pleasantries regarding the fairness of the referee without dissent. The surrounding cultivators, having witnessed the previous duel, were satisfied, making this contest a cause for mutual celebration. A faint smile played upon Yu Haochen's lips. He took no offense at Xia Yongning's words, which indicated that she too would not honor another's invitation. As for Prince Ning, upon meeting Ling Mingqi and confirming that she was indeed the child born by his mother with another man before marrying his father, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ling Mingqi. The shadow slowly became clearer, sending a shiver down my spine and chilling my limbs. Could it truly be me? My face, pale and ghost-like, left me stunned. Had I perished? Soul artifacts are exceedingly rare, with few possessing the knowledge to forge such treasures. Most of these artifacts are born from the essence of the earth, and creating them artificially is fraught with difficulty, even by an adept as he is at crafting, has not unraveled the mysteries of soul artifacts, or else he would have produced them in abundance by now.
No.
You must leave quickly. The voice from within trembled. Perhaps too many strange occurrences had unfolded in recent days, instilling fear into their hearts. Chapter 110. Seizing the Opportunity Princess? Yun Yan regarded her in surprise. Yun Yan. We shall also set forth southward, Yan Ruoli stated calmly and composedly. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in Yun Yan's eyes intensified. During Si Chenghan's solitary departure, Yun Yan had speculated on many possibilities, but this was not one of them. The evening campus revealed its own unique charm. Lan Xiangling remarked that had she not awaited him there today, she would have missed witnessing such beauty.
No.
This is not the time for distractions. I must sing well, or I shall fail to convey the emotions embedded in my voice to the audience. Uncle Huang, would it not be beneficial for you to wish me well? I am in good health, here to impart medical knowledge. Huang Yoshi quickly explained, acknowledging his habit of neglecting greetings in his eagerness, prompting nods of agreement from other physicians who recognized this occupational quirk. At some point, Mu Xiaoyan, who had approached Lin Yuxiang, observed her silently. A few white wolves leapt over Bufan, lunging towards Yan Qi, who ensnared them with the threads of the celestial silkworm shield. Senior sister. Bai Qingyan lifted her upper body, cradling her face as tears streamed from her eyes. Overflowing with emotion, she remained as sensitive and fragile as ever. How could she still hold any resentment? She embraced the bloodied Bai Qianxi, with the crimson staining her, as well. Was that a meteor shower that fell from the sky? A soldier of the guard murmured weakly, leaning against a stone step amidst the blood-soaked earth. Has someone been bullying you? Bai Qingyan's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The thought of anyone mistreating her apprentice, particularly now that he had a mentor, was intolerable. She resolved to teach those bullies a lesson. Bu Fan remained speechless. Had he known this would happen, he would have shared the plan with Yan Qi, but given her temperament, she likely would have refused. Ling Yong, are you alright? Fu Long called out anxiously. Along with some villagers, was battling another zombie, but was also partially focused on Ling Yong's side. Seeing Ling Yong hurled away by the creature, he couldn't help but inquire. It wasn't that they couldn't encounter flying spirit beasts, rather, typical flying spirit beasts would evade upon sensing the iron feather hawk's presence, making them nearly impossible to pursue. Thus, Lin Yan and the others had searched extensively, yet found nothing. Alright, ere long too, the winds are growing stronger. Brace yourself. Air Longto's reported position was in Weizhou North, less than 20 nautical miles from Weizhou Island. As long as Air Longto spared him, Even if the yacht ran out of fuel, activating the communication device would still summon aid. A faint voice emanated from the fire spirit cave, where violet light enveloped the sacred volcano in a dense mist. As the fog cleared, nothing remained. The vast fire spirit cave had vanished as if it had never existed. Upon receiving the signal for reinforcements from Mu Tung, Lan Bo immediately dismissed the commanders with a resolute declaration, "I am going to save my brother." He hurriedly left the command center, swiftly leading his nearly 10,000 mech troops towards Mu Tung, 1,000 kilometers away. Such nonsense. You, a disaster of beauty, are nothing but a calamity. It's one thing to play around, but to marry such a person? Who would want that? Someone muttered. Not possible? You disdain my dancing skills? Su Mo shot him a glare, retorting vivaciously. 5 million in savings casually tucked in my pocket? Handing it over and sharing the password? Is he a madman or a fool, not fearing that someone would abscond with his money? Chapter 111. Persistent coughing. Chenghan's carriage moved slowly through the ranks. The driver's voice, mingling with the rough wind, reached Chenghan, who furrowed his brow. Yuning, hasten the pace, he commanded in a grave tone. Yes, I shall obey. Yuning replied respectfully, mounting his steed. As the two brothers returned to Lingxiao Hall, Gong Yanyang had a general understanding of the events that transpired. When his warm smile reappeared, thunderous applause erupted throughout the vast viewing area. Yet, in such circumstances, even knowing that this continuous task might hold pitfalls, he had no choice but to leap into the unknown with closed eyes. She found this master Nye somewhat peculiar. She had encountered other masters before, the youngest among them being in their 30s, always accompanied by 1 or 2 disciples to attend to them. Some even had assistants to manage mundane affairs. With this thought, he promptly donned his attire and headed straight for the Central Army's tent. Inside the tent, 2 elder officials were poring over a map, seemingly deliberating a battle plan. Upon his entry, both men immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Upon the departure of Zhu Cheng and his companions, Zhang naturally chose not to change his attire. Instead, he instructed his servants to secure the doors and windows of the reception hall. Without further ado, he turned to Li Zhisher with an urgent demeanor, directly inquiring about the situation. The Su regiment, having turned the tide and survived a harrowing ordeal, scattered across the battlefield. Some sought to rescue their wounded comrades, while others collected armor and weapons as spoils of war. Those who encountered the still-breathing soldiers of the Fei regiment met their end swiftly. In a fit of rage, Wu Song was interrupted by the entrance of Shimin Qing, who cheerfully walked in with a large sack of silver. Nya Haitan led over 200 infantry and several dozen cavalry, a total of 300 elite troops, out of the city gates, crossing the sheep-horse wall and the moat, directly advancing towards the infantry formation commanded by Jia Wubin. The second disciple, Chiao Suifeng, was the other half of the moniker Bitter Rain Autumn Wind, possessing nearly equal prowess in the water-based 9-star cultivation. The fifth disciple, Qin Langyue, tall and robust, wielded 2 mountain axes with formidable skill. Upon opening a message from her husband, Tsunade found a caricature of a silly character, likely depicting her spouse, filled with trivial sentiments of affection. Previously, emboldened by the Moonflower, she had fought valiantly against a formidable opponent of the Golden Body realm. Yet this did not imply she could rely on such strength to break free from the confines of Mingyue Island. On the contrary, her subsequent power would be significantly diminished, a consequence of fighting with her back against the wall. The man was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing a deep crimson as he glanced at Qin Mabao, unsure whether to sit or stand. Is there truly a perfect person in this world? Bing Linger murmured, lost in thought, her gaze dimmed. In the arena, the one who delivers the highest instantaneous output reigns supreme. Among those with equal output capabilities, the one with the longer reach and better positioning prevails, as this is fundamental. A biting cold wind swept in, chilling the air and causing the body to lean, as if an invisible giant hand from the abyss was forcefully pulling down those who dared to traverse. Lu Tianyi furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent as he watched the Japanese soldiers begin to transport supplies outside. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qinyan's eyes filled with determination. He would not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Inside the car where Lin Chaofeng was seated, silence prevailed, yet the atmosphere in Fang Yan's vehicle was equally lively. Suddenly, cheers and applause erupted from the arena, a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 112. The close associates of Chenghan. Your Highness, please ensure you rest well, otherwise. Your condition may worsen, the doctor solemnly advised after handing a prescription to Zhao Yuan. Very well, Zhao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Hearing the doctor's admonition, Chenghan felt a pang of shock and cast a few more glances at Zhao Yuan. At that moment he thought, I will not take advantage of this opportunity to compete for Yan Er. Xu Imo froze momentarily, having only considered matters concerning Yan Er, unaware that the perilous nature of the situation extended far beyond his imagination. Gui searched for quite some time before finally locating a package of macadamia nuts. After tearing it open, Gui used a tool to help Madame Gu peel them. Only then did Shinsini manage to eat something palatable. Subsequently, the ground troops exited the city, with the Blood Sea and Cloud Rift also taking to the skies for battle. Lu Shan diligently imparted his techniques to his brother, each move executed with precision, indicating that his own instructor had been a remarkably skilled teacher. After the meal, Shinsini felt a bit unwell, glancing at Gu Yi with mild reproach. Had it not been for Gu Yi incessantly serving her dishes, she would have left food uneaten. Yet, she still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding Su Yaren's earlier words about lovers ultimately becoming a couple, uncertain if this included herself and Li Yilan. Her genuine concern for Su Yaren lingered, but she knew she could not pressure Su Yaren too much. The entire data only displayed up to the 5th layer of space, and the required cultivation level for entry was merely shown as the first layer. It seemed that without the corresponding cultivation level, the information would not be fully revealed. No. It cannot be. You are deceiving me, Zhao Datong shouted, bolting away, attracting the attention of everyone present. Bah! What pretentiousness! Who among those who come here, isn't a rogue? If I take a liking to you, consider it your fortune. Dare to strike me? Do you know who I am? I am Zhu Laosi, known throughout the underworld. Zhu too exclaimed in indignation, spitting on the ground. Clang! The enormous axe of the Minotaur struck Sun Wei's large sword, sending him flying several meters away. The fuel reserves were undoubtedly correlated with the evolutionary genes, yet it remained unclear whether they belonged to life-based or element-based evolutionary genes, or perhaps both. A burning smell wafted through the air, accompanied by the cries of a flying squirrel, as he became the ultimate lightning rod, drawing down a torrent of electricity that consumed him and the naval warships below entirely. Upon traversing the tribe, it became evident that, as the man had stated, to the west lay a vast water bubble. Tang Shun felt as though he had experienced an exceptionally long dream, in which he was scaling a steep peak. The slope so treacherous that he felt he could fall at any moment. Catching Zhang Su's gaze, Cheng Mingwei felt a pang of guilt, as though he had been seen through, quickly averting his eyes. At this moment, the world tree emitted a radiant aura, enveloping a 300-meter radius, influencing all within its reach. Do not relax, there is still one remaining. Tsunade expressed her annoyance towards the third Tsuchigage's incessant reporting of bad news. A main unit and 1,000 subunits formed a communication disruptor that required 2 large ships to accommodate. The entire assembly of 20 sets took 5 days to transport and install. However, it must be noted that the dragon race of the Kuei Shui world did not originate from the ancient primordial chaos, but rather emerged within the Kuei Shui world at the dawn of the 5 elements realm. Hence, although Feng Yena harbored resentment towards Long Outian, it had not escalated into hatred, nor had she led her kin to invade the Kuei Shui world. Tang Yu had witnessed multiple times the devastation wrought by the annihilation cannon as it obliterated mutated insects and plants, melting them away during the onslaught. Chapter 113. The storyteller, the middle-aged man, appeared scholarly and gentle, yet his face bore the marks of hardship. This was not an unusual occurrence, which year's talented individuals had not been monopolized by the Qin family. The speaker was a robust man seated at the same table as the middle-aged man, his feet resting beside a bundle of firewood, resembling a woodcutter by trade. Brother Zhao, as for the power, during our training, we had limited resources and didn't use real weapons. We only tested with ordinary arrows, which indeed appeared formidable at the time. Hence, we have equipped ourselves accordingly. And soon we should receive the battle report. Huang Ju spoke with a hint of anticipation. Your conflict with each other is of no concern to me. What I seek is your answer. Do not waste my time, Lei said, flicking the cigarette butt to the ground and extinguishing it before gripping his pistol. Although the gun was not immediately aimed at Cleolita, the underlying threat was unmistakable. On the other hand, this was also due to his suddenly flaring chronic ailment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to subdue him. Su Mukin gazed at her face, which radiated the bloom of a white orchid, her expression overflowing with satisfaction and joy. The cruel and tyrannical demeanor of the demon Lord Emperor Xie had once instilled fear in the hearts of all demon realm denizens. Now that he had returned, the entire demon realm was fraught with anxiety and foreboding. Indeed, it is he. I presume he is currently within the confines of this go-crossing bay, Lu Er remarked, glancing at Li Xian. Thus, even though Guan Hongda promised them that if they willingly admitted their faults, the matter would be resolved, they still wished to delay for a couple of days to assess the situation further. However, this tale was ultimately just that, a tale, for throughout history, no one had ever succeeded in reaching the summit. Although coffee is delightful, is it really necessary to appear so entranced and lost in admiration? Is her cup somehow different from mine? They no longer traverse the expansive waterways they did moments ago. Instead, they now favor the secluded paths, where the reeds are dense and the channels narrow, making concealment effortless. Unexpectedly, I encountered Li Xuejuan and Gui Yi here. Could it be that Yang Yan situation is finally reaching resolution? Meanwhile, Lung Ningfang's eyes shone with excitement as she gazed at the elixir in Wang Mu's hand, swallowing her saliva in disbelief that he could concoct such a potion. When captured by Li Juefeng, she wept and cried out, yet after the ordeal, she fell silent, seeking no comfort from anyone. Fan Jiang offered a wry smile, shaking his head repeatedly. Subsequently, they employed various combinations to rearrange these 28 characters, yielding hundreds of nonsensical phrases such as Zhonghong Cufeng, Nian Tao Zhixiao, Jin Huahi Chun, and Ring Chu Feng, none of which bore any relevance to the intelligence. The two Japanese soldiers were too frightened to make a sound, while others mistook them for the 8th Rout Army. Thrusting several bayonets toward them, the two uttered a cry in Japanese before collapsing. Love? The expression on Elder Li's face darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on her as if she were his enemy. Yet Yi Feiyang understood that she merely sought someone to heed her thoughts, a supporter. Although Lu Yi felt perplexed, being a clever individual, he recognized that unusual occurrences often conceal deeper truths. While he was uncertain about the particular essence of the soul energy that approached him, he was acutely aware of the palpable evil intent he had sensed previously. I cannot accept losing my sanity, nor can I bear the thought of failing to offer you a normal romantic relationship. Thus, I have resolved to depart. Tears cascaded down, moistening his lips. At that moment, Feng Hua's silhouette, illuminated by the campfire behind him, appeared majestic and resplendent, emanating an intense aura. This stirred Xiao Jinya's heart, enveloping her in warmth and safety, easing the fear that had lingered for nearly a day, nearly moving her to tears. She had been rescued at last. Chapter 114. Let the princess advocate for the common people. The young man leaped from the table, producing a copper plate, and making his way through the audience, proclaiming, "Please, gentlemen and ladies, contribute if you can, if not, lend your presence." Ruoli halted, retrieving a few silver coins and placing them in the young man's copper plate. "Thank you, miss," he exclaimed with a broad smile. "What role does she play in Ji Xiang's scheme?" It seems she agreed to Ji Xiang's plan when she married Bai Li Lian, yet upon entering the Lord's mansion, she did not follow Ji Xiang's intentions and instead neglected Bai Li Lian daily, failing to extract any useful information. 3 days prior, he had followed Jun Mo Li's instructions and utilized the carefully arranged spies from the evil medical sect. Becoming a super family could wait for decades. His true passion lay in clandestine schemes. Inside the vehicle, Hui Yuhan's gaze was icy. When Su Mo Ran turned to look at him, he was staring out the window. Upon hearing Ma Jingwu's response, Zhang Ping Tian fell into contemplation, momentarily silent and refraining from further inquiries. His hand, caressing the dragon's head, rhythmically tapped the dragon's crown, producing a series of metallic sounds. Under such circumstances, Lin Huang could not confront him head-on. Even if he chose to evade, no one would mock him. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had fallen to Shun Xianfeng, fading into obscurity. The meaning of this phrase is that upon encountering it, death awaits us. However, I am uncertain about the subsequent references to 1,000 years. Tina remarked. She had thought her outburst might dampen his enthusiasm, perhaps even allow her to withdraw, but unexpectedly, the man beside her chuckled softly. Lu Fengliang, Shi Biao, Li Jiala, Chu Xiuji, and others, including the lecherous Long, all surged forward. Not only did they return to support him, but they also brought their respective masters and the continent's most renowned craftsmen and alchemists, a process that was likely not simple. Faced with the overwhelming waves of fire, Lin Yi's thoughts triggered an expansion of the waterfall behind him. Hey Lao Xia, where are you? Mo's son slammed the accelerator, and the BMW surged out of the courtyard. Where are my two sons? Why haven't I seen them come to greet me?
Zhongdi glanced around,
Noting the absence of his two sons. In that moment, not only the Liu clan felt as though the spiritual energy had been drained, but nearby tribes also sensed the same. The practitioners there could hardly absorb any spiritual energy. The spirit beast capable of altering its form, Fang Yanping, wore an expression of intense shock. He understood that for ordinary spirit beasts to change forms at will, they must possess the strength equivalent to a human saint. From the moment Lin Yi embarked on the path of cultivation, he realized that even if he practiced the world's most supreme techniques, it was only temporary. Earlier, due to Wan Tianxiang's influence, everyone had fallen silent, making the ensuing cheers and discussions all the more fervent. All of Ling Yu's attacks were deflected, and the illusory swords dissipated. Watching the gun that had been kicked in front of him, the drug dealer swiftly kicked Jack's head, sending him sprawling. Then hooked the gun with his foot and pulled it toward himself. Indeed, if there were negative progress at this moment, Yi Qin would likely be in the negatives. Perhaps having arranged his affairs, Master Su sighed with relief, hosting a banquet for them that evening, drinking several cups, and feeling particularly joyous. It was only then that the foe army realized that the 8th Route Army before them was far from a main force, consisting of merely a dozen individuals. Chapter 115. Achieving Academic Success. Your Highness, I saw you when I accompanied my brother to the capital for the imperial examination, the young man stated firmly, his gaze resolute. Ruoli did not expect that, despite her disguise as a man, this youth recognized her. At this point, denying her identity was futile, after a moment of silence. Ruoli inquired, what brings you here to seek me today? Chun Xing, still groggy from sleep, squinted at her, yawning slowly as she remained silent. Understanding the temperaments and habits of different breeds, he found ways to tame them, ensuring their loyalty and obedience. Given the uncertainty regarding the connection between this Lord Lin and the high-ranking individual within the Qingling sect who raised the succubus, Ning Meng observed his demeanor, unsure of how to respond, hesitant to speak. Those present were more than willing to bear witness when Nangong Maoyu made such a statement. The day after she arrived, she opened his computer and on a whim, entered her birthday, unexpectedly discovering the password to be correct. Because they genuinely could not contend. Yet today, the unrest beyond the barrier made them all vaguely aware that something was amiss. The exceedingly cheerful De Li Zi feigned ignorance, cheerfully encouraging everyone to select filming themes. Moreover, even on the curves, Antinomy showed no sign of slowing down as he navigated the passage. Typically, racers would decelerate on bends to avoid accidents, but he was different, accelerating and deftly maneuvering through the turn. Rogue? What does that mean? Is that your dialect from the Heavenly Kingdom? Long Yinxuan's mood lifted, prompting him to engage more. The vehicle ultimately halted at an intersection. Mu Yao parked at the turn, remaining inside as she gazed from a distance. Nicole then stowed her wand, retrieving a piece of candy from her bag and placing it in Ado's hand. Upon receiving the invitation from Zhongnan, Wang Zhong promptly reported to Zhang Jing. After reviewing the emperor's schedule, Zhang Jing determined that he could spare some time to leave the palace the day after tomorrow and instructed Wang Zhong to set the banquet for 2 days hence. So, you think well of me now? Yi Kaiqing bypassed Su Zuiyan's notion that he could bring happiness to Su Shiyin and asked again. Wei Sheng Miaoyu speculated whether the Ming dynasty would engage in military action against the Yan kingdom, as their troops had already crossed the borders of the Ming and appeared to have no intention of retreating anytime soon. However, upon seeing the grotesque faces of the undead, most people were paralyzed with fear, rendering any thought of resistance impossible. Ideals may be full-bodied, yet reality is often stark and thin. Li Cheng had only just begun to peruse the system's information when he felt overwhelmed, desperately scratching his head in frustration as he failed to grasp any critical points. The married man she loved, did he even notice her absence? Was he anxious? Or did he simply not care? If that were the case, everything would stem from her folly in loving someone she shouldn't have. Given her current circumstances, it seemed inevitable that their paths would not cross again. Such an ending was not without its own form of perfection. Yet, in the world of Tianlong, he stood at the pinnacle of battle. And no one could compel him to draw his sword, even without the slightest exertion of internal power. With your measly 1-star martial emperor cultivation, do you truly think you can contend with me? You are simply dreaming. The three-star martial emperor scoffed derisively, dismissing Lu Yuntian and his companions entirely. This spectacle once again left all onlookers astonished, for those aware of Mo Fan's training in illusionary divine arts were few and far between. Others only knew that Mo Fan possessed a singular fateful artifact. How could he suddenly have acquired another? Did this not effectively double his combat prowess? Who is that Nian to you? If she is merely an ordinary personal guard, there should be no reason for such anxiety, Lielu inquired curiously. Chapter 116. Crossing the River Yunyan. Once everything is in order, we shall cross the river and pay a visit to the Qin family. Ruoli resolved after a moment of contemplation. I will ensure the princess's safety. Yun Yan replied solemnly, cupping his fists. With you by my side. I feel much more at ease, Ruoli remarked with a faint smile. A colossal stone, towering several meters high, was shattered, instantly reducing an archer from the Easting who had taken refuge behind it to mere pulp, all thanks to a casual strike from the cat. Rather than fighting, we shall converse, Qin Zhou mused, though he remained somewhat cautious. If it were the undying duke, he might have felt more confident, but South Palace Tianyu, at first glance an apparent fool, proved even more inscrutable upon closer inspection. The massive stone pillar was exceptionally sturdy. When a flying sword struck it, it was as if it had collided with gold or stone, the sound echoing like clashing metal, while dazzling light flickered continuously, with spiritual energy surging. Chaotic auras swept in all directions, causing splashes of water and enveloping the entire cave in a veil of mist. One player emerged, their battle boots radiating an ethereal aura that suggested a focus on agility. Qin Zhou gestured dismissively, although Lin He was not a renowned general. As a seasoned veteran who had participated in numerous Zhao army battles, he possessed a keen eye. Were it not so, he would not have attained the rank of third-class officer. It is worth noting that an officer is the highest rank below a captain. Jiang Poyan was the former commander of the Northern Defense, tasked with the Hanzhong campaign, yet he returned in disgrace. Regardless, the king of Shu, Situ Che, would ensure punishment and would not permit him to participate in this battle. How then could he now be the commanding general? What is Jiang Poyan's current position?
Yang Wangking inquired gravely.
Lord Lin, given the current circumstances, our alliance has become a foregone conclusion. My fifth brother will not show you mercy, regardless of whether you were coerced. My forces require talents like you, with the Zhao army threatening to the north and my brothers as enemies to the east and south. I need your assistance, Lord Lin, Situ Fei said with a smile. Within the empire, businesses that appeared to be legitimate brands, complete with all necessary documentation yet were, in reality, domestically produced, were increasingly abundant, leading to fierce competition. However, the thinking of the second young master Qi was not particularly profound or intricate. He simply chose to interpret matters in a way that favored him. Upon hearing the incoherent middle-aged man utter a relatively clear word, Mu Yun was overjoyed. If this man could articulate useful information clearly, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Ziyu, initially pondering why the other party sought her blood, glanced at Bei Ming Changfeng upon hearing his words. Then I thank you, young master. If you wish to protect me, then do so. After all, it is only natural for you to protect the woman you desire. Forget it. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press the matter. As long as I know you are an individual with feelings, Tianxing observed, noting Wang Ling's reluctance to respond, and thus refrained from further inquiry. I shall immediately dismiss him, Huifan declared as she swung her knife toward me. I gasped in alarm, awakening in a cold sweat, my gaze fixed on the blank wall as if the events had truly transpired in reality. After the meal, he approached the bar, identifying himself as the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, requesting to settle the bill on behalf of the Bureau, a task not to be taken lightly. Once the guests departed, Han Xiangyu's mind returned to the present. Whether it was due to having not vented his earlier frustrations or regretting his outburst, he was uncertain. Huang Shenken boasted, enterprises must lead the market to secure an endless future. Merely trailing behind the market is both laborious and unprofitable. Chapter 117. A sea of flames, the layer of oil upon the river, was the result of those aboard the great ship collapsing. A single torch tossed upon this layer would ignite a conflagration that would illuminate the river surface. Ruoli understood that this oil was specifically aimed at their vessel. To avoid endangering innocent citizens crossing the river, she ordered a distance be maintained from the smaller boats. After distancing themselves, it became evident that this ship was distinctly different. Following Li Zishuan's departure, Li Tai pondered momentarily before suddenly instructing someone and hastily departing. Yanling opened her mouth to speak but caught sight of Su Luoi standing on the balcony behind Jiang Shiqi, smiling in her direction. Watching the carriage ascend the mountain path, Li Zixuan turned to walk toward the county town of Lantian to the north on foot. His robust physique combined with a sharp steel blade effortlessly cleaved through their rudimentary stone spears, dispatching them to the ground in mere moments. This time, the focus was not on the local populace of Yinzhou, but rather on a group of young women aged 10 to 30, the prime age for leisure and admiration. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Gouda had already activated the propulsion system, leaping forward like a fish leaping from the water into the woods. Had he followed the previous method, teasing for a minute and a half before a timely retreat, upon awakening, he would not retain vivid memories, as the subsequent period of chaotic thoughts would overshadow much of what had transpired. Due to the inherent qualities of the original body, Shen Yunwan dared not exert herself to eliminate excess fat all at once. Such an approach was unrealistic. Instead, she resolved to take a natural course, gradually purging impurities from her body with each meditation session, inevitably shedding the excess weight. Qingya let out a soft huff, turning back to her room to prepare a facial mask and indulge in a beauty sleep. Yet, even with such formidable strength, Mei Luowen was not satisfied. He slightly focused, his aura shifting. The grandeur that enveloped the heavens and earth, having wreaked havoc for a moment, began to collapse inward, gathering around Mei Luowen in an instant. Hearing the emperor chuckle, though this is a joyous occasion, we must also inquire about the young lady's feelings. His gaze fell upon Shang Guanqi, seemingly seeking her input. Discussing such matters with a man made Guanqi feel somewhat bashful. She discreetly glanced at the eunuch. Moreover, he approached with an exaggerated march. Yet the precision of his stride was undeniably impeccable. Had he joined the military, he would undoubtedly serve as a paragon. However, everyone was aware that he was a distinguished boss, merely indulging in a bit of amusement, which elicited a wave of good-natured laughter when he stumbled at Tang Qiao. As Shangguan Ai hurriedly arrived, she spotted the Qi family waiting outside, with Shangguan Xiao in tow, while Shangguan Yuanfeng sat nearby, his face a mask of anxiety. The earplugs, concealed within Guanqi's sleeve, were now revealed, bearing the warmth and essence of her presence. The mingling of her breath with that of Yuqin mirrored their intertwined fates within the palace. The emperor resided in the Yuanminjiwen, and few had been brought out from the palace. Those serving within the 9 continents were all from this garden, necessitating a cautious demeanor. Upon returning to the administrative office, night fell, and the second master remained diligent, continuing discussions with Labudin regarding the situation. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of her own natural charm, causing the emperor's heart to flutter as he firmly grasped her hand. Lokter's face turned pale at the thought of impending execution, a distressing notion. Yet, the prospect of several unfortunate souls accompanying him offered a modicum of solace. At this juncture, upon learning that Zhou Bingna was returning to Haotian continent, Lin Yuna, though reluctant, arranged for disciples of the Tianzhuan alliance to escort Zhou Bingna to Qidong Island the following day, alongside her parents. Chapter 118. Unwilling for this prince to intervene, Yun Yan appeared like a dark eagle above the grand vessel. In a flash, he drew his bow, knocking 3 arrows that whistled through the air, aimed at the figure clad in flowing garments. Upon hearing the wind, the individual turned, and his expression paled upon seeing the flying arrows. Indeed, it was Qin Mingyu. At that moment, Yuanbao sat in a large pot, flames roaring beneath, the broth bubbling, filling the courtyard with the aroma of medicinal herbs. Girl, he is the cunning steward of the old fox. How could you allow him to manage your finances? Are you foolish? The ancestor of the Tsong family admonished. The last remark ignited a sudden urge in Lu Jingtian to overpower her, only to inadvertently reopen a wound. Lu Kerson fixed her gaze on Sun Mengmeng, emphasizing the true crux. When would they return home together? In Zhu Tai's world, all principles, laws, and logic were dictated by him, all under his control. Hida, who, exhausted, was knocked down by a robust wolf, rendering him powerless to rise. He lay on the ground, struggling to cope. Go, summon the Alchemist Association, the Artisan Association, and the Auction House. I have matters to discuss with them, the ancestor of the Tsong family instructed after a moment's contemplation. In matters of the heart, Kai Wei and I shared mutual affection. To savor the most beautiful moments together, employing a few cunning strategies, was of little consequence. Yun Swan coldly remarked, believing that even if he had nothing, he would strive to make an effort. If you choose not to speak, I can pretend to know nothing. Should you decide to confide, I will feign surprise, although that would be a challenge for me to maintain. The centipede lay prostrate upon this man's crimson heart, each leg akin to a dagger, either piercing his heart or entwining with his veins. Yet this individual held disdain for himself. The music director, to this day, remained unaware of the source of the problem, merely perceiving that this young lady was simply fortunate.
Hey.
My dear elder brother, how could you say such a thing? You have already settled the bill in advance. How could I demand more from you? Furthermore, I am a fortune teller, not a fraud. How could I deceive you for money? The fortune teller reiterated his identity. Upon returning home, Qiaolian had prepared a bath. After enjoying a soothing soak, she awaited breakfast. The vibrant hues of dawn trembled on her lips, her mind flooded with images of the media's coverage and investigations surrounding the textile factory incident. With the household water supply depleted, he reluctantly ventured outside, only to encounter a celestial master, a mixture of surprise and joy, tinged with reluctance. Yet, before he could speak, a dark mist rose from the stone platform beneath him, enveloping him and seeping into every joint. With someone clearing the way, there was no need for his shouting to take action, allowing her to relax as she pondered when this passage would finally come to an end. Wu Jiang grasped Zhou Ji's hand and headed toward the school, where Dong Zhao's bicycle had already made a turn. Construction at the Haotia No. 1 site had halted. With the leftover tasks during the new year entrusted to Wan Shimei, Tingqin had been with Lin Shuiwei for many years, well aware of her temperament. Apart from a select few men, Lin Shuiwei regarded others with disdain. However, she seemed particularly attentive to Lu Yun, leading Tingqin to suspect that Lin Shuiwei might have developed feelings for him. Chapter 119. Truth and Fiction with a Newfound Direction. Chenghan entered the largest tavern in the small town. The bustling tavern was filled with voices, perhaps yielding information about their whereabouts. As he stepped inside, he noticed an elderly storyteller, his hair white as snow, seated behind a table, reciting tales with dramatic flair. Just as he began to speak, an indistinct figure wielding a black longsword executed sword techniques repeatedly. Initially, in the summer twilight, Xia Shiguang could absorb the comfort offered by Qiao's father, who reassured her that cranial surgery was less daunting than other surgeries, emphasizing that the brain's recovery would impact the body's overall functionality. Moreover, due to her formidable strength, they would not feel overly anxious, at least maintaining a state of readiness for battle. Thus, Lu Wuchen's private room became the center of attention, as everyone was eager to witness who would dare to provoke the head of the Bai family, whether they would capitulate or confront him directly. Upon hearing this, Junyan finally relaxed his grip. Young Master Wan made a face at him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Wan Bailey, a man in his 30s, possessed a level of cultivation sufficient to outshine his peers, and he embraced that role. The intent was clear: to hunt down exceptionally talented juniors within the Eastern cultivation realm. Subsequently, figures appeared on both sides, surrounding him from all angles, leaving him with little escape. After much deliberation, Yun Feng's restaurant indeed existed, yet Yun Yenner was no longer welcome. Yun Feng's words hinted at unspoken grievances, though they were uncertain. They could surmise that Yun Yenner had committed an act disapproved by Yun Feng. Wu Tongdao was the first to tumble out, crashing heavily to the ground, sinking deeply and momentarily unable to rise. The game would initially conduct an internal test, followed by extending the experience based on player feedback, before Dungeon and Fighter officially launched for all players. Just as he was heading toward the inner chambers, he suddenly spotted Deng Rui, who stood alongside his second uncle Lin Tai, third uncle Wei Ming, and Horan, appearing somewhat haggard despite their tall stature. A voice, faint as a wisp, reached Lu Tianming's ears, offering a touch of warmth. Lu Tianming chuckled lightly, realizing that his long journey to this place had not been in vain. Du Shiyan lay in bed, fiddling with her phone, and after a long moment, she bit her lip and dialed a number. Fortunately, she had the audacity to save Lu Tianming's contact from earlier. Otherwise, reaching him would require a trek to the remote Yunshan village. I believe I have shown them enough kindness. Now, I must take her away. Lu Yan tenderly caressed Yin Xinshui's forehead, the latter appearing serene like an ethereal portrait from an ancient European castle. Just then, upon hearing Zhu Shi's call, Su Mubai turned and sprinted, not towards the room, but rather in the direction of the kitchen. Song Qingyun had soared to such heights that it naturally triggered the prohibitions surrounding the iceberg, unleashing countless crimson lightning bolts and hurricanes that ascended from the sky, all aimed at him. Almost instantaneously, the two shared a profound connection. Leaping into the air and racing towards the position where Gu Shixing sat with De Bao in his arms. There was no need for Su Mubai to elaborate. The seasoned warriors, well-versed in battling zombies and exotic beasts, had long mastered the characteristics of combat, understanding how to establish defensive lines for optimal protection. Thus, their movements were remarkably swift as they took their places upon entering the battlefield. At that moment, Lian Yue, hastily trying to respond to Yun Xian's question to prevent him from taking advantage, blushed upon noticing an unwelcome hand resting upon her admirable bosom. Chapter 120. The sudden appearance of the guard. The young man produced a token from his sleeve, which flashed before Si Chenghan's eyes. However, the powerful character for respect inscribed on the token had already caught Si Chenghan's gaze. This was a token exclusive to the guards of the Duke of Gong's residence. Finally recalling, Si Chenghan recognized this man as one of the guards he had personally selected for the Duke's household. Though their interactions with Yifeng had been limited, the man was amiable in nature. Could such a person truly be a venerable senior of the ascendant stage? Yet, moments later, Lu Fengzi remained unresponsive, and the anticipation in the eyes of the onlookers gradually morphed into sorrow. Tang Roland's tears welled up once more, but she refused to give up. Although the duration of her endurance had significantly extended, everyone found their own path, and upon witnessing this, the two mentors felt a great sense of relief. In the next instant, they were engulfed by the opponent's assault, with flying needles piercing through with great force. If this was the case, the required elemental ore would be substantial, and in comparison, the current yield seemed far less impressive. The fierce Wind Saint King cast a disdainful glance at Lung Ju, as if he had endured great suffering while residing in the Lord's manor. Lin Tian frowned. This rotund individual was indeed overbearing and somewhat unreasonable. The vast contestant area, once home to over 600 participants, had dwindled to a mere 72 prodigies of the dragon. Meanwhile, sponsors announced their willingness to name the campus song competition, offering a generous sponsorship fee of 12 million. It was likely only a matter of time before they grew to the size of demon frogs. Could even that size continue to increase? While he bathed, I dashed downstairs to the convenience store to buy him a fresh pair of underwear. And I also picked up a set of pajamas. After all, I couldn't let him continue wearing those shabby clothes, could I? Fu Guojun stated, for now. I will pursue you first, and if you truly do not fancy me, I shall shift my gaze to seek another whom I admire. Very well. Then I shall be on my way. Uncle Quan said this while tidying up the geomantic chart on the table before departing. In no time, under Li Tian's leadership, a group of individuals marched towards the government office with great fervor. If anyone were to catch sight of Shinduo at this moment, they would undoubtedly be struck with goosebumps or fail to believe that this was the renowned young master of Beijing. As if engaged in a tug-of-war, she felt utterly exhausted. And in her daze, she heard her son's voice calling out. Confirming Su Youjuan's suspicion, the letter contained a secret missive sealed with wax. Before such a multitude, Yen Su naturally could not disregard the third prince's standing and had to bid farewell to the crowd, ascending the stairs once more with him. With the emperor present, the Xia family would not act rashly. Should they attempt to rescue someone first and provoke Qin Boyu, the situation would turn dire, and it would be a loss indeed. Although the duke's manor was under her supervision in the kitchen, since Ulung had already taken a wife, matters within the household were for Yang to manage, leaving her no room to intervene. As Zhonglan approached Ba Ji and the others, she suddenly felt the hair on her body stand on end, prompting her to swiftly turn and block an incoming attack. Wu Ryue glanced at her flowing sleeves. While they were indeed beautiful, they were wholly impractical for mountain climbing. A jacket, jeans, and hiking boots were a luxury. Having a set of Hu clothing would suffice. However, this was Zhaoling, where even Hu clothing was likely an extravagant desire. With a sigh, she followed closely behind Wu Min as they exited the courtyard. Would Yi Feizhou, upon discovering the Summer Demon King's culinary skills had progressed further after the new year, regret the exchange of culinary techniques and recipes? The room was engulfed in darkness. Why haven't you turned on the lights? The sudden change in illumination made Ningyi's eyes uncomfortable. Turning away, he pulled out his phone and used its glow to search for the light switch. Chapter 121. What I care about is your safety. In a flash, two shadowy figures appeared. They soared above the alley like dark eagles. Si Chenghan drew his sword, its blade reflecting the sunlight, sharp and blinding. The two shadows, like lightning, approached, but just as they were about to clash, they abruptly halted. Not only he, but even those watching the match outside widened their eyes in disbelief as Lin Fan soared into the air. In truth, it was hardly surprising that Kong Kong Tian had never encountered such a phenomenon. Although he occasionally visited others over a year ago, they were all common ailments, and the remedies employed were merely standard ingredients. The names of these medications had undergone little change. Yet, they did not realize that Bing Linger had not actually fallen asleep. She had been contemplating the earlier question. Haiding and Su Ding were responsible for the blacksmith shop under Luo Heng, primarily forging farming tools, weapons, armor, and tools for quarrying stone. Additionally, the sensation of being repeatedly slapped on the backside felt electrifying, sending currents throughout her body, leaving her feeling somewhat numb, weak, and unable to suppress a soft moan. The two remained silently absorbed for a while Xiao Yuntian reminisced about the sensation of Lu Min colliding into his embrace. Though he referred to her as his second aunt, they were, in fact, not related by blood, with merely a 4 to 5 year age difference between them. Su Wanong was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Su Xuning to know which water tank was used for household purposes. With no one else around, she could kick her legs freely without concern for exposure. After tormenting the sandbag for a while, she began to do push-ups on the ground, using one hand for support and the other pressing against the back of her thigh, continuing until she finally stopped. However, before Mou could survey his surroundings, a massive fist shadow came crashing down towards him. There was no doubt that if struck by the opponent's short sword, one's head would surely roll from their neck. Many anglers, before fishing for eels, liked to form a ring with their thumb and index finger and half submerge it in water, gently flicking it. The friction between the air and water would produce a bubbling sound. Tan Zong understood the captain's intentions and made his way to the bow of the ship, where the lanky young man in the water had lost consciousness, being supported by a burly man from behind, floating face up on the surface. Who leaked our whereabouts? Was it Li Yuan? The general on the right turned pale, scoffing as he asked. Additionally, he solemnly reprimanded Class 950, declaring their actions excessively brutal and inhumane. How could they heartlessly cast a vote for the 12,000 urging tickets? In an instant, the spiritual energy surged through the jade cauldron's hand, directly entering Xuanzong's body, sealing away his magical prowess once more. Struggling to suppress his inner excitement, Tang Qin remained unaware of the slight tremor in his voice as he asked, "Is Elder O's statement sincere?" Seizing this opportunity, Cao Xiao led the last 10 heavily armored cavalrymen to accelerate, charging directly towards Chen Shi's direction. Chen Shi's personal guards were sent flying, and even Chen Shi himself was struck by Cao Xiao's lance, blood pouring forth. The weapons of the Cao army were all bloodied, making it exceedingly difficult for wounds to staunch the bleeding once punctured. As Guan Yu helplessly watched the cavalry of Chao's army retreat, another distressing incident unfolded. The Dragon Gathering Guards reported that the granary was ablaze and could not be extinguished, although the haystack remained intact. Guan Yu seethed with rage, wishing he could strike the messenger who delivered this news. How could anyone survive on fodder alone? Hu Yan, who gazed at his own grandson with a complex expression, feeling a pang of sorrow and an indescribable sense of disappointment. Chapter 122. You are in the light, I am in the dark. Seeing her remain silent, Chenghan felt a heavy gloom settle in his heart, as if he had struck a punch into cotton and received no response. He looked at Ruoli, torn between concern and helplessness, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Eventually, he sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go. "Your Highness, take those 2 assassins with you. I have other matters to attend to." As Meng Xingda wielded his folding fan, unleashing a sharp surge of true essence energy, Zhao Zifei had no choice but to step forward, extending her arm wrapped in true essence to deflect the crescent-shaped energy attack to the ground. "Do you not fear that I might destroy the golden sky pearl while attempting to free Ruoli's soul?" A drop of blood trickled from each one's lips, appearing eerily enchanting beneath the moonlight. Ho Zhanshan understood immediately, as 2 stone hammers whirled like fierce dragons, dominating the battlefield. The whirlwind forcibly altered the trajectory of the falling bombs, sweeping them all into the sky where they suddenly exploded, causing American warplanes to plummet. With every martial skill perfected beyond the ordinary, and with his immense strength, even if Sui managed to evade most of the force with his martial arts, he would still be unable to withstand the impact of a full-force strike. Fidel attempted to sense the power of the black flash. He closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and sought to feel every inch of his skin in contact with the armor, but aside from a slight drowsiness, he sensed nothing. The rock dragon's formidable body, combined with the temporary defensive field of the formation, rendered it nearly impossible for the skeletal army, apart from the enormous beasts, to breach the obstacles before them. Sui naturally intended to engage everyone in battle to prevent any appearance of unfairness. Celesta soon recognized Avi and Fan behind the 12, also deducing the situation due to Captain Cyprian's absence. So, the defense did not face a fierce assault? Fan inquired, chewing on bread. What of Miss Ji? Foam Wuhan coldly asked upon noticing Ji Zili's absent countenance. I suspect your cultivation of the ancient Void Sutra relates to your physique, Li Yunqing observed. And Yu's awakening might be linked to Abahan's prying, for she opened her eyes, yet the expression within them was one that Su Qi found utterly unfamiliar. Do not. Apophysa's eyes reflected terror. He had already lost his corporeal form. Should his soul be sealed, there would truly be no hope left. Now that the urgent matters had concluded, he felt no need to wander the streets aimlessly. In the past, he would have gone to indulge in entertainment, but the current Xiao Wuxia had lost such inclinations. For instance, the elbow strike skill learned by Su Qi bore no significant difference in effectiveness for combat experts compared to a standard elbow strike. He suffered an unwarranted calamity, enduring a harsh reprimand from Elder Li, and in his fury, he awaited Xiao Nu's return, eager to teach him a lesson. Given her understanding of Mo Lu, she knew well the weight of his pride. He would never permit himself to be the one fleeing from pursuit. Li Yunqing silently lamented that indeed, one's own strength was of utmost importance, being too weak rendered even the most formidable weapon useless. All right, do you still have the strength? Not far ahead lies an abandoned dwelling, devoid of monsters. Hurry, follow me. Xiao Heng helped the injured Ouyang man to his feet, nodded at Ouyang Bai, and turned to Shuexian and Miao Jing. We only arrived here this morning. That way is the route we took. Why not leave together? Ouyang man suggested. Chapter 123. The close-fitting jade pendant her decision stemmed from practical necessity, as well as a desire to minimize contact with Si Chenghan. Yet now, witnessing the joyous expression on his face, with his obsidian-like eyes sparkling like stars, she felt a deep inner conflict. She refrained from further words, shook off Si Chenghan's hand, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Ruoli sat at a distance in the courtyard. At this moment, Zheng Guofan was surrounded by his loyal guards, passing before the Xiangyong and approaching 5 towering dragnets. Wu Romeo scoffed at Fei Zhong's analysis, doubtful that they could gather all demigods in such a short time. It would be absurd to disband merely after listening to Fei Zhong's words. The edict mentioned He Chun, the governor of Jiangnan, with urgent matters in Anhui. He was ordered to provide assistance at Chuzhou. Upon hearing of the crisis in Luzhou, He Chun led his troops to reinforce, but faced obstacles. At this moment, Taji Zun was enveloped in the boundless energy of the universe, emanating a faint glow that radiated with an immortal brilliance, impervious to the passage of time. Xiao Fusai approached, drew his waist knife, and sliced the melons one by one, first handing a piece to Zheng Guofan before standing by to assist.
Why?
While Bing Wot may be somewhat impulsive, his feelings for you are genuine, and his status will undoubtedly be of great assistance, Han Taluot remarked, a glimmer of something flashing in his eyes as he gazed at Lan Nual Ic. He observed that a vibrant plum blossom extended from the wall opposite, where the sounds of warblers and sparrows filled the air, resembling the courtyard of a wealthy family, with a side entrance that went unguarded. Then let us employ a strategy of sowing discord. Separate them, and then strike them down one by one. Louis narrowed his eyes, gesturing animatedly. As soon as he finished speaking, several officers exclaimed that it was impossible. The citizens of Guangzhou were unarmed and incapable. How could they possibly conquer Guangzhou without the official army? Lu Ji remained speechless, fixated on Lu Fan. I understand, but he must pay the price for today's actions. With that, he dashed forward, delivering a swift slap to the opponent's face, leaving 5 distinct imprints. This space was entirely unnecessary for the Huaxia drivers, as it would elevate the vehicle's height and make it easily detectable by the enemy. Eventually, the sound grew sharp, reaching a frequency beyond human hearing. Use your thighs to crush those damned bastards. The officer shouted rudely into the radio. Wang Zimo was well aware of Lin Baimei's intentions. He had to confront temptation directly, for evading it could lead to inner demons. With just one step away from achieving his path, all could be lost. Go Dongxi nodded slightly. her gaze sharpening as her right leg lifted to a 90-degree angle before crashing down, unleashing a violent gust that none of the surrounding monks could withstand, sending them flying with blood spilling. Lin Baiyao confirmed that during the initial days of August, the province had deployed a joint operation, capturing over 200 members of Li Jingdong's gang, including 17 key leaders sentenced to death, with most others receiving sentences of over 10 years. Likewise, the fans who had admired their older brother were taken aback upon hearing such words. Zhou Wuing looked towards the direction of the howl as if pricked by a needle, witnessing a shell explode a kilometer away at the airport. Wang Zimo was displeased, snatching the skewer of lamb and chewing fiercely, glaring menacingly at Lin Baimei. Though lacking combat skills, the nine nether in his hands was nothing short of monstrous, with an attack power of 62 and an indestructible effect, rendering him invincible. Chapter 124. Qi Huai City Yunyan, you are the prince's trusted confidant. The jade pendant is entrusted to you. It is quite safe, Ruoli stated as she rose to leave. She did not mention whether she would accept it. She merely emphasized that the jade pendant would be secure in Yunyan's possession. Yunyan found himself momentarily speechless in rebuttal and, seeing Ruoli depart, had no choice but to accept the pendant. Before long, numerous guards from the Gong Wangfu, disguised, arrived. He could not help but recall the unpleasant memories of being under Su Mo's sound-based magic.
Montag Su chuckled.
Zhuo Jia had once again misunderstood his intentions. His reference to weakness had nothing to do with physical strength. However, at that moment Ning Lu, who had been silently following Luo Fan, finally spoke, her voice quivering with concern. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fan turned to face her. Enough chatter. Come in here. With that, Delicia unlocked her unique abilities and, after executing a series of procedures, opened a spatial doorway before the assembly. Chu Xiaoyan obediently reciprocated He Xianming's kiss. Showing no reluctance, she raised her arms to encircle He Xianming's neck, clumsily responding to his kiss. By the end of October, the Dutch East India Company had mobilized 75 warships and, with England eager to partake, sent 10 additional ships from Malacca, totaling a staggering 85 vessels, including 25 formidable battleships. Seeing that Go Chun was obediently trailing behind and Su Yao was smirking nearby, Su Mo added a remark. At that instant, Zhong Jingliang felt as if his head had exploded. The world spun around him, leaving him dazed. He gazed at the software in Hai Chen's hands. There was no mistake. It was from the task issuer, and with enthusiasm, he led Hai Chen inside. After giving orders to the monsters, Li Hanwu called Uncle Gui to relay the situation, for he knew that this old ghost was privy to more than anyone else. If he did not consult him, whom could he ask? Bullets zipped past Sha Junlong and Lin Shui, striking the ground with a series of dull thuds. Realizing the bullets were drawing nearer, Sha Junlong shoved Lin Shui aside and, propelled by the force, staggered away in the opposite direction. At that moment, Chen Shi's expression grew increasingly grave, and he unleashed 2 golden dragons that burst in midair, their explosive energy flickering like bullets. Yet, at this point, it was of little consequence. Director Yang emitted a howl resembling that of a wild beast. The nurse displayed an expression of helplessness, fully comprehending Elder Qian's current sentiments. Thus, she remained calm, continually offering him solace. If gazes could kill, Qin Fei would have surely become a battered corpse by now. It was only upon reaching this juncture that he truly awakened. Once the final character vanished, the Chaos Stone instantly entered the sanctum, transforming into a stone slab. The Lotus Boy directly grasped his fish intestine divine sword and the Chaos Stone in his hands. Ron's face flushed crimson with excitement upon seeing Jean foam, his words tumbling out in a fervor, occasionally punctuated by wild gestures, entirely devoid of any regal demeanor. As I caught the object, a refreshing sensation coursed through me, invigorating my spirit. Indeed, this inner elixir contained the essence of pure, icy spirit. Suddenly, I recalled the USB drive that had mysteriously appeared in my pocket today. This was not mine, and an unsettling feeling washed over me. I promptly opened my home computer, inserted the USB drive, and clicked it open. Subsequently, the husband tightly grasped his wife's hand, anxiously reassuring her while they hurried toward the operating room. After a stern rebuke from Li Taizhu, he turned to Zhang Meng, who found herself wavering at Li Tiezhu's words. Chapter 125. Estrangement. Since Si Chenghan had come to Qi Huai City under the guise of recuperation, he deliberately donned a slightly pale complexion before preparing to enter the city. Owing to young Master Qin's command, officials of all ranks within Chi Huai City were well aware that His Highness the Gongwang had arrived, each one eagerly approaching to curry favor, many even making their way to the inn to offer a warm welcome. When Chenghan descended from the inn, everyone around him was eager to please. Dongfang Qinger, Du Xiaofu, and the others took Tianchang's words as jest, disregarding his statements and maintaining no hope for Lu Chen. Following the collective response of the devotees, numerous large jars of wine were promptly placed upon the banquet table. On stage, the third model finally finished her song. She wiped the sweat from her brow, too anxious to glance at her score, and fled the scene as though in desperation. Dongfang Bubi observed Zhuo Lengchan's cold demeanor. Feeling increasingly irked, "You wish to kill my young Lang, yet I bear no ill will toward you. What is your grievance?" He required substantial financial resources to bolster his path to strength. Only potions could provide him with immense benefits. Opposite him stood the 13th on the celestial rankings, Duan Feng. Wielding a massive blade, his imposing figure radiating a formidable aura, akin to a mountain, suffocating those nearby. He seemed to have discerned the reason for Ji Yao and her companion's absence from the cave. Undoubtedly, they had set off for the Qian Wang Hall. It was imperative not to further provoke these monsters. Otherwise, the entire underworld's beasts might awaken, leading to a certain demise for all. Meanwhile, atop a towering building in the factory's center, Hong Tianmin surveyed the scene below through binoculars. Yi Zhiwei never inquired about how my day outside unfolded, nor did she ask if I had eaten. After all, I had shattered your cup in the past, so presenting you with one now seemed fitting. Although Li Mengyao was protected by spells, her cultivation was far from that of a demon cultivator, rendering her unable to withstand their assaults. Rather than that, it would be wiser to directly hand over the Yin Yang fish copper pendant, as it held little value for him. Li Fu joined in, and as they calculated their accounts simultaneously, with Lu Fan's mathematical foundation, it required only a brief period. Yet, at times, the use of an abacus was necessary to attain precise figures. Lu Fan did not heed his advice to return promptly, but instead proceeded at a slower pace along Zhuke Street, his mind racing. What if the crux of this matter had never been himself? After receiving reminders from netizens, Yi Bai hesitantly clicked on the links shared by them, his heart racing with trepidation. Peng Shu Fan remained unhurried, leisurely sipping tea, while observing Lu Fan lost in thought, reflecting on how a rebellious soldier had risen to become the youngest noble in Chang'an City. "Your Excellency, what message does the Mingwang have for us?" Murong Fuyun inquired once the formalities were completed. "Not everyone can inflict harm without facing consequences. Come now, otherwise doing nothing would be rather awkward," Su Laosher suggested, smiling as he pulled back the covers and settled into bed. Should they encounter danger during this time, suffering injuries, they would have to rely on the medicines prepared by Yao Yao for their recovery. In the center seat, an elderly man with a head of white hair and skin as smooth as an infant sat in a crimson robe, seemingly in deep meditation. Tian Feng was contemplating when Xiao Yan's subsequent words struck like a thunderclap, rendering him utterly speechless. As he took a bite, the perfect balance of saltiness and meaty flavor danced upon his tongue, creating an exquisite sensation. Chapter 126. A mysterious identity. Qin Xuanfu had presumed that, having witnessed the splendor of the capital, His Highness the Gongwang would not be interested in his modest residence. Thus he had merely spoken out of courtesy. Unexpectedly, His Highness Prince Gong seemed to have taken the matter seriously, genuinely acquiescing to his request, and even expressed with keen interest that this indeed aligned with his desires. The newlywed princess of his has always cherished the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan, and he too yearned for the opportunity to explore them together as a couple. During this period, Ista encountered Zhu Lina Pastor and her children. Of course, this meeting was rather discreet. He wished to avoid any potential conflict that might prompt Holt to threaten his wife and children. Previously, it had been stated that once a corpse was placed in a coffin, it could not touch the ground, lest it bring misfortune. Clearly, the four gentlemen understood this, which is why they dared not let it down. Leading the group of law enforcement officers was none other than a section chief from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, surnamed Ma, who Liang Fei recognized from past dealings. Song Zhigao, having been repeatedly rebuffed by Yang Shihang, felt humiliation wash over him, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment. The driver only had time to emit a cold snort before Qin Li's kick rendered him unconscious. What had transpired? His mind was nearly blank. Yet observing the dazed expressions and unusual behavior of the two young women, he could infer some details.
Subsequently, Xievuji, Shuda.
and Chang Yechen ceased their discussions for the moment and formally began strategizing their next moves against the Khitan Khanate, aiming to seize a piece of the pie before the Khanate fully grasped the extent of their recent defeat. However, his luck soon waned, and he found himself losing more and more, unwittingly squandering millions, with all these stakes borrowed from that young master he. It seemed as though a barrier had emerged, isolating the bothersome noises entirely. Fortunately, she had seen through Feng Xiaoxiang's true nature early on, otherwise, she would have remained in the dark for much longer. To be frank, the scenery of Japan was quite pleasant, and everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly, even taking the time to purchase some relatively inexpensive luxury goods. Coupled with the invigorating effects of snake soup brewed with a double-headed serpent, Jiang Jihue felt an almost boundless energy surging within him. However, to proceed with filming, he first needed to secure Li Yang's approval. Otherwise, what purpose did his substantial shares serve? Merely to satisfy cravings? Although they had been engaged in continuous battles since earlier, they had been enveloped by Qing Lianyi's healing techniques. Not only was it improbable for them to suffer injuries, but even the thought of depleting their spiritual energy was a luxury beyond reach, an impossibility. Meanwhile, across a narrow strait, the Indian forces became tense, with nuclear submarines, cruisers, destroyers, and frigates surrounding 3 aircraft carriers, ready to engage in large-scale confrontational exercises at any moment. Bai Li Chunfeng, wielding a long sword, leaped forth, swiftly striking down several Japanese foes, whose combat prowess was merely on par with the common realm. He found it easy to deal with them. At this moment, everyone was taken aback. Within Xingqian's body lay a celestial artifact, the Star of Xingqian. Even Xingqian himself was somewhat oblivious, only aware that a magical treasure was sealed within him, yet who could have anticipated it was one of the 7 sacred magical artifacts? For reasons unknown, Jiang Tian felt a resonance with the stone tower and, once more, employed the techniques he had previously tested, attempting to refine it. In the secret realm, with formidable foes aplenty, he preferred not to reveal too many of his trump cards prematurely. While employing 100 styles of swordplay to counter, he also sent forth his thunder spirit embodiment towards Yulinglong's soul sea. Should Yang Chong wish to prove his loyalty and capability, the task was simple. He merely needed to act against the members of the Shin family among his targets. Due to special circumstances, a covert investigation agency had uncovered potential treason by the Shin family against Earth, possessing ample evidence of their being seduced by spies from Tianlon Star. Chapter 127. Disguises. The servant clad in gray maintained a cold demeanor, and thus he found himself regretting having concocted tales about an unfamiliar individual. Soon after, he felt remorseful for such thoughts, for was he not merely a servant? How could he be deemed more esteemed than a local official? Why would he entertain such notions? The gray-clad servant cast a glance at him, his expression calm. Xiao Se, noticing Zhang Feng had come to terms with matters, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The two continued their stroll. Suddenly, Xiao Se burst into hearty laughter, pulling Ross into an embrace and cheerfully inquiring, "Is there a quieter place for us 3? "Money is no object," Chu Ge casually replied, resembling a newly affluent individual. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao abruptly turn her gaze towards him, Du Fifan smiled back but refrained from saying much, for to him, his primary duty was to assist and protect Qin Xiaoxiao. In merely 3 hours, Gu Qin successfully broke through to the cave heaven stage, a feat attributed to his impressive mental strength of 60, allowing him precise control over the construction of the cave. As the trembling ground and the distant roars of beasts heightened everyone's tension, Mu Feng kept pace, and the 3 returned to S University before 11. Parting ways to head to their respective dormitories, Li Mengtian even took the opportunity to request Mu Feng's contact information and added him on WeChat. Yet, being souls of the departed, they could not harm the living on the bridge, but they could impede them, allowing the living to exhaust themselves to death on the bridge, ultimately becoming souls. After rummaging through his belongings, he finally unearthed 5 mystic crystal coins. Having come out to seek the Dragon Clan, Long Tianyu had not brought much money, and after searching for a while, this was all he could muster. "I wish to ascertain what elixirs the traders require, so that I may procure the necessary herbs for refinement," Su Qin stated calmly. Zhou Tong shook his head in silence, while Lin Chong felt a surge of delight at having so many junior brothers, affording Jiang the chance to properly observe him. It appeared he truly had a fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request, relinquishing 50,000 for just a photograph. In truth, It was the family of concubine Chao who felt anxious, not out of a desire to see her crowned empress. Moreover, Hu Yanzhuo lacked an effective naval commander. His thousands of sailors could not even form ranks, which was why he refrained from launching an attack. His greatest concern was that Yu Jingyan might align himself with Fan Zhongyan, unaware that Yu Jingyan had already united with him. There is no need. She is of the Tianshi mansion, and defending them would be unwise, Lu Sun analyzed. In total, he had spent over 30,000 points, causing his heart to bleed.
Yet,
the silver lining was that Zhang Yuanhao had confirmed he had found what he sought. The only difference was the hue, devoid of a dark yellow tint. It bore a crimson shade representing slaughter. Thus, Han Wei groomed himself, donning a colorful leather robe adorned with 5 golden threads, coupled with a white inner garment, a purple gold hair crown, a tightly cinched waist belt, and boots made from the fur of white wolves. During his absence, the underwater region where the sect was located had expanded more than twice its size since his departure and continued to undergo construction. When they vanquished the overlord, Chu Xiu had already returned, yet his hands were empty. From the neatly arranged drafts, he copied and pasted 3 chapters directly for dispatch. Ding he admired the comment section, scanning for flattering remarks about himself to respond to. Strangely enough, perhaps because he knew everything was under Zhu Yang's control, he found himself unexpectedly dozing off. Chapter 128. Newcomers and old faces. Qin Xuanfu did not catch the full conversation and wished to inquire further, but the individual had already turned away. Nonetheless, even so, it was sufficient for him to glean some clues. It seemed that in the prince's heart, the former princess consort remained paramount. Although the appearance of the former princess is unknown, there seems to be a connection between her and young Master Qin. Thus, it is likely that traces of the princess can be found through young Master Qin. At that moment, Guanxiong cast a brief glance at the challenge letter, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Lin Zhen, who stood beside him, also suddenly turned cold. Su Emo furrowed his brows, perplexed. The devilish commander fixed his gaze on the soldiers beneath him, while Fiki observed these commanders, trying to maintain a safe distance from the front lines. Despite not fully relying on the devil's invisibility spell, after traversing over 100 meters from their initial position, Fiki suddenly sensed something amiss. When Su Yichen faced a similar situation previously, she had posed the same question, and Qin Mo's response mirrored that of her elder brother. As she narrated her thoughts, her admiration for Yun Feng deepened. Such a scheme appeared deceptively simple, yet in reality, it was quite intricate. In an instant, the lanterns held by the figures in black and white soared into the air, rapidly transforming in midair and encircling the youth clad in black. However, upon re-emerging, it became evident that this world had changed. It was no longer her homeland, and the sense of familiarity had vanished. In this regard, Gator must clarify that he harbors no peculiar inclinations. Others felt the same. Wei Zhen's actions clearly intended to present a championship gift to Yuan Dongyu. Yet, Inu had ceased to absorb the bestowed techniques after receiving the emperor's superior gift. With each deliberate step echoing behind her, Zhao Chuqin felt a surge of determination and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Yang Heshuan, lying on the ground, angrily retrieved his phone, just as he spotted Lu Yan carrying Li Xiaoru, coincidentally walking beneath a street lamp. Hearing the footsteps, the man opened his blood-red eyes, but unlike the usual malevolent spirits, there was no trace of fury. Instead, a hint of pleading could be discerned in his gaze. Suddenly, the man stood frozen, for Atu's sword was poised ominously at his throat. Atu, along with Ling Nai and Qian Hui, wandered within, continuously appraising the equipment. It is said that Ling Nai's warrior class inherently possessed appraisal skills, while Atu's swordsman class seldom exhibited such abilities, likely a benefit of being a traveler. The construction method of the teleportation array? Where did you acquire this? Long Sifeng exclaimed in shock upon opening the tome. When Night Shadow reopened his eyes, he was astonished to find Yunar standing behind him, offering a massage. As the two forces collided, a resounding clang echoed, the immense impact causing the serpent's head to tilt momentarily. This brief pause allowed a significant distance to reopen between them. The crowd followed Lin Shi into the venue, all familiar faces greeted by the gatekeepers, who recognized them. Naturally, when Jiang Dong and his companion arrived, they were stopped. Is there something for you Qian to be angry about? After all, it's just about herself, she thought, although she was irked by Lu Yan's lack of charm. Baith Fenny let out a sharp scream, preparing to rush to her aid, only to see her prop herself up against the wall and forcefully push the door open to enter the courtyard. Sister Hongyu, Fango asked me to inform you that he has urgent matters and has returned to the command center. He sent me to escort you back, Lu Chunjian said. Ame offered no response, her Xuanwu sword emanating a shadow of the Xuanwu, enveloping her and the remaining eternal disciples within. However, the shadow was exceedingly dim, as if on the verge of vanishing. Chapter 129. By any means necessary, Chenghan harbored extreme disdain for that individual, especially since they consistently wielded past remarks against him like an indestructible pest, reminding him of his follies. His desire to eliminate that person was palpable. After hearing these words, he coldly commanded, once this matter concludes, should I truly encounter Qin Mingyu, under necessary circumstances, he may be eliminated. Regardless of who is responsible, the blame can be placed squarely on me. Did they truly believe everyone was like her, Zhu Jingxiu, who, upon encountering wealth, felt closer than to their own parents? Let them out. Before the monster could utter a word, a voice emerged from the riverbed, belonging to the Heavenly One. This man had been a constant presence during her growth. Despite having loved and been hurt, she held no wish for him to succumb to despair. Sun Jiqi, you're glaring at her, yet you're bound yourself. I reckon if you could break free, you'd definitely go over and slap her, Lan Fei remarked. This place was as vast and beautiful as paradise. Ginny felt a twinge of envy and trepidation, unsure if she could tread upon the carpet lining the corridor. As for Chulin, set a time for us to meet with your parents to discuss your relationship, Su La remarked, glancing at Chulin. Uncle Ba was furious, trembling as he pursued Dog Egg's father with his cane. The soldier's tone carried a threat, inciting anger in the typically domineering Qian Yeling. She was furious, but dared not charge forward, pacing back and forth in place, while the entrance provided a clear view of me atop the platform. At my command, the mechanical sounds of the mecha activated, accompanied by the clanking of weapon switches and the rhythmic footsteps of the mecha soldiers. At the entrance of the player's tunnel, a voice that wasn't he calling him Aji Air Pendra abruptly pierced through Andre's ears. Zhao Lei sawed away into the computer within the dark room of the laboratory. Qin Mubai commanded through the headset. Just as Li Wei arranged defenses for the silver mine area, 2 town militia members, panting heavily, sprinted from the direction of Cape Town. Their expressions grave. Brighton sighed, recognizing that these young dwarves had grown up in Misty City, entirely unaccustomed to large-scale battles, oblivious to the hardships once faced by the dwarf clan. In a moment, the golden-winged rock found itself halted at the entrance, unwilling to unleash its lethal skills on the turtle spirit saint, yet reluctant to retreat. However, when Isco attracted the attention of 2 Atletico Madrid players in midfield and swiftly passed the ball to Cristiano on the left flank, the anticipated scenario envisioned by Ancelotti before the match did not unfold. Then you all should be more vigilant. If anything arises, call home immediately, Higuaquan advised. Even in certain influential circles, thanks to his association with the heir of the Green family, young Master Charles, many sought to curry favor with him. Yet now, this dependency had morphed into his greatest nightmare, leaving him feeling precarious. The young priest lowered his head slightly. Amid the stench, a burning odor lingered. He traced a cross over his chest, observing that no other undead emerged from the silver mine, and began to retreat. Upon first encountering this diary, he dismissed the hidden location's mountainous features, failing to search as indicated within the pages. If one truly believed those ghostly tales, not only a month, even a year would pass without discovering accurate clues to the buried treasure. It was merely that Wang Huifeng's home was a bit distant, and her continuous seclusion had left her unaware. Chapter 130. Scars. The individual moved with remarkable swiftness, advancing with just a few motions to catch the books that Qin Mingyu had carelessly tossed aside in panic. Once he had gathered all the volumes, he spoke with a heavy expression, halting the proceedings. The young master lost control of his emotions. The Prime Minister summoned him to address the matter, not to create trouble. If he felt that his emotions were unstable, he could wait until he regained his composure before taking action. Su Zhiheng gazed silently at the blonde youth before him, who was hunched over in his pajamas, offering no words, merely observing with a detached demeanor. Indeed, it was all right. She had always comforted herself in such a manner. As long as it was Gu Nanqing, everything was permissible. After all, who could deny Gu Nanqing's significance? Chun Shi nodded slightly. There was still a competition ahead. So he excused himself from further drinks with Duan Muxu, heading back to his room to log into the game. Su Zhiheng, maintaining an inscrutable expression, let a glimmer of light flash from the storage ring on his finger, and a short dagger materialized in his hand. He had encountered Yang Tai before. After rigorous training under his master, he had honed his skills to a considerable level, far beyond what the bodyguards hired by that young master could contend with. In the depths of the boy's dark phoenix-like eyes lay anticipation, anxiety, and naivety as he clenched his fists, awaiting Chang Lo's response. Although filled with trepidation, Zhou Qianqian still upheld her courtesy, bowing upon entering before inquiring. "Hey, wait for me. I see you," cried the man in yellow robes, rushing forward. Heedless of the items in his hands that threatened to fall, Xiao Qi regarded Gu Ling with a gaze full of compassion, her heart a tempest of emotions. Surely, she ought to express her gratitude to her. At that moment, the heavens and the earth shook violently, accompanied by the creaking of oars and the sound of rushing water. The other high-ranking eunuchs were a mix of astonishment and tears. If they had such a thing, they could indeed become real men. This ongoing competition was the longest they had ever witnessed, fraught with twists and turns, exhilarating moments that quickened the pulse. During pauses, speculation ran rampant. Do not be disheartened by my inadequate medical skills. Science is advancing, and medicine is evolving. One day, someone will conquer this medical challenge. The seasoned healer reassured the middle-aged man, his weathered face etched with resignation. While the crowd murmured, Lewin refrained from commenting, merely gesturing for them to make way. The one calling out darted back and forth alongside the serpentine line, waving his arms in a display of urgency. Upon hearing this, the old man of the Milky Way turned to see Ning Hao's helpless expression and slumped onto the sofa. Shifting focus. Shi Guoquan omitted the part where Han Feng was beaten out of the Qin residence, instead portraying the difficulties posed by the Qin family. The questions were sharp, and Han Feng's witty responses elicited laughter from the crowd. Discussions ensued, and the expressions of everyone in the city lord's mansion darkened. Xiao Fan, participating as the young champion of the mansion, had brought considerable shame upon them with his numerous refusals to engage, inviting whispers and tarnishing their reputation. Meanwhile, the venomous snakes were nowhere to be seen, prompting a closer inspection of two sewer openings beneath the iron gate, through which they must have slithered. Lan Yuan found it peculiar that her master would summon Helian Qingze, given their years of silence between one another. However, with Zhao having just welcomed a child, who could dampen his spirits? Even though Nian loathed such social gatherings, she had no choice but to attend. Initially amused by the banter between his AD and the opposing player, he was taken aback when the latter claimed to be seeking an actor. In the past, a few soft words would suffice to earn her forgiveness, but this time, no matter how Mu Yao apologized, she remained unresponsive, leaving him genuinely anxious. Chapter 131. A compromise. Upon hearing his words, Jin Xuanfu's eyes flickered with hesitation. Offending this gentleman was ill-advised, yet incurring the young master's wrath would be far worse. He remained aware of who truly belonged to the Prime Minister's lineage. In the future, everyone would rely on the young master for sustenance. The gentleman's bold counsel stemmed from the Prime Minister's protection, but he was different. Lacking a foundation, he had reached this point solely through his own efforts. Zhou Ba, who scoffed, finding the man exceedingly foolish for failing to grasp the situation. If the Wei family discovered he was leveraging their name against his boss, they would be the first to eliminate him. The once dominant corrupt serpent had been swiftly overpowered by the monstrous entity that entered the fray, its brutality and ferocity sending chills down spines. Moreover, the ultimate objective of the experiment was to obtain supernatural powers akin to spiritual energy, ideally resembling his own character. Yet, finding someone similar in this primitive society of naked apes was improbable. Perhaps he could settle for someone somewhat akin. On the coffee table lay several New Year's cards, purchased by his younger siblings days prior to send to friends. Xia Imo stumbled upon her name in one, eliciting a knowing smile. If the previous days were likened to a grand event filled with cheers, today felt like a pivotal moment, where everyone was subdued, resembling warriors stepping onto the battlefield, holding their breath in anticipation of impending conflict. Although Ling Luo Xiaoying jumped back in the next moment, Ling Huaisher had already captured the scene. Thus, even a fool could surmise what transpired between them beneath the colorful silk. The short-haired monkey in beast form could no longer bear to watch, beating its chest before charging at the corrupt serpent like a colossal beast. This was merely to formally test the power of the thunder fruit, so misunderstandings should be avoided. Beijia Punk arose from his seat, habitually chiding Nangang Yan. History recounts that Huang Zhong, in his 60s or 70s, could contend with Guan Yu. Now, in the prime of his life, defeating a newly renowned Guan Yu should not be overly challenging, right? The masked individuals intervening bore unfamiliar weapons, curved blades, and iron hammers, unlike any factions he recognized. Xiao Haoyu speculated that they had not merely stumbled upon Prince Enka's capture and intervened. Witnessing the scene, the lava giant scorpion's aura surged, unleashing a terrifying fire pillar from its mouth that charged toward Tang Tian's attack with ferocity. Pei Yanling gazed at me with restrained intensity and with a forceful pull. He drew me to his lips, delivering a punishing kiss. In the briefest instant, dozens of sword lights erupted, clashing with Sun Bing's sword aura. Yet the aftermath was devastating, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the residual impact on Wei Changdong. Xiao Ming feigned surprise, donning what he believed to be the most agreeable smile. Whether Yu Xiaowu appreciated Xiao Ming's demeanor was inconsequential. What mattered was Xiao Ming's subservient display. This indicated his cleverness, an understanding of propriety, and a clear awareness of his own worth. The 10th prince shed his earlier sorrowful demeanor, internally calculating his prospects for the imperial throne. Xiao Ming should not harbor resentment toward the Yu family. Instead, he ought to be grateful to his ancestors, for the current circumstances were decidedly to Xiao Ming's advantage. Upon alighting from the carriage, my head felt as though it had exploded, losing its center and crashing to the ground. Unbeknownst to me, a sudden clarity washed over, revealing an expansive hall not far ahead, causing everyone's steps to falter momentarily, as the recent perils still lingered in their minds. Chapter 132, Hitting the Person. Not the face Qin Mingyu observed his entrance. Although his demeanor was respectful, an undercurrent of distaste lingered. Anger surged within Qin Mingyu, seizing a book nearby. He hurled it at him. This time, the man did not catch the book nor evade it, allowing it to strike his shoulder and jolt him backward. Afterwards, the man stood upright, silent, contemplating the value of 1,000,000 spiritual coins, a mere fragment of intelligence from the depths of the vast wilderness. The information regarding the spiritual beasts could shift at any moment. Those unfortunate enough might find their newly acquired knowledge rendered obsolete in the blink of an eye. While they could not ascertain whether Xingyue was ensconced within the Champion Marquis Intelligence Corps, following Ji Rong and Xinu's plunge into the Imperial Transition Base, the absence of any response from Xingyue compelled them to lean towards the most unfavorable possibility for the Federation. In the following moment, the alert from the reincarnation simulator interrupted Lin Zhao's actions. The solitary time shared between the grandfather and grandson was fleeting. As Shenmu prepared the mountain-slicing armor needed by Ji Xinghe, along with a toolbox that might come in handy. Under the pretense of studying art and practicing painting, Lux and Sona embarked on crafting magical circuits. Equipped with a well-trained entourage, they patrolled and enforced the law, calling for violence against dissent. This caused Lin Zhao's reputation as the most intelligent person in the world to deepen in significance. Was this task truly so effortlessly accomplished? There lingered a doubt as to whether Jingguang could cope, despite his unwavering trust in the other's abilities. Thus, Ji Xinghe, the Federation's oldest rookie, had only departed the relatively comfortable number 6 base 3 days prior, but had already ascended from private to sergeant, not only advancing 2 ranks, but also elevating from a level 3 mecha warrior to a level 2. The two then visited a shopping mall, where Kong Huan insisted on gifting Lin Xiao a pair of shoes worth over 1,000. Their argument persisted, with Li Fangfang's emotions running high, her lips moving incessantly. Consequently, regardless of their thoughts on Lu Junyi, everyone presented a solemn demeanor, obeying his commands. I have one more condition if you move back. Do not interfere in matters between me and Lu Yuqing, Xia Weining retorted defiantly. Fortunately, she and Li Guang arrived in time. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many would suffer the consequences. Their relationship had only just begun to thaw, yet rumors resurfaced. Lin Qingyuan had previously harbored a certain intimacy with He Suai before marrying Wei Yuan, and now it seemed he had not learned to restrain himself. By afternoon, I drove with Feng Wei to bring Grandma Su home, retrieved the lotus powder, and then hurried to Shilikyo. Tai Shou, in his 30s, bore the scars of life on his square face, his unkempt beard, an expression reflecting a weariness unbefitting his age. Still need to sleep?
Tangzulang.
Say that again? Xiao Rian's explosive shout startled the already anxious man. Consequently, Dong Ping's army emerged, and scouts from Liangshan swiftly reported back to Lu Junyi. His gaming company, established for less than a year, had produced 7 subpar games, with total sales not exceeding 1,000 copies, resulting in complete financial loss. As the year drew to a close, they would typically wait until after the new year to commence filming. However, due to the suddenness of Zhang Zhuchua's project. They were pressed for time, otherwise, the crew would have other commitments, leading them to spend the new year on set, a common occurrence for those in the film industry. The survivor from the public execution in the car bore connections to the shooting incident when Su Ran encountered the roadblock caused by the orange rain at the mountain's base. Chapter 133. Defamation. Qin Mingyu noticed the man's arrival. Though respectful, he exuded an air that Qin Mingyu found repugnant. Frustration boiled within him, and he seized a nearby book, hurling it towards the man. This time, the man neither caught the book nor evaded it. It struck his shoulder, causing him to lean back slightly. Afterward, the man remained standing, silent. With a shift in focus, an innumerable array of sword energies coalesced within him, forming a sky-blue sword talisman. Yet, Su Chen responded with a palm strike, unleashing the 10,000 Beasts Fist, manifesting a fearsome nine-nether bird that roared between heaven and earth. However, Cheng Wushuang displayed no intention of drawing a sword. Instead, he abruptly plunged the stone sword into the ground, a cold smirk forming on his lips. As he clenched his fists, a nascent fist intent emerging. A colossal tower descended, akin to an immense mountain crushing down, fracturing the void itself. Fortunately, though perilous, Li Zhua's current strength would ensure that a fall from 10,000 meters into the sea would not harm him. Since it was a visit, it signified a need to humble oneself, perhaps even to apologize and appease the other party, with 2 spirit stones in hand. It had long been rumored that the blade techniques of the Demon God Palace were terrifying, and now he finally had the opportunity to witness them. What, precisely, was this so-called reincarnation? Yi Kuang could not suppress his inquiry, recalling his previous near-fatal experience within the cycle. Had it not been for a powerful entity awakening during his reincarnation, he would have perished along the path. Chun Xing's hands trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze. It had been ages since someone had mentioned that name so gravely before him. He was astonished by his own reaction, akin to thunder reverberating within his heart. Feeling utterly unworthy. Very well. When you have time, let us share a meal together. Guan Ming's expression reflected relief. After exchanging a few words with Gu Lian, he proceeded to the post-production department. I understand, which is why I mentioned merely taking a casual look. If it were truly intertwined with history, there would be much more to examine than just this. Chun Xing nodded. She seemed somewhat frail now. If there were individuals who held grudges against her, it would likely pose a significant dilemma. I apologize. The circumstances were unexpected, and I did not have a chance to inform you. Master Jean, I hope you are well. Cold Moon expressed her regrets to Jean Shiqing before turning to Jean Liunian, who remained as composed and gentle as ever, his tranquil eyes revealing no sign of disturbance. In response, Lian felt speechless. He had first inquired of Romeo several serious questions, such as whether he truly liked Juliet. If he had considered the purpose behind writing the song, was it merely to win her favor or something else? Han Kuen's remarks astonished Daniu and Wang Xiao, who knew he could articulate so much. Ling Yan's words had reached this point, yet Ling Su remained seated, her gaze harboring a subtle darkness as she regarded him. Reflecting on this, Gu Lian could not help but emit a soft sigh, her previous anger dissipating. Alas, regardless of how far he could go, she would make an effort. If she could lend him a hand, she would. Even if he remained oblivious to her intentions, she would consider it a means of finding solace. Indeed. However, this is irrelevant to us. Now, cease your futile pondering, Guanchen admonished, lightly tapping Gu Meng's head. Upon learning that they had packed their belongings, Pedro proposed to Ma Mai that he wished to invite all the Cossacks for a drink. He wondered what transformations might arise from different varieties, much like the fundamental distinctions between tropical fish and those suited for room temperature. However, after further contemplation, he realized the system had stated he must not reveal himself, maintain his identity concealed, and not be seen by others. Thus, he could truly accomplish his mission. Chapter 134. Unspoken Burdens. Qin Mingyu observed the man entering. Though respectful, he still carried an air that Qin Mingyu found intolerable. Frustrated, he seized a nearby book and hurled it at him. This time, the man neither caught the book nor dodged it, allowing it to strike his shoulder, causing him to lean back slightly. Afterward, the man continued to stand, silent. She wished to know where Xinqi was now, whether she was well, or if she awaited rescue amidst perilous circumstances. A man cast down a rope, and Zhong Xingyue hastily reached out to grasp it, simultaneously holding a dagger in her mouth. The dagger was not hers, and she could not afford to lose it.
Bang!
Cheng Xian's door was once again violently flung open, and this time he seemed to feel nothing, quietly observing the intruder, Dong Feng, as if he had been anticipating her arrival. He then slowly crouched down to meet her gaze, his eyes a deep blue, shimmering with a playful light. As he smiled at her, Qi Le and Lan Lingyu happened to be in the courtyard when they heard Lan Lingshi's call and rushed out, greeted with joy at the sight of their senior brother and sister, Chu Tianhua. Upon hearing the news, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions varied. The spiritual pulse was beneath the ground, yet there was no passage leading underground. Were they to break this valley? A palm like a monstrous wave crashed down upon Chu Tianhua's back, a chill surging violently through him. The sensation was akin to being relentlessly battered by turbulent waves, rendering him nearly breathless. He meticulously traced the face of the former Empress Dowager, murmuring softly, unsure if he spoke for their benefit or his own. Initially hiding, Qin Feng emerged, tauntingly regarding Dainyu, his eyes filled with unspoken mockery. The flames of war rage on, and the army is encamped. How do we establish contact with Wu logistics?
Cao Cao inquit.
Time was of the essence, and they had not yet devised a plan of attack. Jiang Wuming's tone was peculiar, hinting at pent-up frustration. Jiang Qiliang stepped forward, tugging at Yang Mingyi's sleeve, exclaiming, "Your Excellency! Immediately command the troops to assemble and retreat from the battlefield. The enemy comes with great momentum, well prepared. If this chaos continues, we shall be utterly doomed before dawn."
Attila.
"Do not go." Stefan, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, attempted to stop Attila, but it was too late. Damn it, Yu Hai was not severely injured. But his intended path was blocked by Los Pingqing. Feng Yong nodded, saying, "Your Excellency's reminder shall be etched in my heart." However, let us not forget that since the inception of our Black Flag Army, we have stormed cities and conquered fortresses with unparalleled momentum, rarely tasting defeat. Having made up his mind, Tito contacted Wei Banqiao. Upon confirming that no reinforcements would come, he resolved to venture alone to rescue his troops. To facilitate communication, Zhang Jiahua procured several sound transmission talismans, distributing them among everyone for use as needed. Lin Fu appeared somewhat shaken, disregarding Ren Cheng's presence, urgently stating, "Of those who entered the mountains with me, all but I were killed. I feigned death to escape." Only then did he realize the intense pain of his wound and dared not touch it, grimacing instead. "Do you not know that there are no tissues left in your office?" she remarked, spreading her oil-stained hands. For Xie Yun, who possessed the dual inheritance of Xiankong and the sacred earth immortal rock, and bore 6 supreme bloodlines. The endeavor of shattering his meridians and bloodlines with blood evil true essence was no trivial matter. Even Lu Shi began to question whether this young Master Lin truly understood the art of refinement, wondering how he had been so easily swayed by his words. The costly absence was not delayed. Li Huiyuan was evidently the last to arrive, and fortunately, the bell had not yet rung. The old professor waved his hand, causing Li Huiyuan to feel a rush of emotions. Chapter 135. Embarrassment. These simple words left Yun Yan feeling utterly mortified, and he found himself at a loss for how to explain. He could only awkwardly glance at the prince, then smile and nod, agreeing to the matter. Internally, he chided the prince for lacking self-control. Even if he wished to be close to the princess, must it be at this very moment? Now, it seemed he had given them fodder for gossip. The princess surely would not assume the prince was a lecherous fiend, would she? At this point, Aima could only hope that Li Yan would scare off the wind shadow flower leopard, preventing it from trailing behind the allied forces. That would be the best outcome. However, the memorials continued to be sent without any response, and it was unclear how much time had passed before receiving confirmation of a transfer to the frontier as military punishment. Delicious indeed. Although her stomach churned like tumultuous waves, Ruoli raised her face and coldly remarked, her defiant demeanor reminiscent of a ravishing rose under duress in the night. She believed this matter should be communicated to Yi Qingxian, yet in recent days, she had found no opportunity. She could not be too overt, as she was unsure of how much Miaohan knew. After discerning Miaohan's daily routine, she resolved to take a risk today, resulting in the current scene. As she pondered, she heard someone calling her from afar. Turning around, she saw the 13th prince and Leng Yanqi. Upon hearing this, Yi Shueting finally exhaled in relief. Yet on the other hand, her guilt towards Xia Haitong intensified. Suddenly, Xia Haitong felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She looked at Yi Qingji, her expression indifferent as she regarded his anger. Now is the time. Fire. A sudden cold command echoed from the shadows, and before Nan Ruocheng could comprehend, a flurry of arrows shot forth like lightning from the grass by the roadside. He Hai's words were unremarkable, but the next statement truly left Ruoyu utterly astonished. Xiao Yan felt joy for the ancestor. Feng Yi, in both appearance and demeanor, displayed her refinement and depth of character. It was indeed a blessing for the ancestor to wed her. The coachman, resolute, drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into the horse's flank. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the horse let out a long neigh, bolting forward in pain. Heedless of the rugged mountain path, its speed suddenly increasing as it charged ahead, pulling the cart without regard. Wui Mountain, rich in spiritual energy, was an excellent place for cultivation. Consequently, numerous cultivation sects congregated there, forming a formidable force that roamed freely, rarely challenged. Over the years, these sects gradually developed an arrogant disposition. After enjoying tea at Yubanji's, Fan Donglu received a call, informing him that he had acquired a domestic mobile phone card. Du Qiu remained silent. These old houses represented a beacon of hope for his maternal grandfather and mother. Even if that hope was faint, it still offered some solace. For his biological father, these old houses were a warm home and a spiritual tether. The Bodhi tree was but a remnant of last night's stars. Now, only the Black Lotus Taoist remained. The corpse materialized from the 9th grade annihilation Black Lotus retained the likeness of the Bodhi ancestor, yet its aura was starkly different. Sure Hao lingered on the edge of the penalty area, his most threatening position with the ball, due to his lack of physical strength. If he were pinned in the penalty area, his effectiveness would be greatly diminished. As the infinite world underwent repeated evolutions, the boundary between illusion and reality blurred ever more, to the extent that at many times they appeared indistinguishable from the genuine. Moreover, this was merely one application of the bloodline factor theory. Its actual implications extended far beyond what Boss had described, Hagrid added. Chapter 136. Please grant me your favor, the official reported. I have relocated all 73 individuals from my household to the ancestral home in the countryside, where the climate is currently suitable for family living. The grandeurs of this estate shall be reserved for the prince, while the lesser ones will stay in the adjacent courtyard. Should His Highness require anything, I stand ready to serve, never daring to neglect your commands, Your Highness. Though sensing something amiss, Zhang Long did not dwell on it. He was there to eliminate Lu Dao's Hengshen. He had painstakingly coerced Lu Daoming, finally obtaining true spirit chi from him. If he were to watch it slip away, with Xue Xiaobai's temper, how could he possibly let it go? The visage of Xiao Yu truly left him in a state of shock. In Jian Daoya's mind, Xiao Lu embodied various delightful and charming images, yet none could possibly align with the current sight of this creature, whose eyes burned with a crimson hue, devoid of reason, and howling like a rabid dog. With such an identity, any future actions or astonishing feats he might undertake could be readily justified. Daoming! Daoming! The scene before him had descended into chaos. The flustered Wu Danlong was at a loss, fidgeting anxiously, like an ant on a hot stove.
Deirdre, Zisha.
I have procured your favorite snacks, and am waiting for you at the cinema entrance, the busty lady declared. I have subdued all the ruffians wreaking havoc in Donggang County, and a third of Beiyang County. Damn it, they've escaped. Morglani shouted in fury as he watched the Death Knight gallop away. Su Zhan was the least inclined to see Su Ju marry the daughter of the Yao family. Such a union would mean his own downfall. Despite Su Hongji's backing, he understood that his support from Su Fan paled in comparison to Su Ju's. The stakeholders of Su Fan were aligned with Su Ju, and the addition of Yao Haijing could render the future ownership of Su Fan uncertain. Naturally, Ying Zisha was delighted by this news, and in a moment of excitement, she impulsively kissed Yu Zi on the cheek. However, a minute later, the jealous Zhan Lin retaliated with a punch. The weapon spirit coalesced into a long sword, lunging forward with resplendent golden light. Another punch followed. A surge of energy struck the sword, leading to its inevitable dissipating. This filled him with anticipation. He felt compelled to gather various beings to display at home, given his newfound ability to traverse different realms. Since the Jade Leader holds me in such esteem, I shall not be impolite, Yang Fan remarked, raising the cup of wine before Yu Jingqi and downing it in one gulp, then smiling as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Jingqi. Within the hall, spiritual energy crystallized, and 6 demonic beasts materialized, a golden swanni, a kuei mu wolf, a white tiger, a fiery juke, a black xian snake, and a blue pixiu. All the beasts displayed their ferocious demeanor, charging toward the fiery crow. At this juncture, could Su Yan still maintain his composure? Truthfully, after a series of blows, even Su Yan began to doubt. It seemed as though a grand conspiracy loomed within. If one cannot comprehend even the most fundamental aspects of reality and one's own methods, the significance of such understanding becomes utterly unattainable. The middle-aged man wielding an axe approached the chained priest, his steps unsteady, reminiscent of an infant learning to walk. Song's brow furrowed, acutely aware that her assessment was correct. Indeed, this county magistrate was an exceedingly challenging adversary. He possessed both courage and adaptability, rendering him far more formidable than a gentleman like Hai Ruoli. Even in a contest of wits rather than strength, she might not stand a chance against him. Chapter 137. Just as I wished. Qin Xuanfu desired this outcome. However, the identity he had arranged for this individual was that of his cousin, making it impossible for him to simply go along with the flow. He could only feign a troubled expression and voice his concern. This isn't a significant matter. Merely a bit undignified. After uttering this, he abruptly exclaimed, "Mom, let us go back." Zhuang Xiaodai, noticing her mother's confusion and eagerness to inquire, quickly took her mother's hand. Now, she understood that she must not let her mother learn of her circumstances, lest it put her mother in danger. Yet Lu Yingying showed no intention of leaving, which surprised Lin Muyu. Did Lu Yingying have ulterior motives? When Lin Muyu returned after a brief absence, Lu Yingying was still awake. The servant scrutinized Hanbin for a moment until Hanbin felt uncomfortable, prompting the servant to say, "I cannot manage your affairs. Seek Zhang Ming instead," pointing toward the nearby Zhang Ming, who was distributing monthly rations. At this point, Qin Kai, ever the gentleman, bowed slightly to Su Yiru, extending his plump hand, which was as pale as his face. Qian Sua remarked, "You should have given up by now. Your illusions hold no sway over us. It is best to concede and allow us to depart." Seizing people? You are mistaken. He belongs to me. Zhong Zimu retorted with a cold laugh, recognizing the individual as the Black Dragon who had clashed with Jinwei at the nightclub. Chen Haoshuan accompanied Li De's attending physician for an examination, revealing that caffeine still lingered in his system and his stomach was functioning normally, leaving the examining doctor baffled. In this brief waiting period, Kamina reflected on her tumultuous life. He was her mentor, her guide, her benefactor. Without Lin Gong, she could scarcely fathom what her early years would have been like.
Liang,
With his back to the goal, heard the referee's whistle, but did not hear the cheers from the Barcelona players. This was the true essence of Suing Xue. Her family had always held such beliefs, thus never aligning with others. Initially considering renting a place, she had just resigned yesterday, intending to become a relic organizer. Calm and collected, she maintained her indifferent demeanor, entirely unlike someone who had just lost 30,000 yuan. In terms of ability, she was no match for her brother, now. As a couple, they were impenetrable, and she could hardly contend. The corridor, intermittently illuminated, stretched endlessly, appearing particularly dark and profound, a place that could evoke fear. Yet, within this terrifying environment, the actions of a man brought a touch of humor. The martial souls capable of resonating with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school seemed to have never appeared in its history. Due to his previous gaming sessions in a rented room, José's attire was soiled and disheveled, his hair resembling a bird's nest, but his handsome face remained somewhat presentable. However, the cultivation world differed. The Ministry of Works encompassed numerous departments, including traditional craftsmanship, water conservancy, mining, and minting, as well as the four paths of alchemy, talismans, weaponry, and formations. The three entered the elevator and ascended to a guest room on the 5th floor. Lu Zhizhi glanced at the door number and knocked. She lowered her head, her delicate brows furrowing tightly, revealing a look of pitiable distress, while her thoughts raced rapidly. Another year had passed, and tomorrow heralded a new year. Before the New Year's Eve dinner, grandfather had a few words to share with them, sipping tea as he gazed at his grandchildren. Chapter 138. Presenting Treasures. The implication was unmistakable. Qin Xuanfu was willing to facilitate this matter, fully aware that it pertained to his life and livelihood. He hoped for this arrangement to succeed. Everyone prioritized fame and fortune. Upon entering the officialdom, the struggles endured were merely to bring honor to their ancestors. Thus, sacrificing two women seemed trivial. Moreover, these two women. Finally, Zixian rewrapped a fresh piece of gauze around Xiao Wei's eyes, securing it before rising to leave the bedroom. The carriage of Li Yu had been carefully enveloped in thick blankets before departure to ward off the cold. Yet, after 2 continuous days of snowfall, the blankets had become stiff, and the chill penetrated unabated. At this moment, they felt the wind intensifying around them, indicating their successful deployment of the Blade Storm. The prelude to the magic about to unfold. Hua Chun felt a bit dazed. She surmised that the Emperor spared Hu Qianruo's life due to Hu Zicheng, for he was his trusted confidant and likely to command troops in the future, thus using such means to secure loyalty.
Indeed.
It could render a person as steadfast as Hu Zicheng utterly devoted. This is a one-time occurrence. There shall be no second chance, declared the Emperor with a grave countenance, gesturing towards the empty seat, signifying, come forth. Consequently, due to Dai Jiaxiang's delayed arrival, she hastily made her way to the banquet, only to collide with a servant in her rush. Upon looking up, she was surprised to find it was Jiao Jiao, the matron of the Shuxiu Palace. In the mountains, she encountered numerous rare and exotic creatures, including the enchanting Zimu flower, which could ensnare the mind, and a horned wolf capable of preying on leopards. Hearing this, Mingyuan shuddered, for he understood that her cycle of reincarnation had ceased. Indeed, there would be no next time. As fate would have it, an individual with long legs tripped her, sending her crashing forward. How mesmerizing! All men who beheld such a visage were consumed by a singular thought, to dominate her utterly. Although she wished to exchange a few words with Siguan, her own clumsiness led her to refrain. As for Lady Wen, she remained preoccupied with the piano recital, rarely making an appearance. A plan was imperative to rid herself of him, otherwise, such an exhausting endeavor would surely lead to her downfall. Chu Haoyun felt a surge of frustration, the oppressive aura of the cursed bone drawing ever closer, while the remnants of lingering emotions captured the attention of many upon entering the territory of Yunyan Kingdom. Fortunately, no experts from the Star Realm appeared. This prompted Lin Yu's thoughts to wander. The gaming industry in this world was far more challenging than that of animation. Su Jining initially believed her 2 younger sisters sought her advice on embroidery patterns, only to discover that their basket contained a bowl of noodles. Yanxi touched the cool blue stone of the well, feeling the moss beneath her fingertips. The temple was filled with devotees, the air thick with incense, and every face bore an expression of solemnity and reverence. The pain of contractions, the panic of water breaking, and the agony of childbirth left the Sun matriarch utterly exhausted. Blood was carried out in basin after basin, saturating the delivery room with a nauseating scent. She pondered the words Yan she had shared with her, questioning how many were meant for her ears. Thus, on this pitch-black night, Shabat returned with his subordinates alongside the main force, leaving behind only 2 intact trapezoidal mountain barriers at the Luanglan checkpoint, along with the remaining defensive structures. Even if Su Rong and Bai Gongli achieved victory and lured the enemy into a trap, it was improbable that Han Sui would relinquish the slaughter so readily. Entering the changing room necessitated a change of attire. It appeared he would soon engage in combat training. Chapter 139. Dual lines. Since the prince insists on having you both accompany him, so be it. However, you must ensure to serve him well and refrain from causing any trouble. Even this very statement was part of Qin Xuanfu's design. He had already inquired about the previous princess, who hailed from a family of esteemed nobility. Although slightly unorthodox in terms of decorum, he gazed at his father with a hint of confusion. Isn't the Holy Source secret realm off-limits to outsiders? Wen Qingye suppressed the tumult within, waved his arm, and unleashed a sword strike towards the heavens with thunderous might. 5 terrifying auras erupted from behind Xiao Kuang, as 3 individuals and 2 beasts encircled them, glaring with intensity. The half-step realm deity spoke with diligence. That enigmatic young man possesses a strange artifact resembling the soul tower of the guardian of Watchtower City. He attempted to ensnare my soul. While I was preoccupied with the soul tower, he dispatched 4 realm deities in less than 10 breaths. His expression was solemn, eyes glimmering with seriousness, as he faced the daunting task of refining pills for the first time since losing his powers. Success hinged upon this attempt. Lin Fan did not disturb Su Yanyu. She slept soundly until the afternoon, finally stirring as she beheld Lin Fan still present, exhaling a sigh of relief. This young man exuded an elegant demeanor, his countenance proud, casting a disdainful gaze upon Lin Fan. Zhang Biying seized the microphone and dashed to sing, her melodious voice captivating. Explaining her success in the singing realm, Every song displayed a perfect score of 100 on the screen, devoid of any errors. Nevertheless, Zhang Wei remained skeptical and decided to introspectively examine his condition. Soon after, he summoned a gleaming azure sword, transforming it into a radiant blue light that scattered into countless beams enveloping Lin Fan. Powerless, Pullman personally led 2 squads, commanding the castle's magical cannons and large firearms to continue their assault. The white suit was splattered with crimson beverages, dripping messily, a sight of utter disarray. Brother AI. Considering the current situation, the Qing family has been engulfed by the Mo family. I believe there is no need for you to target the Qing family any longer.
Sukinje remarked, glancing at the 11.
Even the act of sitting required meticulous cleanliness. Those who harbored disdain could hardly share a bed with Grandma Zheng. He tossed the talisman paper into the fire furnace, refining it into a divine fire raven talisman, measuring 3 inches in length. The talisman depicted a lifelike crimson fire raven, seemingly soaring within the paper. Were it not for the necessity of resolving the compensation issues in the old district, Yi Zifan would never have praised Lu Qinggong, nor would he have endured his scolding with humility. Yet, without such a course of action, it would be challenging to silence the voices of dissent, leading Yi Zifan to sigh inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Alas, there was no remedy. In the eyes of a foodie, once delectable food appeared, all else faded into insignificance. Mai Zi's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Startled, she nearly revealed her truth under his concern. The ornately carved bed that once stood against the wall had vanished, revealing a staircase descending into the unknown. Its destination concealed in shadows, yet illuminated by a soft glow emanating from luminous pearls. Long Zhangyan picked up the long pearl, which had been packed with an entire box of pastries, returning to the courtyard as dusk approached. Chapter 140. Serving tea and water, those 2 women demonstrated understanding. Sensing the prince's unusual mood, they quietly withdrew. When Chenghan regained his senses, the 2 women had already retired, and upon noticing his return to lucidity, Qin Xuanfu smiled and spoke up. Earlier, I observed the prince deep in thought and couldn't bear to interrupt, so I sent the 2 cousins back to rest. He internally roared, knowing that had he not accepted the money from Zhuangbai, he would have readily complied. Xiao heard this and chuckled wryly, tightening his grip involuntarily as he reflected on his frail physique. Everyone in the room understood that the eldest brother had taken in their words. They recognized his predicament. Aware that they must heed the leader's command, yet they could not simply abandon their own, especially as they faced danger. Vice Commander Liu and Vice Commander Jiang exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed another battle loomed, as soldiers could only earn merit through combat, providing them the opportunity to claim spoils. The Black Leopard danced vigorously, mimicking the various beast clans' abilities, following closely behind. One hand clenched into a fist, the other open as it executed a sweeping kick, bellowing loudly. Once Yunhua's products hit the market, you may seek institutional testing. Should Yunhua have utilized your formula, they shall compensate. But how can you assert we stole your formula when Yunhua's products are not yet available? The crowd praised D-Fan's efficiency. Once the list was publicized, it became the foundation of fairness. The man appeared somewhat shabby in his attire, clad in ordinary sneakers, and his entire outfit seemed to be worth no more than 200 yuan, exuding an air of destitution. As the clan leader, Hua held a position of great authority and could scarcely tolerate such remarks. He stepped on Siaya's body and strode forward, issuing commands with a flick of his cowlick. Indeed, Princess Hua, with your vast array of estates, even a mere fraction would suffice for your family's needs. Why concern yourself with such a trivial and lowly herb? Zhang Ziu's gaze flickered as he directed his words straight at Shangguan Mingyue. Chunyu remained calm. Yet Fei Xue beside her felt a pang of anxiety, well aware that once Chunyu made a decision, it was unchangeable. Thus, she suppressed her worries and anxiously watched Chunyu. No insults against the senior sister. I'm ready to fight you for it. Return my elixirs. Bai Shen, in a frenzy, attempted to charge out, streams of energy swirling within him, resonating with the spirit energy in the corridor. Song's consciousness began to blur, uncertain whether the subsequent words were intentionally evading him, or if he had simply become too muddled to comprehend. However, what caught Zhu Yujian off guard was that upon seeing him, Qi Guiran, also known as Qi Deka, was so startled that he immediately shut the door. Shortly after, the Regent Dorgan and the Assistant Regent Jiralang arrived, both utterly astonished. The silver-clad figure billowed, as the air reverberated with the sounds of countless swords. Manifesting once again as a sword platform, a display of the Xian Yuan sword sect's formidable energy. After exchanging pleasantries, Song seized the opportunity to inquire about the Taoist temple, thus learning of a confidential matter. Yet, you intend to strike at my benefactor? Foolish one. Do you seek to betray me? The camel struck its own loyal subject's head, producing a dull thud. Unable to evade Su Qingyu's piercing gaze, Song sighed, acknowledging. As a mere wandering cultivator, I understand that such is the nature of this world. If I do not take their lives, they shall take mine. This statement served as an explanation for his earlier actions. Jiang Han initially thought he had failed, as his blood had not yielded results. However, at that moment, the blood on the stone wall began to glow. Chapter 141. A Family Reunion. Qin Xuanfu had intended to decline further, for even if he were to forsake all else, he must ensure his own safety. Yet, this matter was beyond his control. He was merely a pawn in someone else's game. When the man raised his hand, revealing a small moon-white garment, Qin Xuanfu felt a surge of panic upon recognizing it as his youngest daughter's. The martial arts selection had already commenced, and under Zhu Di's urging, Meng Ying and Lu Sheng scoured the outskirts of the city during the festive season, while Jin Zhong feigned illness to abstain from participation. Alas! If the dishes prepared by Bai Yi did indeed contain herbs, then the luminous dishes produced by the system would surely contain tenfold the amount. Alutai possessed remarkable eyesight, capable of not only witnessing a head roll but also spotting a Tatar who had not lost his head, crying out in agony. Bai Yi, initially filled with anticipation, found the scene disappointingly mundane, devoid of any special effects, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. After a brief moment, the observer fixated on the palace, his expression shifting from confusion to incredulity. It was said that the entire examination was divided into 3 parts, and only those who successfully passed all tests could become formal students of Tianfeng Academy. Wu Fei retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder, mixing it with alcohol, cautious not to exceed half the dosage from his previous attempt. Upon grasping this concept, she meticulously reconstructed the fleeting images in her mind. Though she failed to manifest the form of the white tiger, their residence lay approximately 2 li from the bustling main street. They chose not to take a carriage, each accompanied by 2 maidservants. After presenting the token, Lin Jiang ordered it affixed to a massive jade wall behind Yifeng and the others, where it adhered like a magnet, sinking into the jade as if engulfed by quicksand. At this moment, the false serpent's head was rendered speechless by anger. Perplexed as to why his subordinates were disregarding his commands, and equally bewildered by my audacity, Gu Ziyue's cheeks flushed, her large eyes shimmering with a dazed look. After a moment, she regained her composure. I am certain she sensed it, yet she feigned ignorance, prompting me to do the same in acquiescence. After saying this, Lu Feifei turned to leave, and I watched her retreating figure, toying with the pills in my hand, still stubbornly defiant. In truth, if certain bloodlines, previously validated for compatibility, were to merge, it would pose no issue. However, their reckless experimentation left me concerned about the potential creation of a monstrosity.
Dian Montagszeit.
This Sun Tianming had repeatedly praised my responses, seemingly unperturbed by my refusals. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, the rotund man nodded and departed with his confidence, while foreign players who had been lurking outside finally sprang into action. I observed a person negotiating with a landlord, who appeared quite displeased and promptly ejected him. It was the first time he learned of the concept of reincarnation across epochs. Merely envisioning the desolation of the myriad realms sent a chill down his spine. Such things are generally unattainable. You ought to reconsider. I assume Jiang Yuhan wished to snag a toy, yet these endeavors are mere money traps. So I advised her against it. He hesitated but, with no one watching, felt emboldened. A familiar patron at the next table was keeping an eye on things. Chapter 142. The Game of Strategy. After listening to his wife, Qin Xuanfu merely smiled faintly, offering no response. As he watched his wife and daughter depart, he finally exhaled in relief, glancing at the man clad in coarse linen beside him. Did you not wish to bring me to meet your master? I have arrived. Let us proceed without delay. I am not one to squander time, and surely your master's time is more valuable than mine. Why rise? Rest a while. I will freshen up before taking a break. Noticing Xia Wanjun attempt to sit up, Su Qing quickly grasped her hand, urging her to lie back down. However, when Tianji spoke, none doubted his sincerity. As a former monk, he adhered strictly to vows against falsehood, and as a leader, He could not afford such errors. Were it a fair fight, Zhang Feng would have no fear. He was confident in his strength, but he worried for Lin Qianxia's safety. Liang Qinyu pushed open the door, finding Wan Yanjin with his back to her, hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window, his thoughts unreadable, uncertain, yet compelled to try, was it not? As she watched the messenger disappear, Ling Shi's gaze lingered in the distance, unable to withdraw for a long while. Zheng Yuan had planned to drive directly back to his villa, yet upon stopping, he found himself at Wei Yujie's apartment. Transforming the burly man into a human club, Zhang Feng unleashed several crimson beams toward the man's head and heart. "Who goes there?" Zheng Yuan inquired, glancing towards the lounge, where he could see his viewer's current state. However, the visitor startled Liang Qinyu, rendering her momentarily speechless until the individual seated beside her bed, kindly offering a bowl of warm porridge, brought her back to reality. This year, the Western Shu region has been plagued by locust disasters in the north and has also suffered from floods in the southern granaries, leaving many common people displaced. Coupled with rampant banditry, the situation has rendered life unbearable for the populace, leading many to seek refuge here. Young beggars, merely 13 or 14 years of age, bear expressions of deep sorrow, exhaling long sighs. Initially, visibility was limited to around 20 meters, but with the enhancement provided by Zheng Ye's energy orb, he could now observe approximately 25 meters, significantly augmenting his chances of survival. The Taoist of Jinhua presumed that Ji Dexin was merely trying to evade his enormous sword and sought refuge behind the Hunyuan Taoist, not giving it much thought. The others, too, were unaware of Ji Dexin's capabilities, save for Taoist Jinhua, who had witnessed them firsthand. Dismissing the need to inform the elder, who was not particularly gossipy, she inquired about their meal preferences. Observing the lingering curiosity of the crowd, Yan Jian squeezed out a few words to Yang Ziyun through clenched teeth, before once again donning a radiant smile, apologizing for taking up their time, and expressing his desire for them to regard him as an ordinary person in their daily lives. Lamb tallow could effectively alleviate the cracking of hands and feet, serving as a skincare product, and could fetch a considerable sum in the interior. "You greedy fellow! Who would have thought you were not just a glutton, but also avaricious?" Uchiha Makoto remarked, grasping it by the nape and holding it up. "Come in and elaborate. Who are the newcomers from the Jin army? How many troops do they have?" Su Bao shouted while adjusting his pants. This was primarily because the young scions of noble families were still present, and the traders were busy transporting goods, eager to secure a good price in the spring. At this moment, Yan Lihua was no longer inclined to linger in battle. She departed the courtyard, seeking the swordswoman entangled with the black-clad men, suddenly appearing to pull her towards the flickering flames. Unexpectedly, this low-born princess of the ninth was sharp-tongued and unpredictable, defying all expectations. Chapter 143. The handle. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuanfu finally softened his attitude, no longer brimming with resentment as before. He seemed as if he had been struck down, speaking with a tone of resignation. "What exactly do you want?" "Sir, I have complied with your requests and executed all tasks. Why do you still refuse to spare my family? My wife and children are all simple-minded, and now." Dugu proposed a method of returning, which required one to approach the 6th tier of the Holy Spirit and necessitated 5 5th-tier Holy Spirits as sacrifices. This method was unknown to Chaoga, and even if known,
He would not choose to implement it.
"It seems you lack leverage to negotiate with this Holy Son." The Holy Son paused before speaking. "One must understand that Bai Yu now controls a significant portion of the Bai family's assets, and Bai Yujing's strength is largely attributed to this. What are your names?" Feng Yufei turned around, interrupting Shengguan Honglai, addressing the two young maids in green with an indifferent expression, since a Fei was not there to trouble her. Hinata Ro let out a sigh of relief, aware that her eyes had evoked envy in many. An unmutated white-eyed bird was undeniably alluring. Even if Tianyi's combat skills are remarkable, he should not have been so easily subdued. He has never won a match against her, and it should have raised her suspicions. Yet, why does she refuse to doubt? "But you managed to knock Liu down with only 40 of your strength? Is that not a bit excessive?" The confrontation in the realm unexpectedly evolved into a mutual devouring of space. Trapped in a hellish dimension, Luli lost the ability to teleport infinitely and could only fly over, utilizing the power of spatial devouring, his speed terrifying as he approached the dark night in an instant. "Let us dine first. Once we finish our meal, I shall explain everything," he suggested. Realizing they had likely not eaten properly during their long journey, and it just so happened to be dinner time, He took her hand and led her to the dining hall without further discussion. In criminal law, the definition of robbery involves the perpetrator seizing property without dialogue or interaction with the victim, directly committing the crime. Even if the victim falls and sustains injuries or dies, it does not constitute robbery. For reasons unknown, upon seeing it, Lin Shi felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. However, in the blink of an eye, she decisively dispatched the spirit beast with a single stroke, continuing to search the corpse. Unfortunately, this time, she was met with ill fortune. Nothing remained, and no erroneous system notification sounded. Let us create a pair of rings and a pendant shaped like a droplet, Xiao Qin thought, surprisingly aligned with Ning Xia's ideas. Recently returned from afar, the headmaster, brimming with energy and donning a top hat, was engrossed in handling a mountain of official duties. Claudia chuckled softly as she exited Qin Yilong's room, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Was even a fleeting romance too much to ask? The group they were deeply wary of comprised spies who had infiltrated the royal secret guards and nearly buried Gu Jieqi alive. Ling Yun turned back, startled, quickly reaching for Chu Xuyao's hand, pulling her back with force. If Chu Xuyao were to fall from her horse, a deep rift would indeed form between them. His words appeared gentle and casual, yet to Lin Shi, they were startling, causing her to break into a cold sweat, momentarily dazed. Our Lion Mercenary Corps never spares a villain, but if one can acknowledge their mistakes and amend them, I believe a chance can still be granted, the burly man declared. His words made Ning Xia's face flush crimson, wishing desperately to dig a hole and hide. How shameless could he be? Damn it, at this rate, I will surely meet my demise. Observing the decaying black flesh on his arm, Yang Ran cursed, his gaze turning increasingly somber. If this continued, he could not even get close to his opponent, let alone kill him. Chapter 144. Regret. Qin Xuanfu sighed heavily, resigned to his fate, and spoke calmly. This matter is of great significance. I was too hasty earlier, which led to my reckless words to the young master. I hope you will not take offense. I wonder if you have any other thoughts on this matter. I am inexperienced and lack understanding of such matters, and I would appreciate your guidance. Let go. Does it not pain me to see you like this? Li Mo Rant's mood was already poor, and now someone was bothering him, which only exacerbated his agitation. Lu Mu accepted the gift while Feng Ong continued savoring his tea, aware that Lu Mu knew what these individuals sought. Since Lu Mu accepted the gift, let him face them alone. Yi Xiaomei comforted her son and gently ascended the stairs, yet the higher she climbed, the more anxious she became. The number of sentient beings participating in the secret realm was far below that of the Star Clan. Fang Cheng's heart stirred, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Of course. I agree, for I have found a new objective, Nana replied with a smile, turning to look at Pei Yu, who sat beside Lian Rong. Very well. I have so few trustworthy individuals by my side. Punishing you would only cause me sorrow. Lung Qianning sighed, lamenting how few people she could truly trust throughout her long life across past and present. Qian incredulously asked, how could this be? Why would you force your wife to her demise? No wonder he was so anxious about Xiao Luo. It turned out he had already lost something far more significant. Li Mo Ran tidied everything up and lay quietly beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, yet his mind occasionally wandered to that lonely figure. Sighing as he turned his head, only to find Yi Xiaomei staring blankly at him. Such a formation must have been arranged by his senior brother Yu Xinji. With the power level of the Huan Tian domain, it could not possibly possess such capabilities. Ning Yuanlan listened intently as he sliced the beef, his breath tickling her ear, causing it to warm. Then, how about tasting the cookies I baked? How do they taste? Naylan picked up a biscuit from the plate in front of him and offered it to Jimena. As Gu Chongxing's words fell, the astute Cui Kong sitting across the table interjected directly. Jia Tsong, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. As expected, Wang Shifeng's countenance darkened immediately. The current minister of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, slumped in his armchair, trembling with fear, utterly bewildered as to how matters had escalated to this point. Such a thing. The emperor has ceased to attend court? It seems the repercussions are indeed grave. We must devise a means to rescue his majesty. At this rate, how can the emperor's health endure? The queen mother exclaimed, expressing her alarm. He remained motionless, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked towards the approaching mob. Recalling numerous historical parallels, Jia Huan gazed up at the tall maid, swallowed hard, and feigned disdain, saying, "Si Qi. The previous mishap was merely due to my hunger and lack of strength. Upon entering, Yuji directly sat down at the edge of Ji Meina's boat, glancing at her, hesitant to speak. This was a terrifying phenomenon that had only recently emerged, intangible and incomprehensible, belonging to a realm of transcendent existential power. Idle chatter should be avoided. The dragon-slaying sword awaits the commencement of the first round of the top 4 championship. She thought of herself, pondering whether, if she were to bear that child, her own deteriorating health would force her to part with it, much like her mother. General Fong did not anticipate that the host would have such a modest request. Within their capital base, there were 2 awakened individuals possessing embroidery abilities. No need, consider it a gift from us. The host had aided them significantly, and clothing was a trivial expense for them. Chapter 145. Leading Questions. Qin Xuanfu found himself in a dilemma, unaware that in his own rear, others had already begun to take action in silence. The 2 women believed they had successfully evaded capture and would not see the prince for several days, yet unexpectedly, the summons from the Prince of Gong arrived much earlier. Just past the witching hour, news was sent to summon them to the prince, who had matters to discuss with them. Baka.
Nishio-kun, Iso-kun.
The loss of so many outstanding young warriors was grievous, while the middle and lower ranks suffered even more. How am I to explain this to His Majesty the Emperor? Seppuku? In a certain place in the east, at the headquarters of Tokyo Hot, a middle-aged man chastised an elderly gentleman. Qin felt both grateful and guilty. Wanyan Talon had treated him exceedingly well, yet he had let her down.
She,
a noble princess, had changed her demeanor for him, a sentiment he feared he could never repay. A layer of black light suddenly shot forth from the monster's wand, enveloping the mountain creature that had lost 3 toes, causing it to stiffen and tremble. It was not until evening that Lu Yuanya, having thrived in the company of those in Aoshang, returned to the dormitory. However, he harbored no discontent. After gradually finding his rhythm with Si Qi, he fully committed to assisting her. Yet, the spirit stone mine lay beneath his feet, and he was equally unwilling to retreat. In desperate circumstances, he summoned the blood shadow. Its chilling intent caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, startling Xiao Shirin, who, upon realizing it was merely a low-grade spirit artifact, dismissed it, confident that dealing with a 4th-tier transformation would pose no challenge. The sudden disappearance of Yu Qiqi made Bian Bian quickly comprehend that these mysterious figures were not targeting him. Who would have thought that these 2 exceedingly wicked individuals would be vanquished by a cultivator 4 realms below them? The 5-colored realm, the fabled 5-colored realm. A voice rang out, prompting many to echo in agreement. Qin Kan, managing his fellow disciples, had always relied on virtue to win hearts, treating everyone fairly. A stark contrast to the previous oppressive management styles, earning him widespread support. Upon his elevation to Hall Master and control of the sub-branch, everyone rejoiced. Lu Su-fei led the cheer. Congratulations to the Hall Master. Long live the Hall Master. The crowd followed suit in their enthusiastic shouts. As Yi Chong lunged towards her, Zhao Lihui did not cry out or evade. Instead, she lay still upon the embroidered couch, her eyes locked onto Yi Chong. At this moment, he conceived a plan to work as a server in local establishments to decipher their business logic. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed across the distant sky. As the dark heavens fragmented into countless pieces, the pitch-black Rashi star abruptly breached the boundary, emerging from the void into the material realm, plunging towards the location of the Judgment Glove. However, the southern kingdom of Dezhou, benefiting from its coastal advantages, had vigorously developed maritime trade, maintaining constant exchanges with the southern seas. As their wealth accumulated, Dezhou's national strength had far surpassed that of Dexian. The governor's demeanor alerted Tang Rinxian. He had assumed Zhao Zheng and his companions were mere provincial bumpkins, individuals he could manipulate at will. Witnessing the solemn expression of his superior, the sharp blades adjusted their postures, saluting Yi Tian before departing. Having grasped the crux of the issue, he steeled his resolve, determining that he would eliminate the opponent at all costs, even if it meant mutual destruction. Xiaji, what are you doing? Don't disgrace yourself after the class reunion. Xiaowei admonished, frowning at Xiaji. Though he had shed the title of Sun King, he still possessed the divine might of the Underworld King, and was a distinguished judge. Why had he foolishly chosen to make himself the first target? Chapter 146, Deception. Chenghan intended to speak, but recalled the command he had recently received, opting instead to touch his nose and remain silent. Upon hearing the words of the young man in gray, Inga and Yenju were instantly elated, exchanging glances before swaying their graceful forms into the room. Striving to become the most conspicuous among them, eager to earn favor swiftly. As the two women entered, they encountered the imposing figure of Dainyu and Yang Zixing, who wished to say more but were halted by Jiranzi, who raised a hand, passing the feather duster to Yang Zixing. Though I am nominally your contracted employee, do you dare treat me like an ordinary worker? The press card hanging around Xiao Yanqing's neck displayed her name. Though puzzled by Gu Lian's question, she nodded affirmatively as before. This line of thought prompted Guan Chen to take a bold step towards Gu Meng, seizing the moment to embrace her while she was distracted. Pei Yeye found it hard to believe in the director's judgment, setting aside the appropriateness of an ancient person sporting a voluminous Victorian hairstyle. She imagined how a celestial being draped in ethereal garments would look with curls, and found it dissonant. The check slowly descended to the ground, issued by Huagua's foremost bank. Citibank, known for its authority and credibility, redeemable at any time and place, regardless of the amount, inscribed with intricate seals. Chun Xing tossed the apple core back. Noting Gu Lian's absence from the sofa, curiously glancing upstairs before taking a seat in the center of the couch, his gaze fixated on the television, which was still inundated with advertisements, yet this did not detract from his focused demeanor. Outside, chaos had erupted. While Jia Fushin stared blankly at the empty sword case he had crafted specifically for the Yuchang sword, made from exquisite Hainan Wangwali wood, adorned with intricate carvings, this case was a treasure in its own right. Along the way, Dai Xian and Chen Jianghai discussed family matters, with most of the time spent listening to Chen Jianghai's accounts, leading to a closer bond between them. Throughout the journey, Dai Xian pondered how best to assist this fateful brother. Gu Lian recognized that Yanjiu was correct, yet she was reluctant to admit it before him, choosing to deliberately ignore him. Yes, the elder once mentioned that no formidable individuals reside beside the princess's residence, and thus I relied on my earth-evading technique to gain entry. Shirji responded candidly. Earlier during lunch, news arrived that the sects of cultivation would hold a biennial disciple election at Longhu Hall tomorrow, which would also be open to the public, allowing everyone to join in the festivities. While approaching the bed with the peculiar aunt resembling Bai Bing, she conversed with the weak yet ethereal beauty, lying there. Luoka smiled politely and nodded, standing aside while awaiting the arrangements from the person in charge of the landing site, casting her gaze towards the towering world tree that reached into the heavens, ultimately concluding with the illusory pain curse from the starfruit in the back row. The desert giant scorpion, just regaining consciousness from its daze, succumbed midway to its frenzy, collapsing to the ground with the last remnants of its vitality. She reflected that when the Chu family fell victim to Ouyang Qianqing's scheme, and when she met her demise under King Snow's hand, Ouyang Qianqing surely shed no tears. For she had never bestowed upon him as much as Xiangyu had. Perhaps this was love, irreplaceable whether it shone brilliantly or lay humble. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao seemed to have forgotten whom she was confronting. The crown prince of Kyoto City, hailing from a noble lineage and possessing remarkable capabilities. How could such an exceptional individual not be proud? It was already commendable that he had yielded to her, acknowledging his own fault. Yet now Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared as if Han Jun could not bear to part with her, a stance that would never compel Han Jun to compromise. Chapter 147. Disguised though disdainful of the two women, Yun Wangchen could only mediate, hoping to bring this matter to a swift conclusion. Your Highness, the two young ladies are but inexperienced and fragile. They cannot withstand your wrath. Perhaps a gentler demeanor and discussions about art and music would ease their hearts. Upon witnessing the radiant light emanating from the bishop, the congregation fervently prayed. Have the items we brought from the central continent been taken by the Lord God? Bai Ling inquired. As the bulkiest titan fell, Mu Jing's Callista unexpectedly secured a pentacle, subsequently demolishing the enemy's second and high ground towers. Her ruby lips parted, releasing a melancholic tune with indistinct lyrics. What brings you here? If this partner had come solely to see her, she would not have posed such a question. Upon noticing this, Fang Duanqing's smile broadened, and with a single hand, he patted Lin Yu's back. The previously motionless Lin Yu suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, spewing a jet of black blood that vanished into thin air before it could touch the ground. However, it must be noted that if the enemy fails to eliminate the formidable champion promptly after the team battle commences, they will inevitably succumb to the devastating damage inflicted by him. A fully equipped champion can become a nightmare for all heroes. The moment his skill, blood tide, detonated, Mu Jing transformed from the blood pool state into human form, immediately casting his red fury Q to strike the crocodile, triggering Wind Rider's acceleration and distancing himself once more. As chilling shrieks echoed, several translucent, pale green specters appeared around them, wielding great swords and staring at them with hollow eyes. Ever since the elder concubines of the residents passed away, the days of the seventh uncle became increasingly arduous. Yunxue, let us return home. The day is waning, and the air is quite cold. It is best we return to our abode, settle everything, and then reminisce with our grandparents and uncles. Shun Hongjun suggested as he approached Yunxue. Shortly thereafter, the imperial physician arrived, stating that while the third prince's wound appeared alarming, it was not severe, and with treatment, there would be no scarring. After much persuasion, he managed to settle Hongshi down for rest, appeasingly sure, and sending her away. Lu Zhonghua, momentarily lost in thought, noticed Xian's faint smile, truly befitting for the leader of the special group. His composure was remarkable, not easily attained by many. Yet the realization that the poison had become ineffective in Xian's presence rekindled a sense of caution within him. Regardless, her father had passed away early. Had it not been for Ruoli consistently ensuring Ding Monsong looked after their family, who knows how they would have been bullied as orphans. Since Hao Ling's introduction last time, Ding's family had profited considerably from supplying tofu to restaurants. Meanwhile, Tao Junlan did not endeavor to fathom the emperor's thoughts or intentions. As she hurriedly returned to the Duke of Duan's residence with the eunuch from the treasure ship, Yunxue lifted the curtain, her gaze meeting Shun Hongjuan's concerned eyes.
Xue.
Do not be disheartened. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, Shun Hongjun gently reassured her. These past few days had indeed been joyful for her, a fact she could not deny. Yet, her slight nod only served to inflate Weiqin's pride, a situation she found particularly unwelcome, as she wished not for him to use this as a lesson to ensnare her further. The elder merely smiled and remained silent, allowing Wu Tian to discern that the elder was in the early stages of Alzheimer's, commonly known as senile dementia. Chapter 148. Private Transactions. Initially, Inga and Yenwu believed that the prince merely needed someone to reminisce about the late princess, and while they felt somewhat disappointed at not being favored, they were grateful to have retained their lives. Having regained composure from the earlier fright, the two women now perceived this as a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the gray-clad man beside them redirected the conversation towards Lord Chao. Indeed, Ming Jiangnan had also contemplated this, being recognized as the most astute member of the group. The explosion of the detonator triggered the destruction of the fuel tanker, igniting a conflagration of gasoline and diesel. With thick black smoke billowing and waves of heat rising, Guan Qingtsong silently released Zhuge Rou, clenched his fists, and glared at Zhuge Bai, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Raising fish may not be suitable. The water on the mountain is too cold, Zhao Tianhua remarked. In the past, there were attempts to raise fish fry, yet yields were meager, and growth was stunted compared to those in ponds. Instantly on guard, I grasped the demon-slaying staff and ensured the prepared elixir was at hand. After escorting Guan Zidong to Dongfeng City, the driver left behind the strongest among them to follow her while the rest of the Qinglong secret guards departed swiftly. Seizing the fragments of the sacred pearl, Lin Wei had long anticipated the intentions of the Fengya blood shadow, hence was not overly surprised. Upon witnessing all her comrades fallen in battle, Shandy was filled with uncontrollable rage and was about to unleash her ultimate forbidden technique when suddenly, her body was forcefully pushed from the side, causing her vision to spin disorientingly. Given Gan Ning's current state, it appeared he was still at his peak martial prowess. A stark contrast to the aging Huang Zhong of the 5 tiger generals, it remained uncertain who was the more formidable. Unlike in the game, however, the ground around the platform and flagpole was covered in soft cushions. The evacuation efforts were proceeding methodically, especially with the assistance of the UN peacekeeping forces, bringing a sense of order that relieved the previously concerned individuals. Brother, how did my extreme evasion just now look? Tang Tang reflected on the moment, feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive, akin to walking a tightrope, fearful yet entranced. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the moon was full. The tangyuan in the pot were round, families were united in happiness, joyful days were complete, sweet love was fulfilled, and together, the family enjoyed happiness and reunion. With careers flourishing, studies succeeding, and dreams realized, all year round in harmonious unity. Haha, interstellar elf, His Majesty was also supposed to come to bid you farewell, but he could not spare the time. Hence, I have been tasked to present you with the illusory mirror, Captain Yuan. If we were to replace it with the ancient terrifying goo worms, even a single larva would be capable of devouring all the spiritual herbs in the Lei Chen garden. At that time, the goo worms fed on spiritual medicine, with the spiritual herbs merely considered trifles. Subsequently, the motorcycle veered, traversing a few meters before arriving beside Miao Bingyun. Lei Chen balanced on one foot, deftly maneuvering the motorcycle to trace a circle on the ground before gradually coming to a halt. The mute servant would no longer appear before anyone. He was merely a beautiful yet hateful dream and nightmare, yearning to reclaim his homeland and throne. Able to seek out the world's most precious treasures for her, yet he could not retrieve the 17 or 18-year-old youth from the Western Rome for her. He picked up a dumpling filled with pork and chives, the meat abundant and the chives scarce, each bite bursting with savory essence from the pre-marinated filling. With a powerful push from his free right foot, the stiletto heel, enhanced by his martial spirit, sharply jabbed at the wrist of the fire lion. If that stab landed solidly, it would not only result in a broken hand or foot, but blood would surely flow profusely, and with ill fortune, it could even sever tendons. Chapter 149. Surrender. The original intention was merely to manipulate the motions of these two women, coaxing them into revealing some information, rather than pursuing any substantial action. Thus, as the two women exhibited vulnerability, Yun Wangchen and the others displayed an unprecedented level of tolerance and magnanimity. At least in that moment, neither lost their temper, but instead exchanged polite smiles. Inside the car, Qi recounted the matter of the pufferfish, then pulled back the curtain to gaze outside, only to discover Ning Yuanan standing beside his window. Please articulate the design concept of this project and the significance it seeks to convey. Lin Man nibbled on an apple while browsing Weibo, remarking on how astute Xi Ran was. These individuals, each worth hundreds, may perhaps herald the emergence of another titan in the construction industry. The mother of corruption's ability to consume and propagate the essence of the god of reproduction is fundamentally the reason for her enduring vitality over the years. A thunderous crack reverberated as a powerful gust of wind blasted the ground, creating a gaping pit 10 zhang deep, an awe-inspiring sight. A brief scream pierced the air before everything vanished, returning to tranquility. Nearby, Yang Yang's body suddenly shot into the air, hands drawn together, enveloped in a wisp of black energy. This should pose no issue. Jing knew well that such attire was not easy to wear. His brother would typically undergo several inspections before a performance. If not donned correctly, it would not only lack aesthetic appeal but could also appear quite comical. Upon returning, Shangguan Rouge found Shangguan Nan's expression still weighed down, yet no matter how she inquired, Shangguan Nan refused to divulge what had transpired with Qin Liang. Yang Do looked at the raucous crowd with a frown, noting that the loudest were primarily men who reveled in the misfortunes of other men. At a tea stall outside Shuiyue City, a burly man wielding a massive sword entered, scanning the area until his gaze settled on a delicate youth, striding toward him. Qiu Yun, quite hungover from yesterday's revelry, slept until morning. Upon waking, old Wang informed him that he was to meet a certain young masterly, the proprietor of a general store in need of an assistant, thus bringing him here to apply for the position and earn some pocket money. Huang Paopao. You too must summarize in your own words. Do not merely say to move forward, laughed Sei Nong. Silence. Yao slammed her hand on the lake surface, as visions in her mind swirled incessantly. Of course not. Yun Qing Snow lifted her gaze to Lu Ying, the icy demeanor in her eyes dissipating in an instant. As for Song Chongguang and Shiyu, their swimming skills could easily qualify for competitions. Once in the water, they were truly in their element. Counting the family, only Su Xiuxiu remained a complete novice at swimming, a pure and unadulterated landlubber. The sage, with no choice but to escort a gaggle of younger siblings who could walk and run but were not yet of age, arrived at the eastern suburb villa, ostensibly to accompany the Empress Dowager and the Supreme Emperor, fulfilling his filial duty. Mother, you should hurry inside. It's quite cold out here. At this moment, Song Yuanguan had already locked the car and began unloading luggage from the trunk, including a variety of fresh seafood he had specially procured for the family. Noticing Song Mu and Su Xiuxiu lingering at the doorstep, he called out a reminder. This location housed dozens of loyal engraved magic instructors, specifically summoned to aid Hellas' mission. Having traversed from the Chaos Empire through teleportation magic to this distant land, you must come with us. As for Saad, he appeared to be of little use, so he would remain here to await Havig. We would reconvene in another city. Gialdia said, linking her arm with Yao's. Have you guessed my identity? The boy's cool voice rang out once more, a blend of inquiry and certainty. Chapter 150, Acknowledgement of Mistake. The two women displayed an attitude of profound humility in admitting their mistake, even if it was merely a matter of slightly resembling one another. This could only be deemed a coincidence, not a fault. Nevertheless, the women unhesitatingly acknowledged it as their error, evoking a sense of compassion in those present, rendering them speechless. Observing the man's demeanor shift, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes and movements. Wang Zhang led the group, riding on the backs of the two majestic king crabs, Jia Gang and Jia Hong, as they departed from Mercury amidst the stars. Though their strength had diminished upon leaving, the two creatures were exceptionally joyful. Heading towards the Red Star. It's nothing. I merely wish to inquire about your godmother's health. Is she any better, or the same as before? Gu Yue chuckled lightly. Although Gu's family was small in number, as long as Gu Chuanqing remained, they would still hold a place in the council. Life is an unending struggle for survival. Just wait, I will not only survive but will also return to the capital to settle the score with you. At this moment, Diliriba was so frightened she could not utter a word. She had never encountered such a side of Lu Han. Was he truly killing? The dilapidated abode had not been cleaned for quite some time. I hope you can understand. With that, the steward exited, blending into the darkness of the corridor. Upon seeing Yichen approach, the dark cloud leopard let out an enraged roar. Yet curiously, it did not rise. It was still thin, with a faint, pleasant fragrance. She suddenly paused, feeling a burgeoning fondness for the taste of such kisses. Preserved within were intact internal organs, alongside the warm, emanating gastrointestinal organs, flowing out through the crack. This was a rather perilous endeavor. One could only hope that the entity from whom the crystal box was stolen would not harbor a grudge against him. By now, it was early spring, with melting snow everywhere, and as spring floods surged, typical fishing boats dared not risk crossing the river. When Qin Hao and his companions burst into the Yellow Turban camp, they immediately unleashed a frenzied slaughter until utterly spent. If he were to commit the same mistake again in the afternoon, what would become of the apothecary king's reputation? Although the specifics of that reputation were not widely known, true kings do not indulge in ostentation. And if it were you, would you kill him? Long Jianfei gripped the cup tightly in his hand. At this moment in late autumn, even the flowers and grasses of the 9 heavens could not escape the ravages of the autumn wind, obediently lying down. Some struggling for a moment before falling silent. Lu Chenxi, brimming with smiles, quietly indicated that she would assist her master in the kitchen, while Jin Che stealthily approached to observe the chess match. In Jianglin town, Lord, he held the greatest authority. Even the county magistrate often had to show him respect. Hence, to establish oneself in Jianglin town, one must pay a visit to Lord He. This was an enhancement of the original 3-flame pure fire by adding 2 more flames. Should it not be called 5 flames? Both father and son he were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Wei Qilong's keen hearing, as he had overheard even their hushed conversation. Consequently, Lord He's aged face grew more cautious, with an undercurrent of deep-seated fear seeping through. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Zui Yuanzhou. With the arrival of the sound, Zui Yuanzhou felt his arms tightly restrained, rendering him immobile. It is known that the Sea of Consciousness is a crucial sanctuary for cultivators. Leaving it unguarded and susceptible to attacks from others could inflict severe damage upon the soul. Cough, you. Bring it to me. Zhu Hozhao was already restless, shifting uneasily on the dragon throne. The governor of Nanjian Prefecture, having received news in advance, sent someone to greet Xia Qingyu at the city gate. Upon meeting Xia Qingyu, the governor exchanged pleasantries before inviting him to his residence. The courtyard was modest yet clean, adjacent to the dwelling of the 6th prince and Feng Wanlin. Chapter 151. Foolishness. Every move made here was not without observation. Qin Mingyu, who had been lurking in the shadows, quickly learned of the events transpiring here. Even though his father's illegitimate son refused to divulge all the information, it mattered not, as the eldest son of the Qin family. He possessed his own means to acquire such intelligence. It was not that he lacked capable subordinates. On the contrary, his gaze was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, and Wan Shiling's countenance was as dark as water, her eyes chillingly cold. Of course, Mu Ziqing nodded without hesitation. His heart inexplicably lightened at the thought of his sister regaining consciousness. Su Xian perhaps noticed my gaze lingering too long on Xian Yuanxi's face, unable to restrain herself. She tugged at my sleeve, signaling me to return to reality. Uncle Zheng needed to keep watch at night and did not need to remain outside continuously. A periodic patrol around the residential area would suffice. Later in the night, he would assist the Zhou family in making tofu, as daytime was his time for rest. Chen Tianjiao was quite pleased with the arrangements. After observing quietly for some time, he tacitly approved the marriage certificate request from Chen Wanxin and Zhao Yuan, on the condition that YH Company must go public. Meanwhile, in Inner Mongolia, due to financial maneuvers, Mo Qian held a significant portion of shares, while the remainder was jointly owned by YH Company and BC Company. She wished not to expend all her time and energy on a man who did not love her. Do you know what the 3 most renowned treasures of the Shichu kingdom are? A hint of inscrutable amusement flickered in Dong Fengyu's eyes. She merely provided the conceptual design. Everything else was completed by others, Lan Zhaoyu remarked lightly. Observing the quivering figure on the hospital bed, Lin Yufei instinctively reached out to offer comfort. But recalling Wu Yeye's indifference to suffering, his heart swelled with anger. Remembering the rescued Tang Xiaowan, Jimin raised an eyebrow and chose to sit on the stairs. Unwilling to meet anyone, Chuling speculated that the call had provided him with a pretext to release Yi Bingxian, offering her a friendly reminder. Listening to every word spoken by Hua Qingsong, Feng Zhe felt a chilling breeze sweep over his back. Although Hua Qingsong's scheme was insidiously clever, it paled in comparison to that of Princess Jingru. Upon receiving the news today, Feng Zhe once again grasped the depth of cunning possessed by every member of the royal family. An endless stream of dark energy surged forth from Ho Qing's body. The steel pipes and cement plunged in, as if sinking into the depths of the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Given my current mood, I was on the verge of drowning my sorrows in drink, contemplating whether it would be better for everyone to simply end me. A super expert who had reached the 7th level of external energy could only linger at the gateway to the new world. What did that signify? It indicated that those who could enter the new world either lacked the 9th level of external energy or the 5th stage of internal energy, rendering them unworthy of even a greeting, and that was merely the baseline ability. The old duke merely inquired about my sentiments, and I had already conveyed our sibling stance. Contemplating Song Yuan's expression of seeming fulfillment, Lu Hong was suddenly filled with a myriad of emotions. Gabriel swung the cross in his hand directly at Lu Kuan, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Out of magic, are you?"
Prepare to die.
In his mind, he envisioned the enemy exploding into a mass of blood and mud under his fierce strike, with the high-grade artifact, the precious mirror, falling into his grasp. Ling Long and Rower animatedly discussed how the shop should be renovated, tirelessly considering the arrangement of flowers once the renovations were complete.
Xiangya.
"Why are you still standing in the courtyard? Come inside," Lu Ernyang called out, breaking Lu Xiangya's train of thought. Chapter 152. Threat. Upon hearing those words, Qin Mingyao's emotions became even more unstable, his voice laced with disdain. "What does this mean? The person I cherish most is not someone you can insult at will. If you do not comprehend such matters, there is no need for you to serve me. Leave at once." The steward, taken aback by this remark, felt helpless. Before long, Zheng Feng was brought to the abandoned palace. Upon seeing the palace, Zheng Feng confirmed that the abandoned nation had indeed been established and was remarkably powerful. Not daring to show any disrespect, Zheng Feng performed a deep bow to the young man at the innermost part of the palace. The master of the Taiping sect had once received a scripture from the Taiping divine man, from which he comprehended the supreme swordsmanship known as the Taiping sword technique. However, this technique could only be cultivated by the true disciples. The cloaked figure was a middle-aged man in his 30s, his face pale, eyes wide with fury. Not much different from the other individuals encountered by Blood Young Master previously. In less than 3 seconds, he departed from Zhuang Qingyu, leaving her standing dumbfounded and motionless. How could Bai Li endure the loss of her legacy, becoming someone else's possession? With a fierce shout, she lashed out at Zhou Tsang. Although Zhou Tsang was taken aback by Bai Li's courage to confront him, his battle-hardened instincts kicked in, and he raised his iron shield. In this place littered with corpses, a sudden sound made my skin crawl with fear. Speaking of Ing Chi stealing your master's resurrection spell manuscript, I shot a glance of disbelief at Eli. Li Xiaofu shook his head repeatedly, still unable to come to terms with Tang Lichuan's rapid rise in power. Xiao Nan attempted to step into the abyss. But upon triggering some kind of restriction, a terrifying noise erupted from within, reminiscent of rolling thunder. "You currently possess half of my internal energy. But since you lack martial arts techniques, Every punch you throw is merely a display of brute force. At this moment, both of them realized that the ancient demonic resentment they had encountered previously was merely a trace of the overflowing energy from the long spear. Its power insufficient compared to what they now witnessed. Could it be that the hormones of adolescence cloud one's judgment? Every time Xiao Wei thought of this, he felt a pang of shame and discomfort. In a couple of days is my birthday. I wonder what gift my dear will prepare for me?
Katua inquired playfully.
Touching her lips with a smile. When he gazed at her with a sense of pride, a smile suddenly froze on his face, sending chills down his spine. Perhaps heaven was hinting that a perfectly timed love was meant for me. What is meant to come will arrive naturally. Deceiving myself in the meantime serves no purpose and only leads to greater heartache. As the clock approached 10, my sister Lena and I went to the factory to accompany the guests in inspecting the samples. Wei Qing had not anticipated such an occurrence. Leaving him no time to react, his face instantly frozen in shock. Thus, while Tian Ergung knelt before Wei Zhongxian in apology, numerous family members from the rear appeared, panting as if utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Many spoke loudly, particularly the cultivators from Jianxin Palace, who wholeheartedly supported Yang Yi. Yao Guanbing was an elder of the Purple Gold Alliance among the 3 leagues and 2 associations, and he had shared life and death experiences with the leader of the Purple Gold Alliance. Indeed, as Elder Zhang and others have stated, regarding the cultivators at the Golden Core stage, their prowess renders them incapable of intervening. The only reliance rests solely on Yi Tian himself. Did he not go to negotiate with the young lady from the colonel's family?
Han Siyun remarqued nonchalantly.
If this young master could indeed save his wife, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for him. Chapter 153. Dispute. Upon hearing these words, the young man merely cast him a glance and then, with a tone rife with certainty, proclaimed, even if this matter were a mistake made by a servant, what could the young master do? This situation has already reached a conclusion. The 2 women have successfully infiltrated the Duke's side. The young master is too preoccupied with matters of affection, losing the opportunity. Should a similar situation arise in the future, what would become of him if he continues to exhibit such sentimentality? The 3 guests, seeing that Chao Gang had no new instructions, disregarded the identity of their opponent and immediately engaged in a scuffle with Elder Zheng. 2 foreigners began to argue with the stout man about who would be left behind. Their discussion escalated to the point of nearly exchanging insults about each other's families. Jiang Ning seized some flower snails to purchase and spoke at length with Pan Ziyunio about various seaside delicacies, urging her to remain vigilant. At this moment, the emaciated man, consumed by despair, felt an overwhelming desire to simply lie down, even losing his appetite for delicious food. With their worries about sustenance alleviated, they no longer rushed to complete their tasks at night. After a brief exchange of tentative words, Lin Cheng discerned that this innate master was exceedingly cautious and proficient in the art of evasion. Wu Xia offered some words of comfort to Zhang Haiyan, though he too felt a rising apprehension, having just witnessed numerous coffins with their lids flung open. He wondered if the restless spirits had been the cause of this disorder, and if so, he strongly advised them to bind themselves with ropes while they slept. Is the essence indestructible? Murmured the man in dark glasses, glancing at his shadow on the wall. This implied that if the mission were to fail, the altered self would inevitably forget her noble and elegant identity as a princess, succumbing to an unsafe state within the vampire's castle. Additionally, her revelation as the author of those works elevated her esteem for Mo Nanbei to unprecedented heights. A wall of ice erupted from the ground, materializing before Yi Siming, emanating a frigid aura that directly obstructed the fiery serpent's assault. Each revision group must conduct a thorough review of new members, adhering to specific standards. It is not merely a matter of presence. The Su family found themselves embroiled in a bitter dispute with the hospital, even causing the father of Lu Qianing to feel a twinge of guilt, as it was indeed his physician. The youth who had spoken earlier, though indignant, recognized the prevailing tide had turned against them. They could no longer contest the might of the Qin Empire. With that, he ceased to concern himself with the young man before him. In Li Ziqian's view, coexisting in the same space with the other party only fostered a constant sense of readiness for conflict. Otherwise, he would not dare to affront the world, shaming and punishing Yushun with such brazen deeds. Before she could act, a rustle in the grass revealed a black cat emerging. He had not touched a textbook in a long while, but now he was compelled to peruse it to teach his classmates. At that moment, His intent was purely to alleviate the emotional turmoil and anxiety of the other. Thus, despite the fierce exchange, he exerted no real force. Yet she was acutely aware that this was the realm of slaves, a world utterly devoid of reason. Lu Ningyo ultimately chose the left path. Although no monsters appeared at present, she remained cautious. In the past, Empress Lu wielded absolute control over the court, and Emperor Zai Murongjing was adopted under her name. The emperor's concubines would never be granted to the Wang family. The carriage traveled steadily towards Chenghan, without any sense of urgency, merely progressing at a leisurely pace. However, something felt amiss. If the heart demon had seized Taiju's form, she and the green-eyed one would be ill-equipped to contend with him. Yet if it were not the heart demon's doing, what had befallen Taiju? Chapter 154. Scheme. The man in gray suddenly froze in place, though a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. The two individuals he had selected were meticulously chosen, bearing a striking resemblance to the princess. He was confident that even if the young master encountered them, he would be ensnared in confusion, let alone a mere prince. The rapport between the two had never been particularly strong, and after prolonged delays, what more could be said? They were left with nothing but to swallow their bitterness in silence. He had already devised a plan to address these matters while on the phone outside, arranging everything meticulously for her. However, witnessing the reality struck with a force far more intense than anticipated, a pain that pierced deeply into the heart. Xiao Lingyang chastised herself, perplexed at how she could entertain such chaotic thoughts. Su Qingying, with a mere thought, caused the ropes binding the young master to snap, even unlocking the door. 11 years prior, O'Neill and Penny Hardaway had led the Magic to the finals, a duo envied by all. Both were exceptionally gifted, yet regrettably, after reaching the finals, they were swept away by the Houston Rockets in a 4-0 defeat. Though he would become increasingly demanding in the evenings, Yili found that he rather enjoyed that version of him. After all, the essence of romantic life lay in that fiery passion. Reluctant to part ways with Gu Nianxi, the current dire circumstances made it impossible for him to gamble with her life, thus leaving her behind was the safest choice. Xia Imo had already heard Xin Qing's voice. Though it was but a single word of death, she recognized it as belonging to Xin Qing, suggesting that Murong Hung was nearby. If she was not mistaken, he might be in close proximity to this very house. The Empress was clearly urging him to return to the palace, should matters remain unresolved in the coming days. How would he provide justice to the Liang family? Initially, Qiyu felt bewildered, but upon reflection, he wondered how such an extraordinary occurrence could exist in the world. Yes, Brother Feng. The crowd responded, and Tang Feng perceived the profound trust emanating from their eyes. Indeed, they had faith in him. The Yundao Temple? Li Tianqi found it hard to fathom that this was the very Ziyundao Temple that had once existed in his mind. Yet this did not guarantee that he would surpass those of the past, akin to the revered Earth-Old Era's Tianjiao, Ho Tu Wuzu, who was merely a mortal devoid of any cultivation talent yet comprehended the cycle of reincarnation after a series of transformations. Following the mountain path upwards and descending from the summit, at the base lay a cave that marked the heart of the formation. The Snow King pointed towards the seemingly endless mountain trail, his face radiating anticipation. In truth, how could such phenomena be confined solely to Korea? It was likely that many places experienced similar occurrences. Tang Feng was uncertain of the reasons behind it, nor did he wish to know, as even knowledge of the cause would not alter the reality. Though he had inadvertently agreed to this fellow's proposal, he felt no regret, only a sense that his concentration had waned of late, perhaps signaling an impending significant event. Menger, what is the matter? Lin Qingxian was the first to notice something amiss, her voice ringing out in alarm, her youthful face etched with concern. Mr. Li, do not force yourself. Try to expel everything you can. These toxins can all be purged from this side. Relax your entire body. Xiao Yunfei spoke calmly. It appeared he took pride in his official position. The audacity of his son stemmed from his influence. What do you think would happen if his position were to be stripped away? Zhang Donghai inquired with a smile at Chengdachui. Chapter 155. Pitiful, your words are indeed amusing, even more so than the foolish actions you have displayed today. You refer to him as my lord, whilst I call him father. This epitomizes the distinction between us, does it not? Qin Mingyu has been provoked, otherwise he would never stoop to quarreling with the likes of them. After all, the esteemed young Master Qin has always regarded bastards with disdain. I, Tan Xingyun, gazed vacantly out the window, oblivious to the words of Lu Wen and Zuobo, uncertain if I had even absorbed their remarks. Upon hearing Li Mingren's inquiry, not only did the attendees perk up their ears, but even the silently lurking Kong Mingshiri began to listen intently. Tam Lingxi cast a stiff glance at Rong Qingyu before turning away, sullenly fixating on Tan Xingyun's retreating figure, evidently struck by her words. To commemorate Tan Xingyun's discharge from the hospital on the third evening as the head of the family, Rong Xingyuan summoned all members of the Rong family to partake in a dinner together in the dining hall. Master. The reason no one within the sect practices the blood transformation technique is not only due to the excruciating pain during its execution, but the requirement for vital blood for cultivation presents the technique's greatest flaw. I turned on the light. He sat despondently in the chair, a plethora of cigarette butts cluttering the ashtray before him. Gan Lu was overjoyed, and all the creatures felt as if they had taken a calming elixir, promptly vanishing to search for the star map. Shi Haodong found the situation amusing as he patted Shi Fei on the shoulder, saying, "Did we not agree to dine? Why linger here?" When Wang Yuetian abruptly mentioned fireworks, a perplexed expression crossed the faces of most present. While Zhang Pingtian's countenance subtly shifted upon hearing Wang Yuetian's comments regarding fireworks. Excluding his own interests, he also had to consider Shi Pan, Shi Fei, and Zhou Daji. For should he fall, they would suffer as well. The Xian Yao mountains were blanketed in snow, flurries swirling about, causing everyone to sink into the ground by more than a foot as fierce winds accompanied the snow, rendering it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Thus, young executioners, along with seasoned ones, found themselves in a paradoxical desire to become killers while simultaneously wishing to evade that fate. In an instant, Lin Qianqian was taken aback, as it dawned on her that she had yet to see a photograph of the thief, let alone know where he resided. After all, her presence here was merely due to her friend from the Lin family guiding her. Wang Hao continued deeper into the mountains, although he had bested the second prince. The grand hunting ceremony was far from over. Tian Wei suddenly drew his sword, shaking it skyward, as wisps of wind elements gradually converged at the blade's tip. As the wind elements grew denser, Tian Wei swung his arm, bringing the sword down fiercely towards Chu Yao's shoulder. "Hong Jie, tell me, what else can I do for you? If only time could be reversed." Feng Shi embraced Hong Lian tightly, fearful she might vanish at any moment. Once the brilliant light subsided, Li Zhuanqiao beheld a door appear on the wall, filled with various items. However, the scene before him was exceedingly blurred, revealing itself as an effect created by several mist formations converging together. After the elderly lady had her fill, Li Qingxin wheeled her around the garden, where the blooming flowers delighted her, prompting her to reach out and touch them occasionally. Listening to Li Lu's words, Lu Xian shook her head in resignation, inexplicably relieved. She neither affirmed nor denied Li Lu's statements, choosing instead to act as if she had not heard them. Chapter 156. Discord. The servants below understood the young master's intentions, recognizing his disdain for this gentleman as entirely justified. The young master's sentiments are indeed accurate. The subordinates concur that the gentleman's actions were indeed reckless. Not only were they rash, but they also seemed somewhat erroneous. The young master has always approached matters with a unique perspective, never resorting to ostentatious displays. Prime Minister Tian Qianqiu had initially resolved to avoid entanglements. Yet upon hearing of Su Rinji's impending punishment, he became alarmed. Chun Hu blew his whistle, and under the drag of dolphins and great white sharks, the pirate ship swiftly approached, subsequently opening the private messaging interface on Douyu TV to send a message. Just as the chief family was growing anxious, earlier this year, the PLA 181 hospital, with which they had business ties, learned of the patient's condition and decided to assist with a heart transplant, fundraising to alleviate part of the surgical expenses. She suddenly realized a critical point. This individual was a great demon. Who did he have to fear? Who did he need to hide from? "Ma'am, do you harbor concerns?" The demeanor of the elderly matriarch did not escape Qing Shuang's scrutiny, stirring further doubts within her. Even if Chun Hu were to become a martial artist, could he withstand bullets? Certainly, no one in this world could endure gunfire. And even the masters of transformation would find themselves similarly vulnerable. At best, they might suppress injuries sustained from a bullet, but a shot to a vital area would still prove fatal. Jin Qian was relatively young, previously presenting as a man in his 30s, exuding both charm and a mature gravitas, possessing a unique allure. Once again, he arrived, inquiring about the condition of Wang Feng, aware that her time was limited. He sat beside Wang Feng, grasping his uncle's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. The elderly matriarch looked at Qing Shuang in confusion, faced with Qing Shuang's sudden reversal. She found herself at a loss for judgment. Yes, I shall comply with your wishes. The Empress responded, beckoning Zhang Wanfu to step forward. Zhang Wanfu bowed deeply and approached. As the Empress pointed to an orchid in the roster, making a few annotations while softly instructing Zhang Wanfu once more. Do you truly believe Atlantis is a sacred land? This place is fraught with peril. Your survival here is nothing short of miraculous. Ling Feng's tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction and sternness. Such a scenario had never been encountered before. Han Wei, Lu Shi, you two remain here. If anything seems amiss, immediately go to rescue Li Hua. I will search for a means of escape. Old Zheng said, passing a short sword to Han Wei, declaring that without weapons, they could not offer much assistance. The furious Camille resembled a raging lion, causing the surrounding angels to fall silent, too intimidated to provoke her wrath. Jean Lian, is this your home? Ling Shufang gazed in disbelief at the exquisitely decorated villa, struggling to accept what lay before her.
Sua Suen.
Gunyan called out, perplexed as to why he was present and why he had been gazing at her for so long. I do not know. Xiao Rong frowned slightly, observing her elder sister's expression. Hearing Zhou Suen mention that the Tang family had prepared this place prior to his arrival. It became evident that her family had been in the know all along, while they had been kept in the dark. Before reaching the Alchemists' Guild, among the throng, Yang Feng and Mo Yun were already spotted searching for the Alchemists' Guild members from Sanshao City. Suddenly, Tang Yun stepped forward, pulling the ninth princess into the room while locking Rong Liang outside the door. Ling Kuei's nascent soul sat serenely with closed eyes, legs crossed, tranquil as a maiden. Breathtakingly beautiful. Longin followed his gaze towards Jun Qilua's brow, where he indeed noticed a faint bluish-purple mark at the center of her forehead, only visible due to the perfect lighting illuminating her face. Chapter 157. Confrontation. Upon hearing these words, Yun Yan's expression tightened, and he proactively opened the door, addressing the prince and the other brothers. The princess has just detected suspicious movements outside. Prepare for defense. Safety is paramount, for the opposition may harbor ill intentions. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention toward him. The previously silent Chenghan rubbed his forehead, as if pained, then spoke thoughtfully. Lei Li synchronized with Feng Long to perform a warm-up gesture, evidently prepared to engage with the Wind Emperor. Upon hearing Li Ningyu's words, Zhang Dong's previously gloomy disposition evaporated instantly. He sprinted forward, grasped the handle outside the command vehicle, and leaped inside. Yi Zhengfeng let out a wild laugh before stepping back 3 paces, his figure mysteriously vanishing from everyone's sight. A delicate hand brushed against her cheek, gently wiping away her flowing tears, as he smirked and fell into a tranquil slumber. His flamboyant blue attire showcased his elegance, resembling a celestial being. Su Yan felt the chilling aura of the blade's intent locking onto him, an icy breath akin to the frigid tides of the underworld washed over him, causing a subtle change in his complexion. The military serves as the principal pillar of the state apparatus, the sole guarantee of national strength and societal stability. During the latter part of the Qianlong era, political corruption led to military negligence and the decay of martial readiness. Qiu Shaozi could assure that, were it not for the matters of the previous generation, he and Yi Lingfeng could have undoubtedly become close brothers. The might of a nuclear bomb is insurmountable by any force. Even the alliance of 3 kings would sustain varying degrees of damage.
Imagine.
Even the most hardened body of the insect king could not remain unscathed in the face of a nuclear detonation. At this moment, Li Ningyu had already boarded the sedan returning to Wuyo Palace. He was aware that Huang Song's subsequent remarks would undoubtedly provoke a series of reactions. So, he needed to sidestep certain issues to allow the proceedings to continue. If both parties remained entrenched, it would benefit neither. Big brother, may I make a few wishes? Xia Yuan looked up at me, her clear eyes brimming with emotion. Without delay, Wang Wei added Dante as a friend and additionally included 23 elite disciples of the mafia. He suspected Jiang Nan to be his old friend, Emperor Jiang Jiangtexu. He speculated that the call echoing through the chaos for over 1 trillion years would resonate once more. Thus Jiang Nan must be present at the Daoist ceremony. However, this could only be seen as a minor flaw, unable to overshadow the preciousness of this potion. You are new here, are you not aware of the rules? This imperial rice is off limits. It is exceedingly precious, especially this fruit-bearing imperial rice. The old man shouted at her. Yet, the true challenge lay with the Jingdian group. While he excelled in combat, he knew little of business. Initially believing that mastery of one law would lead to understanding all, he soon discovered this was far from the case. At this moment, the communication jade pendant emitted a blinding light, and Yi Xingqian's consciousness instantly entered the pendant, followed by hearing a message. Presently, Yi Xingqian was cultivating the diamond transformation. When Master Qingmu bestowed it upon him, he mentioned that if perfected, his spiritual body might even reach the 6th tier. Make a call first. Mother observed the neatly stacked red bills, her pupils slightly dilating, but moments later, she regained her composure and nudged my arm to remind me. Hello, welcome. The sales assistant at the entrance greeted Jiang Ning with a smile more endearing than professional, a testament to the advantages of good looks, rendering one welcome wherever they went. Yet, this chain was of a higher grade, far superior to the divine binding rope, capable of restraining even gods and demons, rendering both individuals pierced through the peepa bones. With their divine abilities, physical forms, and consciousness all locked away. Chapter 158. The assassin. This cold demeanor did not temper his enthusiasm. Rather, it piqued his interest as he remarked. Li Er's manner of speaking, though somewhat roundabout, possessed a unique charm. Indeed, she was no longer the same as before, now appearing even more intriguing. I pondered whether Li Er would still be willing to explore Jiangnan with me. Despite having heard the assassin's decisive refusal of the general's proposals, Yang Wu did not immediately return to Jinling, but instead ordered a detour to Xuzhou. I turned to see a figure clad in a white long robe appearing before me, and upon recognizing the visitor, my eyes widened in disbelief. When Wang Qin first attempted to treat him, the physician's attitude was unwaveringly high-handed, dismissing Wang Chun without hesitation. Now, faced with his own impotence, he began to yield, which Wang Chen found most displeasing. If one had the ability, they should remain resolute. Humph. Lin Yi's expression turned icy. Fists clenched, unleashing a barrage of blows towards his face. Wang Chen followed the flight attendant to the ordinary section, where a middle-aged man lay motionless on the floor, resembling a corpse. The second method should be a strategic approach, necessitating keen eyesight. The challenge lies in whether one can locate the alpha predator and create an opportunity to strike before succumbing in battle. Once successfully executed, the chances of escape would greatly increase. In that unknown space, the arrogant elder was absent, leaving only the eccentric elder and the gaunt-faced elder. The latter was speaking. This decisive victory not only captured over 7,000 prisoners, but also seized numerous commanders of the allied forces, particularly Wei Quanfeng, the leader of the alliance. Capturing him would render the conquest of Fuzhou effortless. Enlightened by the key elements, Yan Zhen felt a surge of joy, harboring no regrets. Yan Zhen raised his cup and savored his drink. If that white horse expert truly had a connection to the mother and son, then ultimately, our enmity was minimal. Rather, we were likely to share familial ties, potentially leveraging their strength in the future, Xue Ding mused. Xia Qingxiao and Lord Jiao exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that Lu Jiaming was concealing something and that the hidden matter must relate to the murderer. What kind of murderer would compel Lu Jiaming to be so reticent? Han Yu merely smiled, entrusting the remaining tasks to the steward, and within half an hour, she had successfully transferred the majority of the remaining grain, even distributing a portion to Zhou Yigong. Just then, her phone rang. Fan Xingmei glanced at the caller ID, seeing it was Qiu Yingying, and promptly hung up, opting to send a text instead, continuing her work. Consequently, Qiu Yingying ceased to disturb her. This enhanced the overall competition's appeal and provided more opportunities for some civilian contestants. They were all kind-hearted individuals, striving to do their best in all endeavors, which fostered mutual assistance among neighbors and the formation of friendships. If the first attempt to return was unsuccessful, there would always be another opportunity. Guan Zhuo refrained from reproach, but expressed her discontent. In that moment, Lin Rongshan appeared less unfamiliar. He finally embraced me, and after all this time, since our marriage and subsequent quarrels, his previously indifferent demeanor seemed to have softened slightly. The surrounding seawater instantly coalesced into square-like walls, encasing him within. However, the jungler was reluctant to depart so easily, without waiting for the mid-laner to react. He dashed forward with an E-flash. Although this celestial-grade star artifact appeared to be a great sword composed of talismans, it was, in fact, a single talisman transformed. Chapter 159. Disturbance. Upon hearing this, Chenghan mistakenly believed he was ready to acknowledge his identity and stepped forward excitedly, his tone imbued with joy as he proclaimed, "Yes. Yes, indeed. All those prior matters were my fault, and the most important thing is that you are willing to return to my side and marry me once more. To receive your regard again fills me with gratitude. Rest assured, I shall never betray your trust." In the face of Jia Cici's sudden volatility, Qinggu felt genuinely unaccustomed. "You might still be dreaming. Haven't you awakened yet?" Long Yu retorted impatiently, yet she dared not meet Yang Zhe's gaze. After all, he was unaware whether hunters had ever existed on the parallel planet, finding himself in an identical awkward situation. After everyone had departed, Helan Shui holstered her pistol, her gaze scrutinizing Xia Qiushui with the intensity typically reserved for a rival. However, they did not dwell on it for long. Apart from the Five Poison sect, Meng Lingyue and Sun Yu both hailed from the demonic path and had committed numerous misdeeds in their early years, rendering such behavior unremarkable to them. Lu Qinghe, without a hint of hesitation, nodded decisively and straightened up to approach Lu Yuanshan. The once icy persona of the police flower vanished, replaced by a subtly enigmatic smile curling at the corners of her lips. At the very moment the colossal paw of the great tower descended, Su Wang swiftly mobilized the chopping wood heart method, channeling a wisp of green mist within. With clenched fists, he bravely withstood the great tower's powerful strike, causing it to stagger back a mere few steps due to the backlash. Yet, as she uttered these words, her conviction faltered, for Lung Zishi harbored an odd sensation. "Brother Yang, is there still no clue?" Xiao Etian inquired, his urgency prompting a shift from addressing Yang Jian as Director Yang to Brother Yang. Shun Weixian narrowed his eyes, feeling a restless heart swell with ambition, inflating uncontrollably. Time flowed like water, and after an indeterminate duration, the entity known as Wu Dao slowly opened its eyes. After Zhou Zheng transformed into an orange cat, his appearance remained unchanged, yet he emanated an aura of newfound spirit. Chen's mother remained vigilant, eyeing Du Zhe with suspicion, even contemplating capturing the villain's likeness on her phone, while Chen's father emerged from behind. The family of three was united. Wei Heng naturally contemplated this layer of meaning. He clasped his hands behind his back and gestured to Yunxia. Especially in his previous state of confusion, he had resembled a being devoid of any emotion. "I am not from the National Masteress estate. I am Huang Xiaofu, the core elder ranked 50th of the Yunxia sect. Why do you, a mere mercenary guild leader, behave so arrogantly, as if you are invincible?" Elder Huang furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Wu Dao. Gung Hao turned to leave through the corner door, only to suddenly recognize a familiar face. Shi Xiaoyu was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Upon reflection, she realized that Dugu must have orchestrated something behind her back, prompting her to mentally chastise him. 1,000 miles away, in a vast basin, a monstrous beast lay quietly, its massive body undulating like a mountain peak rising from the ground, making it nearly impossible for one to discern it as an enormous creature. "Help me contact Lung Yifeng." Wan Lichuan's deep, melodious voice resonated through the phone into Gudong's ears. Lian Qingshan hurriedly led his son home, where Fu Hongju awaited with trepidation. Upon seeing her husband return with their son, she was taken aback, asking, "What is happening? Why are you two back together?" She had assumed her son was still asleep in the other room. The spirit cat recoiled in fear, shaking its head repeatedly. The request was utterly outrageous and beyond its capabilities, preferring to stand on its head instead. Chapter 160. Waiting, the two individuals nodded in agreement, and then the three of them dispersed to different locations. Observing the scene, Chenghan inched closer to the woman before him, feeling quite assured about the situation. Although these individuals were skilled in their own right, they were no match for those by his side. The leader's words rang true. Each of his companions had been forged in the crucible of battle. None were fools. As soon as they departed, the doctor clad in a white coat swiftly retrieved his phone, typing furiously. Zhang Ping learned that the county was preparing to appoint individuals to manage the refugee village, prompting him to seek his elder sister for a position. It persisted for over a minute until a resigned sigh echoed in the void, followed by its disappearance. The wild grass consultant shook his head, suddenly adopting a humble demeanor, stating that the main characters of the night were not him, but rather the Four Maple Courtyard and the Shindai. He employed his most proficient skills in an attempt to surpass Guo Erkin, striving to regain a modicum of honor. Although his strength was lacking, he managed the entire underground world for the Monster Clan, which was a considerable contribution, making him well qualified for the position of the first squad leader. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the tranquility of the Grand Hall, startling the mentor and disciple back to reality. Had it not been for the other party possessing a fragment of Titan's power, he would have wished to distance himself from this explosive situation immediately. He was indeed bothersome. Compared to Ji Yuaning, he lacked both awareness and self-awareness. Lin Ning, uninterested in further conversation, simply strode forward. "Are you curious why I'm working here?" Akita Shingo inquired while igniting the flame for Shindayu. At that moment, they infused their spiritual energy into the universe, causing radiant beams of light to emanate from the wood, signifying exploration, a tremendous boon for them. The intricate entanglement of complexities cast a shadow over the entire Ji family, enveloping Luoyang in gloom. As soon as Lu Man mounted the carriage, she untied the white rope from her waist, initially intending to visit Rena Hall. She recalled that those who had gone to the morning hall were believed to bring ill fortune elsewhere, so she directly returned to Lanting Island, cleansing herself in the purification chamber to wash away the bad luck. If the accuracy was sufficiently high, one could potentially join the provincial basketball team as an outside point guard. Regardless of whether the goal was purely monetary or held ulterior motives, it could still be considered a positive development. At this juncture, the dynamics of strength between the two were no longer confined to themselves, but were significantly influenced by the support behind each of them. With swift motions, the vassal lord was caught off guard. Having no time to curse, he quickly recoiled his outstretched fist, crossing his arms defensively before his face, enduring several wind blade strikes that dimmed his protective red flames considerably. One moment of work, hair is a nuisance. With that, Meng Nuo donned his coat and grabbed his phone, heading outside. Luo Xiaozhuang took deep breaths to calm himself. He genuinely believed Gu Qiujian had gone mad. For an astounding 40,000 had surged across the bridge. Each person has their own fate. Who can say for certain?
Sao Rei mused.
Relieved that his first task in this world involved zombies. The moment this thought emerged, they all felt a wave of dizziness, and the scenery before them began to warp. "Boss, why are you hitting me?" Shan Zhu shielded his head with his foreleg, gazing at the fire monkey in fear. Gao Yang repelled Zhang Siren's attack with a swift strike, then single-handedly swung the club, propelling the criminal away with the momentum. Though he said this, Madame Piao Piao did not afford Ling Er the chance to respond, directly presenting the pill before her eyes. When Ling Er finally discerned the pill, it was once again offered beneath her nose. Chapter 161. Discovery. Yun Wangchen's icy demeanor starkly contrasted with the person Si Chenghan remembered, as if they were entirely different beings. Yet, Si Chenghan was confident he had not misidentified her. The individual before him was indeed the Li heir he had longed for, albeit hindered by certain inconvenient reasons or unresolved emotional ties that compelled her to deny her identity. Thus, Si Chenghan resolved to take action to restore what had been lost. In the realm of the deities, Tianai retreated immediately after activating the spatial transfer array, observing the changes alongside everyone else. Although his master often appeared disoriented and unclear, when her mind was lucid, the fierce demeanor she exhibited was something even her master could not withstand. After waiting for an eternity without anyone entering the Golden Needle room to update her on the situation outside, she could only pout and turn back to her chambers, just in time to overhear Lin Zhao's murmurs. Instinctively, she placed her hands on her hips, preparing to glare and grind her teeth as she inquired. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wanzhu was abruptly pushed against the palace wall at the corner by Helian Yujue, his towering figure descending upon her, capturing her lips in a heavy kiss. However, Master Uncle, although changing clothes is merely changing clothes, so many people in this town know us. What if someone recognizes us? Master Uncle, are we not afraid of embarrassment? Lu Daoan said. Ma Yu, Tan Chuan and others arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, they couldn't help but shed tears. Reflecting on the moment, you were originally more astute than I. In the future, do not fear the challenges of cultivation, just proceed confidently. Ma Yu, now diligently guiding his junior disciples, exuded the demeanor of a true leader. Qin Mohan gazed at the closed door before him, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes as cold as the ice formed over millennia. Tell me where Granny Li is, and I shall spare your life. Hua Shua spoke first, his voice devoid of warmth. He was indeed taken aback. This was the Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace, the highest authority who once governed the realm. When Liang observed him, yet could discern no ruthless determination, it seemed he spoke these words with a tinge of regret. Even the stout-hearted Xiaoying could not withstand such relentless blows. It was akin to rubbing salt into a wound. Truly an affront. I force myself to utter the words, Your Highness. Well, Respecting NPCs is my guiding principle. After all, I have nothing to lose. Reality is exceedingly harsh, even if one is reluctant to confront it. The once vague memories are becoming clearer. The scene before me had appeared countless times in Lin Qiu's dreams, but this time, it was the most vivid. Perhaps what you dread most, what you wish to avoid, will inevitably draw closer due to various circumstances. Now, Yan Fei lay intoxicated and unconscious, and Shen Chongfeng could only toss her onto the guest bed, intending to speak with her the next day. Murong Xie finally realized, breaking free from her grasp. Hurriedly adjusting his clothing, and made his way towards the northern courtyard. Yan Fei, go sleep on the bed for a while. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Around 4 a.m, Su Kiki woke up and, upon getting up to relieve herself, discovered Yan Fei curled up on the sofa. Her heart twisted painfully, filled with both compassion and guilt. Naturally, external matters held no relevance to Lu Ning. He merely wished to quietly operate a fine restaurant, having no desire to entangle himself in tumultuous affairs. With game prompts, the selected individuals would follow the instructions relentlessly, completing various designated tasks, transforming into puppets of points. As she walked towards Sinang Palace, Sijin felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart, unsure how long she had been walking, stumbling along the way. Xiangyi retrieved the jade piece given to her by Chuxin from her bosom and placed it into Zhangzhu's hands. Left with no choice, I pushed open Zhang Minglang's office door and, under Xie Cunhui's unnerving gaze, slowly prepared water for tea. Chapter 162. Rescue. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their attention. Indeed, noticing the actions of a few individuals. These individuals, realizing their movements had been discovered, had nothing to lose and swiftly raised their hands, intending to break the poison pouch. However, they were still too slow, especially in a room filled with experts. They were no match for them. Ultimately, this matter could only end in silence. There was no way to locate the blood demon and neutralize the ticking time bomb hidden within the team. Chan Qingdi raised his hand, and in an instant, golden light erupted, engulfing the entire mountain. Simultaneously, a violent explosion rippled through the heavens, illuminating the surroundings. Moreover, the number of warriors from the Han Dynasty was originally fewer than that of the Qin, and overcoming the odds required someone to take action. Tung Qingmu, Wind Thundertzi, 100 Flower Fairy, Skyfire Demon Emperor, Earth Traveler, Ziluo Fairy, Su Yannan, Insect King, and Li Bingshui were all present. This ancient fish was astonishingly large, so much so that it floated silently in the deep waters, occupying a vast area within tens of thousands of feet. Long he questioned with a harsh tone. Yet he relaxed his grip, allowing the other party to spin and stabilize themselves in the void, obediently refraining from movement. Wei Hu, a disciple of the Chan teaching, had always been intolerant of evil. Bai Jia was the sort who would practically inscribe "I am evil" on his forehead with his actions. And yet, he dared to confront Wei Hu. How could he be spared? Thus, I am quite curious about what kind of treasure could prompt such a preemptive response. Duge Shilhua fixed his gaze upon Lin Wanfeng. As the later stages of the banquet unfolded, numerous celebrities and artists began to flood in. Yet in comparison to Luo Feiyue and Mei Yunzi, their status paled significantly. It was truly remarkable, my lord. Thank you so much. You are indeed extraordinary. Hua Mulan exclaimed excitedly. However, upon closer inspection, everyone had practically settled in, showing no intention of departing, prompting the elder responsible for the exit transactions of the Guo family to step forward, with Cui Ping eagerly awaiting. Naturally, the third Prince Neza did not wish for such a tedious situation to unfold. To prevent this, he had to resort to long-in-use supreme celestial techniques. Gazing at the images on the screen, Feng Lin was equally perplexed, awkwardly sitting aside, waiting for an explanation. I swear, without the turtle shell, if you do not leave immediately, I shall kill you. Tang Xing cast a sidelong glance at Nie Fushuan, speaking in a low voice. Observing her attire and meticulously crafted makeup indicated she had prepared with great care. Yet, in these turbulent times, it was not so chaotic that someone would force them into a room for help. Nevertheless, life seldom goes as one wishes. The mundane is the main theme of existence. You, I, and Wu Zhizhen are all mere mortals, and as mortals, we must endure the myriad flavors of life. The surrounding scenery flowed past like images, creating a most peculiar sensation for Feng Lin. At that time, the encirclement line outside Dunkirk had already been compromised by the German 13th Motorized Infantry Division. The remaining 3 unseized strongholds could no longer obstruct the German advance towards Dunkirk. However, even Kwa Fu's situation was not particularly optimistic. His exposed skin was already a deep crimson, as if on the verge of being cooked. Previously, they had not felt much about this. After all, everyone was in the same boat, none stronger than the other, maintaining a normal mindset. The black and white impermanence had fallen, yet a flicker of breath remained. Their eyes remained wide open, observing all that had transpired, filled with unwillingness. At this moment, these individuals could neither kill nor evade, as a terrifying presence loomed closer. Step by step. Chapter 163. Loyalty. Such conditions could indeed bargain for a life. Who would not be tempted? Yet at this critical moment, that person remained steadfast, even resolute, speaking with unwavering conviction. It is impossible. Although I am now a captive, I would never commit such treachery as selling out my master for personal gain. My life is hardly worth anything, if you desire it then. In Huohua's room, Hinata sat expressionlessly on the edge of the bed, while behind her, Niji stood like a puppet. Those daring to set their sights on the employees of the first group would face the group's unwavering response at all costs. Chen Bali spoke with extreme arrogance, a cold smile gracing his lips. The words of the Lord of the Undead were simple, yet one could trust that such a high-level tactician would not require extensive explanation. Advancing the ball from the right flank, Sterling and Sane formed a pincer attack down the center. S7 led the way, with S19 following closely behind. Henceforth, one would genuinely attack, while the other feigned, creating a diversion. The celebratory atmosphere was vibrant, with over 600 extraordinary individuals gathering after a long separation. Each had been busy with their own endeavors, rarely interacting with one another. This banquet provided a rare opportunity for connection. Initially, she felt a lack of tangible support from her allies. Even upon hearing the command to evade through the joint military communication channel, she relied more on instinct than logic to leap backward. It was only after distancing herself from the battlefield that she began to comprehend the unfolding events. The Knight Academy, while perpetually proclaiming itself as a bastion of justice dedicated to combating evil, was nonetheless aware that even the most righteous must earn a livelihood. Thus, the Academy had its own operational departments, engaging in the trade of high-tech mechanical products akin to those of the Blue Ming Academy. In truth, I believe that if Wang Xikong genuinely cares for you, marrying him could indeed be a fortuitous choice. At the very least, he possesses greater wealth than Huo Wuxiang, ensuring a more comfortable life. Dahe remarked with a grin. The nine-tailed fox swayed its tail, resting peacefully on its forelimb, stifling a yawn, its eyes heavy with drowsiness. In their eyes, the great ones of the 3 realms were nothing short of inept allies. Even in death, they inadvertently aided Su Ming. What else could one call such incompetence? From a distance, they heard Lu Nanqing's cries, but due to excessive blood loss, he could barely articulate his words, his calls coming out in broken fragments. Chen Fan observed their expressions keenly, letting out a cold laugh before drawing forth the dagger gifted by Lu Jujia. Before Fu Bo could act again, Raymond's body swelled rapidly, leaving Li Feng and Bai Wei with a silhouette as imposing as a mountain. He had carefully timed this strike, putting forth all his strength, utterly astonished that Li Feng had managed to block it through such means. When the butler went to summon someone, Gao Yuyang was preoccupied with another pressing matter, his brow furrowed with impatience. Yet, she suddenly recalled Zhu Weixi's martial arts from the Hua Kingdom. The camera was not yet rolling, and she might still be in for a thorough beating. Truly formidable were the level 1 rampant beasts. It was from this point onwards that they transformed into powerful entities, a metamorphosis that could not merely be described by qualitative change. This incident led to the divorce of my sister and Gu Cheng, ultimately ruining my previous streaming career. Big Brother once remarked that if the court wished to secretly return the treasures of Liangzhou to Cangzhou, this route was the most plausible. Hence they planned ambushes on both sides of Feihu Pass. It was rumored that the court's escort would arrive by dawn the next day, and departing so much in advance was aimed at gaining a strategic advantage to increase the odds of a successful ambush. Although Big Brother occasionally scolded him, he had never punished him, leading Xiaowu to believe that their relationship transcended mere hierarchy, embodying fraternal bonds. Chapter 164. The choice, however, the young man seemed unfazed. He merely exhibited a sympathetic expression before turning to the others, appearing to believe they were overly constrained in their thoughts. Brothers, are you truly willing to serve him so willingly? You must realize the nature of the lives we currently lead. We rise earlier than roosters and retire later than dogs. Cold rain lashed against Xiaolang's face, yet he shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the approaching figure of the grinning man. Hope glimmered in my eyes, a desire to live smoothly. To do so without the burden of decay, to distance myself from death. I still wished to strive for it.
Chenghan tingar implored.
Eager to behold the visage of the man whose voice was so familiar, though she could not recall who it was. We all shook our heads. The demons we had previously encountered, claiming to be the Demon King, were merely commanders under the Great Demon. These demons steadfastly believed that their king was on the verge of awakening, yet no news of his revival had reached them. "Ah, Qin Xian, is that you?" Murong Jing paused upon seeing Qin Xian, her eyes momentarily widening with joy, filled with tenderness. As her gaze shifted from Gu Junhang, it inadvertently passed through the floor-to-ceiling window, catching sight of a familiar yet strange face that caused her to momentarily freeze. King Qin Guang continuously conjured spells, alternating between blue and red flames. Yet all these magical infernos were devoid of any luminance. However, the means to breach the stone wall could not rely on brute force. Otherwise, it would attract unwanted attention from humanity. Yet, why did he not inquire about the state of the outside world? Was he not curious about it?
Haha.
That's because Hui has someone special in her heart. Lu Li teased from the side. Ultimately, despite the numerous perils, Luo Qinglian and Hu Jinxian managed to retain their positions. Chen Juanxiang possessed a base ability of level 4. The power of self-regeneration, regardless of its level, was an exceptionally unique and valuable skill. Should he break through to level 5, it would likely parallel the enhancement effects of that peculiar individual. Bathed in the golden light of the Buddha, the solemn figure in the ethereal realm held one hand in a gesture of prayer and the other forming the diamond subduing demon seal. The vast golden phantom of the Buddha opened its eyes, its benevolent visage transforming into that of an angry Arhut, suddenly striking forth with a hand and seal, as if the heavens and earth were to be imprinted with this profound Buddhist dharma. After a moment, the first figure set down the materials in hand and lifted a teacup to sip, speaking softly. "Damn it, this is the blue light binding net of Shimi Kingdom." Feng Huerong recognized the origin of the blue light net at a glance. "This is all our communication," Chen Junyi murmured, leaning against a cement slab as he conversed with the military leader. Indeed, being followed by a group often felt uncomfortable. He shared the sentiment. When Yi Yanqing opened her eyes, the first sight to greet her was the slumbering Qin Chen, followed by Lin Kurson entering the room. He forced a smile. Could such matters truly be explained? As the saying goes, explanations are mere veils, and veils only complicate matters. The more one explains, the worse it becomes, especially in the presence of elderly gentlemen and ladies. For instance, when Slytherin taught him the 7 major magical disciplines, asserting that only dark magic was the most potent and efficient, Silbai nodded in agreement, though internally, he remained unconvinced. Gazing at the ajar door, Chu Tianhuang felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Someone must have arrived here before them. Zeiswire had never encountered anyone outside the royal family. Seeing the tenant and butler, he curiously paused to observe. Chapter 165. The turn of events. Such unforeseen changes startled everyone. Yun Wangchen's face was one of utter astonishment. Clearly, no one had struck, and all surrounding individuals were his trusted confidants. How could this person have met their demise? No one could articulate it. However, it was certain that the individual had died from poison. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to expel such a thick stream of black blood. This perilous scene left everyone in a state of shock, and soon, Yun Wangchen could no longer endure it. Observing his mother's demeanor, he thought it best not to elaborate further, let her think as she wished. She steeled herself, following the advice of her international student roommate, bowing her head. After detecting no foul odor, she indulged in it as one might relish ice cream. Her hands were finally liberated, granting her a moment's respite. Lu Lighting's handsome face remained expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts, yet his icy gaze betrayed his current discontent. The vehicle parked beneath the parasol tree. The surrounding foliage obscured them, rendering their presence difficult to detect. Even if there were to be a passionate encounter, Jing Wu's exclamations would go unnoticed. Several vials of D-grey divine elixirs flowed down his throat, barely replenishing some of the continuously draining vitality. This individual was the island lord of Yingzhou, holding a status akin to that of the national master of the Woku. Within Yingzhou, his position was second only to the emperor, such that even the ministers were required to dismount and pay their respects upon encountering him. In truth, she was not entirely foolish. She understood that the villagers were staunchly supportive of Li Erlong and would not passively watch her attempt to sabotage his endeavors. Perhaps they would even inform Li Erlong, prompting him to deal with her. Zhu's brow was deeply furrowed. First, Su Xian had gone missing, and now, even the emperor had vanished. Was there not a connection between these two events? Amidst the laughter and merriment, everyone indulged in a bottle, cheerfully taking money from the server's tray, alternately expressing their thanks to Hu Qi. Lu Xuanzhu, a devoted son, now relishing a better life, wished to elevate his mother's circumstances, desiring for her to enjoy finer food, clothing, and to reside in a spacious, bright house akin to his own. Hu Qi, feeling rather out of sorts, decided it best to avoid alarming the public and, gritting his teeth, hailed a taxi to return home. Despite Sin Kurson's subtle cues to the doctor, he appeared utterly oblivious, bluntly disclosing her condition to the man before him. When he shifted his gaze from his ears to his eyes, he found himself staring at Zhang Peidi, which instantly ignited a sense of urgency. He intended to answer the call, yet inadvertently pressed the reject button instead. With Jin's wife in such a state, the wedding could not proceed. Even if Lung Xiaocheng harbored resentment towards her, he could not bring himself to ignore her plight. Fortunately, the wedding had achieved its intended effects. Lin Chaonan, the deputy director, promptly congratulated the surgical team, offering suitable verbal commendations. Though he claimed to be escorting his uncle and aunt to the third hospital, Li Xiaojie had no such intention at all. As Emperor Mu Yun of Chiyun, with only 10 days remaining until his wedding to Sang Li, his feelings of unease and concern grew increasingly potent. You may assure him not to worry. I am not so foolish as to despair, Jin Siyuan remarked with a cold sneer. After a moment, she observed Zhang Peidi extinguishing his cigar nonchalantly against the marble surface of the balcony before silently turning away. Thus, many prodigious disciples of the supreme sect, including the extraordinarily gifted ancient prince and even those of the quasi-emperor lineage, began to appear. However, from the clues left behind by the heavenly Dao Bai, it became evident that in Bai's transcended perception, the concepts of space and time were anything but immutable. Even the past, present, and future could be upended. Yet, no matter how hard Bai Yang exerted himself, he found it utterly impossible to lift the vast expanse of land encompassing the village, nearly 5,000 meters in diameter. Chapter 166. Malice. Within that mocking tone lay an unmistakable malice, clearly indicating that the old man was explicitly threatening him. A surge of pent-up frustration welled up in Yun Wangchen's chest, yet he was unaware of his opponent's depth, though he possessed martial prowess. He had never encountered anyone from outside, and thus had no understanding of the world beyond, nor did he recognize the old man's name. As Yun Yan and others entered Nanli Mountain, a bespectacled man clad in a white coat appeared, blocking his path. Lin Yu's performance exceeded Ji Xiulan's expectations. From Lin Yu, he perceived a familiar silhouette. Suddenly, she released her grip, standing from his lap to the ground, and with a swift motion, struck fiercely at his carotid artery. He evaded, pointing at her labor palace acupoint, but she countered with a fierce kick aimed at his groin. Initially, the witch clan had abandoned him, yet 2 days prior, they reignited their plans against Long Qinguang. This time, during the martial arts conference, the witch clan aimed primarily at Jiang Zhuofang and Long Qinguang. Although everyone was actively preparing, the witch clan's tactics were alarmingly unpredictable. He desired to refute, to declare himself otherwise, but found himself unable to utter a single word of protest. Previously, Bai Shu had remained silent, but upon speaking now, Li Yu's expression transformed dramatically. Even the sound of his voice turned sharp and grating. Hearing the blood-clad man's emotionless yet astute remarks about his background caused Lin Han's eyes to twitch slightly, yet her murderous intent intensified, slowly lifting her gaze. She coldly fixed her stare on the casually poised blood-clad man. Fists clenched, she spoke each word deliberately. Just as the man prepared to take this child's life, a layer of inky black demonic energy erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. This demonic aura did not originate from him but was far stronger and more potent than his own, rendering it nearly impossible for average martial artists to gaze upon. Chaos twins, Jingyi Ho, Xing Tian coldly articulated, evidently aware of the names of the 3 soul shadows before him. Rationality can indeed be a terrifying force. Though it is said that past events are like smoke, how many can truly detach themselves from the worldly entanglements? The other servants trembled in fear. Why was the second madam closing the door? In broad daylight, did she intend to slaughter them all inside? At that moment, Huang Qi and others arrived at the teleportation array where the ghostly Yu sect had brought Qinyu. Only a few scattered adventurers remained. The rest had presumably ventured to the Blood Wilderness. Having learned from 2 previous lessons, Feng Jiamei dared not allow Bai Miao to drink excessively, persistently obstructing her. Yet could not withstand the many who insisted on toasting Bai Miao. Feeling compelled to accept their hospitality, she ultimately steeled herself to deflect the drinks. Bai Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation, disregarding him entirely, and stepped out of the vehicle, bypassing him to head towards the amusement park. After negotiations between a man and a lion, Su Enyang stepped forward to halt the master of Lushu Cave, lest the cave collapse imminently. The earth-digging armor transformed from the dark walking lion emerged from another direction. Qin Nianbai merely allowed her to insert 2 jade and silver hairpins, adorning her hair with a single water-blue velvet flower. Should the seal of the Demon Emperor malfunction, it would not be a matter easily resolved, potentially causing turmoil throughout the entire Immortal Alliance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoling shot a fierce glare at Ding Mao, and instantly, Ding Mao dared not speak further. Due to the excessive number of vehicles in their convoy and their non-residential status in the city, to prevent any disturbances, the gatekeeping officers did not permit immediate entry, causing the dozens of vehicles escaping from Taohua Town to park temporarily, awaiting the mayor's arrival to enter the city together. Chapter 167. Counterattack. Upon hearing words imbued with hostility, Yun Yan immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Si Chenghan, for the prince must not come to harm. However, Si Chenghan instinctively shielded Yun Wangchen, prioritizing the safety of his woman above all else. Yun Wangchen remained unfazed by the commotion, seeming entirely indifferent, merely listening intently for certain sounds. As he spoke, Guyu reached out, tearing off the human skin mask from his face. Beneath the mask lay another visage, less youthful than before. The masked Guyu appeared to be around 20, but now, unmasked, he seemed to be nearly 40. At least in the Rongshu city, known to Han Lai, such benevolent souls were non-existent. One could not survive in this city if they were overly kind-hearted. Xiang Lian released Han Lai's hand, resting her head on her hands, turning her body to face the sky while turning her back to the earth, exuding an air of tranquility. The sound of a tennis ball being struck echoed, as the ball soared across the court before being fiercely hit toward the opposite side by a pursuing player. As it crossed the middle net, the air currents created a trailing wind that swayed the net, resembling undulating waves. Initially, Qingyu sensed something was amiss. Yet her eagerness to save the person at hand rendered her heedless of the details, prompting her to send Huiyu to investigate. Having acquired what she desired, Yingyi felt considerably better, her frustration dissipating, and thus she set off towards classroom 103. No matter how long one has been away, upon returning, the place remains as lively as ever, with each shop adorned festively, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a bustling New Year celebration. Gu Qianyan, with her cunning nature, has the remarkable ability to portray herself as an utterly innocent white lotus, a skill that Gu Qianqian deeply admires. Were it not for the necessity of waiting for the princess to emerge, she would have departed long ago, for who would wish to stand alongside such a hypocritical individual? Yet, if Yi Han were present, victory would undoubtedly be within their grasp, as mere popularity could surpass their opponents. It cannot truly be Yi Han, can it? However, that seems implausible, as he remains in China. Park Myung-soo remarked with a smile. Regardless of one's willingness or preference, Lin Tao, as the focal point of the gathering, must attend. To deny others their due respect on their own turf would be quite inappropriate. Can you guide me in pursuing the pinnacle of power? The underage A-man faced his first and ultimately last choice, one that would determine the course of his arduous life. Yi Jin subsequently presented 2 dragon eggs to the duo, enlightening them on their significance. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with delight. The water dragon in the sky suddenly emitted a mournful cry, as if struck by thunder, and transformed into countless droplets that cascaded down to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he thought how fortunate he was. The sky-devouring beast was indeed formidable. And this was merely its beast soul. What, then, would the true spirit beast be like? You scoundrel, for over half a month, all I've heard are bad tidings. Yan Zisha's face flushed, and she clenched his ear in a mock display of anger. Gazing at him, she pondered how such a handsome man could possess a heart so cold, indifferent, and prideful. In truth, Qin Ting and Li Fenghui both understood that Qin Ting had deliberately sent Li Fenghui to handle this matter. She wished to avoid trouble, while he found it impossible to decline. For both, the current pleasantries served merely to provide each other with a graceful exit. I apologize. I cannot stay. And I certainly cannot take you with me. The resolute tone of this response was both adamant and unwavering. In that instant, his heart hardened and turned frigid, firmly deciding to reject Loria's pleas, no matter how she might beseech him. Unexpectedly, this princess managed to uncover his true identity, a revelation that left Yun Yan, the prince's personal guard, utterly astonished. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was not the time for shock. He quickly leapt forward to assist the princess. His martial prowess ranked among the best in the estate. If he did not step forward, any aid from others would be futile, unless they numbered in the dozens or hundreds. Yet, even so, such a presence would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon Zhang Boya, for the disparity between those who understood hidden energy and those who did not was vast. Though he tried to suppress his thoughts, the more he resisted, the more memories of Wang Bing surfaced, his fondness for Wang Bing and the sight of him strolling hand in hand with Huang Ernie. Regarding his advancement in the profession of an assassin, the foremost enhancement was the passive skill of stealth, significantly improving his ability to conceal his presence while in a state of stillness, allowing him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Let go of me. I can stand on my own. I don't need your assistance. Go attend to your fiancé. Ouyang Feifei pushed against Long Xiang, her demeanor bordering on petulance. The continent's martial contests were team-oriented, while Simon's were individual-based, with participants hailing from prestigious families with considerable backing. Although fewer in number, they were undoubtedly masters among masters. 5 formidable beings at the immortal lord level faced off against the demons. However, the golden-armored warriors formed from lotus seeds did not immediately engage, their presence serving merely to intimidate the demon clan. Both felt a peculiar sensation, so close that they could hear each other's breath, igniting an unusual emotional connection. This is your fault. When Ren Junya mumbled, her mouth full of food. If the subordinates at the company were to witness their typically aloof president in such a state, the shock would be unimaginable. Some may resign themselves to mediocrity, but many, after a period of silence, experience an intense resurgence of ambition. Who does not aspire to rise above others, to stand at the pinnacle? Steve lowered his head further, embraced by Long Xiang's large hand, akin to a debtor cornered by a creditor. Xiao Tian's expression grew grave. The grand formation was extraordinarily formidable, and had it not been for his keen sensitivity to formations, he would not have discerned it. Gazing at the retreating army of blood slaves, Ningxia finally sprang into action, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear at the foot of the mountain, where over 100 blood sect cultivators controlling the blood slaves stood in shock and confusion. Luo Dailin, a medical and bacteriological expert, had encountered his peer Fleming during a visit to England in 1935 and was somewhat acquainted with penicillin. Yet, he had no time to contemplate such matters, for, under Xue Jing Tian's urging, a terrifying pressure descended from above, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart, on the verge of collapse. Mr. Su, we truly cannot continue working under Nyofen. We cannot endure even a single day. Song Rue exclaimed. The commonality among humanity is this. Once one achieves a certain milestone, they yearn for more. Having a mansion leads to desires for luxury vehicles, and from luxury vehicles to private jets. Eventually, it is not uncommon for the affluent to aspire to own rockets, satellites, or even aircraft carriers. However, regardless of the circumstances, Sui had yet to reach the realm of enlightenment, merely a novice on the path of cultivation. Let alone the transformations that follow a state of despair, even reaching the profound realm does not guarantee divinity. Contemplating this, he placed his hands upon the massive stone, golden light emanating from his palms and infusing into the gathering spirit stone. The training of the guard platoon, reconnaissance platoon, and special operations platoon possesses its uniqueness. Yet Wu Aihua appointed Shunren as the training instructor for all 3 platoons, entrusting him with the responsibility. Wu Aihua, on the other hand, considered himself merely an ordinary soldier in the special operations platoon, immersing himself in the training alongside them. Chapter 169. Ambush. Yun Yan immediately expressed his agreement. The princess's skills were far beyond his expectations. He had underestimated her prowess in subduing beings thought to exist solely in legend. He found himself reconsidering whether he had previously been negligent, for today he learned the true meaning behind the phrase, "There are always greater talents beyond your own." It seems the prince must have been mistaken, for the princess possessed an extraordinary grace. Not only were my Xiaowei and Su Jingyang bewildered, but even Su Gaoyi himself bore a look of confusion. After Long Lin departed from the inn, he did not rush home but instead ventured to the Chengfeng auction house, where several individuals promptly surrounded him upon arrival. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. Ji Manru had yet to marry, yet she carried herself as though she were experienced in the ways of battle. I let out a cold laugh and stepped through the doorway. Life is about creating miracles. And old Leo witnessed one over 3 years, as a wretched charred form gradually transformed into a handsome figure, without the need for excretion. He could absorb the essence of food. Could it be that he was a deity incarnate? A multitude of questions arose within Leo's mind. The Empress glanced over the information, then casually sketched in the air. All the data began to coalesce into an animated sequence that commenced playing automatically. Butler Li was also taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Xiao Mingyue would return with such a twist, leading to him not responding even when she called his name several times. Aunt Zhang poured water for me. The steaming water clinked against the porcelain cup, feeling exceptionally warm in my hands. Noticing that I had yet to drink, Aunt Zhang remarked, "In this bitter cold, madam, you must be freezing. Quickly drink some water to ward off the chill." Afterward, she poured another cup to take to Fang Heng. "Am I afraid of you? Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourself without even a concubine's position. Do you understand? For someone like you, a white lotus green TBTCH, I will tear you apart one by one." With that, I let out a cold laugh and swept away, leaving Jiang Bihua alone in the corridor. Although he was envious, he had not yet been foolish enough to sell such high-grade elixirs. If he were to do so and the Dragon Gate found out, they would undoubtedly come knocking, entangling him in endless troubles. Unexpectedly, after Lin Hanqing listened to this, she not only refrained from speaking but also chuckled lightly as she lifted her teacup. The reporter had anticipated that Song Chenxi would appear flustered, but to their surprise, she was utterly composed, even facing the camera without a flicker of hesitation in her gaze. Luo Zhao possessed remarkable talent. Under the guidance of the 9 transformation sky-devouring technique he received, he thrived and made astounding progress. Lin Hanqing leaned in, her icy fingers gripping Chen Lingyun's chin with a fierce urgency, compelling her to meet her gaze. This could not continue. Luo Tian's voice was tinged with a somber tone. In this situation, if they remained constrained like this, the consequences would be dire. However, how could they extricate themselves from such a predicament? "Uncle Mozong, why must you make things difficult for us?" Freya shook her head upon seeing the newcomer. Upon entering this space, Chenxi discovered it to be a vast expanse, reminiscent of what she had seen in the classroom, yet significantly more extensive, indicating that a person of higher power had set up the formations here. After all, the other party was a princess of a nation. According to the rights of lords and vassals, the Luo family should have personally gone to welcome her. Winter, loyal in her protection of her master, had been slapped and could not help but redden her eyes. Yenner sighed inwardly, not wishing to stir trouble, which was why she had stayed in the courtyard and refrained from going out. Yet trouble had sought her out, and since it was unavoidable, she would have to confront it. The driver's capabilities were acknowledged. If captured, he would have to rely on luck, and if not, he would face severe punishment. However, he ultimately stifled the curse that almost escaped his lips. Today he was the focus of everyone's attention and needed to uphold his noble image, not stooping to the level of the rustic Shimin Jueshua. Chapter 170. Plea for mercy. Yun Wangchen, having narrowly escaped with his life, was seething with anger, casting an unhappy glance over, his movements radiating unmistakable intent to kill. With a slight wave of her hand, her long sword sprang forth, aimed directly at the face of the individual before her. Su Yunqing had, of course, contemplated that should his mission fail, he would surely meet his demise. Thus, rather than facing severe torture, this elder who had once mingled in the martial world posed a question. "We have both faced life and death crises. Why would you scheme against me?" Lin Wei inquired gently, locking eyes with subtlety. It is worth noting that those who offend the host rarely meet a favorable end. Moreover, the host on stage is an exceedingly experienced individual. Should she speak out, the future path of the war gate in LPL would become perilous. Were it not for the chaotic state of the world, enlisting in the army would not only provide a salary but also offer protection for one's family, making it a coveted opportunity. His true concern lay with the upcoming instructor drills, especially considering that Ling Qiuyun had previously fought him to a standstill. However, last time, in a bid to make a good impression, he had willingly conceded half a move, but this time he had devised a more flawless plan. "Oh, how obedient you've become. I thought I would need to lift you up." Yi Feng jestingly closed the door. "Yun Xiao, I will forever hold you in my heart, always caring for you, always remembering you," Sitiyu replied with unwavering dedication, despite her aloofness. This guest was a 6th grade master of profound elixirs, who had been away from Chengdu for an extended period. Recently, he returned bearing grave injuries, bearing news to Li Yan concerning an 8th grade Tianyang Xianji that had appeared atop East Punglai Mountain, guarded by a purple-scaled qilin. The authenticity of this information remained uncertain. With a grunt, Duan Jinrui had yet to become angry when Lu Moyan had already pulled him into her embrace. "How did you discuss this with the old leader? Do you truly intend to witness the fall of the city lord's faction?" Fei Xiaotian roared at Chai Chen. "I have already bled dry on one particular night, and am currently in a state of recuperation," Zhou Tiniu admitted somewhat bashfully. The arrival of this old nemesis, Ba Jin, did not dampen Chu Yang's enthusiasm for appraising treasures. After surveying the outer hall, he stepped further inside. Zhao Na had just employed her healing arts. Chen Si could only rely on herself to recover. Fortunately, just before their departure, she had received the first batch of new super life potions from the Zhakur. Over the course of a night, Gu Hao's knowledge regarding the appraisal of stones soared like a rocket, aided by the fact that Gong Sun Iyun was a master in this field, as well as Gu Hao's extraordinary comprehension. This clearly illustrated the stark contrast between a complete gambling stone and a half-gambling stone, with a difference of at least tenfold. Moreover, if a mere scratch revealed the jadeite within and its quality appeared promising, the starting price for this raw stone could soar to tens of millions. How is this possible? I have been relegated here for 800 years without witnessing the peach blossoms bear fruit. How could they possibly yield peaches within this century? The peach blossom fairy mused absently. In haste, the two unleashed their swordsmanship, dispersing the chaotic energies to avoid the influence of ominous substances. Upon logging in, Yang Sudong's primary task was to clarify the issues within the guild's upper management regarding the studio. Chen Long was indifferent to his surroundings. Although the dragons before him were primarily mid-level cultivators, even if they tore him apart, he would not suffer severe injuries. Now that his enemy, Ao Xiong, was close at hand, how could he let this opportunity slip? The vast sea of thunder gradually dissipated. Within moments, the entire expanse of thunder was absorbed into the thunder source pearl of breaking the sky. His gaze, seemingly tranquil, belied a fearsome intensity, and Lan Mei instinctively nodded. Chapter 171. Loyalty and honor. To his astonishment, he intended to take the corpse back as well. Yun Wangchen found this individual utterly detestable and had initially wished to deny him this courtesy. However, considering future interactions, she reluctantly nodded in agreement, stipulating a rather stringent condition. "Since you hold this person in such high regard and wish to reclaim their body, I propose a rather audacious request in exchange for this corpse. Is that unreasonable?" A glint of white light flickered in Xinyu's eyes as she began to recount events regarding the Kebu Tua Gorge after a moment of contemplation. As for Chris, he merely served as a representative of European interests. Wu Yusin's desire to establish alliances with European powers did not necessarily hinge upon him. Now, with the year reaching 1933, despite the timing of a full-scale war being uncertain compared to historical accounts, Zhao Zhenzhong had resolved that the last batch of graduates from C High School would also be the final group bound for the United States for further studies. However, before Bai could fully process this reality, another piece of news invaded Angel's thoughts. Just as the youth was lifting his former friend's neck high, a sudden gust of malicious wind surged from behind. The youth turned to see the alien gladiator, who had feigned combat with him, charging forward like a beast, shield raised. Witnessing the enemy's advance, Zheng Yang swiftly discarded the roll and deftly evaded the ambush. For the sake of this accursed society, how many historical truths have I buried? Those revolting remnants of the past, how many bloody deaths have they distorted? Those abhorrent braids, how long must they mock the Chinese people? Having sufficient military strength to replenish forces is undoubtedly beneficial, yet presently, we have barely enough equipment for 2 battalions. One would suffice. Considering the current state of the Air Defense Battalion, Captain Chen Yuanshan was not greedy. Yi Chen had no time to pay her any mind. Ever since obtaining the physical form of Qi Tian, The existence of the Purple River cart was inconsequential, as long as this familiar body remained intact. She could venture anywhere in the world. Ignoring her antics, Yichen swiftly fled with Nwana, while a multitude of questions began to arise in his heart. Mr. Yen, since Zhao Zhenzhong is aware of this matter, in order to prevent any adverse effects from escalating, we ought to have a serious discussion with the People's Party. If we let this slide, our future days may become quite difficult, reminded Jia Jingda, who had been keeping Mr. Yen company through the night. Wang Letian gazed at his sleeping parents, too anxious to close his eyes, and instead stared at the ceiling until dawn broke. You make a valid point. It seems we are of the same age, replied Yao Zhan, his tense expression slowly softening into a smile. However, she was reluctant to express her dislike for comics, even if it were against her true feelings. Moreover, her husband mentioned that he felt significantly better, and his internal injuries were gradually healing on their own. At the current pace of recovery, he would likely be fully healed in just a few days. Qing Biao raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, then I must express my gratitude. Young Master Zhang is quite considerate, he said, taking the money pouch. Fu Pibao cast an irritated glance at Master Huiran, intensifying his assault, while Master Huiran calmly responded to the onslaught. After some discussion, the Lord of Tianwei City sipped his tea before directly addressing Luo Ergu. The quasi-saints of the demon realm had scattered, leaving only Zhu Meng, Chang Liang, and Xian Ming in the Grand Hall. This fellow truly has such low aspirations. He can go if he wishes. After all, it is merely a film base. Could it be that a star he admires is inside? King Kong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, he had hoped to maintain a certain demeanor, but at this moment, the king had cast aside his original thoughts. After all, nothing is more important than sustenance. Upon hearing the words of the emperor, the assembled cultivators were momentarily taken aback. Logically, all cultivators should be in the immortal realm. With minimal disparity, should conflict arise, even if the emperor emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly come at a heavy cost. Chapter 172. Seeking trouble. Cloud Wangchen was well aware of the treacherous nature of Qin Mingyu, and thus, after their dealings, he remained vigilant, never allowing the slightest hint of complacency to infiltrate his demeanor. Cloud Wangchen had his speculations about Qin Mingyu's strategies. This individual was adept at psychological warfare and would undoubtedly select a recent event to exploit as a focal point, inciting discord between himself and the opposing party. Wang Chaoxiao retrieved 2 gleaming essence beads from his pocket and placed them in Turag's hands. Turag looked down at the beads, astonished, and asked, "Master, what is this?" Suddenly, Turag appeared to have an inkling of what was happening, his heart quivering inexplicably. "Dr. Luo, you are most familiar with the inpatient department. Please select the patients for us impartially," Lu Feng interjected, eager to please Luo Jing. Xiao Minmin, initially reluctant to engage further, found herself sitting on the sofa, chatting with Ho Haoran, who regarded her with concern. The villa numbered 29 at Tianfu Mingyuan, the residence of Long Ling, was considerably quieter than the previous night upon Yi Bai's return. Bing Yi, Yao Yusin, and the other assassins had likely departed with their families, leaving only Long Ling, Long Haoran, and Song Shi. The 2 individuals, Hui and Yanlingji, were present. Hui had already fallen, severely wounded by Yanlingji, unable to withstand the devastation of Xiao Yin's self-detonation. However, Yanlingji had managed to survive, having been swept into the light barrier of Wolf King Peak. Is it possible? He should have been able to live for at least another month. How could he be in critical condition? Yi Bai inquired, perplexed. The audience, observing Fu Lei's retreating figure, turned their attention to Qin Xinghai, each lost in thought regarding the owner of the courtyard. Were they unaware of the immense power the Fu family wielded? Backed by the Wu family's influence?
Li Ren nodda, stating, accent.
Bring the soldiers to the suburban estate. Afterward, Li Ren gestured for Da Sha to fetch a warhorse for his return. Of course, the Yan Huang group was only responsible for security matters, while the Jing Han group provided financial support, overseen by the government, which held a significant stake. Yet, even among the high-ranking officials, few were privy to this information. You claim I assaulted an officer? Fool! Do you have any evidence? To be honest, your face is swollen to an alarming degree, but within a minute, it shall return to normal, Yi Bai replied calmly. Based on what? Those who enjoy gossip are not easily swayed by mere words. They demand the truth. After Cheng Ziming ascended to the upper floor, Shi Hui received several greetings from colleagues in other departments, either sympathetic or comforting. Upon reaching her office door, She encountered Li Guizhu, who approached with a smile, holding a doll. The underworld does not possess the capability to breach police defenses for assassination unless specialized assassins are involved. However, since Hong Jiqiang has a formidable background, it stands to reason that hiring a few assassins would not pose much difficulty for him. Zhou Zikai and Cheng Bing had already secured their tickets to Mingzhi City, where they might settle down. Before their departure, Zhou Zikai's vehicle sped along the highway, while several cars seemed to deliberately obstruct him, weaving in and out beside him. In his encounters with flamboyant individuals, Shi Hui had seen many. Yet the sight of her master astonished her. Shi Hui felt that little in this world could surprise her anymore, yet upon seeing him, she was taken aback. For he was an old acquaintance, not seen in years. Her plea for assistance from the emperor was a product of her rational control, starkly contrasting her true feelings. Thus, despite her heart being at ease, her spirits remained subdued. Ji Jingxi and Yang Qian observed silently, refraining from asking further questions, as they were all quite fatigued and thus remained taciturn throughout their journey. Chapter 173. Arrangements indeed. Qin Mingyu was not so easily encountered. It was not until the following evening that he sent someone to collect the corpse from the chaotic graveyard. The body, now far from its previous state of completeness, had undergone a transformation overnight due to the ravages of wild beasts. Looking at the corpse before him, Qin Mingyu exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that any ordinary individual who beheld this sight would likely react with horror. To be truthful, on the deck, Luo Bei had already been sufficiently chilled by the biting wind. If the following days continued in this manner, it was likely that he would succumb to pneumonia before the ship even sank. The goddess need not concern herself with him. I will keep him in check, ensuring he does not jeopardize the grand affairs of the God King, Aphrodite stated. Who was it that abducted her? Chang'e repeatedly warned her not to venture outside. Why did she not heed his words? Did he not mention the numerous inconveniences faced by a fire thief? Was she unaware of the perils of the vast desert? Did she not know that the slave masters of the rich family gang were lurking nearby? When Wu Zhutian merged with the true spirit, his influence was not even a fraction of Wang Xian's, yet he was still praised by the true immortal of the void, who claimed that his true spirit might have once approached immortality. The assembly of Taoists erupted into laughter, one declaring, even if it weighs 1,000 or 10,000 pounds, I shall find a way to carry it away today. Though the 10,000 Immortals sect was not in want of wealth, the Taoists had never hoped to encounter such windfall in their lifetimes. At this moment, they were unconcerned even if the sky were to fall. Not only did it fit, but Thanatos felt that this modified black robe resonated even more with his essence, aligning perfectly with his desires. Old Five, this is not my concern. You know me. I am the most sincere of the second brothers. Unable to concoct such devious schemes under Zhang Chemo's scrutiny, the second brother was the first to surrender. The equipment on the tractor was not significantly different from that of a vehicle. Anyone who could drive would know how to operate it. The only difference was that the mower had some control buttons that Jian Heng would need to explain in detail regarding the depth of the cutting. Jian Heng had already adjusted it and instructed them not to touch it. Otherwise, how could a planet that had only risen for a few hundred years contend with those formidable fifth-level worlds that had existed for millions or even tens of millions of years, let alone triumph over them? If there are surplus snake skins, they can be distributed among the Earth Knights, allowing each one to patch together a mid-level leather armor suitable for sea monsters, which would undoubtedly be the most endearing gesture. Feng Wu raised her hand gracefully, her expression gentle and serene, yet her hand, having circled behind Yi Xiong, twisted fiercely at his waist, causing him to frown without uttering a word. The four flower girls exchanged glances, perplexed by Gao Ming's peculiar behavior. They wondered if their beauty was insufficient, prompting him to seek out the shopkeeper without even making a purchase. Brother Gao, perhaps it's best if you refrain from going to work and rest at home, Qin Xiangxiang said with a tinge of concern. Black energy surged into Haley Feng's body, and the magical runes on the ground appeared to come alive. The situation was certainly more complex than Anna Jones had suggested, yet Liao Yuan would not confront her. The car was evidently expensive. Its design alone suggested that Mike Vogue believed he needed such an extravagant vehicle to attract women at night, a car meant for youthful ostentation. Lin Feng, having acquired a new Buick, did not ride with Li Wan today, providing Wu Jing with an opportunity to seek him out. Upon hearing her name called, Daisy Berry opened her eyes only to be met with darkness and a face emerging from it. Not having heard any cries of pain, Qin Xiangxiang bit down harder, still receiving no response, and it seemed as though she might draw blood. Tang Xian observed this with a hint of disappointment, yet her joy predominated. She smiled and raised a cup of tea in salute to everyone before departing. Chapter 174. Incitement. Upon entering the residence, the three noticed the somber atmosphere draped in mourning attire. The adults wore cloths around their arms, clearly indicating their reverence for their father. This realization brought them a sense of satisfaction, alleviating some of their previous grievances. As they stepped further inside, the butler hurriedly greeted them at the second gate. His tone tinged with a deep apology. "Gentlemen Su," he addressed them. Tang Lei turned and walked away, while Muqi followed, captivated by the vibrant lights of the night. However, only the military chief understood that behind the facade of ease, he resembled a relentless fisherman, weaving an intricate net with a fish spear. A glance at the contract revealed its oddities. Upon closer inspection, she widened her eyes in disbelief, sitting upright as she scrutinized the document from beginning to end. Could a childhood without a father truly be considered complete? Yi Chenmeng inquired of Yang Xiao. This time, however, Lai Bin exhibited impatience. To him, it was evident that Bai Yi, who usually refrained from conversing, was now bombarding him with questions, clearly constrained by the supplementary agreement and compelled to bow to him. Days later, Fang Qingxue transformed into a colossal thunder egg, drawing the surrounding lightning energy within a radius of several dozen miles to submit to its absorption. The immense thunder egg, alongside the indestructible electric talisman, engaged in profound cultivation, amassing the magical power necessary to break through its bottleneck. Ingezhi intended to ensure that General Yi would not discover the items in his guest room had vanished. Thus, he allowed the items to be utilized while having them copied, returning the originals afterward to avoid any trace when the general returned to investigate. She recollected the previous two instances, realizing that apart from the essential vitamins she carried, she had consumed nothing else. His disdain for the Zhong family was apparent, but was it necessary for him to express such contempt in front of me? Then, from a distance, the sound of a wooden door creaking open was heard, followed by the sound of light laughter approaching. Striving to set aside her most tender feelings, Su Yu's gaze drifted over the enchanting dancers in the ballroom, fixing upon the male guests across the way. While Zhang Rui had sensed this before, it had previously felt more like an empty fantasy. Now, it leaned towards practical action. "Swear, it's nothing. Every life must come to an end. 17 generations of palace masters have laid here before me. Their presence makes me feel less alone," the lord of the Yuanhua Palace said, gently caressing Mu Yixue's cheek. Her eyes brimmed with genuine concern, transcending status as she grasped Su Yu's hand, taking in her beauty with tear-filled eyes that flowed incessantly. Moreover, he had to contemplate whether he could withstand the unknown colossal beast and the potential consequences of its release. Bai Yuling spent a staggering 10 trillion contribution points and an additional 6,000 world points in cross-region fees to acquire 100,000 life orbs, which she then laid out before her. Only He Lao's family had emerged. The others remained engaged in production. "Lin, must you be so impatient?" Bai Haoming replied with an unperturbed expression. Huizong had not anticipated that one day he would be poisoned. Thus, the one who sought to end his life must perish. And there was no room for negotiation. "Daoist brother, should you require anything, simply call for Han Xiang. She will be at your service within the mountain's peak."
Han Xiang sneered.
The townsfolk complied with the orders, ensuring they bathed and retired before the hour of high, lying nervously in bed, not daring to move, with only their eyes fixed on the window. After the match concluded on December 3rd, the Kings faced an unusual defeat against the Lakers. Chapter 175. Interrogation. The three brothers exchanged glances before the butler insisted on inviting several others into the study. Upon entering, the brothers appeared significantly less agitated than before. The injured young master left them momentarily at a loss, as questioning him felt like a transgression. However, at that moment, Qin Mingyu noticed their arrival, expressing some guilt in his tone. Xia Jian understood that Nalin Yu's mother had prepared dinner long ago. It simply had not been served yet. Later, in the spatial passage on their return, when Qin and the others pondered the significance of the upcoming opportunity, certain it was connected to their cultivation, yet uncertain of what it might entail. Becoming the leader of the martial alliance had fulfilled Xiao Yunfei's ambitions. Naturally, he would not monopolize the alliance's power. This was a momentous occasion for the establishment of the Jianghai Martial Alliance, a sign heralding the emergence of a new martial cultivation force. Qian Duo intended to continue following Lu Xian's lead, but upon sensing something amiss, Anger surged within him as he seized Lu Xian's ear, scolding him sharply. Long Luo stood, addressing Yuan Shen. Though you possess remarkable talent at Yunkezhong, there remain many endeavors beyond your reach. A lack of sufficient realm is not daunting. What is truly frightening is the ignorance of one's own shortcomings. Yuan Shen bowed deeply to Long Luo, expressing gratitude for the guidance, acknowledging his own ignorance. Outside the hall, the massive artificial mountain shattered under the metallic tremors, causing the ground to sink slightly. Due to the vast expanse of the Xiaorao family's territory, it wasn't until Wenxin spotted scattered villages below from high above that they realized it had been over 10 days. The term intent broadly refers to an understanding of martial arts. It can signify a type of energy or martial will. Could it truly be the case that the desire to depart from here had softened her demeanor even towards him? The formidable presence of the Holy King Absolute Void instilled a sense of dread. Had he truly intended to usurp the control of the Holy Court? How many of the revered ones would have dared to voice dissent? In the early morning, after breakfast, Yi Feng accompanied Rank to the entrance of the Xian training ground, where several auditors from the Xian family stood by, rigorously checking the identification of the new generation of disciples participating in the competition. How could mere alcohol suffice against such an old pervert? Surely, a knife would be necessary. After speaking, Lin Mu picked up the knife from the dining table and casually threw it, aiming directly at the ambassador's groin. However, they clearly underestimated the danger present, as they had barely rushed forward when the dazzling light erupted. At this moment, Ling Xingzi's eyes turned slightly red. If Lin Feng truly encountered any mishap, he would immediately summon Ling Xiaozi, determined to eliminate the green-haired demon lord at all costs. Regner struggled to prop himself up with his hands, glancing at Salong, only to be disheartened to find Salong seemingly unscathed. It is easy for newcomers to settle in, yet determining one's stakes as a bargaining chip is profoundly challenging. On the back of Kessa's left hand, a skull relief emitted a brilliant red light, akin to concentrated laser beams, radiating in all directions. The blue orbs of light suddenly accelerated, one by one being drawn into the skull. The air was saturated with an even more potent magical energy than that of a slanter. But the overwhelming density rendered normal beings incapable of surviving in this space. Upon entering, she spotted Arthur clad in IS attire, standing beside a drone that had been split in half. Chapter 176. The story. Seeing his brothers seething with rage, Qin Mingyu sighed, as this was the outcome he sought. Witnessing this scene, a sense of accomplishment washed over him, yet he remained vigilant, knowing the performance was far from over. With a heavy heart, Qin Mingyu offered an explanation to his brothers, admitting, "This is my fault. I failed to look after old Su properly." Inside, Su Yuchun felt a surge of frustration, cursing internally, but upon glancing at his worn underwear, he succumbed to discomfort and reluctantly changed into a pair of flowery boxers. She possessed striking beauty. Dressed in a white shirt and beige suit trousers, her feet adorned with 7-centimeter heels, exuding youthful energy and vibrancy. What left many astounded was the fact that, despite Sandy Village's significantly low pricing, numerous clients still deemed their capabilities insufficient, unwilling to entrust tasks to them. At 5:15 in the evening, the diesel engine was reassembled, having undergone preliminary testing, confirming its fit within the belly of the Type 69 tank. The summoned Wuxia and Heixia silently turned away, knowing they were destined to face punishment and would not act foolishly. Li Feng nodded, preparing to inquire with Yang Xian regarding any known sanctuaries for the mundane gods, as finding a secure refuge was of utmost importance. Before these young prodigies, she resembled a proud swan. Those who had persistently pursued her had faced her reproach, resulting in the men who knew her true nature feeling unworthy to court her, their self-esteem diminished in her presence. The brutal ninja world war and ensuing turmoil had left the casualty rate among ninjas alarmingly high. After each conflict, countless families would be shattered. Many left to mourn the loss of their loved ones. Once, the enchanting sister Ro Pin possessed both beauty and grace. However, donning formal court attire today, she radiated a solemnity that eclipsed her former allure. Qing Ying, one of the esteemed elders of the Z family, was the sole survivor of a massacre, having seized the opportunity to escape.
Ha!
Master Ba, you are indeed formidable. Whatever you say goes. We have no objections, Zhu Boss conceded, trying to curry favor. With a sharp crack, even as the divine expert shifted positions, Wang Chunxiao still managed to shoot him away with a single bullet. Tang Jian felt warmth spread through him as he gently caressed Madame Tang's slightly gaunt face, the corners of her eyes now adorned with faint crow's feet, her skin showing signs of roughness. Regarding the news from General Mu, Nie Zhenbang had never harbored any doubts. Such matters required not only reporting to the national defense, but also necessitated routine arrangements in Hongjiang. A public incident of this magnitude could not be concealed. Upon hearing Liang Bin's words, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in astonishment, an inexplicable feeling bubbling within me. I felt intimidated, realizing he exuded a greater air of arrogance than I did. Graduates from Shanghai University are the elite, having emerged from a survival of the fittest. The concept of strength reigning supreme is deeply ingrained in their minds. The vice president of Yenjing University is merely an ordinary individual, unworthy of comparison to these three anomalies. Boss, you established the Ice Fire Gang from the ground up. How can you so easily hand it over to others? I cannot accept this. The Ice Fire Gang was built with the blood and lives of brothers, said the youth, furrowing his brow before speaking slowly. Seeing Miao Lijun's uncertainty, a contemplative expression crossed Miao Ruoga's face as he sat silently for a long while. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fu Jinchuan leaned down to kiss, finding her mouth loathsome, and her words even more so, opting to silence her instead. Chapter 177. The performance. The three brothers were taken aback to see the young master disregard his status and kneel before his father's coffin. Such an act was traditionally expected of their lineage and servants. His display of reverence was a poignant testament to his regard for his father. The three brothers, moved by a surge of emotion, had not anticipated such fortune within their family. Jiang Qinghuan turned to glance at her, presuming she had not eaten enough at the banquet, and asked if she fancied a late-night snack, only to receive an eye roll in response. Surprisingly, Jiang Nan did not summon more ancient war gods in the final moments before being drawn into the void. At 10 past evening, a casually dressed young man arrived at the filming site, where Lin Hailan unexpectedly awaited him at the entrance and even had the cameraman capture a few photos. This fan, named in Jincheng, was a shy, inexperienced university student. This territory had originally belonged to the Three Void sect, and after their hasty departure, it was naturally seized by the Three Sacred Lands. Not only were there psychics among the mutated beings, but also those capable of manifesting weapons. How many more geniuses and masters lay hidden in this enigmatic place? Most crucially, the refined chains bore a striking resemblance to the handcuffs used by the Management Bureau, sharing over 90% of their characteristics. Yet, one must heed the adage that cheap goods are never of high quality. The specifics of this item remained unknown. And should it require compatibility with that so-called police combat technique for absorption, one would be left in tears. No, I eat quite well, Yiningxin swallowed. Imagining the scenario if the prince were to treat her like this every day. Feng Yang leaned against the door, remaining silent, intrigued to witness the usually discerning military commander act so protectively. Besides taking things out, can we also place other items inside? The prince inquired. Zhao Xian's expression remained impassive as he led 200 green-clad guards and 3,000 armored troops into the imperial palace he had entered countless times before. Chu Ran looked up at the sky, as if witnessing the scene beyond the dark expanse, and murmured in reflection. Shun Yayun lifted her, her frail form bearing the weight, gradually carrying her away from the snow. Shun Yayun searched for a coach, but found none in sight, thus had to care for her alone. Lu Da extended his hand, watching helplessly as the graceful figure receded, speechless for a moment before finally saying, "Could you pour me a glass of water before going off to find someone?" On another front, the central nation faced immense population pressures, political stagnation, and a shift in the times. Gu Fengho felt puzzled, suspecting Gu Yuanxua was in trouble. He still had medicine left, but before he could finish his thoughts, Shun Yayan lifted his legs without hesitation and began to clean them. Zhao Xingpeng's gaze shifted, an anger akin to Yang Zhenbin's igniting within his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and his brow furrowed repeatedly, as if he were embroiled in a profound internal struggle. However, the hand resting on Yang Zhenbin's shoulder remained steadfast. Approximately 10 days prior, Zhao Xian had fabricated a decree, directing the Imperial Guard to summon the Jiangning garrison commander, Chao Qin, back to the capital. To ensure the plan's success, he had even dispatched the capable Zhao Kai to oversee the matter personally. Yet that contingent of Qingyi guards had vanished for 10 days without a word. Zhao Xian observed Zhao Shi's pallor and shook his head, crouching before Zhao Shi and extending his hand in an effort to assist him to his feet. Qiangyao Nian, a captain in the western Liao Empire, led 2 squads of infantry from the southwestern corner of the town. Remarkably, they encountered no ambushes from the Nanning forces or the Shui clan, fortuitously reaching the heart of the town. In truth, he had a hidden advantage he had yet to employ, derived from the soul power of a cosmic entity, now dormant in his eyes, manifesting as an extraordinary ocular technique. Chapter 178. The invitation. Despite having anticipated that Qin Mingyu was far from benevolent, it was evident he would not allow matters to conclude so easily, surely plotting further schemes in secrecy. Yet, no one could predict when Qin Mingyu might strike again. Furthermore, the others could not afford to abandon their lives in fear of him, should they forego their existence merely to guard against Qin Mingyu. In light of this, upon hearing Chen Yidao's praise, Zhao Meilian felt a surge of joy. Lowering her head, she was lost in thought, occasionally emitting light, melodious laughter. "No more than 1,000 a day, that is my limit," she declared, extending a finger. The old rogue shook his head, thinking her to be a person of principle, but then mused that had she lacked such principles, she would have long been swept away by the flamboyant advances of the turtle. The seafood barbecue city was not far from Guoyi's former residence, and the barbecue was immensely popular. Even before nightfall, it was already bustling with patrons, including laborers, grassroots civil servants, and numerous couples. If your skills are limited to this, there is no need for further competition. It would merely waste time, Nie Feng remarked coldly. His tone as frigid as an October frost, as he cast a cold glare at Yi Guqing. The master commanded the demolition team to assemble and proceed to the stone cave by tomorrow. Summer Ho Yun surmised that the head of the Hellion family must have been driven to desperation to resort to such drastic measures.
Bah.
It is not my demise that is at stake. My cultivation has surpassed the critical threshold of this continent, and I cannot remain here any longer, Qin Chang retorted. Upon reflecting on this, the old rogue felt compelled to seek clarification and, after some contemplation, dialed a number, Wang Mu's. Before he could finish his sentence, a cotton slipper, propelled by a gust of wind, struck his face once more, this time from the opposite side. As the situation neared its climax, the old rogue slipped away, chuckling softly as he arranged the slumbering Wang Zishuan beside him, then unleashed a torrent upon her fair abdomen and elegant form. When Ran fared slightly better, her focus lay on her two treasures, experiencing discomfort for 3 to 5 days each month, while most days remained bearable. The only bond between them was a blood pact that could be dissolved at any moment, which was inherently fragile and now more precarious than ever. Lin Yuxi did not depart. She understood that this scene would be perceived by Jiang Yu. Yet, Jiang Yu had not emerged. So, even if she were to be beaten to death, what of it? The method was straightforward. Sima Yue mastered it entirely in 5 days. She summoned Yaguang, recited a few incantations, and Yaguang transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping her, causing her arms to morph into Yaguang's iron claws. Outside the Yutong mansion, the ominous clouds hovering over the He Huan palace shifted from a strange gray to black, gradually calming from their previous tumultuous state. Lin Shi, the outside is bustling now. A ascendant, and one with less than a point of affinity, has actually concocted a heavenly elixir. The entire Donglin country is in an uproar. This ascendant has overshadowed your esteemed reputation, remarked a young man in a brocade robe. In a moment of reckless thought and trepidation throughout his journey, Lei Zi's father sincerely expressed gratitude for the light traffic at that time. Otherwise, given the current state of transportation and his reckless driving back then, it could have been disastrous. Arno had already tossed the umbrella bag before the flight attendant, who, in sheer terror, kowtowed to Li Whiting. Agu, with a cold demeanor, prepared to open the aircraft door. I too was momentarily stunned. I had not anticipated that capturing a fugitive would wield such immense power, which was truly beyond my expectations. However, Qin Mu remained unfazed, executing every task with natural ease, as though it were merely a matter of course. Chapter 179. Feigning an attack. Yet, if the prince requires no protection, it suggests he possesses the ability to safeguard himself, rendering today's inquiries particularly absurd. Regardless, if this matter escalates, it would be detrimental to all. Everyone is aware that Chihuai City is under the Qin family's dominion. Should the Duke of Gong be attacked here, it would provide the emperor with ample justification to hold Prime Minister Qin accountable upon the news reaching the capital. Thus, while Hortz and Liana engaged in warfare, the 4th Legion's Roslian completed the restructuring of the military within the Pisani's territory. Most nobles were stripped of their military authority, leaving only a handful of guards. with the majority of military power now under the church's control, resulting in Roslian's 4th Legion boasting over 40,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolei refrained from chastising Li Hongtao further and instead led Lu Xingqiang into the room, placing Fengling on the bed to rest properly. I was uncertain about the circumstances surrounding Mother Xian, but one thing I could affirm was that He Qingxue would not deceive me. If she claimed that Mother Xian had recovered, then she truly had, thus I placed my trust in He Qingxue. Evelyn burst into laughter at Xian's awkwardness. After consuming the royal fire powder, Xian felt a layer of security enveloping him, slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere. The uproar among the celestial beings and the Emperor's furious roar suddenly heralded a dramatic shift in the world, as the sun and moon lost their radiance, and darkness enveloped the horizon. Suddenly, a blaze erupted, illuminating a silk piece that danced in the flames before being reduced to ashes. Xiao Riyue found herself somewhat convinced by Yi Jinmu's words. Such exceptional talent naturally facilitated the acquisition of wealth, making it plausible for her to surpass Chu Qinghan. We'll discuss this once we meet Sister Zhu, Wang Liqing mused, contemplating how to negotiate with her to mend the gaps, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Lao Lu. Yu Ying received no response from Ming Xiao. His gaze had already conveyed his intentions. The streets of Yang Town were meticulously planned, with all the houses remarkably uniform, indicative of recent renovations. However, such flawless urban planning evoked both admiration and a hint of trepidation. What? Yu Suifeng scratched her head, reminding herself that the news she shared was meant to caution against the Longsun family, not to meddle unnecessarily. Offering a flimsy excuse, he expressed his disdain for revealing his whereabouts to strangers, especially those of elevated status. From the outset, with Jin Sai, the gunman, and Teng Jiang, there would invariably be someone to obstruct my path whenever I sought to board the coffin ship. At this moment, the temple doors stood ajar. Yet from Su Zhao's vantage point, it appeared an ominous blackness enveloped the scene. Fan Ren scratched the back of his head, subtly drawing Ao Qingxuan closer to himself. The rotund man spoke as he led the way, his towering 3-meter frame instilling fear, as no one dared to impede his progress, hastily retreating. However, when he emerged from the bath, freshly clothed, Zhao Yenny was already fast asleep on the bed, cradling snacks, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. Her lips curling into a smile. This behavior is most likely to attract ungrateful individuals, however, not everyone is like that. If even one person truly appreciates her kindness, the days ahead will be considerably smoother. Therefore, if this film project is successfully developed, it could potentially become a splendid entertainment venture for the elite. It might even evolve into a systematic television program, broadcasting specific shows at fixed times, allowing people around the world to choose whether to watch. In this way, the world would resemble Earth even more closely. Despite the challenges, Shun Yidao performed admirably in every training session. While he may not have reached the pinnacle of excellence, he certainly did not lag behind, which is commendable. Chapter 180. Saving a life. Upon hearing these words, the crowd dared not hesitate any longer and rushed outside. Due to the propriety that forbids close contact between men and women, several men deemed it inappropriate to remain and thus left, leaving only Si Chenghan and Yun Yan to observe. Their purpose was to assist while also guarding against any unexpected attacks from intruders. Since Li Hong had been captured, the remaining bandits were disheartened and unwilling to fight. Those who showed even a hint of resistance were swiftly dealt with, while the rest knelt in surrender. Wu Song commanded the attendants to bind all the captured bandits. The private room was equipped with a restroom, and Qin Zue quickly slipped inside, locking the door behind him. Looking at his somewhat disheveled reflection, his heart raced incessantly. What is happening? Is the reason the Tathagata of this world seeks to embark on a journey to the west to transcend the realm of saints? The term which tribe derives from the 12 indigenous individuals standing behind the Grand Sorcerer, who, although less ostentatious than the portly figure, don the necessary adornments and headgear. Leaders of the two groups, I haven't seen the campus belle in ages. May I have a word with her? He discreetly squeezed out from between Gu Dahai and Lu Chuan, positioning himself beside Jiang Fei, and they walked side by side, engaging in conversation. Cultivating this martial art primarily requires profound inner strength. As the saying goes, strength emerges from the earth. One might first seek Wang Dajie at the village's edge to treat any corns before practicing. The second part of the mission, led by Gui Deong, involved several team members disguising themselves as fleeing civilians to gather intelligence on Shanghai's enemy situation and social environment. Why did Luo Yaij rush to Wanchao City? What did Zhu Sha mean by uncontrollable matters? The so-called high platform was a mere half-foot tall, yet prominently displayed 8 pairs of profoundly deep footprints, unmistakably carved into the surface. While Zhang Liang pondered how to gain the acceptance of the Qin emperor, Li Ji held a wooden box containing the severed head of King Qi, contemplating why the Ministry of War had yet to issue further orders. Qin Yu paced thoughtfully, his chin resting on his hand. Zhao Qingqing's explanation seemed seamless, with no apparent flaws. However, for a rational individual, discovering the secret to immortality would naturally lead one to seek to unravel that mystery and achieve eternal life. The children had suffered indignities and deserved some form of recompense. The 3 sisters-in-law deliberated and ultimately decided to prepare a sumptuous lunch for them. The children cheered with delight, having longed for their mother's cooking, their mouths watering at the thought. "Do you believe my choice of dust escape practitioners will fail?" Tu Jing inquired. "Do not tarnish and slander the esteemed individual you ought to revere with your resentful sentiments. It is exceedingly impolite. Aren't you usually one to emphasize respect?" Hermione took a slight step back. "Old Qin, you are quite cunning, always fixating on Qin Yang. He must be in tears by now," Wang Xiao remarked with glee. Yet Liang Chuin merely rolled her eyes, disregarding these students who likely often squandered their allowances on her. As she gazed hopefully at Yi Zhongming, Feng Xingying's lips were slightly swollen, glistening with a faint sheen, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, rendering her strikingly alluring. As one of the most ancient families, the Malfoys are undoubtedly among the wealthiest, alongside the Pendragon family, albeit the latter maintains an excessively low profile. Not to mention Laura's lineage. The visitor was Qin Haixing, the neighbor of the Luo family, in his 40s, known affectionately as Uncle Haixing by Luo Qinian and her companions. They intended to gauge Su Heng's reaction through this method. If the other party reacted with anger, it would indicate a sense of status. Thus, they would wait and observe. If there was no anger, it would imply that Su Heng had recognized his position and understood that humility was necessary to avoid trouble. Chapter 181. Silencing. By the time all wounds had been sutured, Inge could no longer bear the pain and fainted. Yun Wangchen, feeling a pang of compassion, approached and removed the stick from her mouth, then wiped his hands and reflected, the yearning for life is indeed paramount. This delicate woman has endured such agony, illustrating that if one truly desires to live, I have heard someone, like him, wishes to hear her sister sing. Lin Shangxian's typically placid face suddenly displayed a hint of emotion as he squinted at her and Yang Hua. "I am not one to dither," he declared decisively, silently adding, "even if it costs me my life." Ning Yunxi sighed, unable to fathom how her son was so fortunate, receiving affection wherever he went. On the roadside, the girl arguing with her boyfriend was merely seeking an excuse to strike up a conversation with me. Battlefield glory points could be exchanged for a series of tangible rewards, and those ranking within the top 10,000 in combat strength would receive monetary prizes. Upon seeing the event details, both individuals harbored suspicions. In Jinling City, the only force with connections was their Sihai army, which had directly interacted with the Nangong family, naturally leading them to contemplate this angle. This upgrade astonishingly offered 4 rewards. And Qin Fengyan eagerly opened the marketplace, with a mix of excitement and anxiety. The portly man caressed the blue steel shield, as if it were a lover. His adoration unmistakable. I cannot recall the specific year, but it was a springtime, a season of flourishing grass, when the general led the vanguard battalion on a border patrol. They encountered a band of horse thieves on a desolate plain near the Wei state border. After consulting with the general, the vanguard leader promptly ordered Chen Lishan's unit of 10 to engage. With 2 resounding thuds, the first was heavy, and the second crisp, the staff delivered a double strike this time. Lin Chen, I have heard you have made quite a name for yourself in the Qi-Qiao alliance of Dazong at such a young age. Truly impressive, praised the Emperor of Yunhua. Jing Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled deeply, reflecting on how inexplicably the blame had shifted to the Liu family. It made sense. The Zhu family and Liu family were at odds, and the only ones capable of killing Zhu Ying would be the Liu family. Thus, Yi Yanqing had no choice but to continue walking, determined not to overlook any appealing finds along the way. This led to a few skirmishes with other disciples, all of which he emerged victorious. Such words could only be uttered by Xia Tian in front of Fang Fumin. None other dared to speak thus in his presence. The King of Hell's corpse command rendered the entire scene dim and lifeless, within the empty frames of the 2 soul swords. The Taiyuan sword and the demon-suppressing staff appeared dormant, their former glimmers of golden light completely retracted, indicating they had entered a cool-down period. Only Xia Dashan and Lin Shufan inquired why Xia Tian treated ailments, to which he merely chuckled and moved on. Third brother. By the time the boss's order was given, it was too late. Now he could only stare blankly at the various talismans, pondering their potential effects, reflecting on the past, where one was stabbed in the back, to now being called good-natured. What a stark contrast. How many must now genuinely admire Duan Yi. Thus, many initially acted out of mere luck or compromise, choosing to cooperate with Duan Yi, yet now, they were largely filled with sincere admiration. The elderly gentleman's display of the golden talisman was a profound Taoist skill, employed to expel ailments and dispel nightmares. After concluding the phone call, Xia Tian, Zhang Shangyue, and Cui Xingwang shared another drink, but then ceased. Cui Xingwang discerned that Xia Tian had numerous matters to attend to and could not afford to linger here any longer. Chapter 182. Fate. The imperial physician had never encountered such explosive news. Initially taken aback, he soon grasped the implications of the prince's words. His face displayed a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested? Did the prince truly sacrifice a heart of the princess to save the life of the county lord? If so, why was there still a delay in the prince's marriage to the county lord? Instead, he seemed preoccupied with a resemblance to the late concubine Wang. Jing Yuanshan's tragic demise left friends, family, and students in mourning as they received news of his passing. Lu Fan, having invested considerable effort alongside his team, feared that their hard-won gains might be squandered due to the elder's mere words. Upon hearing that Xueqi had chosen to visit, it was apparent she had something significant to discuss. As disciples of the Qianin sect, they should withdraw. When she ascended to the realm of the immortals, her divine father was absent, leaving only offering to celebrate her with a fiery tree blossom. The red demon heart successfully blocked his 2 strikes, yet he remained unfazed. Even a diminished force of the rules remained immensely powerful, incomparable to ordinary strength. Yi Fan remarked and proceeded to collect 2 enhancement stones from beneath the boss's corpse into a satchel. Waves of energy erupted, transforming the secret spirit street into a pockmarked wasteland shrouded in smoke and haze. Understanding dawned on Guohanglei as he touched the damp cloth on his forehead, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On that winter night, the warmth of the heated Kong provided a sense of tranquility to the young master. Weary from the tumultuous events since the year's beginning, some medicinal mushrooms thrived in the nutrient-rich environment of the cultivation chamber. The Lingji flourished robustly. Xieji harvested them to present to the elders. Although these ginseng and lingji were cultivated through human intervention, she utilized natural organic fertilizers, ensuring they were free from harm, albeit perhaps lacking in potency. Before the onset of chaos, Uncle Master must have relished this world, having personally taken the lives of countless souls. How much sorrow and pain must he have felt at that time, a burden he still cannot release. Bai Zhang grunted heavily and commanded the troops to retreat. After uttering his orders, he ended the video call, returning the computer to its desktop. It must be noted that despite the captain's current amnesia, his imposing presence remained, capable of delivering lethal strikes. To presume upon Chen Xuanwu's memory loss for advantage would indeed be a grave miscalculation. The overwhelming spiritual energy reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The ferocious holy power permeated the 9 heavens, enveloping Tang's sun in golden light, exuding a divine yet peaceful aura that captured numerous gazes. Although the plague array was intricate, it was designed to counter spiritual fire. However, the innate spiritual fire was one of the 4 primordial spirits, capable of incinerating all. Its might was unparalleled.
Thompson's spirits lifted.
This was splendid news. As it relieved him of the burden of cooking, he would only need to focus on feasting, a most enjoyable prospect. Since Mu Nianxue joined the Blade Brigade, her unique status had led her to participate infrequently in military drills. Upon observing the flickering of the formation, which appeared both vague and distinct, Tian Shuzi took no further words. Instead, he grasped Mi Zhu's hand and leaped into one of the formations. They felt a momentary blurring of vision, their bodies seemingly massaged before they emerged in a pitch-black cavern. The anticipated storm clouds and thunder did not manifest. The sky remained bright, and the scorching sun playfully shone down, rendering the entire affair a mere farce. The Dragon King of Wells seemed capable of perceiving the outside scene. Upon noticing the doll in Tang Sen's hand, he sprang from his seat, only to sink back down in disappointment once clarity dawned. "Do not be so hasty to depart," Shiming Kong said, having effortlessly traversed space to stand before the Saint of the Sea, speaking casually. In the realm of cultivation, the powerful reigned supreme, with the law of the jungle dictating survival based on strength rather than seniority or age, a far more ruthless reality than that of the mortal world. Chapter 183. Sacrifice. Si Chenghan had spent a sleepless night. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, he remained composed while exchanging pleasantries with Qin Xuanfu. Yet, Qin Xuanfu, noticing Si Chenghan's bruised eyes, felt a surge of anxiety, secretly questioning whether this was related to the attack they had faced the night prior. Was the prince troubled by this incident? Had it affected the prince's health? Would he face punishment for this ordeal? Suddenly, a loud crash captured Huan's attention. Turning around, she saw Chan Hao, shackled and struggling, lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Not this again, Hassan exclaimed in frustration. Under the cover of darkness, they pursued one another, while Wu Yong, treated as prey, furiously slashed the pavement with his crimson blade. In mere seconds, 7 deep gashes marred the 100-meter stretch of concrete. Upon returning to the office, Li Qingyun invited Jiang Jiwei to sit, personally pouring him a glass of water and offering it. The nightclub featured numerous private rooms. Beyond the bustling lobby on the first floor, 3 additional levels housed more rooms. Searching one by one would likely result in the security staff ejecting them. In such a setting of bullying, Luo Junin would not allow outsiders to witness it, ensuring the room remained sparsely populated. This was Qi Rui's sole opportunity. Early in the morning, Annie had prepared herself and arrived promptly at Alan's dormitory, knocking on the door while sharing her plans. Alan's gaze drifted, taking in the scenery along the way. However, he felt increasingly embarrassed as he noticed couples hiding behind trees and flowers, whispering sweet nothings, some already entwined. "You are truly a good person," Tang Erin said, cheerfully embracing Wu Yong and planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving a pink lipstick mark. She seemingly sought to protect their pride by providing an excuse, as financial matters were unavoidable, thus shifting the narrative from their capabilities. He shook his head in silence, gritting his teeth as he plunged the peach talisman's sword into his abdomen. I stared in shock as the sword emitted a brilliant red light upon contact with the ghostly blood. Yunzhe, wishing to draw closer to Tong Guaiguai, purposely donned such attire. Upon hearing Tong Guaiguai's words, he feigned ignorance. "No, I do not want to return. There is surely no turning back. He will punish me." Kai Binger wept in terror, shaking her head vigorously as she retreated, attempting to flee.
What has happened to him?
In the backyard's solitary room, Mu Yuanmeng anxiously gazed at the unconscious Qi Tianhao. Realizing this, Dominique disregarded his own injuries and hurried to rescue Lin Hao. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the swirling formation above suddenly ceased, and a blinding light erupted like the sun piercing through the night, revealing the tip of a sword. As she beheld the increasingly exceptional children, Tu Baobao could no longer conceal her pride beneath her gentle demeanor. She looked at their smiles, filled with a sense of accomplishment. These 2 children were indeed born of her, and she thought, "My dear, you are simply remarkable." Since Su Jin was assisted by Yu Yen in walking, only to have her legs broken by Yu Yen, she developed a deep-seated fear of standing. Whenever Su Jin attempted to rise, she lacked the courage to do so. Shen Sini was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Shin Nianhua, who had yet to emerge from the dining hall. Gui comprehended everything and swiftly embraced his wife, leading her away. As they departed, he cast a look back at the entrance of the restaurant, pondering how his father-in-law was truly a source of constant concern. Chapter 184. Resolution. Before Qin Xuanfu could utter a word, Qin Mingyu drew a small knife and plunged it forcefully into Yanwu's heart. Blood gushed from the corner of her mouth, and crimson flowed from her chest, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she never anticipated that such a dashing young gentleman would so swiftly take her life. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xuanfu was utterly horrified. The battle between the Red Boy and the Winged Demon remained remarkably calm, as he was still enveloped in a thick mist of blood, pulling his adversary into the depths of it. All that could be heard were the anguished cries of the Winged Demon, the viscosity of the blood mist increasing as he charged towards another Winged Demon. The appearance of these 2 was indeed unexpected for everyone. Jin Shangji was somewhat less surprising, as he had previously arrived at Jinwu Island. However, the Demon Emperor had not set foot on Jinwu Island since his initial ascension to the throne, which had been several centuries ago. Chao Chongjio sat in stunned silence, reflecting that aside from his impractical theoretical knowledge, he possessed only some software and microprocessors still on paper, elements that clearly held no significance in contemporary China. Lu Xiang'er refrained from informing Hu Qingsong about the events she encountered on her journey to Dengzhou, yet Hu Qingsong managed to glean the information from Hu Bao. The following day, the 10 guards escorting Lu Xiang'er mysteriously vanished. From Hu Bao, she learned they had returned to the capital, but she remained oblivious to Hu Qingsong's intentions. Lu Shiji recognized the moment had come. He had awaited this very instance. His demise here was inevitable, yet if he could take the Tartar general down with him, it would be a worthy sacrifice. That night, Qin Feng slept soundly in Yu Shi's embrace, awakening to a bright dawn. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a warm, golden glow, a most comforting sight. Am I? Alas, I am the most unfortunate and unremarkable in my family. Merely a reporter on camera at the television station, Hu Xiuxiu playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. The matriarch took her seat at the main dais of the council hall, and upon her gesture, Su Xiu sat behind the curtain, where one could faintly see over 100 individuals outside, merely the managerial representatives from various sectors across Nanhui. Unbeknownst to the Daoist, it is not out of reluctance, but rather an inability. Master Lu sighed helplessly. Upon hearing of this matter, Emperor Tianshou was extremely enraged, privately summoning Wang Wei to deliver a severe reprimand, even threatening to impose the stigma of hidden familial misfortune upon both father and son. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Peng finally spoke. Although Su Yan had previously uttered many harsh words, his gaze was filled with kindness. Su Yan suddenly grew curious. Since Hu Chang was so confident, could it be that he held additional cards up his sleeve? What a formidable weapon! The surrounding experts gazed at the epic divine weapon grasped by Lin Yunxian, all secretly exclaiming in awe. As Wang Limei competed in the 1,500-meter race, Zhao Hui and Na Yanhua returned to their high school stands, where Li Chenghua was also present. Zhao Hui exchanged glances with Li Chenghua, who was likewise observing her. Thus, I instructed you to seek out Jin Yeshuan. He will accept Chi, and for her sake, you ought to atone for all your past deeds. Will you not assist Jin Yeshuan? Shortly thereafter, she discovered a black lace panty beneath the bed, the very one she had discarded after changing last night. Behold, the protagonist has arrived. The burly man raised his chin abruptly, addressing the man surnamed Sunday. Wang Qinian skillfully erased the names of Su Hao and Xian Yan from discussions within the academy, introducing a novel scientific theory that sparked widespread debate among the faculty. Chapter 185. The plan. The official mused that the Duke's visit to their locality was likely to clandestinely investigate the criminal evidence linking them to the Qin family. However, the Duke had not ventured outside in recent days, appearing rather absorbed in self-cultivation, which left the official with some doubts. Did the Duke truly come to inspect the evidence? Or was it merely that His Majesty disdained his diminishing royal reputation in the capital? Bing Shi understood that Jian Quan feared the pain of separation, preferring a swift parting over prolonged suffering. Yet she found it difficult to let go, gazing longingly at the ship. As long as she could see it, her heart felt at ease. Casting a glance in the direction of Long Fei, she realized that if he failed to transcend his tribulations, he would face utter annihilation. She felt a profound unwillingness. After all, she had finally found him. The thunderous roars reverberated, and the distant golden light dazzled to the point of being nearly blinding. Ling Xiao shouted, having ingested a spirit-enhancing pill that allowed him to gradually suppress Duan Muing. He promptly assumed the authority of a senior elder, commanding the others. The substitute scroll allows one to completely replicate their body in a moment of peril, absorbing a single attack on their behalf while simultaneously teleporting the true self to a designated nearby location, though it cannot be too distant, or it will fail, Bone Dragon explained. Pouring a cup of tea, Lin Zheng was about to hand it over when Yun Moyu interjected, curious about the identity of this man. After all, Yun Feibai was merely a contestant who had passed the preliminary selection, and based on assessments, he could only be considered a near top-tier prodigy. Beasts differ from humans. Their intelligence inherently lags behind, which enables humans to create various martial techniques that directly or indirectly enhance their own strength. He then caught a fleeting glimpse, as if penetrating the 9 heavens, of the monkey enjoying a drink and conversing leisurely with the emperor at the East Hua Emperor's residence. Thus, he had no cause to worry about being detected by the myriad deities of the Luo Tian immortal realm, following the earlier aura of Emperor Hong. The night in the forest was exquisite. During a respite, Long Fei sat aside, gazing up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled. She often stared blankly at the celestial lone star, deeply missing Zhan Zhao. The time had changed. She needed to excavate the treasure soon to fulfill her wish. Or the Northern Song dynasty would vanish into this chaos. Admittedly, at the outset, regardless of the angle from which it exerted every muscle and fin, the height of its leap remained worlds apart from that dragon gate. 6 prospective master's graduates and an assistant would officially join the Shelley Corporation in March, making for a sufficient configuration alongside Chu Xue and Li Meng. Ziqi, how about I take you out for some fun today? He Haotian wished to cheer Su Ziki up, but just then, her phone rang. Thank you all for your efforts for Qiansua. I appreciate it. Now, it's getting late. I'll first find everyone accommodations, and then we can discuss when to return to the Fox clan. Qiansua glanced at the sky, where dawn was breaking. The sun about to rise. Chen Haoshuan, he snatched my handbag, which contains my passport and many precious items. Can you help me get it back? Lia implored with a pitiful expression toward Chen Haoshuan. Inter Milan led AC Milan by over 4 points. Even if Li Ang's team lost, they would still maintain a lead over AC Milan. A defeat would only slightly dampen morale. However, with the winter break approaching, any adverse effects on Inter Milan would be minimized.
Bang!
Their pupils dilated several degrees, and as they attempted to draw their weapons, they suddenly felt as if their shoulder blades had been pierced, rendering them incapable of moving to shoot. Chapter 186. True identity. Just focus on serving my father and me diligently, and in the future, my father and I shall not treat you poorly. At present, I have a matter to request of you. If you can arrange this for me, I assure you, I will reward you handsomely. Qin Mingyu suddenly spoke, leaving Qin Xuanfu visibly astonished, feeling unworthy of such courtesy from the young master. Just as he hesitated, Rongyu wished she could dig a hole and hide. How could she have uttered such embarrassing words in her dream last night? Taking the initiative meant seizing control. Could I simply sit idle and wait for the talks to encircle me?
Yezishan lamented.
Fully aware that any further words might provoke the Ghost King to strike him down without hesitation, Yun Jinxiu's lips trembled. She reached out but was abruptly halted by a luminous barrier that separated them. Had she known, she would never have brought him to the sacred grounds. For in doing so, she had jeopardized both him and his family, leaving everything in vain. Upon his arrival, he noticed a man entangled with Xiaoying who, by his words, seemed to be a talent scout. True ancient martial arts are a deadly skill not easily disseminated, akin to firearms, which are strictly regulated by the state. Zhou Huabin's expression momentarily stiffened before he smiled and nodded. I can see you hold Qingxue in high regard. Since you say so, I shall faithfully report to the family head. With that, Yizaheo cast a cold glance at Chen Yifei before suddenly kicking out at him. My lady? The familiar voice filled her ears. She recognized it as Lian Shan and felt a sense of security, not even needing to open her eyes as he carried her, bowing to the driver in thanks before heading inside. To appear in such a state of utter despair, the dean, rarely serious, spoke the truth, albeit with a hint of concealment. A phoenix? Is there truly a phoenix in the sky above? Those within the tent, having caught snippets of conversation, could no longer contain their curiosity, and some eager individuals rushed outside, only to be awestruck by the sight above. Xia Huanfeng listened with her eyes sparkling, her silence causing Mingyi to feel a twinge of envy. We are clad in Caterham protective gear, which is not only bulletproof but also stab-resistant. Yet, our limbs and neck are the most vulnerable. These wolves seem aware of our weaknesses, targeting those areas with precision. Only by being immersed in the situation can one grasp the essence of events, experiencing insights unattainable to mere observers. Even so, their responsibilities remain to deter various factions. The current state of unrest in the wilderness, with formidable beasts and numerous powers likely watching, poses a threat, for any valuable treasure would surely draw covetous eyes. Hey, Duo. You cannot go up there, your strength is insufficient, and you would merely serve as cannon fodder. Not far from Dongfang Mo, Shangguan Mingjing firmly held onto Qian Duoduo's robust waist, preventing her from charging to the forefront. I nearly fainted. Once, a scholar in America posited that humans are a hybrid of gorillas and dolphins, and I never imagined this notion would somehow connect to me. Clearly, she was the nominal fiancée of Yan Haohua, which meant that in the eyes of others, they were indeed a pair. Yet, Yan Haohua flirted with another man before her. Was he not brazenly placing a green hat upon her? Unexpectedly, it was the Kunpeng demon master who had stolen the 4 great vessels and the heavenly star artifact. The Queen Mother of the West glanced at the Dragon King. The gray-clad man's eyes flickered with conflict, and he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Then let me receive your final blow." He then lunged forward, his right hand at his mouth, and as he opened it, a brilliant flash of red erupted, spewing forth a massive azure fire dragon aimed directly at the Invincible. Chapter 187. Questioning Justice. As for the court's inquiry into your alleged crimes, you need not worry. With my father present, no one shall question you. You are merely the governor of Chihuai City. This matter bears no relevance to you. Despite the young master's reassuring words, Qin Xuanfu could not quell the rising panic within him. He sensed the precariousness of the situation. Meanwhile, Li Ruoli led Yi Qingcheng and Yi Miaoqing to the Li residence, where she took them to view the stables. It seemed that Du Ruoli had endured much hardship before meeting Qiao Anming, having a chronically ill brother and suffering a divorce at the hands of her former husband. Following Su Nen's remarks, the score on the field had dramatically shifted. He had rushed over immediately after receiving Anting's call, having been in a meeting, and had not even had time to don his outer coat, his work ID still dangling from his neck. In the sky, most of the occupied individuals exhibited abilities akin to ordinary people, yet about 1% possessed the power to condense energy. Although the energy they amassed posed no threat to Zhang Yuan, it was lethal to the soldiers defending. He was aware of Ranran's dislike for Yuzhen, yet he had never expressed such disdain towards her. Was it possible that Yuzhen had committed some wrongdoing? Mo Tian furrowed his brow, taking the USB drive that Bai Pian Ran had tossed before him, his heart racing. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling aura surrounding the doll. From the moment Mo Lingran entered to the moment the doll was presented, he had sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. Yi Luoqing could not bear to see Yi Wuqing in tears. Her sorrow ignited a mix of anger and pity within him. At the moment Yi Qingcheng waved at him, Qin Xiao suddenly felt an impulse to embrace her, but restrained himself, applying a forceful impact on his center of gravity. The seemingly light short sword effortlessly shook his fully unleashed weapon. There might be a chance, but Noah believed he would not witness it, as he was not Aiden, who experienced fleeting romances at will. Cold as ice, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. The surprise was overwhelming. In the face of a great calamity, officials unanimously felt that they were ill-fated with the land of Beiyan, filled with grievances yet too fearful to complain, each one suffering in silence. Among powerful families, mutual restraint was the norm. As long as the web of connections was strong enough, any attempt to move against her would necessitate careful consideration. Zhao Si glanced at the departing figures, feeling an increased reverence towards the young master of Room 1. Xian Yizhenzi sat up, looking down at her with intense distrust. However, after overcoming the first tribulation, to face the second, one must have divine protection and methods. The Azure Dragon spell within the Yellow Path and its divine spirits undoubtedly served as an excellent targeted technique. Yet it required specific cultivation materials, namely those from the snake dragon species, celestial treasures. But another calamity had befallen him. Gua Honghong sold his house, took the money from his account. And with everything spiraling out of control, he was fired from his job, leaving him in a state of deep turmoil, convinced that Gua Honghong was avenging herself upon him. Shifting his resentment onto Fan Tong. Had it not been for his appearance, he would not have fallen to such depths. Jiang Yun, at 14, was already betrothed, and Zhuohua recalled that the betrothed was seemingly the fourth prince, Li Mian. To her surprise, Li Xiu was so persistent that Jinghua ceased to speak further. Reflecting on her agreement with Qingfeng and Mingyue, she felt it was indeed time to visit the Li Hentian in the Do Shui Palace. As the song concluded, thud, 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 the lights suddenly blazed brightly, and a robust Miao man took the stage, standing before a traditional Miao wooden drum. Chapter 188. The young master, the third son of the Su family, expressed dissatisfaction, glancing at his elder brother, who shot him a glare, forcing him to reluctantly suppress his discontent. After the steward departed, the eldest of the Su family turned to his two brothers and advised them, "Do not be too reckless. Although that individual has shown us some kindness, he is undoubtedly a person of considerable depth. Otherwise, our father would not have allowed Wang Yang to set sail on the pirate ship while stretching lazily." At this moment, he felt a total of 120 strands of white energy within him. Moreover, some individuals experience emotional fluctuations that persist longer than those of ordinary people, particularly those who are indecisive or possess a greater desire and greed in certain aspects. At that time, Nangong Feng was acutely aware of her inability to compete. In a desperate bid, she ignited her life force to vanquish a formidable initial-stage evil spirit, only to be sent flying by a mere touch from the true essence evil spirit, crashing outside the spatial portal. During the daylight hours, few ventured this way. Though many vacant pleasure boats floated nearby, accompanied by a handful of picnic vessels, but common folk were scarce. Upon reaching the school gate, the headmaster, Ren, noticed the license plate and approached, only to be met by a dazzling array of elegantly dressed individuals descending from the vehicle, nearly blinding him. "Is this truly the Wang Yang I know?" pondered Wang Yang's roommates, casting doubtful glances at the spirited figure before them. Within Wang Yang's dialogue box appeared a photo of Luo Fei, clad in a crimson qipao, elegantly perched with one leg crossed, her face exuding an air of haughty disdain. In addition to the craftsmanship, the cherished moments spent huddled together in the bitter cold, savoring warm soup, were fondly remembered by the elderly. It was during this period that Feng Tian resolved to thoroughly examine Li Hao's abdomen. The remnants of severed limbs lay scattered, a chaotic tableau across the uneven terrain, creating a chilling scene reminiscent of a hellish arena. Leaning against his chair, the captain rested his cheek in hand, his gaze meticulously scanning each word of the documents before him, calculating the perfect strategy and subsequent arrangements before finalizing his signature in the designated area. Dong Shan, who felt himself enveloped by a sinister aura, however, he was adept at handling it. Reciting incantations, the malevolent energy failed to overwhelm him. Internally alarmed, he wondered about the source of such ominous power. Once again, Qingming flashed forward, standing before Feng Shi as if to take him away, but Changqin refused to let go, retreating 2 steps while cradling her form. Furthermore, Wang Shan indeed possessed the capability to fulfill this role. Prior to ascending the mountain, we had never doubted his intentions. In a moment of distraction, the packet of tissues slipped from his grasp, followed by a voice of disdain echoing in his ears. "You have no understanding of basic knowledge. Paper harbors dust that can amalgamate with blood upon entering the nasal passages, leading to capillary blockage." In the next instant, a soft fabric pressed against my nose. He had begun to suspect that Gao Cheng was merely putting on a show, orchestrating events to lure me to the Tiger Cliff, ensnaring me in his trap. Could this lead to a reevaluation of his analysis of Gao Cheng? Since I could serve as bait, it underscored the bait's significance to the fish. He had deliberately guided me to develop a rift with Gao Cheng. Corny initiated the offensive, darting across the court with the basketball in hand. Li Chang maintained a leisurely defense, attentively watching him. Suddenly, with no warning, Corny executed a jump shot, securing 2 points. With 3,000 foes, what can they do to me? Yen Changgong shouted as he strode purposefully to his residence. Soon after, the once crowded plain began to empty of people. Fansen glanced at the direction where Xiang Long had vanished before turning away. Subsequently, the parties involved exchanged personnel and goods, leading a large contingent back. Everything appeared to be proceeding normally. The matron observed Bai Yi's steadfast support for Yulan, feeling an innate suspicion regarding Yulan's unclear origins. Yet, out of respect for Bai Yi, she chose to defer, contemplating that time was on her side.